The terrifying sword energy was cut open between the crossing of the knife and the scabbard, and it was cut open and rushed into the void in half. Chapter 603 New Mission. Lin Wan couldn't help but remain silent. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that Lin Shen did have something to practice with his sword skills. Although it has little to do with her backhand, the effect is no worse than the backhand, and it is even somewhat better in some aspects. This man is really a genius. He can practice the incomplete and unrecognizable forehands and backhands to this level. It seems that the disappearance of the death disaster on my body is indeed very likely to be related to him. Lin Wan looked at Lin Shen, who was practicing swordsmanship in the sky, and secretly thought in his heart how to go further, gain Lin Shen's trust, and then find out the secret of the disappearance of the death disaster from him. Lin Wan knew that under normal circumstances, she would probably have to go through a long test if she wanted to gain Lin Shen's trust. Although she is now a human being, Lin Shen obviously does not trust her own people so much. Except for his own small group, Lin Shen did not use humans heavily in the Tianchi Academy, which made Lin Wan, who was approaching Lin Shen as a human, feel a little embarrassed. Originally, she thought that it would be easier to get trust by approaching Lin Shen as a compatriot, but it was not the case at all, and it was even more difficult to get trust. It seems that you can only apply a strong medicine. Lin Wan didn't have the patience to wait slowly for Lin Shen to trust her, so she could only think of something else. Lin Shen's bloodline sword technique is becoming more and more mature as he practices, and his defensive posture is becoming more and more fierce. I am afraid that the only defensive sword technique in this world can be described as ferocity is his family. It felt that there was no big problem with the sword technique, so Lin Shen returned to the ground and asked Tian Buluo to leave Dao Fingxing together. Before he practiced the sword technique, Lin Shen was very diligent, but now that he has practiced the sword technique, he has lost interest and doesn't want to practice it anymore. It doesn't matter if the sky doesn't fall. Anyway, he was with Lin Shen. If Lin Shen wants to go back, he doesn't have to stay and practice, so he followed Lin Shen back to the Tianren Star. Lin Shen returned to Buyuju, thinking that the underground space could not be accessed for the time being. He had to wait until the Death Fan Nirvana was completed before going to insurance. Then he could only go to Evolution first to see what was going on Evolution. If the situation in Evolution can be clarified, the weird guy comes to him again and returns the mechanical watch. Lin Shen was thinking about when he left for Hulu Mountain when Tian Songyun ran over again. Director Tian, the Emperor has an order to ask the Tianchi Academy to be responsible for the safety of Emperor Yunxiang and escort Princess Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan. Tian Songyun took out a document and handed it to Lin Shen. Escort Emperor Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. After taking the official document and looking at it, he realized that Emperor Yunxiang was actually going to the Supreme Clan's planet to practice and study. In the words of the human mother planet, it was going abroad to study. Their mission is to escort the Emperor Yunxiang to the Chonggao Star safely, and to wait for Princess Yunxiang to enter Chonggao Academy and settle there. If you are going to an ordinary planet, you don't need to escort, just go directly to the teleportation device. However, there is no teleportation device on the Sublime Star. If you want to go to Sublime Star, you can only fly over from a nearby planet with teleportation device, or take a planet to the aircraft. If you are on an aircraft, it will take about 2 days in the middle. What Lin Shen and the others need to pay attention to is this period of time, so don't take advantage of the loopholes. In fact, no one dares to attack Emperor Yunxiang. If Emperor Yunxiang is there, it would be like offending the Heavenly Man clan and the Supreme Clan at the same time. Who in the universe has such courage to offend these two wealthy families at the same time? So this is actually a leisure time. It is not much different from traveling with Emperor Yunxiang. Emperor Tian finally gave him a task and was to escort his daughter again. Lin Shen naturally could not neglect it, but he could not make any statement. It would be better to send Emperor Yunxiang to Chonggao Academy without anyone knowing it. So Lin Shen did not go to the Tianchi Academy for a meeting, but just discussed it with Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu and asked them to accompany him to the Supreme Star. In order to prevent the leak of news, Lin Shen even recruited Nirvana people under Ouyang Yudu's hands were useless. If it is to collect the bill, Lin Shen will definitely take them with him to escort the Emperor's son, the fewer people know the better. He must be someone who can absolutely trust to participate. Ouyang Yu is both the minister of the Secret Service Department, so this is his job, so he naturally has no choice but to do so. Wei Wufu had no objection, so Lin Shen was going to take them to escort Emperor Yunxiang to secretly go on the road. Before going to pick up Emperor Yunxiang, Lin Shen sent a message to Tian Buluo and asked about the matter of Emperor Yunxiang so that he would not know anything. It would be bad if he had a conflict with Emperor Yunxiang again. When Tian Buluo heard Lin Shen ask about Emperor Yunxiang, he immediately knew what was going on. He asked in surprise, "It was the Emperor's father who asked you to escort Emperor Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan to study? Is this a thing known to everyone?" Lin Shen's face looked a little bad. He was very careful. Unexpectedly, the news had been leaked, making his previous behavior look like a clown. It should be said that it is not a secret. Tian Buluo smiled and said, "Yunxiang is too young and is spoiled again. She has always liked a pride of heaven like dyes. She wants to study at the Gaoxing Star. This is not a secret on the Zen Star. Once you ask her, I will know what's going on. Your burden this time is very heavy. What does it mean? Can anyone dare to hijack Emperor Yunxiang?" Lin Shen was shocked. That's unlikely. Who dares to rob Yunxiang on the way to study? That's not to be with our heavenly clan and the Supreme Clan. I believe no one would be willing to do such a thing. Tian Buluo pondered for a moment before continuing. Yunxiang is very obsessed with dyes, and has reached the point where he can't extricate himself. The Emperor's father was very disliked, so he never let her go to the Supreme Clan. This time he suddenly agreed to let Yunxiang go to the Supreme Clan, and even ordered you to escort. You don't really think that you just simply asked you to escort her to study, right? The Emperor's meaning is to let me correct Princess Yunxiang's 3 views, right? Lin Shen finally knew what the Emperor of Heaven was really intended. Tian Buluo smiled and said, "I think this is what you mean. Your performance on the race rankings is not worse than Dai's. I think the Emperor's father wants you to prove it to Princess Yunxiang. Dai's is not so perfect and invincible. I hope Princess Yunxiang can change her mind and no longer obsessed with Dai's. This is really a must for you. You think too much of me. I am no match for Dai's." Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh. The tasks assigned by the Emperor of Heaven were indeed not as simple as they seemed. Chapter 60 for the brain-destroyed Emperor's son. When Lin Shen saw Emperor Yunxiang, he realized that this mission was probably even more difficult than expected, and he had even given up. "Lin Shen, right? I know you. It is the right choice for you to abandon the battle. Otherwise, if Dai's takes it seriously, you will definitely not be his opponent. It is a small injury and it will be bad to be beaten to death." Although Lin Shen was a little unhappy when he heard the words of Emperor Tianxiang, he was still able to bear it. However, the next sentence from Emperor Yunxiang made Lin Shen roll his eyes. "The sacred existence of Dai's is really not suitable for blood-staining hands," Emperor Yunxiang said with a fascination. "Brain dead." Lin Shen secretly defined the Emperor Yunxiang in his heart. After all, he was also the head of the first courtyard personally appointed by Emperor Tianshu, and he was the head of the Chonggao Star this time. As the Emperor's son of the Tianren clan, Tian Yunxiang was able to say such words in front of him. Apart from the word brainless, Lin Shen could not think of other words to describe her. Lin Shen was too lazy to argue with a deceased man, just pretending that he hadn't heard what she said, but he was thinking about the secret he told him yesterday. The Emperor Yunxiang did not actually grow up in the imperial palace, nor was it even a pure-blood emperor's son. When Emperor Tianshu was traveling, he met the mother of Emperor Yunxiang on a planet, and then there was a romantic affair. Later, Emperor Tianshu patted his butt and left, but Tian Yunxiang's mother became pregnant. Several years later, Tian Yunxiang was able to recognize her ancestors, but because the growth environment was too simple, he was not very adaptable to life in the imperial palace. When Tian Buluo said this, Lin Shen didn't care. Now he knew that this was not a simple growth environment and was just a brainless person. When Tian Buluo said this, he was really too subtle. Although Tian Yunxiang is a little simple, Emperor Tianshu still likes him very much and takes good care of her. Otherwise, with her personality, it would be difficult for her to survive in the imperial palace. Perhaps because he was not adapted to the environment of the imperial palace, Tian Yunxiang yearned for life outside and admired a natural strong man like Dai's. This time, Emperor Tianshu finally agreed to let her go to the Supreme Clan to study, and Tian Yunxiang was very happy. Lin Shen originally planned to send Tian Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan for only the three of them, but many people knew about Tian Yunxiang's desire to go to the Supreme Clan. Just in case, Lin Shen borrowed the four sisters of the Night Ghost Clan from Tian to help them protect Tian Yunxiang's safety. The night sky, night moon, and night clouds were originally Nirvana level. Unexpectedly, after not seeing it for a while, Yexing actually became Nirvana. 7 people guarded Tian Yunxiang on the road. After passing more than a dozen teleportations, they arrived at a planet called Lingyuan. This is the teleportable planet closest to Sublime Star, and it only takes less than 3 days to get to Sublime Star by spaceship. Tian Yunxiang was very excited along the way, and from time to time she imagined how she should introduce herself when she met Dai's. She actually started practicing on the spaceship. Lin Shen's comment on Tian Yunxiang is that he looks pretty good, but unfortunately he has grown a lot of brains. So apart from the escort work, Lin Shen and others basically ignored her. They just pretended that they didn't hear anything she said. But this is not a solution. Lin Shen also has a hidden task to correct Tian Yunxiang's 3 views. If this matter is not done well, Emperor Tianshu will probably blame him when he goes back. With Tian Yunxiang's brainless appearance, Lin Shen had already realized that he would go back to take the blame, so he simply ignored her. If it were someone else, he might die in the light. Perhaps as long as he met, Tian Yunxiang might have awakened. But her idol is Dai's. Lin Shen felt that meeting would only make him more obsessed, and it would be even more impossible to correct it. Even Lin Shen himself believes that Dai's is indeed very outstanding. Originally, he was afraid of any accidents on the road, but the facts proved that Lin Shen was thinking too much. If there was really any danger, Emperor Tianshu would not let Lin Shen protect Tian Yunxiang's safety. When it was almost time to reach the Noble Star, Lin Shen saw Tianjing Mountain outside the spaceship. When the fourth brother Lin Shangdong first showed his strength in the universe, it was Dai's who had a fight here, so the name of the invincible king spread throughout the universe. Lin Shen, the undefeated heavenly king is your brother, right? Tian Yunxiang was also watching Tianjing Mountain outside, and she knew everything about dues, so she naturally would not miss the live broadcast of the undefeated heavenly king challenging dues. The key to being a person is to have a reputation for self-knowledge. If you do a good job in this, your brother is far inferior to you. He dares to take the initiative to challenge Dai's, that is, Dai's is kind-hearted, which makes him escape. After you go back, you should advise him to be humble and not challenge this and that all day long. Others are willing to let him go. If you meet someone who is not good-hearted, you may have lost your life. Tian Yunxiang's words almost irritated Lin Shen's lungs. Tian Yunxiang said that he would not forget it, but he should take the privileges and benefits given by the Emperor of Heaven, and it is also worth it to be a little angry. Tian Yunxiang actually dared to call his fourth brother, so she couldn't bear it anymore. The Emperor's son is right. Do I want me to let the fourth brother come over and fight Dai's to let him learn some lessons? Lin Shen curled his lips and said. How can it be done? He is already at Nirvana level, and Dai's is still ascending. How can he be so shameless in life? How can he bully the weak with his strength? Tian Yunxiang immediately shook his head and said. Didn't you just say that if Dai's hadn't been kind-hearted, would my brother not even be able to save his life? Why is it now that he has become bullying the weak? Lin Shen asked indifferently. I'm talking about the past. When your brother challenged Dai's, he was not a Nirvana. Now he is already at Nirvana. If he challenges another Ascensioner, what's the point of bullying the weak? Tian Yunxiang said. How do you know that he was not a Nirvana at that time? Lin Shen asked directly. Isn't this something that everyone knows? If he is a Nirvana, why don't he show his strength and defeat those ascendants? Tian Yunxiang said. Can't it be my brother's kind heart? Lin Shen sneered at the corner of his mouth. What kind of heart? If your brother is a Nirvana person and still challenges Dai's, he will be a bad intention. Tian Yunxiang's face also darkened. If my brother has bad intentions, can Dai still survive? Lin Shen said lightly. Why can't you live? The undefeated Heavenly King is no match for Dai's at all. Tian Yunxiang's voice gradually increased. Then let them fight now. I've said that he is now at Nirvana level, how can he bully Fei Shang? Tian Yunxiang was anxious. Isn't that my brother is kind-hearted? I'm not wrong. I said, he is no match for Dai's. Then let them fight. You. Tian Yunxiang's eyes widened and her teeth bared, like a lioness who wanted to bite people. Power outage. Notice from the Power Bureau. The power supply was temporarily interrupted due to a power grid equipment failure nearby. Staff from the Electric Power Bureau are under emergency repairs and are expected to resume power supply in the afternoon. At present, electricity consumption in public areas is normal, and indoor electricity is unstable. It is recommended that you turn off the indoor power supply to avoid affecting the use of electrical appliances. However, the elevator is not stable at present. Try to avoid riding and use it after the electricity is restored. There is a power outage. I don't know when I will call, so I can't update it on time today. Chapter 605 Welcome in Person. Lin Shen no longer paid attention to Tian Yunxiang. The aircraft was already close to the Noble Star, and people from the Supremes were greeted by the spaceport. Tian Yunxiang looked at the people greeting on the platform through the screen of the aircraft, and saw clearly the appearance of the leader. She immediately widened her eyes, her mouth couldn't help but open, almost reaching her ears. Dieth actually came to pick me up in person. Tian Yunxiang's excited body was trembling slightly, and her voice was a little drifting. Lin Shen also saw Dai's on the platform and was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that he would come to pick up Tian Yunxiang in person. Although Tian Yunxiang is the Emperor's son of the Heavenly Man clan, the Emperor's son of the Heavenly Man clan is not so respectful to the Supreme clan, and is generally only received by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Dai's personally greeted him, which was enough to give Tian Yunxiang face. Under the command of the port's command tower, the aircraft slowly fell on the apron. Tian Yunxiang held the makeup mirror and repeatedly sorted out her appearance, and kept asking Yi Xing next to her if there was any problem with her makeup. Yi Xing had told her that there was no problem several times, and Tian Yunxiang seemed to have not heard it, and she confirmed it over and over again. It seems that she is really nervous, and Lin Shen really doesn't know what to say about her. Before the aircraft stopped, Tian Yunxiang had already stood at the exit and recited it in a low voice several times, and she had thought of meaning lines. The first time the hatch door opened, Tian Yunxiang walked out in a posture. Yexing and Yexki followed her, and everyone walked down from the aircraft one by one. Dai's, with the staff of the Supreme Clan, was waiting below. Tian Yunxiang suppressed her inner excitement and walked down the steps, facing Dai's. Her nervous palms were filled with sweat. She quietly wiped her palms on her body, preparing to shake hands with Dai's. Finally. I finally saw the real person. Tian Yunxiang saw Dai's and other staff coming up and slowly stretched out her hand. But the next second, Tian Yunxiang was stunned. Dai's did not extend his hand, but instead a Supreme Clan staff member next to him reached out and shook Tian Yunxiang, and said with a smile, "Welcome to the Supreme Star, I am Hualina, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Supreme Star." Tian Yunxiang didn't hear what Hualina was saying at all. She only saw Dai's walking past her and everyone was stunned. Turning back to look, Dai's walked to Lin Shen, took the initiative to reach out and shook Lin Shen, and said with a smile, "Lin Shen, we are meeting again." Lin Shen didn't expect Dai's to come over to shake hands with him. He saw Tian Yunxiang's little move just now, guessing that Tian Yunxiang was so angry that he was crazy now. Obviously, he underestimated Tian Yunxiang's obsession with Dai's. Even if Dai's ignored it, Tian Yunxiang, who came to his senses, was thinking in his heart, Dio's is so graceful, even if it is an opponent, he respects it so much. After all, they had an intersection before, so it is worth it that he would say hello to Lin Shen first. Dai's is so graceful. Tian Yunxiang thought that after Dai's and Lin Shen shook hands, they would shake hands with her. Who knew that after Dai's and Lin Shen shook hands, they stood beside Lin Shen and started chatting with him. They had no intention of coming over, and they didn't even look at her. Deus is so gentlemanly. Because there is a difference between men and women, I feel embarrassed to shake hands with me. I specially found a female supreme person to entertain me. Deus is so careful and cute. Tian Yunxiang thought so. Lin Shen was talking nonsense with Dais while quietly following Tian Yunxiang. I originally thought that Dais would be angry with her so neglected her, but when I saw Tian Yunxiang's eyes looking at Dais brighter, flashing like a little star. After Walina's repeated reminders, Tian Yunxiang entered the port under Walina's guidance, and then a special car picked them up and sent them to the arranged residence. The environment of the lofty star looks very retro. Although there are some particularly high-tech things, there are few particularly modern buildings and there are almost no tall buildings to see. There is no sign of the aircraft in the sky, and all kinds of cars are coming and going on the road. The four girls of Yexing and Tian Yunxiang took a car together, which was picked up and dropped off by Hualina, while Dais and Lin Shen got on another car and followed behind the car in front. After hearing the news you are coming, I have been waiting for you, looking forward to completing the battle between us. I think the same is true for you. Dais sat next to Lin Shen and said. Lin Shen thought to himself, what's the same? It's different at all. Who would have expected to fight with you? I don't have that leisure time. Lin Shen was afraid that Dais would misunderstand, so he hurriedly said, I have a mission and need to protect the safety of Emperor Yunxiang. I cannot leave the Emperor Yunxiang without authorization. He didn't want to fight with Dais. It would be no benefit if he won. This is still the territory of the Supreme Clan, and maybe he would be targeted by the Supreme Clan, so why bother with the Supreme Clan? When Dais heard Lin Shen say this, he was slightly disappointed, but he still said, it doesn't matter, you guys can rest first. Lin Shen opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he had arrived at the hotel and Dais walked out of the car. Fortunately, Dais did not move any abnormally. Everyone entered the hotel. Dais and Hualina said a few words and left first. Hualina asked the hotel staff to arrange for Tian Yunxiang to check in and connected with Lin Shen for some related matters. Like the Zenith Star, sublime stars are very suitable for living and elderly care. Even the hotel is garden style, with various plants from different planets. Moreover, the plants here are real native plants, and there is no way to see those metal or crystal plants after base transformation. Son of the Emperor, Minister Hua has arranged it. You can participate in the admission test of Chonggao College tomorrow. If you can pass the test, you can enter Chonggao College to study. The college will be responsible for your life and safety. If you can't pass the test, you can only go back to the Zen Star. Lin Shen told Tian Yunxiang about his itinerary. I will definitely pass the test. Tian Yunxiang looked at Lin Shen and asked, have you told them that I want to study with Dais under the same teacher? I said that, but the Chonggao Academy allocates teachers based on test scores. If you want to be under the same teacher as Dais Bai, then work hard. Lin Shen could not save the brainless girl, so he could only hope that Tian Yunxiang could not pass the test. Lin Shen was very disliked the task assigned to him by Emperor Tianshu. If he was asked to fight with others, he could complete the task as long as he had enough strength. Even if you want money, there is still a structure to find. But if you want to change a person's mind, he really has no way to start, and he has no place to use his strength. If Tian Yunxiang is his own child, just beat her, and if she doesn't work, she will be the next one. Unfortunately, she is the Emperor's son after all, and Lin Shen can't beat her, so she has no temper. Chapter 606 1001 Unsolvable Technique. The Emperor's son of the Heavenly Man tribe is in the Supreme Star and there is no special treatment. After they were sent to the hotel, Hualina and others left a staff member to help them deal with daily issues, and then everyone from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs left. The next morning, the staff drove them to the Chonggao Academy. After arriving at Chonggao Academy, Lin Shen realized why Tian Yunxiang was so unattracted. It was not that she was not valued, but that she was already very seriously valued. During this period, Chonggao College accepted students, and many people from all ethnic groups came to Chonggyeoxing to take the admission test. There were many princes and princesses. They all came by themselves, and no one greeted them at all. The Supreme Clan asked Hua Lina to welcome Tian Yunxiang, which was already enough to give Emperor Tian Shu. The Supreme Clan is worthy of being the first race in the universe. It embraces all rivers, and its mind is not as strong as an ordinary race. Tian Yunxiang stood at the gate of the Chonggao Academy and took a deep breath. Her intoxicated expression seemed to be as sweet as the air. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart, "Your words have cursed all your race." Tian Yunxiang looked around and didn't see Dai's, and couldn't help but feel very disappointed. After Lin Shen and his friends sent her to the examination room, they went around the public area of the college. The entire test process took 1 day. The security work in the examination room was the responsibility of the Supreme People, and it was not that the candidates were not allowed to enter. Candidates from all ethnic groups are treated the same, and no one is exceptional. I heard that there were several immortals in the examination room, and there were many immortal teachers in the Chonggao Academy, and no one dared to do anything here. People from the Supreme Clan will enjoy it. This place is much better than the giant ring star. Yi Xing said from the side. There are so many plants here, but there is not even a single plant that becomes a plant. This is so rare. Several people chatted while walking. The academic atmosphere of Chonghao Academy is quite good. People of different races can be seen gathering together in groups of 3 or 5, discussing various issues everywhere. They do not reject others from joining the discussion, nor do they mind that someone is listening to their discussion, and even some people give loud speeches to others to promote their own theories. After listening for a while, Lin Shen and the others found that many of the issues they discussed were very advanced evolutionary techniques, and even many theories and creativity that they had never heard of. If I could learn here when I started practicing, I might be able to become an excellent person. Lin Shen sighed. The basic requirements for admission to Chonggao Academy are born ascendants. I'm afraid no one among us humans can meet this threshold. Not to mention admission, they don't even have the qualification to register. Ouyangyu said and laughed. Besides, if you haven't entered Chonggao Academy, you are also a top-notch existence. Even if you enroll, it will not be better than now. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but before he could speak, he heard a voice coming from beside him. Watching the well and watching the sky, yelling is arrogant. Several people turned around and saw that it was a man with dragon wings behind him, standing in front of a blackboard that could be seen everywhere in the academy and writing and painting. Although he did not look back, he was the only one there, and he must be the one who spoke. Yi Xing and Yi Yun were a little angry and wanted to go over to argue with him and ask him why he was scolding, but Lin Shen stopped him. What others say is unnecessary. Lin Shen was unwilling to waste his talk. Do you ignore it or you don't have the ability to pay attention? Who knew that the man actually replied sarcastically again? Friends, we have no grudges with you, right? Lin Shen said, frowned, and looked at him. Whoever is friends with you, you are worthy. The man turned his head, looking quite handsome, but his expression was very cold. It seems you know me. Lin Shen was not angry, but just said lightly. Why should I know you? The man sneered. Since you don't know me, how do you know that I'm not worthy of being your friend? Lin Shen asked back. The man was slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect Lin Shen to say this, but he immediately reacted and said with a cold face, people like you who don't even have the qualifications to enter the college look down on the academy. They are just a group of people who are watching the sky. Of course, they are not worthy of being my friend. If you haven't entered Chonggao Academy, you just look at the sky from a well. Then your sky is too small. Yi Xing curled his lips and said. Don't accept it? Look at this. If you can solve it, I will take back what I said just now. The man pointed to the blackboard and said. Such blackboards can be seen everywhere in the Supreme College. Such electronic blackboards are everywhere in the playground, garden, and corridors. If you have any ideas, you can record them on the blackboard at any time, or when discussing with others, you can also explain your own views or verify the problem on the blackboard. Lin Shen and the others have just seen many students writing and drawing on the blackboard, and even having heated discussions. Some of the questions are indeed very deep, and the issues they discuss are also top-notch technical problems. Lin Shen was too lazy to be angry with a student, but Yixing had already walked over and looked at the content on the blackboard. Yixing looked at it for a while, but he didn't say anything, his brows getting tighter and tighter. The man stood aside with his arms held in his arms, his face full of mocking, and he said to himself, "It turns out that they are a group of ignorant people who are watching the sky in a well. They don't even know the 1,000 unsolved techniques of the universe, and they really want to solve them." Lin Shen and the others naturally don't know what 1001 unsolvable technique is, but in fact, most people really don't know it. This is a technique compiled by Chonggao Academy, which has no cracking method for the time being. It is said that there is no solution, but it is not certain whether there is a solution or not. The first one is a 1001 unsolvable technique that was sorted out a long time ago. Although the name is still called the 1001 unsolvable technique, in fact, more than 100,000 techniques have been included. Most of the most primitive 1001 unsolved techniques have been cracked, and only more than 100 unsolved techniques have not been cracked. What this person is studying is that please fall into the trap among these more than 100 unsolvable techniques. Since the 1001 unsolvable techniques were proposed, no one has been able to solve them. This problem has been widely circulated among major races, so this person thinks that Lin Shen and his friends are watching the sky from a well, and they don't even know this problem, and they are actually trying to solve it. From a certain perspective, what this person said is really right. The four sisters of Yixing have been living secretly on giant Huanqing. Lin Shen and the other two have just entered the universe not long ago. They really don't have enough knowledge. It's not wrong to say that they are watching the sky in a well. Seeing that Yixing had not spoken, Lin Shen and others walked over and looked at the content written on the blackboard. I have coded 2 chapters, and I will pass them up first, and continue to code. There are 3 chapters, and I will update them until 6 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 607 Theory and Practice. Lin Shen looked carefully at the content on the blackboard and found that this was actually just a theory, not a technique that could be used for practical combat. In theory, Lin Shen really can't solve it, unless he directly suppresses it with force or dodges and concessions, but that's not a solution. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu both shook their heads after seeing it, and they couldn't understand either. The 4 girls of Yixing couldn't solve it. What they were good at was not to solve the moves. The range of the sound does not require them to fight in close combat, and their fighting styles were different. This trick can be used to get into the trap. In theory, you can use siphon to roll all the energy into it. However, this siphoning technique only exists in theory and no one has really practiced it, so at present, it is just a conjecture. Lin Shen thought for a while. If he really encountered this move, he would let him suck it. He would use the sand between his fingers to penetrate it directly. The stronger the suction force, the more speed and power it would increase the sand between his fingers, and there was no need to worry about being hit wrongly. Unfortunately, this was a move with force. If it were Ouyang Yudu, it depends on who could suck whom. I guess no one could suck better than Ouyang Yudu. Therefore, if you meet Ouyang Yudu in this move, you will meet your ancestors, and you don't need to break the move. Wei Wufu thought it simpler. When the enemy fights him, he will not give his opponent a chance to use this move. Because according to the theory of asking you to get into the trap, this move requires the use of 4 kinds of force to achieve the effective siphon, which is a bit troublesome to use. At the same level, no one should be able to use this move in front of Wei Wufu. If the distance is farther, this move will be meaningless and cannot form a threat. However, the ideas of the 3 people cannot be regarded as a broken move in the prescribed sense, so they can only shake their heads. It seems that we are really watching the sky from a well. I'm sorry, I'm disturbing you, Lin Shen said as he was about to leave. This kind of theoretical trick should be taught to professionals, and he has no intention of wasting time on it. There are too many techniques in the universe. Lin Shen cannot practice all techniques. Specializing in several types is the best choice. I know myself, the man said, and when Lin Shen didn't refute, he felt bored. He stopped talking and continued to write and draw on the blackboard, and studied the feasibility of asking you to get into the trap. He is not studying how to crack it, but studying how to turn theoretical tricks into reality. Lin Shen walked a distance, suddenly realized something, turned around and came back, stood beside the man, and looked carefully at the content above. Lin Shen looked at it, and a strange look appeared on his face. When he saw these theories just now, he felt it was a bit strange, but he couldn't say where it was strange. I thought about it carefully just now. The so-called inviting you into the trap is just the method of catching loaches taught by Cixinhua. Although the details are different, the effects are the same, which is equivalent to the same work. Why, don't give up. Let me tell you the truth. This move is one of the 1001 unsolvable techniques of our college. Since the opening of the Supreme Court, countless geniuses and top-level powerful people have studied it many times, and no one can solve it. Not to mention you, Dice can't crack this move. The man snorted coldly. Is this move so powerful? Lin Shen couldn't help asking. He was not questioning the ability of the people in the high court, but was a little surprised that Cixinhua's move was so powerful. When he practiced it, he didn't think how powerful this move was. If it is not powerful, how could it be a technique without solution? But now this technique only exists in theory, and no one can practice it yet, let alone cracking it. Seeing that Lin Shen's attitude was pretty good, the man said a few more words. It's not that difficult, right? Lin Shen recalled. It seemed that it was a bit difficult when it was difficult at first, but after Lao Hua taught him to practice card touching, Lin Shen quickly practiced it, and he didn't feel that it was too difficult. Of course, the loach catching techniques taught by Lao Hua did not support him by theory, but techniques explored in practice. So when Lin Shen read these theories just now, he couldn't react at once. Now that he has read these theories, he has a deeper understanding of the method of catching loaches, and he feels like he is suddenly enlightened. He himself didn't know that there were such complex theories in catching loaches, and he didn't know whether Cixinhua knew these theories. It's not that difficult? Then you practice it and show it to me. If you can practice it, as long as you are in the future, no matter where you are, I will retreat. Evil Qianshun said with a lip. There are so many top geniuses from all races and so many top strong people from the supreme race. After studying them for countless years, they have not been able to get this trick out. Ei Qianshun himself has been studying it for so long, but he still has no clue yet. Lin Shen's crazy words made him feel a little overwhelmed. Then I dare not take it. Lin Shen said with a smile. If you have nothing to do, leave quickly. Don't waste my time here. Ei Qianshun was not interested in talking nonsense with Lin Shen anymore, so he spoke directly to drive people away. Okay, I'll leave now. Can I take a photo of the content above? Lin Shen wanted to go back and study. With a theoretical basis for catching loaches, he would not be as confused as before. Go away after the filming. Evil Qianshun didn't care whether Lin Shen took pictures or not. This is something that anyone in the academy can see, and it has been spread throughout the universe long ago. Lin Shen took the content on the blackboard and left with Lao Wei and the others. Chonggao Academy is simply a large city. After visiting for a long time, they couldn't go around the entire college. I originally wanted to take you around the academy today, but some things have been delayed, please forgive me. While I was walking around, I saw Dice coming from the opposite side. You are busy with yours, let's just stroll around by ourselves. Lin Shen was not familiar with him at all and did not want to stroll with a stranger. It has been solved, I will take you to a good place. Seeing Lin Shen's face showing a look of distress, Dai said again, don't worry, it's within the academy, and it won't take much time. I guarantee that you can return to the exam room early before the test is over. Lin Shen pondered silently, wondering what reason to reject Dai's. Dieth, the time is almost over. Before Lin Shen could think of the reason, he heard someone in the building next to him call Dith's name. Turning his head to look, Lin Shen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The people who walked out of the building couldn't see what they looked like, and they were covered with thick mosaics. Teacher, it's going to be done soon. Dice hurriedly said to Lin Shen, let's go together, you will definitely not disappoint. Then it's better to obey your orders than respect. Lin Shen changed his previous attitude and responded directly. I didn't expect to meet someone with a fire here. Even if I can't get the fire, I have to at least figure out who is the one with the fire. Chapter 608 Peony Fairy. Who is this? When the man approached, Lin Shen hurriedly asked Dais. Dais introduced, this is my teacher Lu Ran. When Lin Shen heard Lu Ran's name, he was slightly stunned again and said to himself, it's not that coincidental, right? The demon bone of the tiger tribe, the person who asked me to pass the message to the Supreme Clan is the name Lu Ran? Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. The person the demon master Demon Bone was looking for was Dai's teacher, and he was also a mosaic woman. Seeing Lin Shen staring at him without saying hello, Lu Ran felt that the man was very rude and said unhappily, Dios, don't waste your time. Teacher, I just told you that I want to take them with me. Dais asked respectfully. You decide for yourself. Lu Ran didn't like Lin Shen, but he had no intention of stopping Dais. Lin Shen naturally would not miss this opportunity and walked behind Lu Ran with Dais. Dieth, where are we going? Lin Shen asked as he walked. He felt that he should have a good relationship with Dieth, and maybe he still had a chance to get close to Lu Ran to obtain the spark. You will know when you get to the place. Dais smiled mysteriously, but did not answer Lin Shen's question. Under Lu Ran's leadership, several people entered a yard with no entry. Several small buildings were built in the yard, and the doors of the small buildings were locked. Lu Ran swiped his card to open the door of a small building and took them into the small building. Through numerous portals, several people came to a room like a laboratory, and then Lin Shen saw that there was a huge transparent container in this laboratory. A huge flower grows in the transparent container. The flower is as beautiful as a peony, but it is many times larger than the peony flower. A flower is as big as half a small room. What makes people feel incredible is that there is actually a person sitting among the flowers. It should not be said to be a human being, it looks more like an elf, the elves in the flower, and the body is connected to the flower. What is that? Lin Shen and the others were full of surprise. This peony king has been cultivated and has reached the level of immortality. The life in the flower can be regarded as the basis of the peony king. We call her the Peony Fairy. Dais explained. The immortal plant also gave birth to a life foundation similar to a flesh and blood body. Lin Shen and others were extremely shocked, and they had never heard of this kind of thing. Dais smiled and said, this is my teacher's research topic. Now it's a part of it. If you look carefully later, you may gain something. Dios, why don't you change your clothes? Lu Ran walked out of the room next to him and had already changed into a special set of clothes, wrapping his whole body in it, like a protective suit. Just watch here, don't walk around casually. After Dais said that, he went to the room to wear protective clothing. When he came out, he had already put on the same protective suit as Lu Ran, and then the two of them walked through a long passage, went through some disinfection or something, and finally walked into the transparent container and got in close contact with the Peony Flower King. The peony fairy in the flowers seemed to sense their arrival, and opened her eyes, which were originally closed, and looked at them coldly. Lu Ran took a syringe and walked to the peony fairy, stuck the syringe on the peony fairy's arm, and then extracted a tube of blood. The whole process, Fairy Peony did not move, with no sign of resistance, but just watched coldly and let Lu Ran take away her blood. After pumping the blood of the peony fairy, Lu Ran directed Dais to do a lot of inspections on the Peony Flower King and the peony fairy. Lin Shen had never seen those instruments before, and he didn't know what it was useful. Lin Shen was a little confused. He didn't know what Dais asked them to come to see and see if they did a physical examination for Fairy Peony. Just when he was confused, Dais, who had finished the examination, took out another syringe from the box at Lu Ran's instructions. There was obviously something inside this syringe. He walked to the peony fairy, pierced the syringe on the peony fairy, and injected the things inside. The peony fairy was still motionless and left them to mercy. Until the injection was completed, Dais and Lu Ran both retreated a little. The next second, Lin Shen saw an incredible scene, and rays of light like ribbons rose from the peony fairy. Bands of light flew around the peony fairy, really like fairy dance belts in mythology. After a long time, the light belt on Fairy Peony's body gradually disappeared. Fairy Peony slowly closed her eyes and finally fell into a deep sleep. Lu Ran and Dais came out of the transparent container, passed through the long passage, disinfected it again, and then walked out. Do you understand? Dice took off his protective suit and walked out of it, and couldn't wait to ask Lin Shen. What do you understand? Lin Shen didn't understand. Dice brought him over mysteriously, so he asked him to watch the Peony Fairy dance band. Although it looked pretty good, he didn't understand what Dice meant. After hearing Lin Shen say this, Dice was slightly disappointed. Rules? Wei Wufu, who was standing beside him, suddenly said 2 words. Dice was very surprised when he heard this, and looked up and down at Wei Wufu and asked, "What is your name?" He had been talking to Lin Shen before, but never asked anyone else's name. Except for Ouyang Yu, he knew nothing about who Wei Wufu was. This is Wei Wufu, my Tianzhi Academy. Lin Shen said for Wei Wufu. Brother Wei can sense the rule power contained in the light belt? Dice asked again. 1. Small. Wei Wufu nodded and replied. Can you tell me what the rules are? Dice asked again. The knife, no. Sword, no. No. Gun, no. Lin Shen felt puzzled when he heard it. But Dice was very impressed and nodded from time to time. He could actually understand what Wei Wufu was saying, and could communicate with Wei Wufu without barriers. Even Lu Ran, who came out from the side, seemed to have a little praise when he heard the conversation between Wei Wufu and Dice. DC, the time is almost over, we have to go back. After leaving the courtyard, Lin Shen saw that Dice and Wei Wufu were still chatting, so Lin Shen had to interrupt them and said. Lin Shen, can you see if this is the case? You go back first, Brother Wei will go with me first, and I will send Brother Wei back again when I turn back? Dice seems to have no interest in Lin Shen now, but instead attaches great importance to Wei Wufu. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu and saw that Wei Wufu nodded slightly, so he agreed. Chapter 609 Helian Shang. Ouyang, do you understand what they mean just now? After separating from Dice and the others, Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu beside him. The rule power of Peony Fairy is a kind of forbidden power, stopping swords and swords, stopping swords and banning guns and swords. Ouyang Yudu explained. Good guy, I don't understand it alone, right? Lin Shen didn't care at all and joked. I can't compare to Lao Wei's comprehension ability. I only learned a clearer concept after hearing him. Ouyang Yudu said, you have your own path, it doesn't matter whether you can understand it or not. That's right. Lin Shen never cared about this kind of thing in his heart. If he didn't understand, he wouldn't understand. In life, he doesn't have to understand everything. The time is almost over, and a few people rushed towards the examination room and picked up Tian Yunxiong and could go back to the hotel. The roads nearby are relatively narrow, and the flowers and trees planted on both sides are full of light pink flowers. It is surprisingly pleasant to walk here. As several people walked, they saw an old man walking from the opposite side holding a round glass fish tank, which also contained water and 2 small goldfish. The old man hurriedly. When he walked opposite Lin Shen and the others, he happened to meet Yi Yun. Yi Yun wanted to let him go, but he wanted Yi Yun again. It was not a problem to avoid him with Yi Yun's reaction. Who knew that the old man was panicked, but his hand slipped, and the glass fish tank suddenly came out of his hand, and he was about to fall to the ground. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The glass fish tank seemed to be sucked by an invisible force, and it was sucked up all of a sudden, landing steadily in Lin Shen's palm. Uncle, is it okay? Lin Shen saw that the old man himself had no cultivation, and at least he should not understand martial arts. But judging from his appearance, he should be from the Supreme Clan. The Supreme Clan is basically born ascensioners. There are such people who do not understand the methods of practice, which surprised Lin Shen. The old man stared at Lin Shen and the fish tank in his hand, but did not reach out to pick it up, as if he was stunned. Uncle, you're nothing wrong, right? Lin Shen asked again, thinking to himself, isn't you scared silly, right? There are such weak people in the Supreme Clan? It's okay. The old man woke up like a dream, reached out to take the fish tank, but his eyes kept looking at Lin Shen, and asked with a strange look, which teacher's student are you? What's your name? My name is Lin Shen. I am not a student of the college and I don't have a teacher. Lin Shen replied. Don't you have a teacher yet? The old man's eyes lit up immediately. He held the glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked again, by the way, what's your name? The forest is deep, the trees are beautiful than the forest, and the clouds are deep and the depth is deep. Lin Shen replied patiently. He often forgets other people's names and can understand this old man very well, so he is not impatient. Lin Shen. The old man put the fish tank aside, took out a diary, took out a pen from his pocket, wrote Lin Shen's name on the diary, then looked up at Lin Shen and asked, What race are you? Human. Lin Shen was secretly shocked when he saw the old man's appearance. It's not the one I met, right? The Supreme Star shouldn't have such a person, right? Lin Shen, human, well, I've written it down. The old man nodded. Uncle, if you have any discomfort, you can tell me now that I will take you to treat you. Lin Shen said. No, I still have something to do now, I'll go find you again. After saying that, the old man put away his diary and pen, picked up the fish tank and left in a hurry. After walking a distance, the old man seemed to remember something, and turned around and said to Lin Shen, My name is Lin Shen, don't remember it wrong. Let's look for me back. Isn't it really a mess, right? Lin Shen's head was covered in black. Lin Shen didn't take this matter seriously. If he really found it, he would have to pay some money. If it is too much, you can also go to Dice to come forward. He and Wei Wufu are having a lot of chats, so there should be no problem to help this little favor. The 6 people came outside the examination room, and there was more than an hour before the test was over, so they could only wait outside. Lin Shen hurried into a laboratory, and a group of people were waiting for him. This group of people is obviously not students from the college. They all look very professional and prestigious. But when Lin Shen came in, a group of old guys even came forward to call Teacher Helian like elementary school students. Teacher, I'm going to ask you for today's experiment. Lu Ran was also among them and said respectfully to Lin Shen. I am so old and my hands are not easy to deal with. I can only give you a long eye. You have to do the experiment yourself. Lin Shen handed the fish tank in his hand to Lu Ran. Lu Ran solemnly took the fish tank and sent it to the laboratory bench. After the experiment, many big shots were shocked. After reacting, they stood up and applauded Lin Shen and Lu Ran. The dissected goldfish was now jumping back into the fish tank, and there was no sign of the appearance of all internal organs being hollowed out. Teacher, I'll take you back. Lu Ran helped Lin Shen and said as everyone left. It just so happens that I have something to tell you. Lin Shen said while walking. Teacher, why are you and I doing so politely? Lu Ran said dissatisfied. Today I met a good seedling. If you want to recruit students, you can consider it. Lin Shen said. Just say who it is. Lu Ran smiled. I'm not asking you to accept it, I'm just giving you a suggestion. He is not a member of the big clan and should not pass the test, so you have to make your own decisions whether to accept it or not. The person Lin Shen said was naturally Lin Shen. Lin Shen was not in the examination room at that time, so he must have failed the test. Lin Shen did not expect that Lin Shen was not a candidate at all. If you fail the test, it will be a little troublesome, it is not in line with the rules. Lu Ran frowned. Although he failed the test, he has mastered the unsolved technique and asked you to fall into the trap. Lin Shen said with a smile. He has learned to invite you into the trap? Teacher, aren't you kidding? Lu Ran asked in disbelief. I saw it with my own eyes. My eyes are not as dizzy as old eyes. Lin Shen smiled and said, if you don't accept it, then I have to accept it myself. Don't you mind having such a young junior brother, do you? Someone has really learned to ask you to fall into the trap. Lu Ran thoughtfully and said, the person you are talking about is not the evil Chen, right? Recently, he is the only one in the academy who has not given up on the research on asking you to fall into the trap, but he has a teacher. It seems not. I remember he said there was no teacher. Lin Shen reached out and touched his body. After touching for a long time, he couldn't find his diary. He patted his head helplessly and said, I'm young and older, my memory is getting worse and worse. I wrote down my name, but I don't know where the notebook was thrown. Don't worry, I'll come here to see you first. If it were him, it would be fine. At most, I'll be shameless and ask him to come over to you. Lu Ran felt that most of the people Lin Shen said should be evil Qianchun. Although evil Qianchun is not the supreme clan, his talent and learning attitude are very good. If he really studies it as a result, he is worthy of being her disciple and just dig it up. Chapter 610 Not a Bad Spring. Qianchun, teacher is looking for you. Qianchun was thinking about the problem, and a classmate suddenly ran over panting. Has the teacher come out of the examination room? Qianchun was a little confused. His teacher was selected as the examiner, and this time should be still in the examination room. No. It's not our teacher, it's Teacher Lu Ran, it's looking for you. The classmate ran too fast and kept gasping. Teacher Lu Ran is looking for me? What did she ask me for? Qianchun's eyes lit up. Without waiting for the classmate to answer, he asked again, where is Teacher Lu Ran? After asking where Lu Ran was, Qianchun hurried over. Although they are both teachers from the college, Lu Ran's status is not comparable to that of ordinary teachers. When Qianchun came to the college to register, she hoped to join Lu Ran, but Chonggao Academy could not designate a teacher, so Qianchun was assigned to her current teacher. Qianchun has always felt very regretful. However, teachers are different from masters. It is difficult for teachers to change, so teachers may not be certain. In the past, some students were able to change teachers, so Hasanchun still held a glimmer of hope. I originally planned to apply to transfer to Lu Ran as a student after I had studied it and asked me to get into the trap, but I didn't expect Lu Ran would suddenly look for him. It turns out that Teacher Lu Ran has noticed me. Do you want to dig me to her disciple? The more you think about it, the more you feel that it is right. Maybe his efforts will finally be rewarded. He quickly arrived at the door of Lu Ran's office. Qianchun tidied up his clothes and then knocked on the door. Come in. Lu Ran's voice came from inside. Qianchun pushed the door and went in. Sure enough, he saw Lu Ran sitting behind the desk. Teacher Lu Ran, are you looking for me? Qianchun said respectfully. Sit down and talk. Lu Ran asked Qianchun to sit down on the chair opposite, looked at Qianchun and said, I heard that you are studying unsolvable techniques recently? Yes, teacher, I'm studying unsolvable techniques and ask you to fall into the trap. Qianchun is usually not afraid of the world, but he feels a little nervous and uneasy in front of Lu Ran. Don't be nervous, just chat casually. How is your research progressing? Lu Ran asked with a smile. I just had some clues, but there are still many problems to solve. Qianchun told Lu Ran all the time about his research. The more Lu Ran heard it, the more she felt something was wrong. She originally thought that Qianchun had already studied it and asked you to get into the trap, at least she had entered the stage of use. But from what he meant, he had just made some progress and was far from reaching the stage of use. Is the person the teacher is talking about is not evil Qianchun? But apart from evil Qianchun, no one in the academy has ever heard of anyone studying and asking you to get into the trap. Lu Ran couldn't help but frown slightly. When Qianchun saw Lu Ran frowning, his heart suddenly jumped and beat him. Is it because I said something wrong? Qianchun was nervous and did not dare to ask. Where were you just now? Lu Ran was too modest to be afraid that Qianchun would be too modest, so he did not tell his actual research results. He thought carefully and asked again. I have been doing research in the small square and have never left today. Qianchun said. Have you ever been to the flower trail today? Lu Ran still didn't give up because she really couldn't think of anyone besides evil Qianchun, who could find out who could ask you to get into the trap. No. Qianchun shook his head. He was a little confused about why Lu Ran asked him these things. Lu Ran can now be sure that the person Lin Shen is not talking about is evil Qianchun. Lin Shen met that person in the flower trail. Qianchun had never been to the flower trail. His invitation to you did not reach the level of use. it was obvious that he was not alone. Evil Qianchun, do you know who else is studying and asking you to get into the trap? Lu Ran thought for a while and asked. There is much more information exchange between students than teachers, and Evil Qianchun has been studying and asking you to fall into the trap. If other students do such research and the progress has exceeded Evil Qianchun, he should not be unaware of it. It shouldn't be. Please, Jun Gang's control requirements for body and strength are too high. Few people in the college are willing to study this trick. Yi Qianchun suddenly figured out something, stared at Lu Ran with wide eyes and asked, Teacher Lu Ran? You ask me these. Could it be that other students in the college have studied Guang and have achieved results? Lu Ran pondered and said, Today, a teacher met a student on the side of the flower trail. He used it and asked you to get into the trap. Impossible. There are only a few people in the college who are capable of studying and asking you to get into the trap. None of them have achieved results. The progress is not as good as mine, and it is far from the level of use. Ejaculated Qianchun looked unbelievable. If it is not a student of the college, it may also be a freshman who has registered for the school. Lu Ran thought about it now. Teacher Lin Shen might remember correctly, maybe he is really not a student of the college. That's even more impossible. Freshmen should still be in the exam room now, unless they are those who are eliminated in advance. Yi Qianchun thought about it and felt that it was even more impossible. How could he be eliminated in advance if he really could become a genius who wanted to get you into the trap? At least he could persist until the end of the test. Lu Ran and Yi Qianchun both thought this matter was a bit strange, and they really couldn't think of who they would be. At this moment, Lu Ran's communicator suddenly rang. Lu Ran took out the communicator and took a look. He found that it was called by Teacher Lin Shen, so he quickly connected the communication. Teacher. Lu Ran connected to the communication. Sharan, I found the diary, and the information of that student was found. Lin Shen said. What's his name? Lu Ran was worried, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard such a news. Let me take a look. Lin Shen, who was on the other side of the communicator, opened the book and said, The forest is deep, the wood is taller than the forest, the clouds are deep and the depth is deep. Race. Humans. When Lu Ran heard Lin Shen say Lin Shen's name, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He thought he had heard it wrong, but someone with similar pronunciations. But when you hear the human race behind it, you can't be wrong anymore. Now there is only one human named Lin Shen in the academy. Sharan, this person may be a candidate who failed the exam. You can find him first. Go back and I will ask Lao Qi and I to ask Lao Qi to get a special place. Lin Shen said. Teacher, don't worry first. I'll go see this person first. It's not too late to make a decision when I come back. Lu Ran still has some understanding of Lin Shen. She has seen the battle of the upgraded race rankings. She knew that Lin Shen's ability is indeed not bad, but she didn't expect that he would even invite you to get into the trap. Chapter 6:11 It turned out to be him. Ouyang Yu used tricks similar to asking you to get into the trap to break the dusty life foundation of dyes, but that was the ability of the life foundation, not a technique. At that time, Ouyang Yu said that Lin Shen was better than him, but he just didn't want to win. Lu Ran thought that it was just Ouyang Yu who was forcibly doing Lin Shen to win over his respect. But if Lin Shen really wants to get into the trap, it is not certain whether he can beat dyes, but the role of the Dust Life Foundation must be discounted. There is no invincible ability in the universe, just like the separation method that can restrain Lin Shen's treading wave fist. Please enter the vat and have a certain effect on the Dust Life Foundation. If it were Lin Shen, this matter might not be easy to deal with. Lu Ran couldn't help but frowned. It is not a big deal for an emperor like Tian Yunxiang to practice in the academy. But Lin Shen is different. Although he is only elevated, he serves as the dean of the Tianxia Academy among the heavenly man race. People like this are generally impossible to study in the academy. First, there is no need, second, there is no time, and third, there is no permission for people who hold important positions to stay in the academy for a long time. The head of the first academy, I don't know how many things I have to deal with, so I have no time to practice in the academy, let alone the risk of leaking secrets. Teacher Lu Ran, is the person Mr. Helian mentioned who has become a person who invites you into the trap? Yi Qianchun asked. It should be. Lu Ran stood up and prepared to meet Lin Shen. She had a bad impression of Lin Shen. If it weren't for Helian Shang, even if Lin Shen had become a master of inviting you into the trap, she wouldn't have wanted Lin Shen to be her student. Teacher Lu Ran, can I go and see that person with you? Yi Qianchun asked hurriedly. Let's come together. Lu Ran thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Lu Ran brought Yi Qianchun outside the examination room. Now there is less than an hour left before the end of the exam. Lin Shen and the others should be waiting for Tian Yunxiang to come out here. Sure enough, Lu Ran soon discovered the figures of Lin Shen and the others and walked towards them. Yi Qianchun followed Lu Ran, looking at the front, and soon he also found Lin Shen and the others. But Yi Qianchun didn't think that the person Lu Ran was talking about was one of them, and he thought that Lu Ran was looking for only people near them. But the more I walked, the more I was getting worse, and Lu Ran was obviously going for Lin Shen and others. Impossible, impossible, it must be no one among them. If it were them, how could they admit defeat and leave just now? Yi Qianchun couldn't accept it at all. The person Helian Shang said was them. But Lu Ran had already walked to Lin Shen and shouted Lin Shen's name. Lin Shen, I want to talk to you about something, go to my office. Can you wait for the test to be completed? Lin Shen took a look at the time, and there were only about 40 minutes left before the test was completed. If you don't have it, just the conference room next to you. It won't take much time, a few words. Lu Ran said, pointing to a small building nearby. Okay. Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu and the fourth girl to wait here first, and he followed Lu Ran to the small building next to him. Lu Ran used the card to open the door of a conference hall and brought Lin Shen and Yi Qianchun in. Evil Qianchun walked at the end and locked the door. Teacher Lu Ran, what's the matter with me? Lin Shen kept thinking in his heart whether to bring the words of the Demon Master's demon bone to Lu Ran. Lin Shen doesn't like the benefits of the Demon Master's demon bones now, and he doesn't need to help him pass on the message just for such a little thing. Have you ever been to the flower trail an hour ago? Lu Ran asked. I've been there. Lin Shen nodded and replied. He still remembered the small street with flowers and trees on both sides, which was indeed very beautiful. Have you met an old man? Lu Ran continued to ask. We didn't touch him. His hand slipped. I also caught him in the fish tank. It didn't fall to the ground, and there was no damage at all. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat and thought to himself, it's not really a mess, it's a shock to Lu Ran. How much does it cost to blackmail me? After hearing Lin Shen say this, Lu Ran was sure that he was the one who met teacher Helian Shang. The one you met is my teacher Helian Shang. Lu Ran said slowly. Your teacher? Lin Shen was shocked and quickly explained, I really didn't meet him. Lu Ran's teacher, if he had blackmailed this identity, he was a little worried that he would not be able to afford it. Lin Shen never believed that people with high status must have good character. Lu Ran was a little amused and crying, I mean, the old man you met was my teacher Helian Shang. I heard from my teacher that the technique you used to help him catch the fish tank is the one in the unsolvable technique that please fall into the trap? Yi Qianchun stared at Lin Shen nervously. He really didn't believe that Lin Shen would actually invite you to fall into the trap. How could he be able to practice asking you to fall into the trap? It's not counting. I've practiced little tricks that I've learned before. Lin Shen didn't dare to tell the story of Cixin Huo. They were all living in Tianchi Academy for retirement, and then selling him, which was really a bit sorry. A little trick that is not worth mentioning? Yi Qianchun and Lu Ran's eyes twitched a little. If you ask you to get into the trap, it is a little trick that is not worth mentioning. What are so many teachers and students in the hospital? Can you demonstrate your insignificant tips? Lu Ran subconsciously emphasized the pronunciation on the words insignificant tips. She still wanted to confirm again whether the skills Lin Shen used were the techniques of asking you to get into the trap, or some similar talent, or some similar effects. The number of talent abilities is fixed. If it is the effect provided by talent abilities, it will not be surprising. However, the techniques were practiced by oneself, which was equivalent to an extra skill, which was of course far stronger than talent. There are some similar techniques, but the effect is very different from the effect of asking you to get into the trap and cannot be used in actual combat. If Lin Shen was in the above two situations, Lu Ran did not think he was qualified to be his own student. Why? Lin Shen felt that he had no obligation to demonstrate his skills to her. If you really practice it, please fall into the trap. Our college is going to give you a special place to recruit you so that you can become a student of the college. Lu Ran knew that Lin Shen was the head of the first college after all, and he was not as easy to deal with as an ordinary student. Sorry, I just escorted Emperor Yunxiang to come and did not intend to join your college. Lin Shen had no time to go to school at all, and he had too much to do. Lu Ran had known for a long time that it was not so easy to impress Lin Shen, so he continued, after entering the academy, he would be treated the same as Dai's. There is no need to say more about how high Dai's treatment is. I have a good intention. I have a lot of work and don't have time to go to school. How could Lin Shen care about such a little treatment? I can also give you another special recruitment quota to recommend one person to enroll. As long as it is not outrageous, as long as it is the person you recommend, you can enroll. Lu Ran put forward new conditions. Chapter 612 Dies Who Wants to Break the Cage. I don't have anyone to recommend, Teacher Lu Ran. If there is nothing else, I will go back first, the test will be over soon. Lin Shen stood up and prepared to leave. Evil Qianchun was listening to the side and wanted to curse, but the conditions given by Lu Ran would be a dream for any student. Dai's treatment is unique in the academy, and no student can ever ask for that standard treatment. What's more, there is a special indicator, and the value of this indicator is immeasurable. I don't know how many noble children of small races want to join the academy but cannot get it. If this indicator is sold, it's not to mention changing a planet. On those small races, it's still okay to change a city. Lin Shen actually refused such conditions, and Ei Qianchun felt that Lin Shen was simply committing a crime. Please let me get into the trap after demonstration, and I will give you an eclipse of reincarnation. Lu Ran did not stop Lin Shen from leaving, but said lightly. But her words made Lin Shen stop, turn around, face Lu Ran, stretch out his hand and say, yes. If he could choose, he wanted to demonstrate 10 times and ask you to fall into the trap, and then change the opportunity to sleep with Lu Ran overnight. This is obviously not realistic, but as long as Lu Ran knows that he will really invite you to the trap, then there will be some connection between the two in the future, and maybe there will be a chance to get the spark. Even if there is no such thing, just demonstrating catching loaches, you can get an ember of reincarnation. This is simply a good thing that a pie fell from the sky, and Lin Shen would not refuse. Next, Lu Ran took out a reincarnation ember, clamped it between his fingers and threw it out directly. The direction of the flying of the ember of reincarnation is not the Lin Shen, but how many meters away is there from Lin Shen? Lin Shen knew what Lu Ran meant, and reached out and grabbed it in the air. The ashes of reincarnation strangely changed direction and was sucked into Lin Shen's palm. Thank you, Teacher Lu Ran, for your kind gift. Lin Shen said, turning around and leaving the conference room. It's true that you are in the trap. Lu Ran sighed. Evil Qianchun stood there blankly, and everyone was already a little stupid. He has been studying for nearly 2 years and has just become a little clear-headed. He is still far from practicing. Lin Shen was able to use it freely. Evil Qianchun couldn't help but wonder whether Lin Shen had learned it before or after reading the theory he wrote on the blackboard just now. If it were the latter, it would be hard to imagine how strong Lin Shen's talent was. But if it was the former, why was it so coincidental? He wrote on the blackboard that he invited you to fall into the trap. Lin Shen had practiced asking you to fall into the trap before, which was too coincidental. Let's go. Lu Ran knew that it was impossible to get Lin Shen into the academy. She knew that it was probably the result, so she did not agree to Helian Shang. She just felt a little regretful. This technique was actually made by Lin Shen. If Dice faced Lin Shen again in the future, he might not be able to gain an advantage. It's because the Heavenly Man tribe has taken a big advantage. No wonder Emperor Tianshu made him the dean of the Heavenly Master Academy. Lu Ran felt that he should remind Dice not to underestimate Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen couldn't understand the power of the rules and might have a bad understanding, with his current combat ability, it would probably be easier for Dice to win him. Teacher, you go first, I have something to do. After leaving the conference room, Ei Qianchun said goodbye and left. Lu Ran didn't care. Since Qianchun had not practiced to invite you into the trap, she had no idea of accepting disciples. After Ei Qianchun left, he hurriedly walked towards Lin Shen and the others' location. In a practice field, Wei Wufu and Dice were competing with techniques. This was the first time Dice had met someone who could not suppress him in terms of techniques. Although some people can be equal to him, none of them really win with their skills. Most of them practice special skills like the sky is not falling. Unlike Wei Wufu, experience and skills all come from their own practice. The two discussed it for a while and then started to discuss it again. Wei Wufu's combat ability surprised Dice. Their skills were very consistent in their cognition and skills and realm, which made Dice feel like they met a soulmate in the mountains and rivers. Time is gone. Wei Wufu looked at the time. The test was almost over and he had to go back. Wei Wufu, stay in the academy and study. With your talent, you will definitely be immortal in the future and may even go further. Dice sincerely invited Wei Wufu to stay. I follow. Lin Shen. Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen is very good, but he is just talented and capable, with his understanding and vision. He is not as good as you. Now he looks strong, but he will suffer in the future. Dice continued, I know you are of the same plan. You want to help him, but there is no need to stay by his side. As long as you can become stronger, it will be more helpful to him. Wei Wufu looked at Dice with surprise and said, I. Lin Shen, are much worse than you, are not as good as him. After saying that, Wei Wufu ignored Dice and turned around and left the practice field. Dice stared at Wei Wufu leaving, and after a moment, his eyes became brighter and brighter. You actually think you are much worse than Lin Shen, and you still think I am not as good as him? Then I will prove it to you. I am better than him, and you are no worse than him. You are just because you have been with him for too long, so you look down on yourself. Wei Wufu didn't know his words completely aroused Dice's desire to fight Lin Shen. Dice thought that people like Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu should have been following Lin Shen since a long time ago. Because Lin Shen has strong talent skills, he seems very powerful in the early stage. After staying with Lin Shen for a long time, they have the illusion that they feel inferior to Lin Shen. In Dice's view, they were just being self-deprecating. After the test of Peony Fairy, Dice could intuitively feel that Lin Shen's understanding was not as good as Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu. Especially Wei Wufu, in Dice's view, he was a natural martial arts genius. Even if he was him, he didn't think he would have a better understanding of martial arts than Wei Wufu. From Dice's perspective, he is helping Wei Wufu break the fate of being PUA by others and make him clearly realize his true value. Such a natural attitude should not be controlled like this. He should have a broader future. Dice was firm in his mind, let me break your cage for you. Lin Shen naturally didn't know that he had caused another disaster. He thought that with Lao Wei's connection, Dice would not come to cause trouble for him in the future. Chapter 613, Finding the Wrong Person. Lin Shen returned to the entrance of the examination room. He just stopped and said a few words to Ouyang Yu when he saw Ei Qianchun coming to him. Is there anything else? Lin Shen asked as he looked at Ei Qianchun. Have you learned what I wrote on the blackboard after reading the content I wrote on the blackboard? Ei Qianchun asked with a serious face. No, I have practiced it before. Lin Shen answered truthfully. Hearing Lin Shen's answer, Ei Qianchun was obviously relieved, and then asked, how long have you practiced? Since Lin Shen is not the one who has been trained to ask you to get into the trap now, he still has room to catch up. He wanted to know how long it took Lin Shen to practice. He wanted to get into the trap. He wanted to practice shorter than Lin Shen, and he wanted to get into the trap faster. This technique requires the use of 4 kinds of strength to cooperate. Each kind of strength is very difficult to practice. It is also necessary to use the 4 kinds of strength in combination, which is definitely not something that can be done in a short time. Ei Qinshan believes that Lin Shen will definitely not be able to practice this move after only a few years of hard work. It's been several months. Lin Shen had tried his best to say that he had not been practicing for long. Ei Qinshan was stunned when he heard this. He originally thought that it would take less time than Lin Shen, but the time he used now was 3 or 4 times more than Lin Shen. Did it take half a year to practice the 4 strengths to practice it? Ei Qinshan asked with a frown, still having a trace of fantasy in his heart. Could it be that the half-year Lin Shen said did not add the time to practice the 4 strengths, but just practiced these 4 strengths? Ei Qinshan had been practicing for a year and a half. It's almost the same. It took half a year to go on and on. Lin Shen had never practiced a certain kind of strength alone at all. He just started to use the siphon power to catch loaches. Intermittent. Ei Qinshan's mood was indescribable at this time. Is there anything else? Lin Shen asked as he looked at Ei Qinshan. No. No. Ei Qinshan felt that his strength was sucked dry and left listlessly. Ouyang looked at Ei Qinshan's back as he left, with a playful look on his face, and he said to himself in a voice that he could only hear, "If you want to find a reference, you have found the wrong person." Not long after, Wei Wufu came back. Lin Shen and his friends waited until the test was over before they saw Tian Yunshan walking out of the crowd. Even though the threshold for the college is already very high and is not a field that ordinary people can cover, there are too many outstanding people in this world, and there are still many people who meet the criteria, who have squeezed the threshold to take the admission test. When Lin Shen and the others saw Tian Yunshan's face, they knew that her grades were definitely not ideal. "Son of the Emperor, how are the test results?" Lin Shen asked knowingly, but wanted to add some confusion to Tian Yunshan. "It's okay." Tian Yunshan's face was a little stiff, and she forced out an expression that looked like crying and laughing, and the corners of her mouth were still twitching. "That's right, there should be no problem in entering school. After you enter school, we should go back. Do you want to bring something to God?" Lin Shen was so happy that he liked to see Tian Yunshan's expression. "No need, why are you saying so many things? I'm so tired. I'm going to go back to the hotel to rest. Don't talk to me." Tian Yunshan turned around and left. At Lin Shen's instructions, the 4 girls Yixing quickly followed Tian Yunshan to protect her safety. Lin Shen walked behind happily, feeling really good. If Tian Yunshan fails the exam, she has to follow him back to the Zenith Star, which is equivalent to easily completing the task assigned by Emperor Tian Shu. Although it has not been completed 100%, it is at least considered to be meaningless. Just as I was thinking that I could finally go home safely, I suddenly saw Dais appearing in the crowd opposite. Lin Shen saw Dais standing still in the crowd, his eyes obviously looking at him, and his eyes seemed to be something wrong. When Tian Yunshan saw Dais in front of her, her originally depressed mood was immediately thrown away from the clouds, and a smile appeared on her face and she quickly walked towards her. "Dieth." Tian Yunshan wanted to say something to Dith, but found that Dith's gaze was not at all on her. She couldn't help but turn her head and see that the person Dais looked at was Lin Shen, who was walking behind. "Lin Shen, let me fight with you." Dais was very eye-catching. No matter where he walked, he would always be the focus of people's attention. Although this is in the Sublime Academy, students can often see Dais and are not as noticeable as they are outside. But Dais is still in existence that everyone cares about. At this time, he said such words, which immediately calmed down the originally noisy academy. The abortion that was coming and going stopped at this time, and everyone's eyes looked at Dais and Lin Shen. Many people recognized Lin Shen after being tricked by Dais. After all, Lin Shen's performance in the race rankings was very amazing, and many people still remembered him. Lin Shen actually came to the academy. Dais still has to take the initiative to challenge him? It seems that they will have to decide the winner after all. Ouyang Yu is here too. He said that Lin Shen can win if he wants to win. He doesn't know if the prophecy can be realized. What a nonsense, do you believe it even if he says it casually? Dais is Dais. There is no second in the world. He is a truly invincible existence at the same level, not those pseudo-invincibles who only know how to escape. Not necessarily, I think Lin Shen is really strong. People were talking about it, but Lin Shen only felt that one head and two were big. He was obviously fine before, but why did dice not match the right thing? He suddenly had such a move. Dieth, I am in business. Before Lin Shen finished speaking, he was interrupted by Dieth. Dice looked at Lin Shen and smiled. No matter whether you win or lose, you can have a chance to use the Supreme Land. As soon as these words were spoken, they were all in an uproar. Even Lin Shen looked at Dice in amazement, wondering if Dice was joking. He knew the Supreme Land. Recently, he was studying where the base change land would be Nirvana, so he saw a lot of information on this. The Supreme Land is the base change place for the Supreme Clan. Although it is only a Nirvana-level base change place, its reputation is no less than some legendary base change places that can nurture immortal creatures, and it is even more famous. After all, even if most people know the existence of the Immortal Land, it will be difficult for them to use the Immortal Land Nirvana, which will become inhuman at 99.99%. In fact, the same is true for using the Land of Nirvana, and the possibility of becoming a non-human is extremely high. Ordinary Assinators will not choose Nirvana, the base change land of such a Land of Nirvana. But the Supreme Land is different. After the transformation of the Supreme Clan, the Ascensioner who ascends in the Supreme Land will hardly have the risk of becoming inhuman, and can directly become a Nirvana. Not only will there be a lot of trouble in the middle, but his strength after Nirvana is also stronger than that of ordinary Nirvana. Complete Nirvana in the Supreme Land, at least 2 or 3 Nirvana in other basic changes, and even stronger. Chapter 614 I Lost. This undoubtedly has a huge attraction for Ascendants. Many Ascendants who are not strong in their own strength, or who are reincarnated too low, and want to become Nirvana, can get a chance to enter Nirvana in the highest place, which is simply a cheat. The Supreme Land is also attractive to Lin Shen. It is naturally excellent to have such an opportunity to reduce risks and save a lot of trouble. The key is that the Supreme Land is only open to the Supreme Tribes, and few foreign tribes generally have the opportunity. Many foreign nobles and even royal families cannot get the qualifications if they want their descendants to use the Supreme Land Nirvana. Lin Shen pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you serious about this?" Dice did not answer, and took out a jade plaque for nothing and threw it to Lin Shen. This is the token of entering the Supreme Land. If you hold it, you can enter the Supreme Land at any time. Lin Shen caught the jade token and did not doubt the authenticity of the jade token at all. Dice said such words in front of so many people, which should be unlikely to be fake. As long as there is a jade tablet, can anyone enter the Supreme Land? Lin Shen asked again. If he does not go to the highest place himself, he can also give it to others. Every jade plaque with nothing will be registered. People must correspond to the jade plaque with nothing will be able to enter the Supreme Land. Dice said lightly, "But you can rest assured that I will change the filing to your name, or whose name you need to change it to. As long as you are not a vicious person and have nothing to do with my clan, I can also help you change it, but it can only be changed once. I can fight you, but I have a requirement." Lin Shen felt that he would not suffer any losses in this matter. He would fight with him. Regardless of winning or losing, he would definitely win and get a chance to enter the Supreme Land. You said. Dice didn't care. The battle between you and me is not broadcast live, and no one is allowed to watch the battle, and the result will not be announced to the public. Lin Shen said. Lin Shen's condition immediately aroused dissatisfaction among the people around him. They were all waiting to see Lin Shen and Dice fight. As a result, Lin Shen said he wanted to duel alone and would not let them watch it, which suddenly became angry. Lin Shen, do you not afford to lose? That's right, there is no pattern at all. If you want a jade tablet, you are afraid of losing face. Any good thing belongs to you, right? No need to watch it anymore. You have lost in terms of momentum. Lin Shen will definitely not win. It was impossible to win. Do you really think he can beat Dice? Even Tian Yunshan was very dissatisfied and said to Lin Shen, "It's okay if others don't watch it, I must watch it." Dice looked at Lin Shen and said, "It's okay if others don't watch it, and people from my tribe can't watch it either." It's okay if your friends are watching the battle? That's right, we won't tell you even after seeing it. Tian Yunxiong hurriedly said. Lin Shen didn't expect Dice to say this, which almost made him wonder if there were spies from the Supreme Clan around him. But thinking about the people I brought with me, it is impossible for the spies from the Supreme Clan to have. Yes. Lin Shen agreed. Come with me. Dice turned around and walked slowly, waiting for Lin Shen to follow. Everyone was very disappointed. They said that they still wanted to watch Lin Shen and Dice battle. This was a top ascender duel and they didn't have the chance to see it at any time. Especially the students in the college were all very disappointed. Lin Shen, can I let me watch the game too? I think you can win. I want to witness it myself. Lin Shen was just about to follow, and Yi Qianshun came over and said. Seeing Lin Shen looking at him with disbelief, Yi Qianshun whispered to him, I studied to invite you to the trap just to compete with Dice. I really want to see with my own eyes that you should defeat him by asking you to the trap. If you are willing to let me watch the battle, I owe you a favor. If there is something useful to me in the future, I swear in the name of the Prince of the Evil Dragon Clan that as long as I can do it, I will do my best. You can only read, not record, and not talk. Lin Shen thought for a while and agreed to the evil Qianshun. The Dragon Clan is also a top race. Although the number of races is relatively small, it is famous for its bravery in good combat, and has no conflict with the Heavenly Man race in humans. Lin Shen doesn't want others to watch the game, but he just doesn't want his abilities to be exposed too much, nor does he want to be targeted and researched all day long. The key is that in front of so many people, he was embarrassed to do whatever he wanted. If evil Qianshun wants to see it, he will be optimistic. Why not do it if he can get the favor of the Prince of the Evil Dragon Clan? I want to see it too, and I also hope you can win. Lin Shen, I am your loyal fan, let me go. You all go there. I am a true fan. I grew up watching Lin Shen's battle since I was a child. I must cheer for my idol. I will take me with me. For a time, a large number of crowded Lin Shen appeared, and everyone said they were optimistic about Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't care about so many of them. Under the protection of the 4 women of Yixing, he followed Dice to a teleportation device in the academy. The staff teleported them to the Thousand Islands Star, which is a huge water ball, with the ocean covering most areas, and only many islands dotted it. The environment of Thousand Island Star is similar to that of the human parent star, and is even more suitable for human habitation. However, there are a large number of basic transformation creatures living in these islands and oceans, ranging from basic transformation to nirvana. Everyone appeared on an island, and Dice had communicated with the staff. Don't let others teleport to Qiandao Star during this period, as it was considered as a place to book a place. These were all done by Dice before he came to Lin Shen. He didn't want others to see Lin Shen defeated by him, but just wanted Wei Wufu to know that Lin Shen was not as strong as he imagined. Yi Xing and others were standing on the island, while Lin Shen and Dice stood face to face on the beach, and the battle was about to break out. Lin Shen, please do your best to fight with me and don't leave any regrets. Dice said to Lin Shen. That's nature. Lin Shen directly transformed, and the carapace wrapped around his body, and at the same time activated various talent abilities. For a moment, the carapace on his body was as bright as the sun, emitting brilliant brilliance. In an office in Chonggao Academy, Lu Ran and a group of the Academy Masters were watching the holographic images. Fortunately, the sky system was installed on Qiandao Star, otherwise it would be impossible to see the excitement. An old teacher said with a smile. This Lin Shen has good abilities and should be able to cause some trouble for Dice. I hope he can hold on for a longer time and not lose so quickly. Many big shots are optimistic about Dice, only Lu Ran knows that it is probably not that easy to defeat Lin Shen. With everyone's expectations, the battle finally began. Dice directly used the Dust Life Foundation, turned it into a torrent of stars, and rushed towards Lin Shen. This was exactly the move he used against Ouyang Yudu before. Everyone looked at Lin Shen, wanting to know how he broke this move. Lin Shen faced the torrent of stars, and the light burst out on his body, as if he was possessed by a god, and punched him out. The 5 consecutive punches of the step fist are already the strongest blow that Lin Shen can use at the limit. Boom! The galaxy rushes violently, and no matter how strong the fist power is, it cannot withstand the endless impact of the galaxy. Lin Shen's fist power is destroyed, throwing his body away. Bang! Lin Shen fell on the beach and struggled several times but couldn't get up. You, so strong, I so hated. The shell on Lin Shen's face disappeared, and he opened his mouth and spitted out a mouthful of blood. The people on the island and the big guys who were peeping outside were stunned. They opened their mouths wide for a while and couldn't speak for a long time. Chapter 615. Is it really possible to use any means? Fake, it's really too fake. When Lu Ran looked at Lin Shen's expression, he was like watching a stage actor performing. The traces of the performance were too heavy and too exaggerated. Especially the last mouthful of blood is not something that normal people can do. If you get injured, you will vomit blood. If you vomit blood, you will vomit blood. Who has ever seen someone who specially removes the facial armor in order to vomit blood and then vomits it out? It seems that he is afraid that someone will not know that he is vomiting blood. If this is a stage play, Lu Ran thinks it is quite vivid and contagious, but in the case of a life and death duel, Lu Ran thinks Lin Shen is too much and shameless. Eki Qianchun was also confused. He had thought about countless possibilities, but he had never thought that such a result would be. The 4 girls Yixing all looked a little strange, and they were a little far away from Lin Shen, as if they didn't want others to know that they knew Lin Shen. The Dai's people were stunned. They looked as if they had given up. Lin Shen, who was lying on the beach, had his eyes twitched and said, gritting his teeth, "Many people on Tianwan call you Actor Lin. I used to think those people were wrong, but today I finally got it. They were saying it was too right. You are just an actor. There is no way, you are too strong. I am really no match. When I go out later, I will tell everyone truthfully that I am not as powerful as yours and will be defeated by your move. Yi Qianchun can testify." Lin Shen sat up with difficulty and looked at Yi Qianchun and said, "Testimation? I'll just show it, Yi Qianchun wanted to complain in his heart, but found that Lin Shen seemed to be saying nothing wrong. Lin Shen was indeed defeated by Dais in one move, and he saw it with his own eyes. Evil Qianchun can only say that Lin Shen is too shameless. When Dai said that he would give Lin Shen the chance to enter the Supreme Land regardless of winning or losing, the battle was actually over. Dais looked at Lin Shen and suddenly laughed, "No need to be so troublesome. I will take your body out later. Naturally, everyone will know that you have lost." As he said that, Dais punched Lin Shen directly. He could obviously control the dust fighting gracefully, but at this time he wanted to punch Lin Shen twice, preferably to kill him. "You don't follow the rules. I have already admitted defeat." Seeing Dais playing real, Lin Shen bounced up directly from the ground and instantly retreated hundreds of meters. The beach was punched by Dais and a large pit with a diameter of dozens of meters. "Today you have no other way to go, defeat me, or be beaten to death by me." Dais knew that if he didn't do this, Lin Shen would definitely not really fight him. "Why do you have to? You and I have no grudges in the past and have no grudges recently. Why do you have to beat you to the death?" Lin Shen sighed. "Stop talking nonsense, you decide whether to die or live." Dais has such a good temper and can't stand Lin Shen, so he is a little angry and wants to continue to take action. "Wait a minute." Lin Shen quickly stopped and looked at Dais seriously and asked, "Are you really going to have a life and death duel?" "No," Dais' tone was very firm. "Is it a life and death duel that must use all your strength and use all means to kill the other party?" Lin Shen asked again. "Of course, I will do my best," Dais answered with great certainty. He naturally hoped that Lin Shen could use all his strength to fight him, rather than act like before, which was an insult to him. "Okay, since that's the case, I have to meet your requirements and use all my strength and means to fight you," Lin Shen said as he directly summoned the folding fan and the mutant Jade Linglong, and then slapped Dais twice. The mutant Jade Linglong also summoned the mutant Jade Seal Life Base and used the Shanha River skills. Dais was not surprised but happy when he saw this. It seemed that Lin Shen really wanted to fight him seriously. He was not afraid of Lin Shen using pets, but afraid that Lin Shen would not do his best. He later watched the battle between Lin Shen and Christine, and knew that Lin Shen's life base had the ability to weaken, but he was not afraid at all and allowed the mysterious words to fall on him. Feeling that his body's strength was repeatedly weakened, Dice did not resist, thinking that this would be better. Only by defeating Lin Shen in this way could Wei Wufu completely awaken, understand that Lin Shen was not as invincible as he imagined, and breaking his psychological shadow. Originally, Dice thought Lin Shen had used so many weakening abilities and should take action, but who knew that Lin Shen stood there and swung the folding fan, pointed to the 4 girls of Yixing and said, "Do you remember how I taught you before?" Music. Start. The 4 girls of Yixing were slightly stunned. When Lin Shen borrowed them, they did tell them some things, but they felt a little embarrassed to let them do such things at this time. But no matter how embarrassed they were, they did not dare to disobey Lin Shen's orders and summoned their own life foundation one by one. The keyboard, drums, bass, guitar, for women are a band. When the music sounds, the rhythm of death rock will follow. Then they hear them sing in unison, "The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I'm the most rampant in my life." As they sing, infinite power suddenly emerged in Lin Shen's body. Fuck. He still has his own band when fighting? A big guy couldn't help but swear. The cheerleaders are really good at this level. They are all beautiful girls. Why didn't I think of this when I was young? An old man sighed. What are you thinking? Don't you know that he is a person with the talent of war songs? The battle songs sung by these 4 women will strengthen his abilities. Finally someone said this, which made the big men who were sighing and appreciating the beauty of the 4 girls of Yixing were stunned. They rarely pay attention to the Battle of Fei Upgrade, and only a few pay attention to the Battle of Fei Upgrade. Most of them just watched the duel between Lin Shen and Christine, and did not know that Lin Shen also had the talent and ability of Warsong. Eki Qianchun was also stunned. She had seen people who had fought in thugs, and she had never seen people who had brought bands to entertain themselves. You really don't say that the band of 4 beauties is really pleasing to the eye. Such vulgar sentences are singing in their mouths, but they don't feel that there are so many vulgarity. Dios, since it's a life and death duel, I'm not polite. Lin Shen directly hit the waves with 3 consecutive strikes. However, the power burst out with the band's battle song is not as simple as the previous 3-way strike. Dice thought, and thousands of dust hit Lin Shen like a galaxy. His move exploded Lin Shen's 5-step combo, and he originally thought there would be no problem with the 3-step combo. Chapter 616, Give Up. But something went wrong, and Dice underestimated the band's strength to Lin Shen. Ordinary assonators sing war songs, but in fact, the blessings to Lin Shen are not strong. Only when there are too many people can the enhancement range be greatly increased. But that is in general. If there is power to cooperate with the sound system, the effect will not be as simple as the number of people. Just like Wei Wufu used the Inquisitive Muyu to match the rhythm and war songs, he could bring considerable blessing to Lin Shen. Wenqin Muyu and Lao Wei are just flying upgrades, and Lao Wei does not have real sound power. The 4 girls of Yixing are all Nirvana-level sound powerhouses, and their lives are all musical instruments. Their accompaniment and singing can produce much better battle song blessings than Lao Wei. Lin Shen's 3 consecutive punches, under the blessing of the battle song, rolled back the dust from the galaxy and slapped the dice. That terrifying power was like a mudslide, rolling everything forward. Dice's expression suddenly condensed. It is true that he can control the dust in the space to turn into a life base, but that also has a certain range. After all, he is just a flying upgrade, and his ability range is still relatively limited. If he can be promoted to immortality, he might be able to really control the stars in the sky. Now, the dust he can control cannot exceed a certain limit. But this was not a problem. Dice looked motionless and punched out, and the force rolled the snowball towards the huge wave. However, the effect of this punch was not as good as Dice imagined. The negative effect on him greatly reduced his attributes and skills. The snowball rolling on this punch was not as strong as expected. The force of the fist did not block the fist waves, but was shattered by the fist waves, and they were swept together to slap Dice. Dice's eyes narrowed, and a mysterious light bloomed like a god on his body, and a little holy light appeared on his forehead. The holy light spread out, like a divine light holy eye, staring at the fist wave and bursting out a beam of light. Boom! The fist wave was shattered by the holy eyes, and the big guys watching the battle all exclaimed, "Dios is worthy of being born with nirvana." With the body of an ascensioner, he can release his attribute power, and he is the second only person in the world. But before they could finish their sighs, Lin Shen saw Lin Shen swing his fists and punching one after another. The fist waves overlapped, like an endless tsunami pounced on Dai's. With the blessing of a nirvana-level band, Lin Shen's power was amplified by more than 1 or 2 times, but several times. The power attributes of each stepwave fist have exceeded 1,000, and can even be compared with the power attributes of nirvana level. Dai's was indeed invincible, and the holy eyes kept destroying the deep fist waves. But that's all. He used Dust Life to attack Lin Shen, but was swept back by waves of terrifying fist waves. This is absolute power suppression. If it weren't for the holy eye light, Dai's would have no way to do it under such power suppression. The big guys watched the terrifying fist waves rage in the air. The real huge waves of the sea were not so terrifying. The attack of Dai's could only deal with them with the saint's eyes, and other abilities were useless at all. However, the holy eye light consumes extremely energy, and Dai's cannot always use it. Lin Shen's fist waves rushed in violently as if they were not worth money. The almost invincible Dai's actually appeared tired, and the holy eye's light gradually began to weaken. Shameless, what kind of duel is this? It is obvious that the 4 women gave him too much blessing, otherwise he would not be Dai's opponent at all. This person is really cunning. He uses his own and his pet skills to weaken Dai's, and uses that band to bless him with powerful power. As one goes, not to mention Dai's, if he changes to a nirvana, he will probably be beaten. Lin Shen used a pet and was considered a foul. He even led a band. This is not a duel at all. This is to bully the less. The big guys were all filled with righteous indignation, but they were also a little surprised. The band's blessing to Lin Shen was even stronger than they thought, and it actually made Lin Shen's power strong enough to be comparable to that of nirvana. If his opponent was not Dai's, any ascensioner would probably have been depressed on the spot. Even Dai's was unable to break through Lin Shen's fist waves like the sea. The holy eyes became weaker and weaker. When he shot at the fist waves again, Dai's body was shocked and took a step back. Dios was actually shocked. Eki Qianchun looked incredible. He thought Lin Shen would use the help of asking you to restrain Dios, but he didn't expect that it would be like this kind of battle. He fought head-on throughout the whole process, and Dios was not able to fight back. Qianchun had never seen such a scene, and he had never even thought about it. Relying on external forces, it turns out that it can be so strong. Ei Qianchun looked at the 4 girls Yixing who were singing hard, and seemed to have suddenly realized it. Although his own strength is important, external force is also an important factor. If Lin Shen's own band is stronger, he might be able to crush Dai's. A person's power is limited after all, or more people, and his power is great. My dragon clan is that there are too few people. If our dragon clan has more people, it will definitely be much stronger than the current situation, and it may even compete for the throne of the first race in the universe. Even if I practice to invite you into the trap, I am just stronger in my own strength and will not play a big role. But if I can give birth to 1,000 dragon babies, when 1,000 dragon babies grow up, each person will give birth to another 1,000 dragon babies. Qianchun, who has always advocated personal force, is quietly changing ideology. Dai's quickly retreated outside the range of the fist wave. He tried several times to break through Lin Shen's fist waves and rushed over. But the result ended in failure. He was weakened too much, and the band gave Lin Shen too strong support. No matter how strong his skills were, he could not break Lin Shen's fist waves. Originally, he thought that Lin Shen could not hold on to such a fist wave for a long time, but he was almost out of reach. Lin Shen's fist wave's power increased instead of decreasing, which made Dai's completely lose hope of victory. It makes no sense to continue fighting again. Dai's withdrew from the battle circle and looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. I lost. Dai's sighed. He admitted that he lost, but he felt that he lost a lot. He clearly has the ability to prove that he is stronger than Lin Shen, but with the blessing of the band, no matter how strong his ability is, it is useless. Although he was a little dissatisfied, Dai still accepted it. Just as Lin Shen asked at the beginning, is it a life and death duel that can be used by any means? Since it is a life and death duel, of course, it must be for survival. No matter what means Lin Shen used, it should be. Dais recognized this point. But he felt depressed and uncomfortable. He had never been so depressed since he was born. Lin Shen pointed to a folding fan in his hand, and the singing and accompaniment of the four women of Yixing stopped. I've given up. Lin Shen was in a happy mood. Chapter 617 Mutant Thunder and Lightning Kuanpun. Lin Shen was in a good mood, but the big guys watching the game were as frustrated as De. In the territory of the Supreme Clan, a foreign clan actually defeated Dais with more and less. Yes, in their opinion, Lin Shen fought with more and did not have the blessing of the four women of the band. Even if he had those weakening skills, he would not be a match for Dais. Now they suddenly felt that it was better to let Lin Shen leave like that when he was acting. He was let go at that time, at least Dais' reputation was undefeated. Now that we admit defeat, it is not only Dais who is frustrated, but they all are frustrated, and their inner and outer face are gone, but they can't say anything. No, you can't let him leave like this. This is not a duel at all, and this result doesn't count. A big boss slapped the table angrily, looked at Lu Ran and said, "You are Dais' master, what do you say?" "Young man, it's not a bad thing to suffer some setbacks. Dais was too smooth before, so it would be better to lose one." Lu Ran said calmly. She really thought so in her heart. Dais was indeed too smooth before, but now he suffered some setbacks, then he suffered a great loss in the real battle of life and death in the future. Today, Lin Shen taught Dais 2 lessons. Not only did Lu Ran not think Lin Shen was cheating, but she was quite grateful to Lin Shen for being able to make up for these 2 lessons for Dais. Lu Ran said so, and the other bigwigs had nothing to say, and it was a battle between Dais and Lin Shen, so they really couldn't get involved. Chonggao Academy has the rules of Chonggao Academy. They cannot bully a small flying upgrade. Even if they think, the rules do not allow them to do that. What's more, Lin Shen is not an ordinary Ascensioner, and his trip also represents the celestial race. No, this doesn't count. It's clearly a duel. If you ask Sister Yixing and others to help you, this is to bully the few with the more, it's not a one-on-one duel at all. A voice expressed their thoughts. The person who talked was Tian Yunxiang watching the battle on the island. I originally thought I would see Dais defeat Lin Shen and show his supreme divine power. As a result, only seeing Dais admit defeat with grievance. Tian Yunxiang empathized with it, as if she had suffered grievance, and stood up and spoke out for Dais in anger. Lin Shen is no longer surprised. He doesn't find it strange that the brain-dead girl would make such a speech. If it is on a real battlefield, such a person should be cut off by the commander's head and sacrifice flag. But this is not a battlefield, and Tian Yunxiang is not a human being. The Tianrun tribe has such a stupid emperor's son. It is a matter between the Tianrun tribe and the Tianshu emperor, and it has nothing to do with him. He will not worry about the Tianrun tribe. I'll ask you to change the name of the Jade Tag in the future. Let's say goodbye first. Lin Shen ignored Tian Yunxiang at all and was about to teleport and leave. Lin Shen, I'm talking to you, haven't you heard it? Tian Yunxiang stopped Lin Shen. Son of Yunxiang, what do you want? Are you satisfied if you have to die at the hands of Dais? If so, go and ask the emperor for his life. As long as the emperor says, Dais doesn't need to take action. I will chop off my head and give it to him. Lin Shen looked at Tian Yunxiang coldly and said. I don't mean that. Tian Yunxiang was a little scared by Lin Shen's momentum, and her eyes subconsciously escaped, and she did not dare to look at Lin Shen's gaze. What do you mean? Lin Shen asked coldly. I just want you to fight Dais fairly. Tian Yunxiang seemed to feel that it was a shame that she was actually scared by Lin Shen, and she said in anger, "We the Heavenly Man race must win in a dignified way. How can we use such despicable means? That is not done by heroes at all." When did I say I am a hero? Lin Shen asked lightly. You. Tian Yunxiang was swallowed and couldn't say a word. Son of Yunxiang, thank you for speaking out for my righteousness, but I have already lost. This is an indisputable fact. Dai said. You didn't lose, you were just outnumbered. Tian Yunxiang said. If you lose, it has nothing to do with anything else. Dais looked at Lin Shen and said solemnly, this time I lost, but I will win again next time. I hope you will be stronger than you are now when you see you again next time. After saying that, Dais was about to send Lin Shen and the others out of the Thousand Island Star. Suddenly, the sea was surging waves, and a giant figure broke out from the sea like a cosmic ship and flew into the sky. The huge body was in the sky, as if it was about to cover the entire sky, and the island and the nearby sea were shrouded in shadow. What's even more terrifying is that the giant object was surrounded by blue lightning and lightning. The lightning on its body continued to spread around. For a moment, blue lightning and lightning flashing like spider webs were everywhere between the world. That's mutated thunder and lightning Kuanpeng. The big guys watching the game changed drastically, and the images in front of them suddenly disconnected, and the projection disappeared. Lu Ran's figure flashed and disappeared. After reacting, many big shots disappeared and rushed towards Qiandaoxing's teleportation array. Mutant Thunder and Lightning Kuanpeng is a Nirvana creature unique to the Thousand Island Stars, and it is not an ordinary Nirvana creature. Thunder and Lightning Kuanpeng enters water and becomes Koan, and the sky is Pang. Its body is extremely huge and possesses the power of Wuji Yin and Yang Thunder. Wuji Yin and Yang Thunder have the attribute of devouring and destroying all things. Once it is hit by Wuji Yin and Yang Thunder, the body will completely use its ability to resist. If it is at the Nirvana level, it may be possible to use the power of Nirvana to resist Wuji Yin and Yang Thunder, but that must be a Nirvana person with the top Nirvana attribute. Even if ordinary Nirvana persons have the power of Nirvana and touch Wuji Yin and Yang Thunder, they will still lose their ability to resist. In order to eliminate a Thunder and Lightning Kuanpeng, several Nirvana people died. They were still under the siege of more than a dozen Nirvana people, and they were still an unmutated Thunder and Lightning Kuanpeng. The mutated Thunder and Lightning Kuanpeng they just saw was much more terrifying than the Thunder and Lightning Kuanpeng that was removed by the Academy before. If Dais, Tian Yunxiang and Lin Shen had any mistakes, the Heavenly Man would never give up. The anger of the celestial race is second, and what they cannot accept the most is that there is something wrong with Dais. With the emergence of the mutated Lightning Kuanpeng, there were lightning and lightning everywhere between the world. Lin Shen immediately shouted and asked everyone to teleport out quickly. But when I wanted to start the watch inheritance device, I found that it didn't work. Seeing the sky full of thunder and lightning, Dais bloomed like a god and confronted the sky. The dust within 1,000 meters was shining like stars, gathering towards his hands. The remaining 2 chapters will be updated until 6 o'clock, so I'm sorry. Chapter 618, To the Sky. Countless star-like dust condensed on Dais's palm, like a huge lightsaber, as Dais lifted his arms and flew towards the huge creature in the sky. As the lightsaber ascended, more starlight appeared around it, all of which were absorbed on the lightsaber, making the lightsaber bigger and more terrifying. The body of the creature looked like an eagle, but it was so huge that it was unimaginable. Its claws were black like iron, but its feathers were crystal white, and the blue lightning bursting on its body kept flashing, spreading throughout the sky. The moment the lightsaber emerged and stabbed the giant bird, the blue lightning flashing in the void emerged out of thin air and hit the lightsaber. The lightsaber is like a huge lightning rod. There was no lightning that was raging in the sky, and it struck the lightsaber from different directions. For a moment, countless lightning and lightning in the world were led to the lightsaber. The lightsaber formed by dust was struck by blue lightning. All the dust seemed to have been touched, and it was still in the air and was completely motionless. Then Lin Shen and others saw countless dusts lost their light, and then instantly became black and gray by electricity, falling down like volcanic ash. The 4 girls of the night sky, night clouds, night moon and night stars immediately summoned their life foundation and directly ordered the order foundation to fly into the sky. The drum set started to beat the drum itself, the guitar and bass were also fingerless, the keyboard also rose and fell, and the strange music was played, and the strange sound wave power also rippled, wanting to compete with the strange giant bird. Boom! But a thunderclap in the sky sounded, and the power of the four people's range was directly dispersed, and the sound was almost inaudible. The next moment, the four life bases attracted lightning and blue lightning, and the four life bases were immediately sucked into the air, and the lightning was entangled on their bodies. No matter how the four women of Yixing control them, it would be difficult to make them move or still. In a blink of an eye, black smoke emerged from the life base that was sucked by lightning, and some places had already appeared charred and were about to be destroyed. Everyone's face changed drastically. The four people in the Nirvana-level night sky could not resist the attack of the giant bird. Who could resist the attack of the giant bird? Everyone was unwilling to sit and wait for death, and they all sacrificed their spiritual foundations. They did not dare to use their life foundations, for fear that they would be directly destroyed by lightning, just like the life foundations of dust and musical instruments. The facts were indeed as they thought. As soon as Lingji flew into the air, he attracted blue lightning that came out of thin air. Countless lightnings were born out of thin air, and their flying upgraded spirit foundation was instantly charred by lightning, turning into ashes and floating into the air. The holy light on Dai's body shone more and more, and the divine light and holy eyes appeared on the forehead again. The beam of light shot out from the divine light saint's eyes passed through the heavy lightning, but it still failed to reach the giant bird and was shattered by the lightning. Seeing that Dai's could not stop the thunder and lightning of the strange bird, blue lightning was born with the strange bird, raging between the heaven and earth, like a thunder and lightning cage. Everyone felt chill, fearing that they would be flooded by the lightning soon. Let's run away. Tian Yunxiang had never experienced such a thing. She had already changed her body and her body was trembling. That is the thunder and lightning Kunping, whose speed is the highest in the same level. Not to mention that we are just ascendants, even if we are also nirvana, our speed cannot be faster than it. The reason why we are not dead yet is because it does not want to kill us yet, and is playing the game of cat and mouse with us. Dai said guiltily, "It was me who harmed you. I thought the thunder and lightning Kunping had already become extinct, but I didn't expect that there was one, which looked like a mutant creature." As soon as Dai said this, Tian Yunxiang became even more desperate. Even Dai said he was powerless, so they were still dead this time. The night sky sings. Lin Shen ignored Tian Yunxiang's mood. He had to drive away this thing before the lightning of the lightning and lightning of the lightning of the lightning and Kunping fell, otherwise they would all die here today. The four goddesses in the night sky looked strange. Their full-strength attack was controlled by thunder and lightning Kunping at will, and his life base was about to be destroyed. Even if Lin Shen has the strongest blessing, no matter how strong he is, he cannot be able to compete with thunder and lightning Kunping. What's more, their instruments are now sucked by lightning, and they have no way to move or accompany them. They can only use their range of singing to bless Lin Shen, which is much worse than before. But at this point, they had no choice but to follow Lin Shen's orders reflexively and sing the war song. It was just that a voice was more majestic and high than theirs, accompanied by the sound of striking. The four women turned their heads and saw Wei Wufu wearing a white robe roaring in the storm, holding a wooden fish in his hand, pounding the rhythm of the war song, and shouting the war song out loud. The musical rhythm that has been integrated into the bones of the four girls made them subconsciously respond and sing loudly with Wei Wufu. Ouyang Yu was holding a jade umbrella, chanting the battle song lightly, walked behind Lin Shen, and supported the jade bone demon umbrella above Lin Shen's head. Although his voice was light, it was firm and powerful every word. If this lightning falls, he will use the jade bone demon umbrella to suck away the lightning and block the first wave of attacks for Lin Shen, so that Lin Shen can release his power with all his heart. Lin Shen stood under the umbrella and stared at the strange bird that was too huge in the sky. The brilliant brilliance on his body became more and more dazzling, and his skills were fully opened. Lin Shen slowly raised his hand, his fingers were like guns, aiming at the monster bird in the air. He wanted to try the water with the sand between his fingers. If he could pass through lightning, his next blow would merge with the person who deviated from his life and emit the strongest attack to attack the monster bird's acupoint. Seeing Lin Shen standing under the umbrella and pointing his hand towards the sky, Dai slowly sang the battle song. Although he didn't know if Lin Shen's attack was useful, giving Lin Shen a little strength to participate would make him more likely. Perhaps because of the infection of everyone, Tian Yunxiang also sang a war song, her voice trembling a little. Lin Shen's fingers were about to activate the sand between his fingers to see if he could use the pseudo-separation method and the pseudo-snowball method to directly pass through the lightning. At this moment, the fat man in the backpack climbed up from the backpack and climbed on Lin Shen's shoulder, staring at the strange birds in the sky, and making a soft cry. Because Ouyang Yudu was standing behind Lin Shen with an umbrella, Dais and Tian Yunxiang standing diagonally behind, did not see the fat boy crawling on Lin Shen's shoulders. Under the roar of thunder, they did not hear the fat boy's whistle. When Lin Shen pointed to the sky and aimed at the strange bird in the sky, the strange bird suddenly let out a long roar, then his wings blew up, and his body rushed straight up to the clouds in an instant, and in an instant, the thunder and lightning in the sky disappeared. Chapter 619, Retreat Kuanping. The lightning Kuanping comes and goes quickly. It really comes and goes like the wind, waving 90,000 miles in an instant. In just a moment, the lightning and Kuanping rushed out of the atmosphere and disappeared into the void. The lightning in the sky disappeared with its departure. Lin Shen was stunned there. He was ready to fight to the death, but the thunder and lightning Kuanping actually left like this. Others may not know why, but Lin Shen knew very well in his heart that the lightning Kuanping suddenly left after the fat boy whistled, and the sand between his fingers was useless at all. He thought so, but Dais, Tian Yunxiang and others didn't know the reason. In their opinion, Lin Shen just pointed at the thunder and lightning Kuanping in the sky with his finger. The thunder and lightning Kuanping was like a frightened bird, and it was directly scared away from the 9 night clouds. Dais looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression, his eyes a little strange. Tian Yunxiang also stared at Lin Shen in a daze, feeling that Lin Shen in her eyes seemed a little different from before. She didn't know what was different, but she just felt that it didn't seem that annoying. The 4 girls in the night sky looked incredible. Their lives were taken back. Although they were seriously damaged, fortunately, they were taken back in time and were not destroyed. They only needed some means to recover. They were like the fragrance of the sky, thinking that the thunder and lightning Kuanping was scared away by Lin Shen's finger, and they felt even more unbelievable. But the facts were in front of me. Lin Shen just pointed to the sky, and the lightning Kuanping was shocked away, just like a miracle. At this time, they suddenly had a thought, and they seemed to be born for Lin Shen. If they sing war songs for Lin Shen can be so strong. So as long as they follow Lin Shen in the future, when they and Lin Shen can be promoted to immortality, who else in this universe can be their opponent? They need to rely on Lin Shen to survive in the universe, and Lin Shen also needs their war song assistance. They feel that there is nothing stronger than such a relationship. As long as they don't have any unfair intentions, Lin Shen should not give up on them. After all, where can Lin Shen go to find someone like them who can fit the war song? They never thought that the mutated thunder and lightning Kuanping was not Lin Shen's power at all, and it had nothing to do with their war songs, but the fat boy who was still standing on Lin Shen's shoulders. Ouyang Yudu, who was standing behind Lin Shen, reached out to hold up the fat boy and put it back into his backpack. Then he walked away as if nothing had happened, leaving Lin Shen alone standing there to enjoy the attention of everyone. The white robe on Wei Wufu disappeared, and when Xin Muyu also put it away. Everyone had their own thoughts. When they were looking at Lin Shen, they suddenly saw figures teleporting to the island. The first one to come in was Lu Ran, and then the big guys in the academy. After they came in, they were all ready to kill the mutated thunder and lightning Kuanping as soon as possible, but they found that the sky was clear and the shadow of the mutated thunder and lightning Kuanping was nowhere to be seen. Seeing that Dais and the others were all good, there were no casualties, many of the big guys breathed a sigh of relief. The mutated thunder and lightning Kuanping is too terrifying, and it is not comparable to ordinary ascension and nirvana. If Dais can return to nirvana, then it should be okay to deal with a mutated thunder and lightning Kuanping. Unfortunately, he is only flying and upgrading now, so he may not be a match for thunder and lightning Kuanping. Now is undoubtedly the best ending. Dais is fine, Lin Shen and Tian Yunxiang are fine, and the Supreme Clan and the Heavenly Clan can continue to be in peace. But they were puzzled in their hearts how Dais and the others defeated the mutated thunder and lightning Kuanping. Dieth, are you okay? Lu Ran asked as he looked at Dith. I'm fine. Dais shook his head. How did you fight back the thunder and lightning Kuanping? Lu Ran continued to ask. Many big shots looked at Dais, which was also the question they were eager to know. I did nothing, Lin Shen scared the thunder and lightning Kuanping away with one finger. Dai said truthfully. But his truth made Lu Ran and others look at each other, and no one could believe what Dai said. Tell me in detail what's going on. Lu Ran had no choice but to continue asking patiently. Dai said the story that Lin Shen pointed at the sky just now, and then thunder and lightning Kuanping was scared away. The faces of Lu Ran and other bigwigs became more and more strange. If this was not said from Dai's, they would think that this was telling a myth. They have already seen Lin Shen's strength. Even with the blessing of the war song, it can only be considered a medium-level nirvana level. The mutated thunder and lightning Kuanping is definitely the top nirvana creature. Lin Shen didn't even have a single finger, but just stretched out his finger to scare the mutated thunder and lightning Kuanping away? What is this, not a myth? But Dais has no reason to lie, nor is he a lie, and he is even more unlikely to cover up Lin Shen. What should be said are facts. However, this fact made it difficult for Lu Ran and the immortal bigwigs to understand why Lin Shen could scare thunder and lightning Kuanping away with just one finger. People gathered outside and waiting for the results. When they saw the big men from the academy rushing into the teleportation array, they were all wondering if something big happened. Lin Shen will not be beaten to death by Dais, right? Lin Shen was beaten to death by Dais. What are the teachers in the academy anxious? I think Dais was beaten to death by Lin Shen, so they were so anxious. No, why should Lin Shen kill Dais? Can they die together? People imagined various possibilities, staring at the teleportation station, hoping to see something. It didn't take long, but in their sense, it seemed as long as centuries had passed. Finally, someone came out of the teleportation station. The leaders were the big men of the academy, and then they came out with them, Tian Yunshan, Lin Shen and others who were escorted, with Dais and ejaculated Qinshan walking at the end. It seems that nothing is wrong. Whoever loses wins? It seems that they are not injured. What did the teachers hurry over and do just now? What the hell is this going on? Lu Ran looked at the people who surrounded the teleportation station and said lightly, the showdown between Dais and Lin Shen Shang, let's all be dispersed. As soon as these words were spoken, they were all in an uproar. They couldn't believe that Lin Shen had actually won the battle. After Lu Ran finished speaking, he personally escorted Tian Yunshan, Lin Shen and others back to the hotel to avoid being harassed by others. Of course, those people did not dare to harass Lin Shen and the others, nor did they dare to ask Dais now, but evil Qinshan became their target. As soon as the bosses left, several students with good relationships with Ekimakura gathered around and found out what was going on Qiandao Star. Chapter 620 Unexpected Obedience. The news that Lin Shen was shocked by the thunder and lightning Kuanping quickly spread in the academy. However, most people don't believe this statement very much, and most people think it's just a rumor. Rumors stop at the wise, and this sentence is implemented thoroughly by students of the Noble College. Except for a very small number of people, most people think that someone must have exaggerated the words, and Lin Shen is not that powerful. Even Lin Shen defeated Dais by others is saying that there is something else. Of course, the facts are indeed in the inside story. Lin Shen didn't care about this. After Lu Ran personally sent them back to the hotel, when he was about to leave, Lin Shen came to Lu Ran. Teacher Lu Ran, can you talk to you? Lin Shen stopped Lu Ran and said. Is there anything wrong? Lu Ran was a little surprised, wondering why Lin Shen came to find her. Lin Shen hesitated and asked, do you know a tiger man named Yao Gu? Are you talking about the demon master's demon bone? Lu Ran's eyes suddenly became sharp and he stared at Lin Shen and said. It seems that you recognize him. Are you enemies or friends with him? Lin Shen did not answer Lu Ran and continued to ask. What do you want to know? Lu Ran stared at Lin Shen and asked. Seeing that Lu Ran refused to answer, in order to avoid being misunderstood by her, Lin Shen said, I met him before. He asked me to give Lu Ran of the Supreme Clan a sentence. I think it should be you? What do you mean? Lu Ran asked with a frown. He only said one sentence, saying that he wanted to ask you, is the original agreement still settled? Lin Shen told Lu Ran the original words, and then said, he said that no matter what your answer is, I will ask me to go back and say it to him. Of course, I did not promise anything, so you cannot answer if you are unwilling to answer. If you see the Demon Master's demon bone again, tell him that the original agreement is not enough. Lu Ran said something that surprised Lin Shen. Lin Shen nodded and turned around and was about to go back. Aren't you curious about the relationship between me and the demon bone? Lu Ran's voice came from behind. I'm just passing on a message. I don't care what the relationship between you is. Lin Shen shook his head and said. The reason why demon bones have the nickname of Magic Master is because he has the ability to turn decay into magic. Any student he is taught, even if his qualifications and talents are ordinary, can turn from mediocre people into geniuses, as if he can transform into magic, so he has the title of Magic Master. Hearing Lu Ran speak, Lin Shen stopped and turned to look at him. Lu Ran continued, I have also studied under the demon bone for a while. At that time, my talent was not good, and I could even say it was very poor. I could only place my only hope on demon bone, go and worship him as my teacher, and accept his teachings. Others only know that the demon master's demon bone can turn mediocre talents into geniuses, but they don't know that learning with him will have to pay the price. Every student who learns with the demon master's demon bone needs to help him do 3 things. As long as he speaks, even if it's a big deal, even if it's a killing of his parents, he must do it. Will no one refuse him if he put forward such rude conditions? Lin Shen asked with a frown. It's hard to refuse because he has left weaknesses in every student. He will keep a hand when he teaches students the tricks or transforms the students' bodies. No matter how strong the student is, he can easily destroy it. Lu Ran continued, the evolutionary technique I practice also originated from demon bones, so there must be flaws. The agreement he said is to promise to help him when he is a disciple. I have helped him twice before. He asked you to come and ask me to help him this last time. What did he ask you to do for him? Lin Shen asked in a deep thought. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Lu Ran said coldly, the demon bone is extremely scheming and is a person who is a vicious person. He can even betray the tiger compatriots. He killed countless tiger people, and what good things can happen? In short, I will not help him do anything. If you see him again, just tell him directly. I understand. Lin Shen nodded, but couldn't help but ask curiously, you said the demon bone can betray and even his compatriots have killed many tigers. What's going on? You go and search for the Demon Star incident and you will know Nian. Lu Ran did not answer Lin Shen, and left after leaving. Lin Shen searched for the Demon Star incident as Lu Ran said, and found a lot of information. After a rough look, he looked at it and it was simply shocking. The demon bones have obtained the management rights of a planet. On the planet called Demon, there is a humanoid creature called Demon. Demon Bone has lived on Demon Star for many years, guiding and educating those demons to learn and grow, so that they can truly get rid of the primitive society and integrate into the interstellar environment. But in the end, the race of demonic demon was destroyed by the demon bones, and not even a single baby was left behind. The entire Demon Star was killed and blood flowed into a river. The billions of Demon Star didn't even have a living life. Those who investigated Demon Star afterwards were frightened by the tragic scene, and had psychological problems after coming back. It is normal for immortal strong men to destroy the planet. In the past, immortal strong men have accidentally destroyed the planet with life. However, beating a planet and killing billions of people on a planet with their own hands are completely different concepts. It is actually quite normal for Lu Ran to betray such a person than to help him. If Lin Shen had changed, he wouldn't help him anymore. No one would want to see the massacre happen, so Lin Shen could still understand Lu Ran. But I didn't expect that the Demon Master Demon Bone was such a terrifying figure. Not only was the immortal, but also the cruel murderer of a race with a population of billions. Lin Shen thought before that, the Demon Master, Demon Bone, was at most a nirvana person. After returning to the hotel, Lin Shen went to discuss with Tian Yunxiang about returning to the Zen Star. It was originally thought that Tian Yunxiang was not so easy to agree to go back, But who knew that Tian Yunxiang unexpectedly did not refute Lin Shen this time and directly agreed to go back to the Zen Star, which looked very abnormal. Lin Shen was afraid that she would agree on the surface, so he secretly ran away, so he asked the 4 girls Yixing to take turns to guard her. As a result, until Lin Shen and the others boarded the aircraft the next day, Tian Yunxiang did not do anything and followed him onto the aircraft obediently. Lin Shen was very surprised and a little confused about why Tian Yunxiang suddenly became so easy to talk. No matter what, this is a good thing. Lin Shen was in a good mood and the group returned to the Zenith Star smoothly. Tian Yunxiang was unexpectedly very cooperative along the way, and he didn't even argue with Lin Shen, which made Lin Shen feel somewhat incredible. Lin Shen, your fingering is very strong, I want to learn too. Let's teach me back. Before returning to the Zenith Star, Tian Yunxiang suddenly turned around and said this to Lin Shen very gently before turning around and leaving. You took the wrong medicine. Lin Shen didn't want to deal with this emperor's son. Chapter 621 Alien Temple. After completing this mission, Lin Shen and the Tianchi Academy were idle again. Lin Shen first asked Yixing and the others to return to the giant ring star, while he and Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu returned to the mother star together. The main thing is to investigate the situation in Helushan. Lin Shen must figure out the situation in Helushan before the monster goes to find him, and then decide whether to return the mechanical watch to the monster. It was the first time Ouyang Yu knew that there was a place like Hulu Mountain. He was even more surprised when he heard that he could enter the world of Wanxing from here. When they arrived in front of Hulu Mountain, there was a fat boy on their side. They easily found Hulu Mountain, climbed to the top of the mountain, and came to the cave. Why is there a hole here? I remember there was no one when I came last time, right? La Wei, do you remember there is this hole here? Lin Shen was not very confident in his memory and pointed to the hole on the ground and asked Wei Wufu. No. Wei Wufu answered with certainty. Lin Shen took out the luminous flowers and shone them into the dark cave below. After this photo, he couldn't help but be surprised. The luminous flowers can even illuminate the dark night of the giant ring star, but they can't even illuminate the cave below. Lin Shen summoned several pets to explore the way, but after the pets went down, there was no sound, as if the connection with Lin Shen had been cut off, and even their breath could not be sensed. If it weren't for the ability to sense that their lives were still there, Lin Shen would doubt whether they were dead. This cave is so weird. I don't know what's inside. Lin Shen pondered and did not dare to approach the cave. Ouyang Yu squatted at the entrance of the cave and looked down for a while, and suddenly said to Lin Shen, you just said that the weird man's mechanical watch was found here. The weird man had no watch and had no channel to leave his mother star, but he arrived at Midas Star. I felt a little strange before. Do you think this cave is the entrance to Helushan, a teleportation device? You said this, it seems that it is really possible. Lin Shen had considered this issue before, but he didn't dare to try it. I'll go down and take a look first. Ouyang Yu said and jumped into the cave. His figure suddenly disappeared into the darkness and disappeared directly. Ouyang, can you hear it? Lin Shen shouted a lot at the cave, but did not respond at all. You stay, I'll go, I'll see. After waiting for a while, there was still no news about Ouyang Yu. Wei Wufu planned to go down and take a look. Lin Shen quickly grabbed him and smiled bitterly, let's stop saving Grandpa and go up one by one, let's go down and have a look. Okay. Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen was standing next to the cave. Lin Shen counted 1, 2 or 3, and the two jumped in together. When he entered the cave, Lin Shen suddenly felt a strong sense of weightlessness. He didn't have to fly by himself, as if he was floating in the air. When Lin Shen sensed the gravity again, he found that there was already ruins in front of him. There are lifeless land and stone roads everywhere, and occasionally you can see some dilapidated buildings in the distance. Although just a glance from a distance, you can see that most of the buildings have collapsed. There was thick dust on the stone road, and the surrounding land was lifeless. There were no plants, no insects, and there seemed to be no bacteria in the land, and the entire planet seemed to be dead. Wei Wufu was right next to him, and there were a few pets that Lin Shen had just put in nearby. They were all safe and sound, but they just couldn't go back. That cave is really the entrance to a teleportation device. Lin Shen saw Ouyang Yudu standing in front of a building ruin not far away. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other and walked towards Ouyang Yudu's location. Have you found anything? Lin Shen asked as he walked. He found that this time the teleportation was not available, which means that they could only find the teleportation device on this planet to leave this dilapidated planet. Look at the words on it. Ouyang Yuyan looked strange and pointed to the door that had collapsed halfway. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu both looked up and saw a plaque hanging obliquely above the door that had collapsed halfway through. The plaque was covered with dust. Perhaps because the rope fell, the dust on the plaque had fallen a lot, and a few words under the dust could be vaguely seen. Nuwa Temple. Lin Shen was slightly stunned. In the myth of human mother planet, Nuwa was a very important god. According to Lin Shen's own understanding, human myths are divided into two stages. One is the matriarchal clan stage and the paternal clan stage. The myth of the matriarchal clan stage, the supreme god, is Nuwa. The two myths of Nuwa repairing the sky and Nuwa creating humans, correspond to two very important abilities of women at that time, reproduction and weaving. Lin Shen always felt that Nuwa was a god created by women in the feminist era in order to consolidate their status and demonstrate their achievements. Nuwa Temple is not easy to see on the human mother plane, but before the catastrophe, there were still many. The key is that this is no longer a human mother star. Why is there a place like Nuwa Temple here? Could it be that aliens also have the legend of Nuwa? It's strange, is there a Nuwa Temple here? Lin Shen whispered. Go in and take a look. Maybe you can find something useful. I see that there is nothing on this planet. It is probably that life on the planet has been completely destroyed. Ouyang Yu said and walked in with an umbrella. The temple walls were almost collapsed, and there was no need to go through the door. The three of them walked around the door and saw that most of the buildings inside collapsed, and the stone furnace at the door cracked in half, and the incense ash was scattered all over the ground. The main hall is relatively intact, with only a few pieces of tiles rotten, and the overall is still relatively complete. There was also a plaque with Nuwa Palace hanging on the door. There was too much dust accumulated and it was almost impossible to see clearly. It was only after guessing that it was these three words. Ouyang Yudu pushed the door open with a jade umbrella. The three of them were shocked when they saw the scene in the hall. The statue of the god of Nuwa in the Nuwa Palace was actually hung on the beam of the house. The very image of Nuwa looked as scary as a hanged ghost at this time. Who did this unethical thing? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Someone must have done this, and the statue of the god would not hang itself on the rope. The offering table was broken into two pieces, and the incense burner and tablet on it fell to the ground, and it seemed that they were broken into two pieces. Lin Shen picked up a tablet and looked at it. He found that the place where the tablet was broken was very smooth, as if it was chopped in half by someone. Chapter 622 A Strange Coincidence. There was nothing in the main hall, and there was basically nothing complete except for the hanging statue of Nuwa. Lin Shen and the other two went to the back hall to take a look again, but the back hall had collapsed and there was nothing. I don't know which race it is here. The gods they worship are somewhat similar to those of our human gods. Ouyang Yudu said. It is normal for myths to be similar. There are similar myths in different regions on our home planet, but the names are different. This should be a coincidence. Let's go to another place to see it and find the teleportation device as soon as possible. Lin Shen didn't want to waste time in such a dilapidated temple. The three of them left Nuwa Temple and headed towards the next building, hoping to find more clues. Because there were no creatures around, the three of them flew away at the speed and arrived in front of another building in a moment. This building is not much better than the previous Nuwa Temple, and it is also dilapidated. It has basically collapsed. What is even worse than Nuwa Temple is that the plaques on the gate of this temple have fallen down and are covered in front of the collapsed gate building. Wei Wufu bent down and picked up the plaque, turned over the front so that he could see the words on it and know where it was. Pangu. Temple. Lin Shen knew the words on the plaque, and his face changed immediately. If Nuwa is just a coincidence, how can Pangu explain it? Is it still the same coincidence? How could such a coincidence happen in the world? In human mythology, Nuwa is the supreme god of the matriarchal clan, and Pangu is the supreme god of the paternal clan. Nuwa's achievements are to create humans and repair the sky, while Pangu's achievements are to create the world and transform all things. But according to Lin Shen's understanding, myths and stories actually have meanings. Pangu created the world and transformed into all things. In fact, it should be said that in ancient society, men were responsible for exploring the world and hunting food. The world and pioneering the world should be the process of discovering a new world and various things. The two supreme gods in the myths and legends of the human mother planet both appeared in this place, which made Lin Shen wonder whether this place was still on the human mother planet and had not been teleported out at all. Ouyang Yudu had the same idea, and he flew up from the sky and rushed into the sky in a blink of an eye. After a while, Ouyang Yudu flew down again, shook his head at Lin Shen and said, "This is not our parent star. The nearby geographical environment and mountainous trends are completely different from our parent star. There is no such place on the parent star, and this planet is much larger than our parent star. It's not the mother star, but there are two such temples. What kind of civilization is it? It has such a similar myth to us humans," Lin Shen said as he walked into the temple. It was destroyed too seriously and there was almost no complete thing. Except for the main hall, basically all the buildings have collapsed. Lin Shen pushed open the door of the main hall, and the scene he saw in his eyes made his pupils shrink. An statue of a god holding a giant axe was hung on the beam of the house, like a hanged ghost. "What's going on? I've been made like this. Who did it?" Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. The temple has been ruined to this extent. There are still people who want to hang up the statue of the god. What kind of deep hatred is this? Ouyang Yudu sighed too. In this broken temple, the three of them found no useful information, so they had to set off again to go to the next building. The three of them didn't look as relaxed as before. There seemed to be many mysteries here that made them feel unexplainable. When I arrived at the third building, I found that it was actually a temple. Why are there temples here? Are there no other buildings on this planet except temples? Are the people on this planet all gods? Lin Shen frowned. This temple is relatively complete, and the gatehouse is still complete. The plaque on it is covered by dust. Lin Shen waved it casually, and the dust on it was shaken open, revealing the three words Kwafu Temple. This is absolutely impossible to be a coincidence. This planet must have something to do with us humans. Lin Shen really couldn't convince himself anymore. If Nuwa and Pangu were still coincidentals, then this coincidence happened for the third time, which was too ruthless. Kwafu's pursuit of the sun is also a very famous myth among humans. It tells the story of a giant chasing the sun, thirsty at the halfway, drinking all the two rivers in one breath, continuing to chase the sun, and eventually dying of exhaustion. Lin Shen himself thinks this story should tell the story of human migration. In that primitive society, humans had no clothes or food, and could only chase the sun to migrate to warm places before winter came. Of course, human survival cannot be separated from water sources, so in the story, Kwafu drank all the rivers, which actually tells the story of human beings living by chasing water. The stories of Nuwa, Pangu and Kwafu seem to be myths, but in fact they are the survival history of human beings. It is impossible to have such a coincidence. It would be fine if it was just a coincidence of the name. The shape of the statue here is similar to that in human myths and legends. There is no such coincidence. Ouyang Yudu pushed the door and walked into the temple. Sure enough, he saw another statue of the statue hanging up like a hanged ghost in the main hall. Have you noticed that among the three temples we have been to, only the main hall has not collapsed, which is relatively complete? Moreover, this method of hanging ghosts does not seem to be a simple vent of anger. Ouyang Yudu looked at the main hall and said, "It's a pity that there is not even a piece of paper, murals or engravings here. I don't know what these temples are going on," Lin Shen said helplessly. He looked at it for a while and there was no even a letter on the wall or on the pillars, and he had no idea what was going on here. After leaving Kwafu Temple, Lin Shen and the other two continued to search for clues that might appear. Most of the weirdos are the human mother planets that left here. Since monsters can leave, they can also find their way out. When we arrived at another building, it turned out that there was another temple here. On this planet, there seemed to be no other buildings besides the temple. I came to a temple again. This temple is more complete than before and is less dusty. Lin Shen was slightly stunned and couldn't help but be stunned. The fat boy who had been sleeping in his backpack stretched out his head from the backpack and looked at Suenio Temple with his head tilted. His face showed a very humanized look of doubt. Chapter 623 Suenio Xingshang. Lin Shen thought that the fat boy might be a mutated black bird. The Suenio Temple here would be its ancestor. However, whether Fatty is a mutated blackbird remains to be discussed. After all, the Suenio ball obtained from the Superbase are all black, and Shen itself also means black. It's still a different story to whether Fatty bird can be a mutated black bird. Lin Shen and others were quite puzzled to be able to see Suenio Temple here. After all, Suenio is indeed far from the status of the great gods worshipped in the three temples in front. This made Lin Shen think of something. If you want to find Hulu Mountain, you must have a Suenio guide, which shows that Suenio has a special relationship with Hulu Mountain. There is a Suenio temple in the place where the Hulu Mountain cave is connected, which makes Lin Shen feel that things are not that simple. The fat boy came out of his backpack, stood on Lin Shen's shoulder, stretched his head and looked inside. The mysterious bird in mythology and legends has a bad reputation. Ouyang Yudu said. Why, no. Good. Wei Wufu obviously didn't know the myth of Suenio, so he asked. Have you heard the mythical story of Suenio Xingshang? Ouyang Yudu asked. No. Wei Wufu shook his head. In ancient times, the Suenio was the messenger of heaven. 3 girls bathed in the river. A Suenio flew over with an egg in his mouth. The egg fell into the river. One of the 3 girls got the egg. After swallowing it, he became pregnant and gave birth to the famous ancestor of the Shang tribe. This is the story of Suenio giving birth to Shang. Ouyang Yu paused and said, if we look at the mythological story, this is a legend of a son of gods from heaven. But if we interpret it from the perspective of human nature, it may be a crime. We all know that no matter what egg it is, it cannot make people pregnant, so there are only 2 possibilities. One possibility is that a woman is pregnant before marriage, it may be violated, or it may be that a man is unresponsible, so he can only find such an excuse to give birth to the child. The second possibility is that the egg brought by the Suenio is a parasitic creature. If a woman swallows the egg and is parasitic, it is even more terrifying. No matter which possibility it is, a woman is unfortunate and endures the pain she should not bear. So that's it. Lin Shen was really interesting after listening to Ouyang Yudu's interpretation. The fat boy seemed to want to go in. Lin Shen patted his head and walked towards the Suenio temple, wanting to see what was worshipped in the Suenio temple. Like the temple in front, the buildings in Suenio temple were basically destroyed, and only the main hall was preserved quite intact. The 3 of them pushed open the main hall gate and saw a human-shaped statue hanging on the beam of the temple. Lin Shen originally thought that the statue of a black bird hanging, but he didn't expect that the statue of a humanoid hanging here was still a statue of a humanoid. What is even more puzzling is that the statue turned out to be an old male, not the heroine of Suenio Xingshang. No, it's not a statue, it's a corpse, a human corpse. Ouyang Yuyan looked at it for a while, and suddenly said with a gloomy face. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other carefully. After seeing this, they could see the problem. Although the corpse looked like a statue, the traces of the dry skin could be clearly seen. The body of ordinary people is dry, and it should be in a state of skin and bones, but this corpse is still plump and like a living person. If the epidermis is not weathered, it is hard to imagine that it is actually a real corpse. Lin Shen and the others did not realize at first that this was a corpse, and this is also the reason. There are statues hanging in other temples, why is it actually a human corpse hanging here? Lin Shen stared at the corpse, trying to simply judge his identity from his clothes. Fortunately, his clothes are relatively complete, but they look special in style. They are not modern popular styles, but should be relatively ancient robes. Lin Shen has no research on ancient clothing and cannot tell which dynasty it belongs to, After Ouyang looked carefully for a while, he pondered and said, although I can't tell which dynasty clothes it is certain that it is not a modern style or craft, but it should be a relatively ancient thing. That's strange. Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. If Hulu Mountain fell here more than 200 years ago, it would be impossible for a particularly ancient person to come here through Hulu Mountain. But there is another human corpse here, so there are only two possibilities left. Maybe Hulu Mountain has been here for a long time, so some ancient people were able to reach here through Hulu Mountain. Or this corpse is not a human at all, it just looks like it. Look at it and see if there is anything on him. Lin Shen put on the shell and carefully flipped through the pocket on the corpse's clothes. Fatty had been looking at everything in the Suwanio hall curiously, his eyes falling on the corpse from time to time, but he did not move further. Lin Shen turned around for a while and he really asked him to find something, which was a jade plaque that was thick at the top and narrow at the bottom, almost about 1 foot long. Lin Shen took the jade plaque and found that both sides of the plaque were engraved with words, but he looked familiar with the words on it, but he couldn't recognize what it was. Ouyang, look at what the word is. Lin Shen handed Ouyang Yudu the jade plaque. Ouyang Yu took it and looked at it. He said seriously, this should be a kind of text in the development stage of hieroglyphics. Although it is very different from the text we use now, it is indeed a human. It seems that this is indeed a human, and an ancient human. Lin Shen flipped over the body again, wanting to see if he could find other useful things. As a result, there was nothing else in this person's pocket except this jade plaque. As both humans, let's get buried in peace. Lin Shen held up the body and took him off the rope hanging on his neck. As soon as the body left the rope, it suddenly caught fire. It was like white phosphorus encountered air, and its whole body was burning. Lin Shen quickly threw away the body, and the body burned wildly on the ground, and soon it burned into ashes. What's going on? Lin Shen stared at the ball of dust on the ground in a daze, not sure what was going on and why the body suddenly ignited. There is something inside. Ouyang Yu was sharp-eyed and saw something. He picked up a wooden stick, pulled it into the ashes for a few times, and something was pulled out. After looking carefully, it was a piece of silk like silk. Strangely, this piece of silk, which was a little bigger than the palm, was not damaged at all during the burning just now. Chapter 624 Jinwu Temple. Ouyang Yu picked up the silk and shook it. The ashes on it fell off, revealing the white transparent silk that looked like a square scarf. There are lines of black rope-headed small characters embroidered on the white silk. I couldn't see it when I was with black gray just now, but now I can understand it. Those stitches are extremely small. If Lin Shen and others had not had good eyes, most people would probably not be able to see clearly without a magnifying glass, and they would mistakenly think that they were ordinary patterns. Lin Shen looked closer, but couldn't recognize what those words mean, and they should look the same as the words on the jade plaque. This made Lin Shen feel a little ridiculous. He could recognize the words of aliens, but he could not recognize the words of ancient humans. Ouyang Yu looked at it for a while and said, I only know a part of the words. As far as I see, the words embroidered on them should be a love letter. Love letter? Lin Shen didn't expect that such an answer would be. Yes, it's a love letter, and this love letter was written to Jiandi. Ouyang Yudu said again. Jiandi, isn't that the heroine of Suwanio Xingshang? Could it be that you really guessed it correctly? Suwanio Xingshang actually has a hidden male protagonist. Lin Shen was curious and asked quickly, did you say who wrote it to Jiandi? No. Ouyang Yu shook his head. What a pity. Lin Shen looked at the corpse burned to ashes and frowned and said, there is actually a love letter to Jiandi on this person. Could it be that he is the male protagonist? Of course no one can answer this question. Ouyang Yu handed the jade plaque in his hand to Lin Shen. I don't know what the jade plaque is useful, so you can keep it first. By the way, what do the above words mean? Lin Shen then remembered that Ouyang Yu didn't even say what the words on the jade tablet mean. I can't recognize it very well, I only know the word Lingnut. Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen had to put away the jade token first, and then find someone who understands these ancient words to figure out what this jade token is. The three of them looked around in the temple and found nothing. Like other temples, the things in the main hall were almost destroyed, and even the Suwanio tablet was cut in half by something. Fatty had no reaction. When she left, Lin Shen was about to put it back into her backpack, but Fatty avoided Lin Shen's palm and jumped onto Lin Shen's shoulder on the other side. Lin Shen was a little surprised, but he did not force it to return to his backpack. After the three of them left Suwanio Temple, they suddenly felt something was wrong and couldn't help but turn their heads and look around. Nothing was discovered, but when they turned around and were about to leave, they felt that bad again, as if someone was staring at them behind their backs. But they turned around and confirmed it again and again, but still saw nothing. The three of them looked at each other, and they all felt that it was not very good. They all put on carapaces and were ready for battle. They were not good enough to stay here forever, so they had to continue walking forward and look for possible transmission devices. The feeling of being stared at by others has always existed, but they have never been able to find anything. I waited until they arrived near the ruins of another temple, and the strange feeling suddenly disappeared. The three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The things in this place actually have territorial consciousness? They walked towards another temple, and there was no longer the feeling of being peeped at. Maybe those things dared not enter the area of other temples. Lin Shen pondered and said, "When we were in the other temples, we didn't feel that way. After the Suwanio temple came out, we suddenly had that feeling. Will it be related to the fact that the body was taken down by me?" "It's possible." Ouyang Yudu nodded. "This place is too weird, let's not touch the things in the temple." Lin Shen responded and walked closer, and found that the temple was preserved much better than the previous temples. The gatehouse of the temple is good, and there is not much dust on the plaque on it. You can clearly see the words Jinwu Temple written on it. Jin Crow Temple. Could this be the golden crow in the mythology and legend of Hui shooting the sun? Lin Shen couldn't help but say. The three of them went into the temple to look for it, wanting to see if there was a teleportation device hidden inside. The teleportation device did not find it, but saw another hanging statue in the main hall. This time it was a real statue of God, not a corpse, but this statue of God was obviously a human-like image, not a golden crow. A bow is hanging on the wall. Lin Shen looked at the temple with his eyes and found a bow was hanging on the wall. It looks like a very ancient bow, which should be made of the horns of some kind of creature. I don't know what material the bowstring is, and it is translucent like cow tendons. The whole bow looks very rough, as if it is a product of primitive society, and its manufacturing process is not very high. This is Jinwu Temple, and there is another bow here. Do you think this bow has anything to do with Hui who shot the sun? Lin Shen said, staring at the bow on the wall. The ancients believed that the sun was the golden crow bird. Legend has it that in ancient times, 10 golden crow birds were in the same sky, and 10 golden crow birds went out to play at the same time, which made the earth crack. People could not survive, so they hired a magical archer Hui and shot 9 golden crows, leaving only 1 golden crow, which is the current sun. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "The story of Hui shooting the sun is the most bizarre in myths and legends, because you can't imagine what kind of life this mythology represents at that time. And among so many mythology stories, only Hui shooting the sun has a follow-up story, which is also quite strange. Generally speaking, there should be only one protagonist in a mythology story, but the mythology story of Hui shooting the sun continues the story of Chang'e flying to the moon, and one story has 2 protagonists, which is very special in itself." With the lessons from the past, Lin Shen and the others did not dare to take the bow on the wall and found no useful things. Just as they were about to leave, the fat boy who had been standing on Lin Shen's shoulder suddenly moved. It flapped its short and thick wings, and its fat body flew towards the bow on the wall, then held the bowstring in its mouth, pulled the bow off the wall and threw it towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen reached out to catch the bow, and it felt a little cool when he started. The bow made of black horny was very comfortable to touch. "Do you want me to take it away?" Lin Shen reached out to catch the fat boy who flew back, and looked at the fat boy with some confusion and asked. The fat boy nodded, then jumped on Lin Shen's shoulder, got back into his backpack, zipped his mouth, and started to sleep with his sleep again. There is no fixed update at 6 o'clock, and it is still being adjusted. I still hope to update all 5 chapters at noon. Chapter 625 The Ghosts and Gods of the Heavens. Lin Shen held the bow and glanced in the Jinwu temple again. After confirming that there were no other discoveries, he left the Jinwu temple with Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu. But just now they left Jinwu temple and felt like they were being targeted by something again. Lin Shen said in his heart, "This feeling has appeared again. The last time this feeling came out of Suanio temple. If there is something in common between these two temples, it is that we both took things from the temple. It seems that these things are the reasons for peeping." When Lin Shen thought about this, his expression became more and more serious. If you take something and you will be peeped, then it doesn't mean that there are actually creatures in every temple, but they can't find that kind of creature, or they can't see it at all. Only after they took the things away and the weird creatures were watching them can they sense a little. If this is true, then this planet would be too terrifying, and it is hard to imagine what kind of existence the creatures hidden in the temple exist. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu looked equally solemn, and obviously they thought of the same thing. But now, they can only keep going with the bullet. Fortunately, the feeling of being stared at disappeared after they entered the next first temple area. This made Lin Shen and the others breathe a sigh of relief. As long as those things don't come out to attack them, everything will be easy to say. This is a river temple. Not far behind the river temple is a black river with a turbulent water flowing several hundred meters wide. Lin Shen and the others also saw hanging statues in the river temple, but there was no shadow of the teleportation device. Lin Shen and the other two searched all the way and saw many temples in the middle. Some of them knew the names of the temples, and some of them had never heard of them. Even Ouyang Yu had a lot of temples like this. The most common of these temples are the land temple, the mountain temple and the river temple. Each mountain has a mountain temple, and there is a river temple next to each river. Every distance, there is a land temple. Although they are all called the mountain temple, land temple, and river temple, judging from the fact that the statues of the gods are hanging inside, the temple is not worshipped. Lin Shen and the others dared not touch the things in the temple again, but just searched for traces of the teleportation device. It was getting darker, but Lin Shen and the others did not find the teleportation device, so they could only continue to move forward in the darkness. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared, the entire planet turned dark, and there was no fingers, no moonlight or starlight, so dark. When Lin Shen was about to find the luminous flowers to illuminate, he suddenly saw columns of light of various colors soaring into the sky. Many of the locations of those light columns are the temples they have been to, but most of the locations of the light columns are those they have never been to, and they are probably also the locations of other temples. Under the gaze of Lin Shen and the other two, the various light columns that soared into the sky turned into mysterious and bizarre spiritual creatures in the sky, occupying a corner of the void. Some look like evil ghosts, some look like fairies, prehistoric monsters, holy gods, some have terrifying fighting spirit, and some have shocking power on their bodies. Countless spiritual bodies like gods and ghosts filled the entire night sky, turning the night sky into a picture of demons and ghosts. Countless bizarre spiritual bodies stared at them, as if gods and ghosts in the heavens were looking down at the tiny ants. Lin Shen and the other two were trembling. They could feel that the lights and shadows, like gods, ghosts, and evil spirits, emitted an unimaginable terrifying aura, which was definitely not something they had the ability to match. However, the momentum they emitted was already suppressing Lin Shen, and the other two could hardly breathe, and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, the light and shadows in the sky disappeared, and the light pillars soared into the sky disappeared, and the world returned to silence and darkness. Lin Shen found that the bow in his hand emitted a cold fluorescent light, and Ouyang Yudu also had fluorescent light in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was the square scarf with love letters written. The scarf is like a bow, and it is fluorescent. Lin Shen's heart moved and took out the jade plaque. Sure enough, the jade plaque also emitted fluorescent light. Lin Shen handed the jade tablet to Wei Wufu. He felt that these things should be of use, otherwise Fatty would not have let him take them out. Boom! Boom! Lin Shen and the others heard the terrifying sound of the earth trembling, as if there were extremely terrifying giants walking towards them step by step, and each step could trigger a shock to the earth. Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other and wanted to leave here quickly, but suddenly they found that terrifying footsteps were heard from front, back, left and right, in the sky and the ground. In the endless darkness, it seemed that countless giant beasts were surrounding them in the darkness, and countless pairs of invisible eyes stared at them in the darkness, making them look like a ray of light on their backs. Although they can't see it, Lin Shen and the others could feel the indescribable terrifying pressure. It seemed that any creature in the dark could easily crush them to death. All three of them used the power of the base change, floating in the air with their backs to their backs, facing the terrifying creatures that were everywhere in the sky and underground. The light on the bows, orders and scarves in their hands became stronger and stronger, and even illuminated the nearby area for dozens of meters. Lin Shen saw the position where they were standing just now, and countless arms emerged from the ground, swaying like weeds in the wind. When the light from the bow was shining, the arms suddenly burst into black smoke and suddenly came back to the ground. The earth shook, as if a demon's roar sounded underground. Lin Shen and the other two were surprised and happy. This land was not a place they could set foot on. Not to mention it was now, even if they could be promoted to nirvana, they were afraid that they would be like grass in this kind of place and could only be slaughtered by others. Fortunately, they had these three things in their hands, which could actually control unknown terrifying creatures in the darkness. Especially the bow in Lin Shen's hand, its light is as cold as an arrow, and its light is particularly strong. Is this really the Hoey bow that shot down 9 golden crows? Lin Shen said in his heart. They couldn't see it, but they could feel that outside the light, there seemed to be countless demons and monsters huddled together, staring at them coldly. Lin Shen and the other two seemed to have returned to their childhood. After going to bed, they turned off the lights, as if there were all human-eating monsters in the dark. At that time, they had quilts to resist, but at this time they could only rely on the bow, order, and scarf in their hands. But they didn't know whether these three things could block the terrifying existence in the dark that was hard to count. Suddenly, an extremely huge golden claw pressed down and fell from the sky into the range of light. Chapter 626 It's Dawn. Lin Shen and the other two immediately burst into cold sweats. The pressure brought by the golden claws directly pressed their bodies suspended in the air to the ground. This is just pressure. If the golden claws are really touched, they may be crushed to pieces immediately. A dazzling flame as bright as the scorching sun appeared on the golden claws. After contacting the light of the bow, scarf, and the golden claws suddenly crackled, and the golden claws continued to press down like they were on fire. Lin Shen was shocked, his body was so pressed that he could not move, and he was almost lying on the ground. The bow in his hand suddenly shone brightly, and the cold light on the bow bloomed in all directions like a cold arrow. As Lang Guang reached, the giant golden claws were directly penetrated by Lang Guang and quickly pulled them back with screams. As the cold lights around were reaching, lights burst into flames, screams burst into tears one after another, and the terrifying creatures in the dark seemed to be retreating one after another. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that the bow was so powerful. The cold light on the bow shone on them and had no effect on them at all. However, those existences in the dark were injured by the cold light, and no terrifying creatures dared to approach them for a while. But the three of them could feel that the strange beings did not leave, and were still staring at them nearby, like countless hungry ghosts, staring at the three snacks on the plate. Say something, or I'm going crazy. Lin Shen looked at the darkness, but could not see anything. These things in the dark are probably not as simple as Nirvana level. Ouyang Yudu said. The Nirvana level does not have that great power. Lin Shen naturally knew, swallowed and spitted, and said with a trembling voice, if these creatures are immortal existences, then this planet. Lin Shen didn't continue, but Ouyang Yu and Wei Wufu understood what he meant. Ouyang Yu both smiled bitterly and said, there is probably an immortal land here that has nurtured countless immortal creatures. If this is true, we can only be glad that the immortal creatures here cannot rush out. Lin Shen understood what Ouyang Yudu meant. They came from Hulu Mountain. If these creatures rushed out of Hulu Mountain, the first person to suffer would naturally be the human mother star. But Ouyang Yu was not convenient to say it clearly, for fear that those terrifying creatures would listen to it. If I had known these things were so useful, I should have taken more when I visited those temples during the day. Lin Shen pondered. Later they also found some other things in the temple, but they didn't dare to take them again at that time. Ouyang Yudu said, if I had taken it at that time, I'm afraid that it would be more than just a claw if I took it. What do you mean, is that claw a golden claw? Lin Shen understood what he meant. Ouyang Yudo said, only in the temple where we took things away, there is something secretly peeking at us. If it is said that the Jinwu who took the action just now, I really can't think of a reasonable explanation. In other words, the temple fair where we took things away is more targeted at us, so why didn't the creatures in the Suanio temple take action? Lin Shen said. I don't know. Ouyang, you didn't think of the reason either. The three of them fell into silence again. Lin Shen suddenly had an idea and said, if we walk in the direction of the setting sun and catch up with the sun, will we not have to face these terrifying creatures? Is there a possibility that it is not the real sun? Ouyang Yudu said. Not the sun? What is that? Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this. Have you forgotten the myth of Hui shooting the sun? Ouyang Yu said with a deep breath. You just said that the golden crow attacked us. If the golden crow attacked us, how could it be the one who illuminated this planet? Lin Shen felt that what Ouyang Yudu said was a bit contradictory. I just want to say that everything is possible on this planet. Maybe the sun here is not the real sun, it may be some kind of special creature. Ouyang Yudu continued, after all, there is no moon here and you can't see stars. Why is there a sun? And when the sun sets just now, I saw that the sunlight suddenly disappeared. Under normal circumstances, even if the sun sets, there will be a period of light after a while. It cannot be completely black all at once. It makes sense. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, this planet is indeed strange. If there is really an immortal land here, it will be a huge discovery. Maybe we can use the immortal land here Nirvana. You should be able. Lao Wei and I can't do such a thing, and we will become inhuman. Ouyang Yuduan smiled. I'll just say it, you're serious. Lin Shen smiled helplessly. The land of Nirvana is already extremely dangerous. If you don't do it well, you will lose your personality and become a non-human without self-awareness. Using Nirvana in the immortal land, it will almost become inhuman. The power of the immortal land is too terrifying and the Assassinator cannot bear it at all. As powerful as the Supreme Clan, he can only transform the land of Nirvana to use, and no one dares to use those immortal lands. It was said that it was three people chatting, but in fact only Ouyang Yu and Lin Shen were talking. Wei Wufu said at most, one or just a word, which only provided some sense of participation. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu had already adapted. The three of them were chatting together, and they didn't know when this ghost place would end the night. 24 universes passed, and the sky had no intention of getting brighter at all. After more than 10 hours, the sky suddenly brightened up, and a sun jumped out of the distant space. The surroundings suddenly lit up, but Lin Shen and the others did not see the terrifying creatures they imagined. There was not even a figure within thousands of miles, let alone a terrifying creature. No. How did the sun rise from there? Lin Shen stared at the sun and said, I remember the sun set from there, right? I remember correctly, right? That's right, the sun sets from there. Ouyang Yudu said. Yes. Wei Wufu's answer was more concise. It seems that Ouyang is right. The sun is really not the sun. Lin Shen felt uncomfortable when he said this, so he added, is it really a golden crow? I don't know if the bow in my hand can be shot down. Come down? Do you like to be surrounded by those terrifying beings all the time? Ouyang Yudu said. Happy, in vice. Wei Wufu also continued. Well, I just said that, so I'd better go find the teleportation device. Lin Shen thought about what he said just now, and he was indeed a little stupid, so he could only change the topic quickly. Chapter 627 Master of Sacrifice. The three of them didn't want to waste time anymore, and they tried to find the teleportation device to leave here during the day. Although there are 3 things that can save your life in the dark, who knows whether these things will always be effective. Before, only the Golden Crow took action. If an existence that was more terrifying than the Golden Crow took action, could this bow still be blocked? The 3 of them rushed to the fastest speed. Whenever they arrived at a temple, they respectfully bowed first and then went in to check. I definitely don't dare to take the things, just check if there is a teleportation device inside. All the temples here were seriously damaged, but the main hall was all intact, but the statues of the gods in the main hall were hung up, looking like the gods hanged collectively. Lin Shen thought about it but couldn't figure out what was going on. I looked for many temples, but I couldn't find the teleportation device. When I was wondering, a huge temple that I had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of me. Unlike the dilapidated temples, this temple not only does not have a trace of dilapidated atmosphere, but is even extremely magnificent, as if it was built of gold bricks, and even the roof of the building is golden. After seeing too many dilapidated temples, Lin Shen and the other two were surprised when they suddenly saw such a temple. It seems that this is the place where the transmission device is most likely to exist. Ouyang Yudu said. I've come here, go in and have a look. Lin Shen and the other two walked towards the magnificent temple. From a distance, they saw a golden plaque hanging above the 3-foot-high gate, with 3 gold-plated characters Golden Buddha Temple. I worship too many Buddhas, so I will naturally be blessed by Buddhas. I like this place. Lin Shen put his hands together and bowed, then went forward and pushed the door. But after this push, the door did not move at all, which made Lin Shen slightly stunned. The gates of the temples before were opened as soon as they were pushed open, but why couldn't the gates of the Golden Buddha Temple be opened? Just when I was confused, I heard a creaking sound coming from the gate, and then the gate actually opened itself. Lin Shen and the other two subconsciously retreated and prepared for the battle, but saw a naked head stretching out from the gate, and then they saw a monk wearing a moonwhite monk's robe walking out from inside. Where are the 3 of you coming from? What's the matter in my Golden Buddha Temple? The monk held a rosary and asked at the 3 of you. Lin Shen and the other two looked at the monks in disbelief. They never dreamed that there would be humans in this place. You are human? Lin Shen asked as he looked at the monk uncertainly. The donor is joking. I am a monk who was called Sutra and has not yet achieved the right result. Naturally, he is still a human being. The monk said with a smile. Master Shudu, why are you here? Lin Shen asked at the strange monk. He said that he had a magic name, and no one used such a strange magic name. I have lived in the Golden Buddha Temple since I was a child. Where can I be if I am not here? Chao Du replied. Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other, and Ouyang Yu said, we are lost. I wonder if the master of the Shu Du can give me some advice. I have never stepped out of the Golden Buddha Temple and I know nothing about the outside world. Please forgive me for being powerless. Shu Du said with his head down. Master Shudu, it's getting late. Can we stay in the temple for one night? Ouyang Yudu said again. Shu Du was a little hesitant, but after pondering for a while, he nodded and said, it's okay to stay, but don't walk around randomly, so as not to disturb the Buddha. You should be careful in etiquette. Ouyang Yudu said. After that, Chao Du opened the door and welcomed the 3 of them in. The Golden Buddha Temple looks magnificent from the outside, and the inside is extremely luxurious. Even the bricks laid on the floor look like gold. When the 3 of them entered the door, they saw the empty yard. The opposite was the majestic main hall. The golden plaque under the eaves said the words Golden Buddha Hall. When you look through the open door, you can see a golden body Buddha statue inside, but the door is too low, or the golden body Buddha statue inside is too huge, and you can only see the golden lotus platform under the Buddha statue. Master of the Pure Land, let's go and worship the Buddha first. Although it's just a hiding place, there must be etiquette. Ouyang Yudu said. Okay. Master Chao Du took them into the hall and saw a golden Buddha statue that was more than 10 meters high. In this hall, it was obviously extremely majestic and tall. The 3 of them looked at the hall and saw nothing except the golden Buddha statue. Most of them were supplies for worshipping Buddha, and they did not see the shadow of the teleportation device. The sutra lit the incense and handed it to Lin Shen and the other 2, asking them to worship Buddha and burn incense. The 3 of them noticed nothing unusual. After sipping the incense, they asked the sacred man in confusion after coming out, why didn't you see other monks? Chao Du asked with a puzzled look, what other monks? There is only one monk in the Golden Buddha Temple. You are the only one in such a big temple? Then how did you survive when you were a child? Lin Shen looked at Chao in confusion and asked. From childhood to adulthood, there was only one monk in the Golden Buddha Temple. The Buddha took me in and raised me. Du said for granted. Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other after hearing this. The Buddha took him in and raised him. How could such a thing happen in the world? Not to mention whether there are Buddhas on this planet. Even if there are Buddhas, they are probably just alien creatures, so how could they raise a human? However, thinking about the temples I encountered before, it seems that it is not completely impossible. Maybe those terrifying creatures suddenly became kind-hearted and loved little baby very much, so they kept him and raised him. Even so, how did the salvation come about? He can't appear in the Golden Buddha Temple out of thin air, right? In such a large Golden Buddha Temple, only the main hall enshrined a Golden Buddha, and other places such as the side halls worship nothing. The sacred Du arranged Lin Shen and the other two to live in the wing room, and then left to go to the main hall to recite scriptures. When leaving, Chao also told the three of them not to leave the yard or walk around, so as not to violate the taboo. Lin Shen always felt that everything about this Golden Buddha Temple made him feel out of place. Even those dilapidated temples did not make him feel this way. But this magnificent Golden Buddha Temple made him feel a sense of separation, making him feel that the Golden Buddha Temple does not belong here. Lin Shen told Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu about his feelings, and Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu also had the same feeling. I see that this Golden Buddha Temple should not belong to this planet, and I don't know who it is, so I moved the Golden Buddha Temple here. Lin Shen said in a deep thought. We have seen temples before, only the temple is named after it, and it does not look like the original building, Ouyang Yudu also said. When? In the direction of the main hall in front, there was a sound of knocking on wooden fish. In this quiet Golden Buddha Temple, the sound of wooden fish seemed particularly clear. It was the master of the Shu Du praying to worship Buddha and recite scriptures. Chapter 628 Buddha Fruit. Lin Shen and the other two originally thought that when it was dark, they would still see such a strange scene, but until it was dark, nothing happened. The entire Golden Buddha Temple is shining, like a golden lighthouse in the dark night. It was dark outside the temple, but inside the temple was shining with golden light, like a city that never sleeps. The bows, lings, and scarves that would radiate fluorescently when it was dark, but there was no movement at this time, which surprised Lin Shen and the others. Suddenly, Lin Shen's body vibrated, and the inheritance fan, which had been 7 turns, was promoted to 8 turns. The information of the inherited fan entered Lin Shen's brain, and the fan dance had another shock. The shocking style of fan dance, fans startle the wind and rain, and can fall into the sky with immortals. After seeing the effect of the shock style, Lin Shen was overjoyed. The shock style turned out to be a ban on flight. All flight abilities would be invalid when the shock wind came. Lin Shen is not in the mood to study the shock style now because he doesn't know why the inheritance fan was suddenly promoted. What's wrong with this place? My Jade Bone Demon Umbrella's reincarnation has increased. Ouyang Yudu said in the lead. My life base has also increased the number of reincarnations. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu, but immediately remembered that Wei Wufu had already changed 10 times, and his reincarnations would not increase. Lin Shen felt carefully that the golden light shone on his body, as if there was an invisible force penetrated into his body. When the two of them were incredible, they saw the gate of the courtyard being pushed open. Master Chao walked in with a plate, which contained 3 fruits. The 3 fruits were actually dazzling with golden light. When you look closely, the fruit actually looked like a gourd. There are only fruits that can be eaten in the temple. Let's deal with the food. Master Chao put the plate on the table and said to Lin Shen and the other two. Thank you, Master. What kind of fruit is this? Why have you never seen it before? Lin Shen asked. This is a Buddha fruit tree in the backyard. I eat this fruit every day. After eating, I will not be hungry or thirsty for several days, and my body will be very comfortable, said Master Chao. I'll try such a magical fruit first. Lin Shen took a fruit first and opened his mouth and took a bite. The theory of evolution made him not soak in all poisons and not afraid of toxins. He wanted to try the poison first. The fruit melted in the mouth, and was extremely sweet. A strange force suddenly spread into the abdomen, and the pores in the body seemed to be opened. This taste and abnormal energy flow are not like toxins, but it feels like swallowing the fruits of the 5 elements before. Lin Shen ate all the remaining fruits, and the power flowing into his body became stronger and stronger. The inheritance fan actually vibrated again and reincarnated again, reaching an astonishing 9 revolutions, the same number of reincarnations as the one who defied his destiny. Although the desperate person also absorbed some energy, he was unable to 10 revolutions and still maintained 9 revolutions. Good fruit, thank you, master. Lin Shen couldn't help but exclaim. The donor is too polite. He is just a daily food, so he should not be praised. Master Chao said with a smile. Lin Shen saw that Master Shuda was not like lying. If he usually feeds on this kind of fruit, it would be too luxurious. Seeing Lin Shen like this, Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu both picked up the fruit and tasted it. Wei Wufu didn't think anything was there, but Ouyang Yu's eyes moved slightly. It seemed that he, like Lin Shen, had gained benefits. Lin Shen didn't expect that in such a place, his life foundation would be reborn twice in a row, which was really a mystery. Seeing that Master Shudu was holding a plate and preparing to leave, Lin Shen quickly called him, Master Shudu, can you take us to see the Buddha fruit tree? Yes. Master Chowdu did not refuse, and took the 3 of them out of the yard of the wing room, and soon arrived at the backyard. Sure enough, I saw a fruit tree 3 feet tall planted in the backyard. The trunk was winding like a real dragon, with golden leaves growing on it. The branches were covered with fruits like golden gourds. The number was probably not as many as thousands. Lin Shen then fully believed that Master Shuda said that he would feed on this fruit in daily life. What's strange is that this Buddha fruit tree is not planted in the soil, but in a pool. The entire Buddha fruit tree is rooted in the pool, and the huge root system under the water is clearly visible. The pool is green and deep. I don't know how deep it is below, so it's hard to see the bottom with my eyes. But Lin Shen could clearly feel that this pool emits amazing energy, which is even stronger than the energy emitted by the chaos river of the heavenly star. The difference is that the energy here is very soft. No matter how rich it is, it will not cause damage to the human body and can be absorbed very smoothly. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu both looked at each other and saw the look of surprise in each other's eyes. Master of Shudu, do you usually drink the water in this pond? Lin Shen asked. Master Shuda shook his head and said, if you only eat Buddha fruit on weekdays, you will not be hungry and you will not need to drink water. Lin Shen looked at Master Shuda with a strange expression, and saw that his heart seemed as pure as a piece of white paper, and he actually brought them to see such a magical fruit tree. If they were evil people and had greed in their hearts, they would probably kill Master Chowdu and take this Buddhist temple for themselves as soon as possible. However, Master Chowdu has been eating these fruits for a living since he was a child, and his level is probably not comparable to ordinary people. Master, let me ask you presumptuously, what level are you? Lin Shen asked. The Master of Shudu was a little confused after hearing this. What is level? Cultivators are divided into 4 levels: basic transformation, ascension, nirvana, and immortality. Don't you know? If others say they don't know, Lin Shen will only feel that the other party is pretending to be pure. But Master Shuda said he didn't know, and Lin Shen really believed it a little. Donor, can you talk about these 4 levels in detail? Master Shudu was a little curious. Lin Shen thought for a while and said the 4 levels of iconic abilities. Master Shudu was very devoted to listening. Ouyang Yu had been observing the Master of Shudu, but he could not see any clues from his expression. After listening, Master Shudu pondered, since I have memory, I seem to have already possessed what you mentioned, the base transformed into a shell and life foundation, but I don't know if the attributes of nirvana and the law of immortality you mentioned are also the abilities I have. Master, you can demonstrate it, let's help you see it. Lin Shen said. Okay. Master Chowdu thought for a while, reached out to pick up a branch next to him, and then a golden light shone on his hand. The dead branches bathed in the golden light slowly regained their vitality, and tender buds grew again on the branches. Soon, a dead branch turned into a branch full of golden leaves, full of life energy, as if it had just broken down from a tree. Is this what you are talking about, Nirvana attribute? Master Shu Du looked at Lin Shen with anticipation and asked. It should, right? Lin Shen had never seen such a resurrection attribute, and he became more and more surprised. Chapter 629 The Immortal Land. Master Chao-Du nodded when he heard this, then inserted the branch into the soil in the corner of the wall, then twisted the Buddhist beads with his hands, closed his eyes and began to recite scriptures. The golden light on his body formed a halo like Buddha light. Under the illumination of the halo, the branch actually grew into a Buddha fruit tree several meters high in a moment, and golden gourd-shaped Buddha fruits formed on it. Lin Shen and the other two were stunned. They could not tell for a moment whether the magical ability of Master Shu Du was the power of Nirvana or the immortal law. Is this an immortal law? Master Chao-Du stopped chanting and then looked at Lin Shen and asked. Master, we are just ascensioners. The power of Nirvana can barely be identified. We dare not make a conclusion whether your ability is immortal or not. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. The master of Shudu was not disappointed. He nodded and said, Don't worry about something trivial, don't worry about it. Ouyang Yuta chatted with Master Chao-Du for a few more words. Unfortunately, Chao-Du has been living in the Golden Buddha Temple and has never left the Golden Buddha Temple and knows nothing about the outside world. Even there are other temples outside the Golden Buddha Temple, Master Shu Du knew nothing about it. He had never seen those spirits in the dark night. According to himself, he had chanted scriptures and worshipped Buddha every day in the Golden Buddha Temple and had never had contact with the outside world. This was the third time that Lin Shen had seen outsiders. Lin Shen asked quickly, Do you still remember what kind of person you met the previous 2 times? The master of Shudu recalled and said, The person I met for the first time is a bit similar to you, but he is taller than you, and he is more mature and cheerful. Do you look like me? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Yes, I have some imagination with you, but you are not as tall as him. Master Shu Du said, recalling. Is this person? Lin Shen took out the communicator and projected the fourth brother's image. After looking at it for a while, Master Shu shook his head and said, It's not him. He also looks very similar to that person, but his temperament is different and not that tall. Isn't it the fourth brother? Lin Shen couldn't think of anyone else. Lin Shangdong looks the most similar to him. Although the third brother is a bit similar, he is no longer that similar. I heard that my second brother seemed very tall and majestic, but I don't know how similar I am to him. Lin Shen no longer remembers it very much. What kind of person did you meet the second time? Lin Shen had no choice but to continue asking. He is a person with a strange appearance. Half of his face and the other half looks like an iron-cast statue. As soon as Master Chao-Du said this, Lin Shen and the other two were all happy. The weird guy he mentioned is clearly Lao Tai. Since Lao Tai has been here, it means that we are not wrong in the place we came here and the direction we were looking for is right. Lin Shen quickly asked again, Master of Shudu, do you know where that person went later? He didn't go anywhere. Master Chao-Du said with a strange expression. Lin Shen and the other two didn't understand what the Master of Shudu meant, so they could only look at him and wait for him to continue talking. Master Shudu continued, After he came here, he stayed here for a night like you. I treated him with the Buddha fruit. After he ate it, he wanted to see the Buddha fruit tree like you. After I took him to see the Buddha fruit tree, he rested here alone. I went to worship the Buddha and recite scriptures by myself, but when I came back, he disappeared. He left quietly alone. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. Master Chao-Du shook his head and said, I have lived in the temple for so long. I know everything in the temple with my hands and seem to have telepathy. If he leaves, I will definitely know that I can be sure that he has not left the backyard. That's strange. Since he hasn't left the backyard, why is it gone? Lin Shen pondered. I have also had various speculations, and finally came to the conclusion that there was only one possibility. He went down to the pool. Apart from that, there was no other way to go in the backyard. Master Chao-Du said, pointing to the pool where the Buddha fruit trees were planted. Is there a passage to leave under this pool? Lin Shen was overjoyed. I originally thought it would take some time to find the transmission device, but I didn't expect that I would accidentally learn such a news. I don't know, I have also gone down to investigate. The pool is almost bottomless, and the roots of the Buddha's fruit tree have been growing down. I didn't dive nearly 10,000 meters along the roots. The pressure underwater is getting stronger and stronger, and it is hard to get closer. After a pause, Master Chowdu continued, although I couldn't dive to the bottom of the water, I saw a black ancient temple deep in the water. The roots of the Buddha's fruit tree were planted in the ancient temple. Although it was not visible that the temple worshipped gods, there were 8 pillars in the temple, each pillar was as thick as a pair of 10 people. There was a statue of a strange beast at the top of the pillar. There seemed to be a cloud of fog on the statue, and there was no drop of water within the range of the 10 pillars. All the water flow was blocked outside. Lin Shen and the other 2 looked at each other. Even this might be immortal master of salvation could not dive, and they might be even more difficult for them to dive into the ancient temple under the water. Even if there is a teleportation device in the ancient temple, they will never be able to go out from here. Even the master of salvation can't dive, how did that weird guy go? Lin Shen was even more confused. I thought the matter had ended here, but who knew that Master Shuda continued, I can't get close to the temple. When I was about to retreat, I saw a light and shadow coming out of the temple, walking in the water ignoring the pressure of the water, and my body was as bright as thousands of rays of glow. I want to get close to him and communicate with him, but the light and shadow ignored the poor monk and stepped on the water, like an immortal swaying wave. In the blink of an eye, the water broke out. When I came up, the light and shadow were gone. Only the light and shadow in the sky were bizarre and changed, as if thousands of divine lights were shrouded in the sky, and Yoshinori dispersed. Master Shuda continued, I have seen such strange phenomena in the sky 13 times for more than 100 years. That day I realized that the root of the strange phenomena actually came from the ancient temple under this pool. Lin Shenting's heart was pounding. The more he listened to the description of Master Chowdu, the more he felt that this ancient temple under the water seemed to be the base of the transformation that could nurture creatures. The Master of Shudu has seen 13 visions over the past 100 years, which means that 13 creatures have been nurtured in this basic change. If it is true that as they had previously speculated, there is an immortal land on this planet, and this is the immortal land, wouldn't it mean that 13 immortal creatures have been nurtured over 100 years? This would be a bit too terrifying. 13 immortal creatures can be nurtured in more than 100 years. So how many immortal creatures have been nurtured here in these billions of years? Thinking about the temples and strange creatures in the night they encountered when they came, the more they thought about it, the more they felt numb their scalp. Master Shudu, can you take us down to see the ancient temple? Lin Shen said thinking. I'm afraid that your strength is not enough to sneak into a place where you can see the ancient temple. Master Chowdu pondered. It's okay to give it a try. Lin Shen had no other way. If Laotai really left the ancient temple, if they wanted to leave here, they could only try to sneak into the ancient temple. Chapter 630 The Immortal Land, 2. The Master Shudu nodded, and without saying anything, summoned the shell to protect his body, and walked into the pool. Old Wei, please wait for us outside. Lin Shen handed the backpack to Lao Wei. Go down. Wei Wufu did not reach out to pick up his backpack, and wanted to go down with Lin Shen and the others. Okay. Lin Shen refused to let Wei Wufu go down, just because Wei Wufu was a little afraid of water and didn't need him to stay on it. The 3 of them followed Master Chowdu into the water. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu climbed the roots of the Buddha fruit tree and dived down. After entering the water, they saw that the pool of water was really clear and could be seen for a long distance. The Master of Shuda's body at the bottom was like a golden Buddha. He had a Buddha come on his helmet and a Buddha's light and magic halo behind him. The soft golden light illuminated the surroundings. Ouyang Yuda's water quality is excellent, but because Lin Shen and Wei Wufu could only dive slowly and did not speed up. The Master of Shudu in front also slowed down when he saw Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's appearance. The energy in the water is pure and gentle, constantly pouring into the body, nourishing the body of Finji and Lin Shen. This place is thousands of times more abundant than the energy of the Tianren star. But if you take a bath in this pool every day, your level will definitely rise rapidly. If there is no level barrier, special methods are needed to break through, and there will be infinite upgrades here. The further down, the purer the energy in the pool water became. After just diving for more than 100 meters, Lin Shen felt that it seemed that the surroundings were no longer water, but pure energy. If you use the Superbase article here, I don't know if the absorbed world power will directly burst out your body. Lin Shen vaguely felt that his 2-life base might be promoted to double 10 here today. After diving for more than 1,000 meters, Lin Shen felt that the water below seemed to have turned into extremely small particles, as if it had entered the sand. If you want to dive down, you would need to dig down with great effort. This is just a feeling. In fact, water is still water. The previous Master of Salvation was still slowly diving and was not affected. Lin Shen is not unfamiliar with this feeling. When he and Tianbuluo entered Luojia Snow Mountain, he encountered a similar situation. Add to go further, the water in this pool will probably turn like a copper wall and it will be difficult to go down. Lin Shen was slightly disappointed. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to dive to the position where they could see the ancient temple. When he was depressed, Lin Shen slowly fluorescently on the bow on his back. The water flow around actually left Lin Shen's body, as if a bubble had formed in the water. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He used his flying ability to stabilize his body in the bubbles. He turned to look at Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. Seeing that they were the same, the tokens and scarves on their bodies were also fluorescent, which isolated the pool water. The three of them found that with this thing, they were able to fly in the water without any obstacles. The Master of Shudo below was a little surprised to see the changes in their bodies, and he didn't care and continued to dive down. Lin Shen and his team's speed increased, so the Master of Shudo no longer retained it and accelerated the speed and dived down. This time, Lin Shen and the other two easily followed the Master of Shudo, flew slowly behind him, and dived for several thousand meters in a short while. The diving speed of Master Shudo was significantly slower, and it seemed that the diving was obviously difficult, just like Lin Shen and the others were in the previous state. The Buddha light behind Master Shudo became brighter and brighter, as if it was fighting against the pool water, digging down. After traveling for more than 1,000 meters, Lin Shen and the others found that there was light appearing at the originally dark bottom of the water. A huge ancient temple is vaguely visible under the water. 8 huge stone pillars stand up from the darkness. There is a jade statue of a strange beast on each top of the pillars, emitting fluorescent light, illuminating the black ancient temple. After diving a little further, the appearance of the ancient temple and the strange beasts can be seen clearly. The entire ancient temple building is a strange clay embryo. The walls are made of embryo bricks made of black mud, and the roof is woven by plants and trees, which looks very simple. There are only 8 stone pillars in the entire ancient temple, which are carved out of stone, which is different from Luojia Snow Mountain. Luojia Snow Mountain has some kind of force protection, forming an area that can be automatically moved. However, this ancient temple has no protection and is soaked directly in water. I don't know if the mud-breasted grass roof is kept uncorrupted in the water. The roots of the Buddha's fruit tree, like giant pythons, plunged into the ancient temple and drilled under the soil. When he arrived here, Master Shudo could no longer dive. His lips remained moving, but a sound came into Lin Shen and the other two. I can only dive here, and I can do nothing more than go down. Lin Shen flew towards the Master of Shudo and let him enter his own bubble. Master, let's go down and have a look. Lin Shen was not very relieved about the Master of Salvation. But if this place is really an immortal land, if there are immortal creatures in it, only the Master of Shudo can defeat it. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shen decided to return him together. In fact, Lin Shen also knew in his heart that with the ability of the Master of Salvation, it was not difficult to steal the things on them, so there was no need to worry so much. The 4 of them sank into the bubbles and slowly entered the scope of the ancient temple. The 8 strange beast jade statues did not react, and they were safely placed in the ancient temple. There are a total of 17 mud houses in the ancient temple. Outside is a circle of fences made of unknown wood, with no doors or walls. The 4 of them walked towards a mud house. After pushing the door open, they immediately saw a bonfire inside the house. Lin Shen and the others felt extremely strange when they saw it. The room was also filled with water. The bonfire was burning in a mud pot. The flames and water merged into one, as if burning in the air, without any hindrance. What's even more strange is that above the flame, there was a phantom made of flames, like a fetus, and an indescribable terrifying aura of indescribable aura. The flames in the mud pot are actually raising terrifying creatures. This is really an immortal place. Lin Shen and the others were shocked to see it. Lin Shen has never been to other base change places, but when looking up the information, he also knows that most of the base change places are pools or land, like planting plants, which give birth to base change organisms. He has never seen this kind of base change place that breeds base change creatures from the brazier, but he has never seen it in any information. Let's go to the other houses to take a look. Seeing that there was only one brazier in the mud house, Lin Shen suggested going to the other houses to take a look. When I arrived at the second mud house, I opened the door and saw that there was also a mud brazier here. There was a flame burning in the basin. A phantom formed at the top of the flame, which looked like a tiger, but there were wings on the tiger's back. Its breath was obviously more terrifying than the fetal phantom just now, and it seemed as if it would open its eyes and escape from the bonfire at any time. Chapter 631 Yingyi Waging. Lin Shen quickly closed the door and retreated, fearing that he would touch the phantom and the flames. The four of them looked at all the mud houses one by one, and the situation inside was the same. There was a mud pot inside each mud pot, and a bonfire was burning in the mud pot. Some bonfires have turned into phantoms, while some bonfires are just bonfires and have not yet produced phantoms. The phantoms are also different, some are still in fetal states, while others have already formed. The most terrifying one is almost about to condense into a solid body. It was a god with a human body and snake tail. Lin Shen could not see her origin. The light and shadow condensed by the red flames seemed to have a substantial body. The color and breath of flames in each brazier here seemed to be a little different. After exiting the door, Lin Shen said in contemplation. In general, the properties of nirvana should be single, but the properties of the flames in these braziers seem to be different. If you want to use the nirvana of the flames here, you have to figure out what attributes these flames are. Among the 17 braziers, only 4 of them have no creatures. The 4 braziers are clearly flames of purple, orange, white and red. Just by looking at them, you can't tell what their attributes are, and you don't know what kind of creatures they can give birth to. I can feel that the creatures born in these flames are very terrifying and beyond my reach, said Master Chowdu. It seems that this place should be an immortal land. The terrifying creatures on the entire planet should be born from this, but the general base change land should be formed naturally. Why is it actually made by man? Ouyang Yu said in a deep thought. In fact, he didn't say anything. The Golden Buddha Temple and the Buddha Fruit Tree were probably built by later generations based on this ancient temple and were able to exist on this planet with the energy supply of the immortal land. Someone must have transformed this immortal land, but I don't know who has such terrifying ability to transform an immortal land. Lin Shen looked at the 8 huge stone pillars. The stone pillars and the mud house in the ancient temple are obviously not in the same style, and they look like they were added later. Lin Shen came to a giant pillar and looked around, but couldn't see any tricks. This giant pillar, more than 100 meters high, is like a carved piece of rock, with no trace or text on it. Lin Shen and the others didn't recognize the strange beast at the top. Lin Shen looked at all the 8 stone pillars, but found nothing. Everything here is simple, and even words and symbols cannot be seen. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu were also exploring everywhere, hoping to see the teleportation device. But they have seen all the mud embryo houses and have not found any teleportation devices. There is no other place to hide teleportation devices in this ancient temple. It's strange. There is no teleportation device here. How did Lao Tai leave? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Originally, he thought that these stone pillars might be teleportation devices, but after studying for a long time, he found that it didn't seem to be the case. There is a well over there, which is a bit strange. Ouyang Yu came over and called Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Lin Shen followed Ouyang Yu to the side of the well and found that it was a well dug up on the rock, with rocks along the well walls. Lin Shen looked at it and found nothing special about this well. The well was dug very roughly and the well was uneven. Look at the well. Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen stretched his head and looked into the well. At first glance, he didn't realize that something was wrong. There was water in the well. But Lin Shen thought about it and suddenly realized something was wrong. They are in the water now, why is there still water underground? Lin Shen stretched his head and studied it again. Sure enough, he saw that deep underground, like an ordinary well, had a water surface, and seemed to be separated from the water above, forming a wonder of water in the water. What's even more strange is that there was a moon reflected in the water. Moon? Lin Shen looked up and saw that it was full of water, and even the sky could not be seen. Where did the moon come from reflected in the well? The word Jing. Wei Wufu said, staring at the inner wall of the well. Lin Shen looked in the direction of Wei Wufu's gaze and saw that there were words engraved on the well wall. Lin Shen recognized the three largest words Yingyiweijing. At a glance, which are common words in the universe. Behind those three characters, there are rows of small characters, with a large number of them. It was just because the entrance of the cave was too small and it was not convenient to watch, Lin Shen had to stretch his body down to see. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu both pulled his legs, and if there was any accident, they could pull him out in time. I walked all over the universe, trying to find the place of nirvana, but I had no intention of finding this place, which was shocked by heaven and earth. Lin Shen read out the words on the inner wall of the well. Lin Shen became more and more shocked the more he read it. This man said that he had traveled all over the universe and wanted to find a base for nirvana, and accidentally found this planet. I found that there were countless immortal creatures on this planet, and each immortal creature was an extremely terrifying existence. If I walked out of the planet and entered the universe, I would be an existence that could dominate one side. Some immortal creatures even felt that this person was no match for him, and they were almost killed. He was seriously injured, and fortunately he was very lucky. When he came to this ancient temple, those terrifying existences did not dare to enter the ancient temple, which allowed him to save his life. According to him, this ancient temple is an unimaginable place of immortality, and he has never seen such a terrifying place of immortality. Any known immortal land in the universe is hard to compare with here. With this discovery, the man was ecstatic, and this was the immortal place he had always dreamed of. He plans to reincarnate here and recultivate, and use this immortal land to complete nirvana when flying and upgrading. According to this person's research, the flames in these 17 braziers are condensed by the power of the immortal land, but these 17 kinds of flames have different attributes, and each time the immortal creature is nurtured, the attributes of the flames will change randomly, which is not the same as before. He stayed here for tens of thousands of years and finally developed some tricks. Among the 17 types of flames, 16 are constantly changing and new immortal creatures are constantly nurturing. Only one of the flames has not changed after 10,000 years, nor has it been born any immortal creatures. At the beginning, this person was difficult to understand, and later it took a long time to finally figure out the key. It is not that this flame cannot give birth to immortal creatures, but the immortal creatures it fosters, which are different from ordinary unfortunate creatures. The other 16 flames were all mutated immortal creatures. The fire in this pot was no longer as simple as mutated immortal creatures. It was a more advanced immortal creature that he had never seen before. I drank too much yesterday and got up late. The remaining 3 chapters will be updated at 6 p.m. Chapter 632 Reincarnation and Recultivation. After a series of tests, the man found that the power of the medium fire in the basin was not something that the flying upgrade could withstand. Even though he was ready to go to nirvana in the top immortal land, he was still unsure of completing nirvana here. After repeated research, the person was still not sure that he could complete nirvana here, so he thought of a solution. Since the power of this immortal land is too strong, it will weaken the power here. All he wants is the attributes here, and the strength of the power can be gradually increased in the future. So he found the ancient Buddha tree of the Buddha's mother star and planted it in the ancient temple. The ancient Buddha tree has the function of absorbing transformed energy and can absorb part of the energy from the immortal land. But this is not enough. The ancient Buddha tree cannot bear the energy absorbed from the immortal land at all. If it is planted, it will be burst by the energy. So he found the immortal Chaos Gourd vine and grafted the Chaos Gourd vine onto the ancient Buddha tree. The ancient Buddha tree is used to absorb energy, and the Chaos Gourd vine converts energy into gourd fruits, which are equivalent to energy containers. Chaos gourds are constantly formed on the vine. As long as you pick them off, you can store them. This can not only solve the problem of too much energy, but also use the stored energy to maintain his energy consumption here, and even prepare for his future immortality. It is simply a killing 3 goals. The man struggled for so long, and finally found that the ancient Buddha tree and the Chaos Gourd had absorbed too little energy. It would take at least hundreds of millions of years to reduce the energy of this immortal land to a level that he could bear. For some reason, the man couldn't wait for so long, so he thought of another way and studied a method of 2 life bases. When he was reincarnated and re-educated, he would use the method of 2 life bases to strengthen his body so that he could use this place to complete nirvana earlier. Moreover, those 2 life foundations were not condensed casually, but were also designed specifically for this nirvana. This is still not enough. The man used immortal-level spirit-suppressing stone as material to create 8 spirit-suppressing piles to suppress the energy of the immortal land. The jade statue of the strange beast on the spirit superior pile is not a real jade statue, but the bodies of 8 mutated immortal creatures. They were sealed on the spirit-stopping pile by the man to stabilize the spirit-stopping pile so as not to be pushed out by the energy of the immortal land. The body of the mutated immortal creature is sealed, and the energy of the body will continue to be lost, and the energy transmitted from the spirit-suppressing pile will be absorbed by the immortal creature and then discharged by the seal. The more energy, the stronger the seal will be. The stronger the seal will be, the faster the power in the body of an immortal creature will be lost, and the slower it will pass. After so many methods, the person was confident that he could use the fire in the basin here to reincarnate and practice with peace of mind. In order to prevent accidents from happening during reincarnation and recultivation, he engraved the whole thing in Yingyi. If there is an accident in his reincarnation, as long as he sees these words, he will naturally know what to do next. After he re-nirvana, even if there is an accident, he can recover through nirvana. At that time, he should be able to remember everything. The reason why he did so much is because he did not have the confidence to use the medium fire here to successfully complete nirvana, so he had to make so many preparations. The information left by this person did not mention the Golden Buddha Temple, nor did the Master of Shudu. The people who wanted to build the Golden Buddha Temple and raise the Master of Shudu here were not the ones who left their words in the well. What surprised Lin Shen was that the article mentioned Ingwe well at the end. It turned out that this was the teleportation device that left this planet. You can leave this planet by jumping into the well. But Yingyi is very special. For some reason, the immortal creatures born on this planet cannot leave here through Yingyi. This person is really amazing. These many methods really make people dare not even think about it. Did he say who he is? Yang Yu sighed. Knowing that he could go out of Yingyi, the mentality of several people had changed a little, and he was not as nervous as before. You guys let it go, I'll look down, there are still some words below. Lin Shen said. Wei Wufu and Yang Yu both let go of their hands, and Lin Shen drilled directly into the well, suspended in the well, and watched the text on it. The following is an unimaginable horror on this planet, especially the brazier that has not yet bred immortal creatures after tens of thousands of years. The immortal creatures it has bred before must have been extremely terrifying. If they can rush out of this planet, the forces in the universe will probably be reshuffled. Fortunately, this planet itself is very special, and those terrifying creatures will find it difficult to leave here. He was also guessing who transformed this immortal land and built these mud houses and mud pots. Even he praised this ability. Lin Shen said, and suddenly there was no sound. What's going on? Yang Yudu asked hurriedly. Finally, he signed. Lin Shen said in a strange voice. It seems you know the name of this person. Yang Yu had guessed some clues. Yes, not only I know, but you should all know. Lin Shen said with a strange expression, the king of the ancient realm. After hearing the name Lin Shen said, Yang Yudu and Wei Wufu all understood why Lin Shen was like this. How is the king of the ancient realm? Even he said that the immortal creatures on this planet are extremely terrifying, even hard to match, and they were almost killed. Then I really don't know how terrifying this planet has been. They can come here alive, which can be regarded as the smoke from the ancestral tomb. You should know that the name left here is the King of the Ancient Realm, not his real name, which means that this is the place where he became the King of the Ancient Realm. It is really unimaginable that the strong man who was already a King of Realms is almost dead here. No, I remember that after the King of the Ancient Realm pointed to the sky and became the King of the Realm, the ancient dynasty collapsed within a few decades, and the King of the Ancient Realm did not know where to go. Ouyang Yuda said with a strange expression, "Can it be that the King of the Ancient Realm did not die, and he came here to reincarnate and rebuilt? If this is true, then the King of the Ancient Realm is likely not dead," which made Lin Shen unable to help but have more associations. How could a king of the ancient world who was not dead leave a legacy for others to find? It is a bit intriguing whether the three treasures box and the remains of the King of the Ancient Realm really exist. It seems that something went wrong when the King of the Ancient Realm was reincarnated and rebuilt, said Ouyang Yudu. It seems to be true. Lin Shen also saw the clues. If the King of the Ancient Realm succeeds, these words should be erased. Since these words are still there, it is likely that there is a problem with the reincarnation and reorganization of the King of the Ancient Realm. Chapter 633 Goodbye Strange Man. If this is really the place where Nirvana arranged by the King of the Ancient Realm, Nirvana will inevitably obtain the extremely powerful Nirvana attribute. Maybe we can use Nirvana here. Lin Shen was moved again. Not whether this is prepared by the King of the Ancient Realm. If you can set up these methods, this person must be a rare strong man in the universe. There is a problem with his reincarnation and recultivation of Nirvana here. If we want a Nirvana here, it is probably a situation of life and death. Ouyang Yudu pondered. Lin Shen naturally knew the danger here, but he had a double life foundation, plus the Superbase form and evolution theory. Maybe he really had the chance to succeed here. Nirvana. I just don't know what kind of Nirvana attributes I will have here, and I don't know if it's really worth taking a risk. Master of the Shudu, we have found the way to leave. We plan to leave here now. Should you go back to the Golden Buddha Temple or leave with us? Lin Shen had not yet figured out how he would be Nirvana in his own way. He knew that there was such a place that could be used as an alternative. I am a monk and will never go to the world again in this life. Please ask the donor to send me back, said Master Shudu. You are waiting for me here, and I will send the master back. Lin Shen took the bow and sent the master out of the pool. When Lin Shen was about to say goodbye and leave, Master Chowdu picked a few gourds from the tree and handed them to Lin Shen. Take these Buddha fruits on the way to eat them. Thank you, Master. Lin Shen hurriedly thanked. If it weren't for meeting him here, it would be difficult for the three of them to escape from this planet. After saying goodbye to Master Chowdu, Lin Shen sneaked into the underwater ancient temple with his bow again and met with Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu. The three of them jumped into Engyue well one by one. When they returned to their normal vision, they found themselves in an endless ocean. It was only after rushing out of the water that it turned out to be a sea. Finally come out. Lin Shen flew into the air and looked around, and saw that there was a city looming on the coastline in the distance, no longer on the mysterious planet. Lin Shen was still a little scared at this time. The planet was too terrifying, and even if the immortals went, they might not be able to come back alive. The three of them flew towards the seaside city. Lin Shen used a communicator to check the planet and found that it was actually a planet under the Tianren tribe that had been developed for many years. Lin Shen has permissions that you can use the teleportation device here for free, but the teleportation device here needs to go through several relays and can only be teleported to the Zenith Star after reaching the Midas Star. Anyway, it was all free benefits, and the three of them returned to the Zenith Star, feeling that their experience on that strange planet seemed like a dream. It's too late. Lin Shen sat on the sofa and couldn't help but sigh. There are only less than 2 days left before Lao Tai comes to find him, and there is no time to explore the secrets of Hulu Mountain. Moreover, the secret of Holution is becoming more and more amazing, and it is not something that can be explored and understood in a short period of time. Lin Shen thought for a while and decided to take the initiative to meet that weird person and don't wait for him to come to him. If the Zenith Star starts, things will not end. The main reason is that Lin Shen had a terrible guess in his heart: would Lao Tai be the king of the ancient realm who failed to reincarnate and rebuild? If he is really the king of the ancient realm who failed to reincarnate and rebuild, the mechanical watch is equivalent to a time bomb. Maybe it will explode at any time, so it would be better to go back. I sent a message to Tianxin, explaining that I was going to meet Lao Tai. Tianxin quickly sent a message back: just think it through clearly. You should return other people's things to others, and don't want to occupy everything. Lin Shen smiled helplessly. Tianxin didn't know that this thing was related to the safety of the human mother planet. Lin Shen didn't want to return it, but did not dare to return it. Originally, Lin Shen planned to go to Zhuangxing by himself and let Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu stay at the Zen Star. Ouyang Yudu still had to deal with the affairs of the Secret Service Department, so he no longer went to Juhuan Star, but Wei Wufu wanted to go with him. After the two of them rested, they went to Giant Ring Star without stopping. Old Tai, I have already contacted Lin Shen. You don't have to go find him. He will come here to see you soon. Tianxin put down his communicator and looked at Lao Tai on the side and said. The two were lying on the sun loungers in the outdoor swimming pool at this time. Tianxin was wearing floral shorts and a t-shirt, and Lao Tai was wearing black cotton shorts and a white vest, revealing half of his steel body. Okay. Lao Tai didn't ask what Tianxin and Lin Shen had a relationship, nor did he ask how he contacted Lin Shen. Don't you ask me how I contacted him? What is his relationship with him? Tianxin couldn't help asking. No need. Lao Tai said with his eyes closed. You are such a good friend. Don't worry, I will never let you suffer a loss. If Lin Shen refuses to return you, I will definitely help you clean up his body. Tianxin said. Okay. Lao Tai nodded, pulled down the sunglasses on his head, covering his eyes. It was already a few hours later when Lin Shen and Wei Wufu arrived at Paradise Island. He went to see Tianxuan first. He had contacted Tianxuan before, and Tianxuan was waiting for him in the Heavenly Palace. I can't see through that old Tai's strength. You have to be careful, it's best not to have conflicts. Tianxuan had already told Lin Shen about old Tai before, and he gave it again. I know. Lin Shen nodded and said, I just went to pay back his things and would not have any conflicts with him, don't worry. I'd better go see him with you. Tianxuan was still not relieved. We are going together, and it is a bit suspicious of using our power to suppress others. I think that person is a weak person but not a hard person. Let me go by myself. Lin Shen smiled and hugged Tianxuan, whispered in her ear, be good at home and wait for me, I will be back soon. He sent a message to Tianxin and knew that they were all in the swimming pool behind now. Lin Shen took Wei Wufu to the swimming pool together. Before they could reach the swimming pool, Lao Tai, who was lying down, sat up and looked towards Lin Shen. Tianxin stood up and shouted to Lin Shen, return the things to Lao Tai as soon as possible. For my sake, Lao Tai will not make things difficult for you. Lin Shen heard what Tianxin meant and asked him to hand over something big and small. I'll give it back to you. Can the grudge between you and me be purchased and sold in one purchase? Lin Shen took out his mechanical watch, walked to Lao Tai, and handed him the mechanical watch. Lao Tai slowly stood up, but did not go to pick up the watch handed over by Lin Shen. He stared at the bow behind Lin Shen, and asked coldly, have you gone to the horror star? Is the terrifying star you are talking about? Is it the planet with collapsed temples everywhere? If so, I just came back from there, and I will die forever. Lin Shen happened to have something to ask Lao Tai. Chapter 634 You are my brother. Is that bow from the Golden Crow Temple? Lao Tai asked again. Yes. Lin Shen nodded. Go to the ancient temple? Lao Tai asked again. Yes, I can't come back if I don't go there. Lin Shen said. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen and continued, very good. If you win, you will still be yours. If you lose, give me this bow. No need to hit, I'll give you all the things. I'll answer a few questions. Lin Shen took off his bow and handed it to Lao Tai with his mechanical watch. Even if things are good, you have to have a life to get it. Even Tianxuan said that Lao Tianxin was unfathomable, and Lin Shen suspected that he was the reincarnated and rebuilt king of the ancient realm and was unwilling to give him an excuse to take action. Lao Tai seemed a little surprised and looked at Lin Shen and said slowly, "Don't you know the origin of this bow?" "I don't know, nor do I want to know. Since I told you, even if he is the #1 treasure in the universe, it is yours." Lin Shen threw the bow and watched directly to Lao Tai. Although this bow is not the most treasure in the universe, it is not much different. It is the immortal life base of the #1 sharpshooter in the ancient clan. It has the strongest destructive power in the universe, no doubt about it. Lao Tai caught the bow and said calmly. The life foundation of the first sharpshooter of the ancient clan. Tian Xin was shocked. Because of the age of time, most people may only know the existence of the kings of the ancient realm, and they don't know much about the ancient dynasty. Because Tianxin was going to the realm Wangxing to find the realm Wang treasure chest, he has consulted a lot of information related to the ancient dynasty. The king of ancient realms was definitely not just as powerful as his own. The territory of the universe is so vast that no matter how strong the king of the ancient realm is, he cannot guard the entire universe alone. There are probably no less than tens of millions of immortals under the throne of the ancient realm. After achieving the ancient dynasty, they will be divided into 4 directions and guard various starfields. In addition to those immortals of the alien race, the ancient clan itself also has many immortals, the most famous of which are the 10 generals of the ancient race. Among the 10 ancient generals, there is an immortal who is known as the #1 sharpshooter in the universe. He is known to have an arrow shot without any exception. It's just because the arrow is long that no one knows the name of the sharpshooter. He only knows that he is one of the 10 generals of ancient times and is named Shooting the Sun. If this bow is really the immortal life base of the Sun Shooting General, its value is simply incalculable. I've given you something, it doesn't matter what. Can you answer a few questions from me? Lin Shen said indifferently. Say. Lao Tai was quite surprised. Lin Shen was so free and easy, which was a bit different from his previous impression of Lin Shen. Is it you who left the words in Inghua well? Lin Shen directly asked the question he was most concerned about. I don't know, I forgot. Lao Tai said. Do you think so? Lao Tai's answer. Lin Shen was not surprised. If something went wrong with the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm, it would be normal for him to leave those words. I don't know. Lao Tai frowned. Did you complete nirvana there? Lin Shen asked again. Yes, not. Lao Tai's answer this time was a bit unexpected. What does it mean? Lin Shen also frowned. I can't remember what happened before. I can feel that I should have completed nirvana there, but I didn't find a brazier corresponding to my power. It might be that the attributes in the brazier have changed. Lao Tai said in contemplation. Lin Shen then realized that the words in the well said that after each brazier was born an immortal creature, its attributes would change accordingly. Then if Lao Tai uses the power in the brazier to undergo nirvana, then after nirvana comes out, the attributes in the brazier may change accordingly. What do you remember about there? Lin Shen didn't know how to ask, so he had to ask in a general way. I know what you want to ask, but I can tell you that I am not him. Lao Tai said and threw the bow in his hand back to Lin Shen. I only want my own things, and I don't want yours. For Tianxin's sake, I will buy and sell all the grudges in the past. How can you be sure that you are not him? Lin Shen was a little disbelief, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He didn't expect that the boy Tianxin's face was really useful. Because I have already remembered who I am. Lao Tai said with certainty. Who are you? Lin Shen was suddenly surprised. If Lao Tai really remembered who he was, he would be unlikely to be the reincarnated and rebuilt king of the ancient realm. What are you talking about? Can you say something that I can understand? Tianxin was angry when he was listening. He really couldn't understand a single sentence. Lin Shen ignored him and stared at Lao Tai for the answer. My name is Lin Yin. Lao Tai said slowly. Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai in a daze, and for a moment he couldn't react. He is so familiar with this name, his second brother is Lin Yin, but Lin Shen is sure that Lao Tai is definitely not his second brother. Although he was still young when his second brother disappeared, he had basically no impression of his second brother. But after hearing from the third and fourth brothers that the second brother is extremely majestic, I can agree with this. However, their second brother is not a half-human and half-iron monster, and judging from the remaining half of Lao Tai's face, his facial features are completely different from those of their Lin family. The Lin brothers and Lin Miao all have single eyelids. Lao Tai obviously has double eyelids, and there is no other similarity. The colors of the pupils and hair are also slightly different, and the facial features are also obviously different. Where are you from? Lin Shen felt that Lao Tai said that his name was Lin Yin, and it should be just that the name was pronounced similarly or had a duplicate name. UltraBase. The 4 words that Lao Tai said made Lin Shen completely stunned. You said your name is Lin Yin? Born at UltraBase? Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai in a daze, feeling that this guy must have a broken brain. How could he be Lin Yin? Yes, UltraBase, Lin Yin, I have remembered some of the things I experienced in UltraBase before, but it's just a part of them. Lao Tai said. No, you are not Lin Yin, you cannot be Lin Yin from the UltraBase. Lin Shen shook his head and said. Why do you say I'm not Lin Yin? Lao Tai's eyes turned cold, and the iron hand seemed to be ready to move. You said you are Lin Yin, do you know who I am? Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai and asked. Of course I know your name is Lin Shen. Lao Tai didn't know why Lin Shen said this. Then do you know where I was born? Lin Shen asked again. UltraBase. Lao Tai said and frowned and asked, what do you mean? You know my name is Lin Shen, and I know I was born at the UltraBase. If you were Lin Yin, how could you not know that Lin Shen is Lin Yin's younger brother, your dear brother? Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai and said slowly. Lao Tai was stunned and looked at Lin Shen blankly and asked, is the Lin Yin we are talking about Lin Yin? There should be no second Lin Yin at the UltraBase, unless the UltraBase you mentioned is not the UltraBase of my family. Lin Shen said. There is such a thing. Then, Lao Tai's face, which had never been expressionless, showed a very complicated emotion. You are my brother. Chapter 635 Gradually outrageous. Lin Shenrun was stunned and thought to himself, is Lao Tai's brain broken? Even if his brain breaks, his eyes are not broken. Or is he saying that he has never looked in the mirror and doesn't know what he looks like? We don't have any similarities at all, so how could it be brothers? But then he thought about it again. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to accept it. It would be understandable that he didn't like to look in the mirror. Lao Tai, look, I have single eyelids, you have double eyelids, my hair and pupils are lighter, yours should be darker, and yours should be taller, mine should be smaller, and there is no similarity in facial features. How could it be a brother? Lin Shen pointed at his face and tried to remind Lao Tai in a tactful way that the two of them looked different. After hearing this, Lao Tai really looked at Lin Shen and fell into deep thought. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Judging from Lao Tai's appearance, he probably understood. Suddenly, Lao Tai walked to Lin Shen, reached out and pressed his hand on his shoulder, his eyes with a rare gentleness. It's not your fault that the excellent family genes have been inherited. Puff. Tianxin, who was eating fruits and watching the show, almost burst into laughter, and couldn't stop laughing, and she couldn't even straighten her waist. Lin Shen was covered in black lines. What was this related to what was going on? How could it be related to genetic genes? They had no similarities at all. No matter how bad he inherited it, it would not be completely different. I actually have 2 older brothers and 1 sister, and they all have single eyelids. Lin Shen said in contemplation. Lao Tai's pupils contracted, his face full of shock. Lin Shen regretted this. This old man acted strangely and had a perverse personality. After he realized the reality, would he become angry and turned against others and attacked him directly? What you mean is? Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen with a calm face. Yes, it's what you think. Lin Shen didn't dare to say this, and he didn't want to stimulate Lao Tai anymore. I have 2 brothers and 1 sister? Lao Tai said seriously. Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai in a daze. He was going crazy and complained wildly, "You are not paying attention to it, right? You look different from us. How could you be our brother?" Lao Tai said in contemplation, "I seem to have some impression. I should have 3 younger brothers and 1 sister. You are the youngest, right?" "I am indeed the youngest one, but you really look different from us," Lin Shen said hesitantly. "That's not wrong. Where are the other 2 younger brothers and elder sisters? I want to meet them," Lao Tai said seriously, as if he didn't hear Lin Shen's words at all. "Sister is here, I'll go find her now." Tianqin didn't bother to watch the show, so he was going to find Lin Miao. "Tianqin, wait a moment," Lin Shen hurriedly called out to Tianqin. It has not yet been cleared why Lao Tai thinks he is the second brother Lin Yin. If he pretends to be aware of his mind, and then he thinks that Lin Shen is cheating on him, wouldn't that be bad? "Old Tai, you look really different from us. It's unlikely that you are my second brother." Lin Shen took a deep breath and made it clear. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen and said, "Maybe my appearance has changed a little, so we seem a little different." "You say it is unlikely, but it means you can't be sure either. Since that's the case, the eldest sister should be able to recognize me. When we meet the eldest sister, we will naturally prove that you are my brother." Lin Shen thought about it and it was right. He couldn't remember what his second brother looked like. The eldest sister must remember it. As long as he asked the eldest sister to take a look, the old Tai should give up. Thinking of this, Lin Shen was about to say that he was going to find his elder sister, but Lao Tai said that he should go to see his elder sister, and let Tianqin lead the way with him without saying a word. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu could only go with him. Lin Shen really couldn't figure out why Lao Tai was so persistent in thinking that he was Lin Yin. Lin Miao is in the processing factory of Shen Baden. Recently, Shen Baden has officially started to be sold. Through Tianquan's channels, it has been sold to many planets of the Tianran race. The sales volume is quite good, and the production capacity can no longer keep up with the sales speed. Lin Miao is very worried about this. The production of Shen Baden is limited, so it is too difficult to plant on a large scale. Lin Miao, who was inspecting the plantation, saw Lin Shen and others coming, and smiled and walked towards Lin Shen and others. Lin Miao was slightly surprised to see Lao Tai and Lin Shen and the others together. She naturally recognized Lao Tai, but she had not gone to Paradise Island during this period and did not know that Lao Tai was on Paradise Island. Seeing Lao Tai and Lin Shen and the others walking together, nothing happened, and she knew that something might have happened. Maybe she was no longer an enemy, so she was not too nervous. When Lao Tai saw Lin Miao, he took the initiative to walk over before Lin Shen said something, walked to Lin Miao, looked at her and said, "Sister, I am Lin Yin. Do you still remember me?" Lin Miao was confused by Lao Tai's words. Although so many years have passed, she still remembers what Lin Yin looks like. "Even if I can't remember it clearly, Lao Tai's appearance is indeed different from Lin Yin, so I can't admit my mistake." Lin Miao was about to say something, but Lao Tai seemed to remember something and asked softly, "Sister, is Ah Hua still there?" Lin Miao, who originally wanted to say something, was stunned. Lin Shen had severe cat hair allergies when he was a child, so they could not keep cats at home. Later, Lin Yin came back with a kitten that had just been weaned and said that the kitten saved his life and wanted to take it home for Lin Miao to keep it. However, because of Lin Shen, the kitten could not be kept at home, so he found a yard outside to raise the kitten, and also gave the kitten a name called Ah Hua. Only Lin Yin and Lin Miao knew about this, and even Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zongjing didn't know about it. The weird guy in front of him actually knew Ah Hua, which made Lin Miao a little dazed, but when she looked at Lao Tai, she didn't look like Lin Yin no matter how she looked. "Do you know Ah Hua?" Lin Miao asked suspiciously. "Once I went out to hunt creatures, and I heard the cry of a kitten in the grass beside me. I turned around and found a little cat crawling out of the grass. A 7-step golden ring snake lurking in the grass, and was about to sneak attack me. If it weren't for the accidental reminder of the little cat, I would have lost my life that time." Lao Tai asked again, "Ah Hua is still there?" "It's too old and it's not working a few years ago. I buried it in the flower bed that it usually likes to play with." Lin Miao stared at Lao Tai in a daze, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Only Lin Yin and her should know about this. In order not to worry about the younger brothers, Lin Yin specifically reminded her not to tell anyone. Chapter 636 Working for the Peace of the Universe. The more Lin Shen heard it, the more something was wrong. He was also confused. How could Lao Tai know about his second brother? Although I don't know what this is, I can't be my second brother no matter how I look at it. Sister, do you think he looks like his second brother? Lin Shen quickly reminded. Lin Miao looked at Lao Tai carefully and it did not look like it, but after watching it for a long time, it seemed to have a familiar feeling. If he didn't look at his face and half of the steel body, this person's figure and temperament would look very much like Lin Yin. For a moment, Lin Miao hesitated a little. Sister, do you remember me right? I can't remember what happened. Maybe my appearance is a little different from before, but I can feel that you are my elder sister, and the feeling of being a relative can't be wrong. Lao Tai looked at his elder sister and said firmly. Sister. Lin Shen saw that Lin Miao was hesitating, and quickly spoke out to remind her that he should not be considered as the second brother just because he knew something about his second brother. This is too much. Don't worry. Lin Miao stopped Lin Shen, looked at Lao Tai and said, Take off your shirt and let me see your back. Although Lao Tai didn't know what Lin Miao wanted to do, she knew that Lin Miao should have a way to determine his identity. She asked nothing and took off her vest and turned her back to Lin Miao. Lin Shen and others also looked at Lao Tai, wanting to know what Lin Miao wanted to do. Lao Tai has a strong figure, half of which is weird black iron, and half is strong muscles. The perfection of this half of the muscles is no less than that of the steel body. Lin Miao stared at the half of Lao Tai's flesh and blood behind him and his emotions suddenly became a little excited. He quickly walked closer and reached out to touch Lao Tai's waist. There is a red mark, the size of a quail egg, and it looks like a square whole copper coin. By the way, Ayin. It's really you. It's really you. So many years. Where have you been? Lin Miao's emotions suddenly collapsed, and he cried bitterly while holding Lao Tai. Sister. Lao Tai held Lin Miao's shoulders, and the human eye was also red, looking very excited. Lin Shenrun was stunned, opened his mouth wide, and stared blankly at the two people who were crying with their heads in their arms. No way, it's impossible. Could it be that it's because of physical mutation that makes my second brother look a little different from before? Lin Shen was full of suspicion for a moment. Sister, are you sure he is the second brother? Lin Shen asked again when Lin Miao's mood recovered a little. It's not wrong. The appearance and location of this copper coin birthmark are exactly the same, it's not wrong. Lin Miao said very surely. Lin Shen was also a little uncertain for a moment. Such a strange birthmark should not be so coincidental. Lin Shen thought it was a test that made Lao Tai give up, but it turned into a large-scale marriage recognition scene. Lin Miao pulled Lao Tai and spoke, and the more he said it, the more he was the second Lin Yin. Although Lao Tai doesn't remember many things, he can match some of the things he can remember. What's going on? Lin Shen only felt his scalp numb and his brain was in chaos. Is the weird guy Lao Tai who he has been hiding with is really the second brother Lin Yin? Lin Shen was not sure, but he seemed to be unable to find any negative evidence. Tianqin was stunned by the sight. He also felt that Lao Tai could not be Lin Shen's brother, but now it seems that he is really a brother. Old Wei, do you think he is really possible? Lin Shen walked aside, looked at the two people who showed their true feelings, and quietly asked Wei Wufu on the side. Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen, then looked at Lao Tai, nodded and said, God, seems. How many meanings does God seem to mean? It just doesn't look like it, right? Lin Shen was speechless. But at this point, he seemed to be unable to say anything, so he could only remain silent. Lin Miao was very happy and asked someone to prepare lunch and asked Lin Shen and the others to have dinner together. Lin Shen sat next to him and always felt very awkward. He really couldn't accept it. The weird guy Lao Tai turned out to be his second brother. Xiaowu, why are you standing there? Your second brother has finally come back. You must have suffered a lot outside over the years. We have to take good care of him, talk to your second brother more, and give your second brother a cup. Lin Miao was very happy. Yes, we will be a family in the future. You are Lao Tai's younger brother, I am Lao Tai's brother, and we will be brothers from now on. I am older than you. You can just call Brother Xin in the future. Tianxin raised his glass happily. Come on, Xiaowu, let's have a drink with Brother Tai. No, let's have a drink with Brother Second. What are you talking about? You have to call me uncle in the future. Do you know that everyone here is here? Lin Shen was depressed. How could he suffer this loss? It's not that. Tianxin said hurriedly. Then what do you think about it? Do you want me to call your sister-in-law over? Let's discuss it well. Lin Shen said. I don't care. Anyway, I'm your second brother's brother, you have to call me brother. Tian Xian's energy was extremely corrupt. When Lin Shen returned to the heavenly palace, it was already dark. Fortunately, he had luminous flowers and could not be afraid of the darkness. When he arrived at Tianxuan's room, Lin Shen's eyes lit up suddenly. The night is so dark, but there seems to be a ray of light in this dark night. That light, so white. When Lin Shen woke up the next day, he felt that life was so short that he should do something meaningful in life and not waste his time anymore. So many humans are still in dire straits, and I don't know how many races in the universe are suffering an unfair treatment, waiting for the salvation of the Savior. Lin Shen felt that as a member of the billions of races in the universe, he should stand up and work hard for the rise of mankind and the peace of the universe. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? If I don't become a sage, who will become a sage? A real man should be strict with himself and work hard to make progress. Even if he dies, he should leave some achievements in the universe. Lin Shen ruthlessly rejected Tianxuan's invitation to sleep for a while, and resolutely got up and decided to practice well, and strive for the freedom of billions of races in the universe. I had breakfast first, added 2 more eggs, and never saw anyone else coming to eat. Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh, who has seen the morning of Paradise Island at 9:30 in the morning. There are not many people who work as hard as me now. Those lazy guys will eventually be eliminated by this world. And I will go against the current and become the trendsetter of the times. Lin Shen came to the martial arts stadium alone, pushed the door open with his chest out, but saw Tianxin, Lao Wei, and Lao Tai saying something in the martial arts stadium. Ahem. It's early. Lin Shen coughed lightly, turned around, and closed the door. It's already this time, is it still early? Tianxin glanced at him. Lin Shen ignored him and walked towards Lao Wei and said, Lao Wei, why did you come here so early? You don't ask me to go with me. Noisy. Wei Wufu only said one word. Cough. Lin Shen looked around and said to it, Come on, Lao Wei, let's practice. It's been a long time since I practiced against you. Let me see if your technique has regressed. Chapter 637 Your sword technique is too weak. Lin Shen used to fight with Lao Wei, and he was basically killed by being abused. Fighting hard still has a chance of winning. With pure skills, Wei Wufu can give him one hand. Old Wei, come here. Lin Shen took 2 practice knives without sharp edges from the weapon stand and made a stance of the bloodline sword technique. Wei Wufu also took a practice knife and slashed at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's counterattack style seemed to be of no use to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu didn't even take this trick and just chopped it up. Lin Shen used the bloodline sword technique to defend, but his defense method was to slash against Wei Wufu, but the target he cut was not Wei Wufu's body, but the knife that Wei Wufu slashed over. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal collisions was endless. Both of them were fierce like tigers. It seemed that both of them were fighting desperately, but in fact, Lin Shen had been defending, but his defensive swordsmanship was really different from others. Tianxin looked aside for a while, and was slightly surprised. When did that guy's technique become so rigorous? Wei Wufu could not break through Lin Shen's defense for a moment, and Lin Shen seemed to be more than enough. Old Wei, then. Tian Xian picked up another practice knife from the weapon stand and threw it to Wei Wufu in the battle. Wei Wufu stretched out his free left hand and caught the practice knife thrown by Tianxin. He held the knife in both hands like Lin Shen. The offensive suddenly became more and more violent. The light of the sword flashed, and the four swords flashed and collided rapidly in the air. The two men made a fierce sound of fighting against thousands of troops. Both of their feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and no one took a step back. They cut hard with their two swords. The practice knife could not withstand high-frequency impacts, and countless gaps appeared on it, and in the end they were cut off by two people. Lin Shen held the broken knife in his hand and was very happy to see that Wei Wufu was left in his hand on the opposite side. This was the first time he faced Wei Wufu head-on without losing his temper. Although it was because of pure defense, it was enough to make him feel happy. My technique finally came into the room. When Lin Shen was secretly happy, he saw Lao Tai coming. Xiao Wu, your skills are too bad. When you go out and fight the enemy, you are too easy to be killed. More training is needed. I will practice with you. Lao Tai said, taking two more practice knives from the shelf and throwing them to Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought to himself, why are you bragging about? I admit that my skills are not good, but only in terms of defense, my level is not bad. Why do you say that you will be easily killed? Dreaming? Didn't you bully me with your strong strength and speed before, and if you really stand on the same level, you can try to break my defense. My strength and speed are not as good as you, so let Lao Wei practice with me. Lin Shen said tactfully. No, I will control my strength and speed to the same level as you. Lao Tai said, and he also took a practice knife and slashed at Lin Shen with one. The power is the same as speed. I see how you break my bloodlife sword technique. Lin Shen didn't believe what he could do to himself. Seeing Lao Tai slashing over with a knife, Lin Shen directly used the bloodlife sword technique to seal his possible change trajectory, and went up with his left-handed sword. Lin Shen blocked the gap. He clearly saw Lao Tai's knife slashing down, but when he blocked, he found that his knife was one step faster. After his knife was cut, Lao Tai's knife fell down, making him unable to even react. The knife in his other hand was too late to stand on it. Lao Tai's knife was placed on his neck. Although Lin Shen could use the shrimp sliding method to retreat, he did not retreat. Because they are practicing sword skills, in terms of sword skills, he has already lost this move. What happened to the knife just now? Tianqin was a little surprised when he looked around. He didn't understand how Lin Shen lost. Lin Shen's defensive position is no problem, and the timing of the knife is right, but why he failed to block Lao Tai's knife is really incomprehensible. From his perspective, it was as if Lin Shen swung his sword himself to speed up the speed, sweeping it over before Lao Tai's sword fell down, and unable to block Lao Tai's sword. Wei Wufu was thinking and stared at the knife in Lao Tai's hand. Your swordsmanship is too strong, but it is all defensive, which is contradictory. Lao Tai took back his sword and said slowly, practicing a defensive is like defending the city. Defending the city depends on the advantages of the city, and you can use the weak to fight the strong. But you give up your original advantage and send troops to fight hard with the enemy. If both sides are equal in size, why do you need to defend? Since you are defending, then sending troops to consume the opponent and giving up your own advantages. This is not reasonable. Moreover, if you take the initiative, you will be easily tempted by others. If you can't see the truth clearly, you can be said to be self-defeating. Lao Tai said Lin Shen's blood death sword technique worthless, but Lin Shen was not angry. Lao Tai was right, and he was indeed broken by Lao Tai with one knife, which is irrefutable. Not only was Lin Shen not angry, but he was a little lucky. The person who broke his sword skills first was Lao Tai. If he was caught in the real life and death duel in the future, the price he would pay at that time would not be the education, but the price of blood, and it might even be this life. Lin Shen calmed down, looked at Lao Tai's eyes, and clenched the two irons in his hand. Come again. Lin Shen knew that Lao Tai was right, but he didn't plan to change it, and he couldn't change it. Because the slag knife technique requires him to attack in order to exert the effect of the slag knife technique. Once it is transformed into pure defense, without the bloodlife sword technique attached to the slag knife technique, it is just an ordinary defensive sword technique. So Lin Shen can only go on this road. Since there is a problem, then solve the problem. Lin Shen competed with Lao Tai again and again, but Lao Tai's sword seemed to be able to transform into magic. Lin Shen either blocked it too early or too late, and could not touch his sword at all. Every time, Lao Tai put the knife on his neck. This made Lin Shen realize that his and Lao Tai's realm were not on the same level as the same level. Lao Tai just used the change of rhythm to break the defensive posture of his bloodline sword technique. However, Lin Shen did not give up. He was patiently adapting to Lao Tai's rhythm changes. He himself is also good at rhythm changes, but he is not as good as Lao Tai's control. His method of attacking with two swords is to have two rhythms, one positive and one reversed. However, under such circumstances, Lao Tai still found the breakpoint of the rhythm, or Lao Tai directly disrupted his rhythm with the rhythm. Seeing that Lin Shen had no intention of changing, Lao Tai was not in a hurry. It was difficult for verbal education to change a person's obsession, but the cruel reality can easily change a person's views. Chapter 638 It's okay if you don't die. Lin Shen's knife technique is very strange. All his habits with swords are similar to the smearing method in ordinary knife techniques, or the cutting method of dividing meat and food. Or it is the moment when the knife slams hard on the hard device. It is hard to describe what it feels like. This kind of knife technique looks weird and is very difficult to use. It is actually not easy for ordinary people to use this technique in actual combat. Lin Shen's every sword is like this, which makes it difficult for him to control his own power and to be able to receive freely. So once every sword is cut, he must hit the target, otherwise the other party will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. It is difficult for ordinary people to make Lin Shen miss the opportunity. Even if he fails, it is difficult to seize the opportunity. But Lao Tai did it easily, just taking advantage of the changes in rhythm. Lin Shen could only patiently try to keep up with Lao Tai's rhythm again and again, at least to prevent him from using rhythm changes to disrupt his own rhythm. After repeated attempts, Lin Shen used the method of double knife joint attack to make up for the lack of rhythm. Even if the first knife was controlled by the rhythm, the second knife could make up for the loophole in time. But when the second knife was slashed on Lao Tai's knife, it felt like it was hitting the air. Then Lin Shen saw Lao Tai's knife disappear. When he saw the knife again, the knife was placed on his neck again. Your sword technique has too many loopholes. Even if you can adapt to the changes in rhythm, there are still 10,000 ways to break your defensive. Lao Tai took back his sword and said calmly. Okay, then let's do it again. Lin Shen also became a little angry. Even though I know that what Lao Tai said is right, anyone would feel a little unhappy when the sword technique he had finally mastered was looked down upon by others. Lin Shen held two swords in his hand and once again made the bloodline sword stance. However, this time, his momentum was obviously even more fierce. When Lao Tai slashed with another sword, Lin Shen still met with the same sword. Lao Tai's sword disappeared in front of Lin Shen's eyes again, but Lin Shen's sword did not stop and slashed directly at Lao Tai. This is a method of fighting with both teeth and blood that he had already studied before. If I can't hit your knife, I will cut your people directly. Let's exchange blood for life to see who has changed it. But before his knife could be touched Lao Tai, the knife in Lao Tai's hand had already pressed against his heart. Lin Shen discovered something sad because he was shorter than Lao Tai and his arm span was not as long as his, so Lao Tai's knife was pointed at him, but his knife was almost unable to reach Lao Tai's body. You should be glad that your hand stretches longer than me. Otherwise you will be the one who 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 will be the one who. Then try again. Lao Tai said calmly. Just try it. Lin Shen tried again and again, and he found that he was a little worse every time. He quickly realized that this was definitely not as simple as stretching his hands. Predicting the enemy's initiative. Lin Shen pondered for a moment and understood what was going on. Lao Tai was able to achieve the level of the magic of God and God, and could predict Lin Shen's every move, and he was already targeting him when he took action. However, Lao Tai's ability is obviously much stronger than Tian Buluo, which makes people feel that he is looking for the enemy's initiative, and he only thinks that he is a little worse. If someone with a poor understanding is afraid he will not understand until he dies, he is not that bad. It's the third time I've encountered such a disgusting skill. I have to break him. Lin Shen hated fighting with people with this skill, and it was very uncomfortable to fight. Every move is interrupted, as if you have been urinating halfway through, and it is so sour and refreshing. If you work hard, Lin Shen can use the sand between his fingers to shoot cold arrows, or break them with force. But now he is practicing swords, so he can only break this disgusting technique in his moves. How can he make his predictions be made? Lin Shen thought about it, but there was really no solution. Since Lao Tai's prediction cannot be wrong, Lin Shen can only take another path. Tianxin and Wei Wufu were watching the game next to him. Wei Wufu didn't say a word, but Tianxin was a chatterbox and kept talking. Xiao Wu's sword technique is pretty good, but it's much worse than his second brother. His every move was expected by his second brother, and he was played in his palms. If it were me, I could compete with my second brother, and it would be useless to make my second brother predict my behavior. Unfortunately, his knife is too slow. I told him that he has no ability to use this method of cracking. Or, you go. Wei Wufu was so annoyed by him that the unspeakable person also swallowed him. Tianxin seemed to have not understood Wei Wufu's words at all. He looked arrogant and hugged his arms and said, "It's enough to have the second brother teach him, so I don't need to take action myself." Shame. Wei Wufu looked at Tianxin with a complicated expression and asked. Lin Shen's sword technique could not be changed, as if he had no choice but to deal with Lao Tai. No matter how strange his sword technique changed, Lao Tai would always have his unexpected tricks waiting for him. As Lin Shen fought, he felt that he could not use a knife anymore. As soon as he took action, he was forced to change. If you change someone, you should almost give up resisting at this time. Or just say that the people in the Lin family are all stubborn. When they were beaten to this level, Lin Shen was still insisting on his blood-dead sword technique and was unmoved at all. If you force yourself, you will be strong. If you win, you will win. Anyway, I know I am wrong, but I just don't change it and I just want to continue to move forward. The road is blocked, it doesn't matter. I won't take a detour, and I won't look back if I hit the south wall. I opened the wall and opened the stone to build the road and continued to walk forward. This person is really stupid. Wouldn't he change his thinking and sword skills? Tianxin felt uncomfortable for Lin Shen. This was the complete abuse. Lin Shen felt like he couldn't even stretch his hands, and it looked very pitiful. The knife was defeated, the practice, the person, because the heart was unsuccessful. Wei Wufu said seriously. I know this truth too, but if I take the wrong path, I always have to turn around, right? Tianxin said. How do you know, wrong? Wei Wufu asked back. I've been abused like this. Isn't it the wrong path? Tianxin curled his lips and said. The person is not dead, it's not wrong. Wei Wufu said. Tianxin stroked his forehead speechlessly and said depressedly, if a person dies, what's the use of knowing that he is wrong? So, yes. Wei Wufu nodded in agreement. Oh. I didn't mean that. Tianxin never felt that chatting with others was so difficult. Chapter 639 No Sword Aura. Lin Shen's depression was indescribable. He and Tian Buluo had practiced it, and Tian Buluo also had the ability to predict it, but when he fought with Tian Buluo, he was not so depressed. Lao Tai can no longer be considered a prediction. Lin Shen felt that he had been digging a hole for himself, waiting for him to jump inside. Lao Tai's rank is much higher than Tian Buluo. But Lin Shen was not convinced. He was so frustrated that he had been educated for a long time and was still rubbed like this. He couldn't help but be angry, even if he could win once or win a move and half a move. But I couldn't even win one move and half a stance. I was a little bit short of each time, and I only lost a little bit every time. It seemed that Lin Shen saw hope, but it seemed that he could not see hope. It is obvious that Lao Tai is playing with him. Lao Tai is obviously capable of directly torture him, but he just doesn't. He just wants to beat Lin Shen like the front line, which makes Lin Shen extremely depressed. Now Lin Shen really wished that his arm could grow by a few centimeters, at least he could have a loss with Lao Tai, and it would be fine to relieve his anger. Of course, he didn't really want to fight with Lao Tai, he just felt depressed and uncomfortable, and wanted to earn some face to come back. Just a little pitiful thought seems to be impossible to achieve. Lao Tai has already played like this, and it seems that the opportunity is right in front of him, but Lin Shen can't catch it. Lin Shen could not break through that little distance, and even had a conflict of wanting to throw the knife out as a flying knife and stab Lao Tai, or blasting the waves and sand between his fingers at Lao Tai. The problem is that I am practicing swords now, and Lao Tai is not a real enemy. No matter how good Lin Shen has no character, he will not be able to reach that level. Lin Shen became more and more depressed as he fought, and became more and more angry as he fought. The feeling of being stuffy was indescribable. I really should have a 40-meter-long sword to fight, see who can be longer than me. Lin Shen waved his sword, wishing that the sword could grow apiece, or that the sword wind could directly hurt people like the finger wind in his fingers. Lin Shen thought to himself that this knife actually slashed out with a storm. Originally, there was only a straight of distance. As soon as the sword wind came out, it immediately slashed on Lao Tai's body, cutting a hole in Lao Tai's clothes, leaving a shallow mark on his steel body. Lin Shen, you cheated. I promised to practice knife, why did you use that thing? Tian Xin beat and shouted. It doesn't matter. Knife energy is also a kind of technique. If you can use this technique, it is also your ability. This knife is beyond my expectations. If I can't avoid it at my limited speed, I lost. Lao Tai stopped Tianxin and continued, Xiao Wu, I have seen your performance on the race rankings. I know that you can use the power of fists and fingers from the air, but I didn't expect that I could use the power of the sword energy. This is very good and will be of great help to you. After hearing what Lao Tai said, Lin Shen lost all the pleasure of winning, and he was not so excited to accidentally understand the use of sword energy. Come on, continue, you can use the knife energy, and you can use any other skills. Lao Tai said. Then I'll come. Lin Shen knew that he was definitely not a match for Lao Tai, so he only had one way to go. Bloodline sword technique, one force reduces 10 times. When Lao Tai attacked again, Lin Shen directly slashed out the sword energy, and the technique he used was the previous slag knife technique. Suddenly, Lin Shen suddenly discovered that Lao Tai's sword also burst out from the sword energy, colliding with Lin Shen's sword energy. Tianxin laughed loudly when he saw it. It's not only you who knows how to do it, but our second brother can do it. Click. Two sword auras collided with each other, and Lao Tai's sword aura was actually split directly by Lin Shen's sword aura, and his power continued to slash towards Lao Tai, making Tianxin's eyes wide open. Lao Tai seemed a little surprised, but he still moved to avoid this sword energy. Lin Shen was ecstatic when he saw this. The two swords in his hand danced wildly, not only to resist Lao Tai's attack, but to cut Lao Tai's sword energy. He could continue to attack Lao Tai, so that Lao Tai could only move to avoid the sword energy. You cheat, the second brother controls the power, but the power you use is stronger than the second brother. You can't be kind to play like this. Tianxin was angry. Lin Shen's lazy mind is that idiot. The power used by Lao Tai is controlled by Lao Tai himself. It will definitely not be much worse than his power. If it is too bad, Lao Tai would have adjusted it long ago. The reason why his sword energy can cut off Lao Tai's sword energy seems to be stronger than honest is not because of his strength. Instead, Lin Shen's knife energy used the method of a slag knife, which also produced an effect similar to a slag knife. Although it is not as strong as when using a slag knife, it is much stronger than the normal knife energy destructive power. Lin Shen danced wildly with his swords, and his sword energy was full of energy. It would not be so easy for Lao Tai to imagine that he was as close to him as before. Moreover, Lao Tai used several strange powers, but he could not withstand Lin Shen's sword energy, so he could only use his body skills to avoid the sword energy. Lin Shen, who had been depressed for a long time, was extremely happy at this time, just like a man holding a magic weapon blade and fighting a master with a bare-handed fist. Although the master was strong, under Lin Shen's two magic weaponry, he had no idea how to start for a while and approached Lin Shen's body. Unless Lao Tai breaks through the restrictions set by himself, forcibly increase his strength and speed, or uses the power of Nirvana to break Lin Shen's sword energy from a long distance, it is possible to suppress Lin Shen. Lao Tai is obviously not that kind of person. After using several methods, he knew that he could not break through Lin Shen's defense, so he withdrew from the battle circle. If you win, I can't break your defense. Lao Tai said naturally, as if he didn't mind winning or losing. He is cheating. If you use some more force to cut off his sword energy, or torture him casually. Tian Xin said. Lao Tai shook his head and said, it's not the case. His sword energy is very special. Under the same power, his sword energy can be said to be omnipotent. Unless he uses the power of Nirvana, I cannot break his sword energy. You mean, his sword energy is invincible? Tian Xin widened his eyes in disbelief. It can't be said that it is invincible at the same level. It's just that this technique has a strong destructive power. If it is combined with his defensive sword technique, unless it can break through his sword energy, it can only be better than him with stronger strength and speed, or the power of Nirvana. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen and pondered, I don't have too many skills to remember, and it is not convenient to use the power of Nirvana. This way, if you use this exercise in the future, it should be helpful to you. As he said that, Lao Tai put the mechanical watch that Lin Shen returned to him again on Lin Shen's wrist, and then pressed it on it a few times. Lin Shen suddenly felt the scene in front of him changing, as if he had entered a time tunnel. The next second, Lin Shen fell on the ground with his feet, but his eyes widened. I'm going, why did I get me here? Chapter 640 Soldier Stars Appear. Lin Shen found that he had come to the planet full of dilapidated temples again. Fortunately, it is still during the day and those strange creatures have not appeared yet. He quickly touched his back. The sun-shooting general's bow was still there. With this bow, he only needed to find the Golden Buddha temple to go back. The mechanical watch can actually be teleported to this strange planet. Does that mean that as long as I use this watch, I can go out at any time? Lin Shen was wondering why Lao Tai had to get in here, but he heard Lao Tai's voice. Come with me. Lao Tai was standing behind Lin Shen, and he also teleported over. So he's here too. Lin Shen followed Lao Tai and asked as he walked, what are you taking me here for? Lao Tai said as he walked, I don't know who was teaching you before. What you learned is just a deviant approach and there is no normal system training. This leads to you not being able to solve the problem through the system when you encounter many problems. But things have reached this point. It is very difficult to complete the system based on your current foundation, so you can only take another path. What road? Lin Shen asked. One method breaks 10,000 methods, one force reduces 10,000. You don't need to know everything, nor do you need to care about what others know. Just crush it. Lao Tai said while leading the way, your sword technique is very special, and you may be able to follow this path. But it is not enough now. Your sword energy still needs to be strengthened, and here can help you. How to help? Lin Shen didn't quite understand. This kind of thing was to help him strengthen his sword energy. It's almost here. Lao Tai did not explain anymore, and took Lin Shen through the ruined planet and came to a temple. The temple was gone, and only the main hall had not collapsed yet, but the plaque on the main hall was gone. I didn't know which god was worshipped in this temple. In the hall, there was a statue of God hanging. Lao Tai pointed to the statue and said, go, and get him down and put it back on the altar. Lin Shen did not hesitate when he heard this. He walked over and picked up the statue of God, freed the statue's head from the rope, and then returned him to the altar. Lao Tai's strength is far better than Lin Shen. If he wants to be unfavorable to Lin Shen can't resist it, so even though he still doesn't believe that Lao Tai is the second brother, he still does what he said. The statue of the god was put back on the altar, and the body originally made of black clay embryos gradually emitted a magical brilliance. Under the illumination of the glory, the temple that had been dilapidated and had collapsed seemed to be back in time. All the collapsed buildings were recovering, and in a moment it had become a magnificent temple. In the temple, a beam of light shot towards the sky. Under the day, a star shining in the sky, echoing the temple. Even the sun in the sky could not cover the bright starlight of the stars. Lin Shen was slightly stunned when he saw the three words, Qiyu Temple, engraved on the plaque built by stone. How could humans not know that Qiyu, the soldier leader, was a person who competed with Huangdi in myths and legends? When Lin Shen was wondering what was going on, he saw that the temple was dilapidated again. After a moment, all the buildings collapsed. This time, even the main hall collapsed together, and the statues in the main hall were also destroyed. A temple just now turned into ruins in a blink of an eye. The glory just now seemed to be just a dream. Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai, wondering what was going on, what Lao Tai meant. Look at the coordinate records in the watch. Lao Tai said calmly. Lin Shen quickly turned on the mechanical watch and found that there were 4 coordinate records in the watch. 2 of them are the coordinates of the planet Neptune and the crater, which is familiar to the forest. Among the remaining 2 coordinates, one should be from this mysterious planet, and the watch is still counting down. When the countdown is over, it can be teleported out. Lin Shen couldn't guess the last coordinate for a while. Where was the coordinates? Thinking of the sunrise star just now, Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai and said, "Is this the coordinates of the shining star just now?" Qiyu returned to his position and the soldiers appeared. You can use the teleportation device to go to soldiers for training, which will help you with your sword energy and sword skills. Lao Tai said. Lin Shen was extremely shocked. Can the gods in every temple here correspond to a star? Can the gods in the temple transform into planets? It's not that magical. That planet should have existed originally, but it just echoes it. I don't remember much, I only remember some fragments of things. What is the origin of this planet? Why are there these temples, and why statues of gods hung in the temple? I don't know. I'll tell you when I think about it. Lao Tai pondered, don't touch those statues casually. Although I don't know why, my feelings tell me that some statues are very dangerous and should not move casually. Lin Shen nodded and looked at the watch and found that the countdown set by Lao Tai was almost over. As soon as the countdown ended, Lin Shen took Lao Tai to teleport back. Lao Tai didn't say that Lin Shen would go to Bingxing, but Lin Shen himself was very curious about Bingxing, set a relatively short time, and then chose to teleport over. He only set 3 minutes. If the soldier star is too dangerous, he only needs to hold on for 3 minutes to teleport back, and saving his life is the first priority. After a dizzy moment, Lin Shen found himself appearing on a planet full of bronze mountains. Before he could land, he saw a bronze man holding a sword in front of him walking out toward him. The bronze man saw Lin Shen and a red light emerged from his body. The copper sword in his hand also pointed at Lin Shen. He saw him throwing out the copper sword in his hand, and the copper sword suddenly turned into a stream of light and stabbed towards the deep. Nirvana creature. Lin Shen was shocked and immediately stimulated the strength of his body. Various skills were activated. At the same time, he pulled out the slag knife and scabbard. The knife and scabbard overlapped and greeted the flying copper sword. With a sound of deception, the red flame on the copper sword was cut open, and the knife collided with the scabbard and the copper sword. A little gap appeared on the copper sword, and Lin Shen also took several steps back to stabilize his body. The Nirvana creature doesn't look that strong either. Lin Shen took out the inheritance fan and stoked the bronze sword that flew over again. The wind blew the mysterious words and fell on the bronze sword. The bronze sword that was originally flying in the air suddenly fell to the ground and could not fly. This shocking style is really useful. You can even ban the Nirvana level. Lin Shen was overjoyed. With this shocking style, you will not be afraid of long-range attacks from the Life Foundation in the future. If others dare to release the Life Foundation, as long as he has such a fan, the Life Foundation will be implemented. Chapter 641 The Entire System of Crowning. Lin Shen was about to say that once the Life Foundation was implemented, he had the final say and could not even collect it. But when the bronze man reached out and grabbed it, the bronze sword Life Foundation slid against the ground and towards the bronze man. The bronze man held the bronze sword and rushed towards Lin Shen again, and the red flame sword light that was dozens of feet long slashed over. Lin Shen had a fan with his fore and backhand, and the folding and shaking styles played a role. He himself summoned the Destiny and asked her to use the same rooted skills to merge with himself. Combined with the Destiny, and all kinds of skills were opened. Lin Shen shook off the inheritance fan in his hand, and rushed forward with the scallion knife and scabbard. Click! Lin Shen's scum knife slashed on the red flame sword light, and actually split the red flame sword light directly. The swords were frantically circulating. Lin Shen rushed up with the red flame sword light, blocking all the sword lights swung out by the bronze man. Then the sword and the scabbard were crossed, and a scabbard cut off the bronze man's head. The bronze man fell to the ground immediately and his life-based bronze sword wanted to escape, but was directly knocked down by the scabbard in Lin Shen's hand. Hunting Nirvana creatures bronze sword soldiers, discovering Nirvana spirit-based bronze sword. Lin Shen had not had time to pick up the bronze sword. The countdown time he set had already reached and the person was teleported out. With the first experience, Lin Shen set the time a lot longer when he went in again. But when he arrived at the Bingxing again, the body of the bronze sword soldier was still there, but the bronze sword spirit foundation was gone, and he must have run away. Lin Shen didn't care. After walking far in the mountains, he saw the bronze sword soldiers again. However, this time there were dozens of bronze sword soldiers, and there was also a purple-red sword soldier all over, which was obviously a mutated existence. Lin Shen turned his head and ran away. He could not deal with so many bronze sword soldiers alone and could not take risks with his life. Fortunately, he ran fast enough. Before the bronze sword soldiers saw him, he had already run away and did not come to chase him. Above the military stars, can it be all Nirvana creatures? Lin Shen thought about it and felt that it was very possible. The name of the bronze sword soldier is not a high-end product. Even such creatures are at Nirvana level. It is probably not that easy to find a creature below Nirvana level here. After Lin Shen escaped for a while, he saw that there were no bronze sword soldiers catching up, so he slowed down. He didn't dare to walk around. Who knew if there were any more terrifying creatures hidden nearby? Turning over a mountain, Lin Shen saw a bronze man holding a copper knife appearing in front of him, wandering there alone. Since it was a single bronze man, Lin Shen was not polite. He opened his firepower and killed the bronze man in a few strokes. With full skills and the person who defies his fate, Lin Shen's combat power is no longer comparable to that of ordinary Nirvana. Kill the Nirvana creature's copper sword weapon and discover the Nirvana spirit-based copper sword. Another prompt message appeared on the watch. This time Lin Shen did not let Lingji escape, so he used the shock style to control it, and then pressed it to the ground. I finally got the Nirvana spiritual foundation, but you still want to run away. Lin Shen put it into the storage space. Temple. Lin Shen continued to walk forward and found that there was a temple in front, just like the Chi Yu temple he had seen on that mysterious planet, and it was built on the hillside. Lin Shenfei looked closer and saw that the plaque of the temple had the words, Chi Yu Temple. Lin Shen pushed the door and found that there was nothing in Chi Yu Temple. In the main hall of the temple, there was a statue of Chi Yu on the altar. What is the relationship between this soldier star and that mysterious planet? Why can the soldier star appear after the statue on the mysterious planet be restored? Could it be that the gods will be kidnapped? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out for a moment. While Lin Shen was pondering various questions, he suddenly heard a voice, Inheritor. Please choose the weapon you want to inherit. Lin Shen looked up at the statue of Chi Yu in shock, and it was him who spoke. However, the statue of Chi Yu was expressionless, like a mechanical one. Light shot out from his eyes, and it turned into a holographic projection in front of Lin Shen. Handfuls of weapons of different shapes appeared in front of Lin Shen. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks, and many weapons that Lin Shen could not recognize at all. Inheritor, please choose the weapon you want to inherit. The statue repeated the words just now. Why did I choose? What are the benefits of choosing? Lin Shen asked at the statue of God, not knowing whether the statue of God could answer him. Choose any weapon, and you will obtain the weapon talent of the weapon. Using this type of weapon will receive talent blessings, and at the same time become the inheritor of the weapon, competing with other inheritors as the position of the King of War. The statue of the god actually introduced it carefully. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this. He could gain talent by just one weapon first, and if he became the king of the weapon, he could also gain talent for the throne, which is equivalent to 2 additional talents. What's even more outrageous is that there is actually the ranking of the King of War. If you have the title of King of War, you will also receive a kind of talent blessing. These are the 3 blessings. Can I choose a variety of talents? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. If he can choose more, he can choose all kinds of weapons. Then wouldn't he have talent bonus when using all weapons? That would be great. Yes, said the statue. Okay, I'll choose all. Lin Shen said without hesitation. He himself is a person of uncertainty. If you want to choose a knife, in fact, he prefers to use dead fans than a knife, but dead fans are not a weapon, and the statue of the gods will not be classified separately for him. Lin Shen was originally a little confused. Since he could choose all of them, there was no need to worry about it. Are you sure you choose to be the inheritor of all types of weapons? The statue asked again. Yes, sure. Lin Shen said. The next second, all the weapons' images lit up and turned into streams of light and rushed into Lin Shen's body, making Lin Shen feel something strange changes in his body. Swordsman proficient, bladesman proficient, bladesman proficient, axesman proficient. Inexplicable information continued to appear in Lin Shen's mind. Inheritor, leave your name. The voice of the statue rang out again. The Fist God. Lin Shen said casually. The name of the Fist God, the Sword Inheritor appears, the Sword System ranking list is open, the first Fist God in the ranking list is crowned with the title of the Sword King, and the Sword King has obtained talent. The Sword System Inheritor appears, the Sword System ranking list is opened, the first Fist God in the ranking list is crowned with the title of the Sword King, and the Sword King has obtained talent. The Gun System, all inheritances of the various systems have been opened. The 100 Soldiers ranking list is opened. The 100 Soldiers ranking list is the first Fist God in the ranking list is crowned with the title of the Sword King, and the Sword King has obtained talent. Accompanied by sounds, lights merged into Lin Shen's body. Chapter 642 Sword Technique Rating. Sword King's Talent. Sword King's Talent. Gun King's Talent. Lin Shen felt that his brain was about to explode, and too much talent information poured into his brain. Among his talents, he has a lot of talents, proficiency in various weapons, and proficiency in the first weapon can make him 20% stronger when using this weapon, including learning the speed of learning the techniques of this weapon. The kingly talents of each system are directly strengthened by Lin Shen when using this weapon. In other words, Lin Shen now cut out a sword energy, and the power of the sword energy will be more than doubled than before. Although the last talent of the King of War will not enhance his sword energy, the attributes of any weapon in front of him will be weakened partly, which is equivalent to the aura of other weapons in the entire system. It's so cool. I have these talents. I don't worry about not being able to beat my opponent. Lin Shen was secretly happy, but he heard the statue of the god continue to speak again. The weapon list is opened, the temple is activated, and the teleportation station is opened. All creatures of all races in the universe can enter the weapon star through the teleportation station to obtain the weapon inheritance. Lin Shen was immediately unhappy when he heard this news. Now he is the only one who can obtain various kingly talents and the talent blessing of the King of War. Once those top strong men come in, it is impossible for him to keep his ranking in this ranking. How is the ranking calculated? It's not that you need to compete with other inheritors, right? Lin Shen asked. You only need to use your technique and you will be able to judge the score. The one with the highest score is the king of this category. Once a year, only the kings of each category can participate in the battle. The final winner becomes the king of this category. The weapon will receive an additional 10% talent mastery bonus. The statue replied. It's good, it's okay, just don't have to fight. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Anyway, he didn't have to fight, so he was very satisfied with the scoring rules here. He can also spend a year on the title of King of 100 Soldiers. By then, he may no longer have the title of kings of various categories, and he is not qualified to participate in the battle for King of 100 Soldiers. Being able to get the blessing of mastery talents from each department is also a free benefit, which is better than not. No. Now I am the King of Soldiers, and I have all other talents in the system. Wouldn't that mean that all other talents in the system have been strengthened now? Normal talents in the system should have a 10% bonus. Lin Shen hurriedly asked about the statue. Not bad. The statue affirmed Lin Shen's thoughts. Then everyone else chooses all the talents of each department. After they win, will the whole department still be strengthened? Lin Shen asked again. There will be no more talent for the entire system. You are the first person to come here. In order to enable the entire system, you will be allowed to choose all talents. In the future, the creatures who come here can only choose one weapon talent. Lin Shen was stunned. So, I'm just a tool guy. Lin Shen thought that this tool guy was quite worth it. At least he had the talent for all weapons that no one else could have. Although it was only 10% enhanced, it was better than not. Lin Shen is willing to be such a tool person a few more times. Lin Shen thought for a while and said that since he had come, he would let the statue see how many ratings his bloodlife sword technique could get. Soldier Lord, can I call you that? Lin Shen asked as he looked at the statue. Of course. The statue replied. Soldier Master, I have a set of sword techniques that I need to take a look for, and see how many points you can get. Lin Shen pulled out the scum knife, holding the knife in one hand and the sheath in the other. Let's start. The statue was still the cold and emotional voice. Lin Shen demonstrated his bloodlife sword technique. This time he did his best and hoped that his rating would be higher. He is quite confident about the bloodlife sword technique, and at least he is a unique technique created by himself. With the same level of strength and speed, even Lao Tai said that his bloodlife sword technique is not easy to break. In order to prevent the statue from not being able to see the mystery of his sword technique, Lin Shen used it with all his strength so that the statue could know the true mystery of this sword technique. After using a set of sword techniques, Lin Shen put his sword back and retreated. He was very satisfied with his performance and was considered a normal performance. Soldier Master, how many points can I get from my sword technique? Lin Shen looked at the statue and asked. 3.5, the statue replied directly. Almost at the same time, on the sword weapon ranking list, a value of 3.5 appeared after the name of the Sword King Fist God, which means that the Sword King's sword technique score is 3.5. Is the upper limit of the score 5? Lin Shen asked suspiciously at the statue of God. No. The statue of the god denied Lin Shen's speculation. If it is 10 points, my sword technique can only score 3.5 points. Isn't it a bit too low? In fact, the real power of my sword technique is that it is special. Lin Shen tried to explain, and scored 3.5 points, which is a bit too low. It's not a 10 system, it's a percent system. The statue of gods waited until Lin Shen finished speaking. Percentage system, you give me a 3.5 mark in the sword technique. Lin Shen looked incredible. No matter how bad the bloodlife sword technique was, he wouldn't only give me a 3.5 mark. Yes. The statue of God did not have any emotion at all. Can you ask, is this score calculated based on the difficulty of the sword technique itself, or is it calculated based on the strength of the strength? Lin Shen felt that it should be divided according to the strength of the sword technique itself, and it should have little to do with the difficulty of the sword technique itself. Otherwise, how could he only score 3.5 points with such a powerful sword technique? Only the quality of the sword technique itself. The statue's answer made Lin Shen twitch in the corners of his eyes. Lin Shen couldn't understand why his sword skills were only rated by 3.5 points. But he was not stupid enough to argue with the statue, so he turned around and left. Lin Shen could see that with his score, it was impossible for him to maintain the position of the King of Knife, and it would be even more impossible for other thrones to be the ones. Sooner or later, it would be someone else's, so it's better to leave quickly. On the mat star, Lao Lang was looking for ascending creatures with a few people when he suddenly saw a small black stone house in front of him. There was a sign hanging on it with the words, Chiyu Temple. How come there is a temple here? Lao Lang and several assassinators planned to the temple and tried to push the door and walked in. The moment I walked into the temple, I saw the statues on the altar shining brightly, and then a few people came to the temple of Bingxing for no reason. But the temple they visited was not the one where Lin Shen was. When the statue of the god met Lin Shen, he said the same thing. Lao Lang and his other people were overjoyed and quickly chose their own choices. Lao Lang's life base is the wolf-tooth sword, and he chose the sword-type talent. After they chose their talents, they saw the rankings. Looking at the names of the kings, all of them looked at each other. This guy is funny, why is it all the rankings him? A Gaullman curled his lips and said, he is the only one on the rankings. He probably is the first person to come here, but how can he choose the talent of the entire system? You see, there are scores behind the sword system rankings, so it should be his sword technique score, right? The percentage system, he only has 3.5 points. How bad this sword technique should be. Lao Lang smiled knowingly, let me take away his position as the king of swords. After reaching a consensus with the statue, Lao Lang demonstrated his wolf-tooth sword technique. The remaining 2 chapters are going to be until night, sorry. Chapter 643 The Nucleus of Life. Lao Lang is very confident in his sword technique. Although he is just an ascensioner, this sword technique comes from the royal family of the Fang clan. It is also a sword technique that can be called a name in the universe. Even if he doesn't practice well enough, he should still be able to get a pass score. If he takes another step back, even if he fails, he will not lose to a rookie who only has 3.5 points. After Lao Lang showed his sword technique, he looked at the statue and the ranking list with confidence, and then he was stunned. Now there are only 2 people in the sword system rankings, and the score behind the fist god is 3.5, while his score is only 0.1. 0.1? Isn't it wrong? How could my sword technique only have a score of 0.1? Lao Lang couldn't accept this result at all and thought it must be a mistake. You are not 0.1. The statue replied. I just said, how could my wolf teeth sword technique be 0.1 points? I must have made a mistake. What is my real score? Lao Lang asked. The statue replied, your real score is less than 0.1, but because the lowest score can only be 0.1, it cannot be lower anymore, so you can only show you a 0.1 rating. Lao Lang and the others were stunned. The percentage-based rating, the sword technique used by Lao Lang could not even meet the minimum standard. It must have been a mistake. The wolf-tooth sword technique is a famous sword technique in the universe. How come it doesn't even have 0.1 points? Lao Lang couldn't believe it. Old wolf, don't worry, let's give it a try, won't you know if there is any problem with this score, said the Gaulian on the side. Lao Lang felt that there was nothing wrong, so he waited aside. Gaul chose the claw system. He summoned his life-based Jiuxuan claws and then used a set of soul-chasing and death-taking claw techniques. Under the anticipation of everyone, a 0.1 rating appeared behind his name. My soul-chasing death-taking claw technique is actually only 0.1. It seems that the score is not wrong. The standard of this score is too high. The Gaulian said, and suddenly saw that his ranking surpassed the fist god and came to the first place in the claw system. Then a ray of light shot into his body, allowing him to gain the talent of the Claw King. Ha ha! I become the king of claws. The Gauls laughed excitedly. Several other people were eager to try and showed their skills, which were basically scored 0.1. However, because Lin Shen had no points in other departments, they all surpassed Lin Shen and won the title of king. Only Lao Lang was embarrassed and failed to get the title of the king of knife and his talent. On some planets, Shiyu Temple has been discovered constantly, and people have gradually teleported into the Soldier Star and challenged the rankings. Lin Shen, who had left the Bingxing Star, felt that his talent was decreasing, and those kingly talents disappeared one by one. This talent is broken, it's gone, I can't use it anyway. Lin Shen comforted himself. Anyway, he still has the talent of proficiency in various departments. Although the effect is far less than that of the king's talent, it's better than nothing. There are not many people entering the Bingxing Star at present, and there are still many rankings that have not been occupied. However, all those who have been to the Bingxing Star know that there is a guy named Fist God on the ranking list, who first occupied all rankings and should be the first to arrive at the Bingxing Star. They were very puzzled. Why can this fist god choose the talent of the entire system, but they can only choose one system? Some people suspect that this fist god is not actually a person, but a name designed on the ranking list. It is just used to occupy the quota when no one enters the ranking list, so the ranking list is not empty. Otherwise, why would you use a name like Fist God? There is no category of fist in the weapon rankings. However, some people don't think so. If they really use the quota, they should not have any points in all rankings. However, the Fist God has a score of 3.5 on the sword system ranking list, which is currently the highest score among all rankings. Apart from this 3.5, there is not even a single one that breaks one at present. After entering the ranking, some assassinators wanted to explore the soldier star, but naturally many people died, and their rankings disappeared. Lin Shen inexplicably got back several kingly talents, but not long after, the kingly talents disappeared, and it was probably someone who made the ranking again. The emergence of Qiyu Temple and the Bingxing quickly attracted the attention of all forces. Many major forces began to send people to explore the Bingxing, but did not immediately hit the ranking list. The results of the exploration made them feel very terrifying. There are countless Nirvana creatures on Qiyu Star, and Nirvana creatures in units of tens of thousands can be seen everywhere. Not to mention Ascensioners, even if they encounter Nirvana, it is difficult for them to escape their lives. It is not clear whether there are immortals on the Soldier Star, because most immortals will not easily venture on unknown planets. Planets like this that have just been discovered often send a Destiny Legion to explore first. Only after figuring out the situation on the planet will the immortals measure the pros and cons and choose whether to go. If you go rashly, if you suffer some damage, it is hard to say whether you can survive the next death disaster. What's more, all races are rushing to the rankings of race rankings, so the top immortals will not go to the soldiers now. Lin Shen also discovered that there were too many Nirvana creatures on the Soldier Star. Facing thousands of bronze sword soldiers, not to mention that he was an assassinator, it was difficult for the top Nirvana to compete with him. There was only one way to escape. So after the countdown ended, Lin Shen left the Bingxing and did not continue to hunt Nirvana creatures on it. Beauty, please help me see if this thing is useful. When Tianshuan had time, Lin Shen took out the core of life and handed it to Tianshuan, wanting to know what the spiritual foundation of Changhen Dongli was useful. Tianshuan took over the core of life and activated it, and soon learned about the core of life. This is a mutated qualities of Nirvana's spirit foundation, which has the ability to transform life. It can record life information or use this information to transform a living body, which is probably equivalent to a clone or clone. But it is not entirely a clone. This life body itself is controlled by you and has no independent consciousness. Moreover, its existence has a very special function that can help the body absorb damage. In other words, the damage you bear will be transferred to him until the clone is completely destroyed. In other words, before the clone is destroyed, the body is invincible and unharmed? Although Lin Shen had guessed the probabilities long ago, he was still overjoyed. Having the core of life means having a clone that can help him with harm, and this clone also has the same abilities as him. It is true, but the ontology still has weaknesses. Every time a clone is generated, a weakness will be randomly generated on the ontology. If the ontology is attacked to this weakness, the damage caused will not be transferred to the clone, so it is still necessary to pay attention. Fortunately, the location of the weaknesses generated each time is different, so you don't need to worry too much about being known to others. Chapter 644 1.5. Only then did Lin Shen realize why Changhen Dongli was so surprised when he attacked the weak point and killed Changhen Dongli. Outsiders have no way to know the weaknesses, let alone random ones. If Lin Shen had not had the ability to see acupoints, it would be almost impossible for him to hit the key point with one blow. If one blow fails to kill Changhen Dongli, Lin Shen will have no chance of winning. This spiritual foundation is really good, you can keep it for now. Lin Shen has not yet had Nirvana, so he can't use this thing. It can also make her safer when she goes out to open up the land. It is probably difficult to find a second of this rare spiritual foundation in the universe. It is something that can save your life. Are you willing to give up? Tiansun looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, "Mine is yours, yours is mine. We are one, and there is nothing to say about it." Lin Shen said seriously, "You have a little conscience. Tianxuan took out a card and handed it to Lin Shen and said, I know you have the highest land now available, and most of the basic lands in the Heavenly Man clan can also be used. However, you can still use this basic land as a reference and alternative. Although it is only a lowest level basic land, I think its value is not inferior to that of the highest land. The lowest level basic change place? Lin Shen took the card and saw the words Taoyuan Star written on it. Yes, it is the lowest level of base change. If you are there, you will descend to the base change level, and then practice again, and you can become a nirvana unimpeded person. The process is naturally much more troublesome than using the Ascension land and the Nirvana land, but it also has its benefits. Tianxuan continued to explain, the first advantage is that you don't have to worry about Nirvana failing. In this low-level base change land, no matter how many times you are there, the possibility of becoming a non-human being is extremely small. The second advantage is that the attributes of that base change land are very special. If you can complete Nirvana there, the attributes of the Nirvana you obtain will be very useful. It's useful? What's the evaluation? Lin Shen didn't quite understand the two words it's useful and it's strong or weak. How could he use these two words to evaluate? The Nirvana attribute obtained there is called the power of the demon realm. Using the power of the demon realm can bring your body into a strange state. In that state, most physical attacks are invalid for you, but your attacks are effective for others. Do you think this Nirvana attribute is very useful? Tianxuan said. Why do I listen to the power of the demon realm so much that it turns mine into a ghost? Lin Shen said in deep thought. Your description is quite appropriate, it's really a bit similar. Tianxuan laughed. The power of the demon realm is indeed very useful, but the power of Nirvana should be able to attack people in the demon realm state, right? Lin Shen asked. Yes, but as long as it is not restrained by attributes, it is difficult for ordinary Nirvana to eliminate the power of the demon realm. Tianxuan thought for a while and said. So, it's really a good advantage. If you have the power of the demon realm, you won't be afraid that the other party will use the life base or the body to directly attack. You just need to deal with the power of Nirvana. Lin Shen thought for a while, feeling that this power is really something. The power of the demon realm is also effective against the power of the immortal. Tianxuan's words completely shocked Lin Shen. What do you mean is that the immortal law cannot affect people in the demon realm state? Lin Shen widened his eyes. Theoretically, unless it is a law that can restrain the power of the demon realm, the general law will not affect people in the demon realm state. Lin Shen was really surprised this time, then the power of this demon realm is really strong. Strong is strong, and it also has its weaknesses. Some Nirvana power can restrain it, but once it is restrained, it is useless. Moreover, the destructive power of the demon realm is relatively low, not a particularly strong offensive power. Tianxuan explained the advantages and disadvantages of the demon realm's power in detail. Any Nirvana attribute may be restrained, it's nothing. The destructive power is relatively low, which is a bit bad. Lin Shen pondered. Tianxuan laughed, how can you have both fish and bear's paw? You have to make a choice, it depends on your own choice. Let me think about it again. Actually, I want to use the double Nirvana method. Lin Shen told Tianxuan his thoughts. Tianxuan was a little surprised when he heard this. Is the double Nirvana method you mentioned the way of doing Nirvana at the same time? Did you see it in library number 1? Yes, you have seen it too? Lin Shen didn't feel surprised. With Tianxuan's identity, it is normal to know the double Nirvana method. I have never seen it, I have only seen people with the double Nirvana Dharma. Tianxuan said with a wry smile. Someone has actually succeeded in this method. Who is it? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. The number 1 master of the Heavenly Man clan. Tianxuan said slowly. And the president of the Heavenly Man Academy? Lin Shen was even more happy when he heard this. Even the number 1 master of the Heavenly Man clan, and uses the double Nirvana method. It can be seen how powerful this method is. It is even possible that in Yi's name is the first master, which is obtained because of the use of the double Nirvana method. Thinking about this, Lin Shen wanted to use the double Nirvana Dharma Nirvana even more. Don't be too happy too early. In my Tianren tribe, I will use the double Nirvana Dharma one by one. After him, there were many peerless geniuses and wealthy giants who also wanted to use this method of nirvana. For this, they also made preparations that ordinary people could almost unimaginable, but they all failed without exception. Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen and said seriously, if you want to take that path, you must be prepared to become inhuman. Only 1/2 of the entire Tianren tribe have achieved the double nirvana. Didn't it mean that only an E succeeded? Why did you have half more? Lin Shen said suspiciously. Because there is a person who has succeeded half of it, and half of it has not succeeded. Tianxuan said to himself, after using the double nirvana dharma, he became a non-human. He retained his own consciousness for some special reasons and his body was completely dehumanized. Who is this person? Lin Shen asked curiously. Tianxin's father, my elder brother, the current head of the Tian family, Tianju. Tianxuan said slowly, although he still retains his own consciousness, his body is completely dehumanized, which will have some impact on his consciousness. In recent years, the elder brother has been living in simplicity, almost ignored the affairs of the clan, and rarely contacted outsiders, but I can still feel that his emotions are getting weaker and weaker. Sorry. Lin Shen said apologetically without knowing that there was such a thing. He and I are half-brothers, and my relationship is weak, so it's nothing. But Tianxin is close to me. If he becomes a non-human, Tianxin's life in the future may not be easy. Tianxuan sighed, what a person Tianjue is. My talent is far from comparable to it. He was once hailed as the strongest talent of Tianji in the dynasty, and he failed to succeed. If you want to take that path, think clearly. If you don't go, it's best not to go that path. If you have to go, I can only do my best to help you. Whether you can succeed or not is not sure. Chapter 645 Impact Ranking. Tianxuan told Lin Shen not to worry first. If she had the chance, she would arrange for Lin Shen to see Tianjue first. No matter which road he wanted to take, listening to Tianjue's experience would also be helpful. But the sky will never easily see people, and she also needs time to arrange it. Lin Shen was not in a hurry. His life base is now on the 9, and he is still a little bit like double 10, and he has not yet made up his mind to take the path of double nirvana. As more and more people enter the Soldier Star, Lin Shen's various kingly titles and talents have been taken away, and the only remaining one is the Sword King title. Lin Shen did not expect that he could retain the title of Knife King. He thought that the 3.5 rating would be surpassed soon. Originally, the type of knife is quite popular. There are many people practicing knife, and there are also many famous knife techniques. The competition for the title of the Knife King will definitely be extremely fierce. Lin Shen was indeed thinking nothing wrong. There are many people who tried to challenge the title of the Sword King, including many geniuses of various races with extremely strong talents. However, until now, except Lin Shen, the person with the highest swordsmanship score is only 2.9, and he has not even broken 3 points. In fact, there are not many who can break 3 on all the weapons lists together, and 3.5 points are currently the highest score on all the lists. The Royal Star of the Tiger Clan. Brother, the opportunity is here. Sha Qianqiu hurried to the backyard, looked at Sha Qianpa who was sitting quietly, and said excitedly. Why is the opportunity? Sha Qianpa asked, frowned at Sha Qianqiu's anxious look. Brother, you don't know. Recently, a new planet was discovered in the universe, called Bingxing. Sha Qianqiu told the story of Bingxing and the rankings. This is interesting. Sha Qianpa lowered his eyes and thought deeply. Brother, if the Tiger Soul Sword technique you created can be on the list, you must be able to get rid of the position of King of Swords, said Sha Qianqiu. I created this sword technique for actual combat, not for fame and fortune. Sha Qianpa said disapprovingly. You are not all for the sake of your reputation. Now the powerful swordsmen in the universe are on the list with their own swordsmanship, and there are many prides of the rich families. If you want to know how the Tiger Soul Sword technique compares with those famous top sword techniques, this is also an opportunity. If ordinary people dare not accept your challenge, you cannot really fight with those people with their lives. The ranking list is an excellent test opportunity, said Sha Qianqiu. What you said makes sense. Sha Qianpa was a little moved. His reputation is too high and his sword skills are too fierce. When he challenges others, no one accepts his challenge. He can only practice swords with alien creatures. He also wants to know which one is better than the top sword skills of other races. Brother, don't hesitate. Let's go now. There are 16 teleportation arrays that can be teleported to the soldier star in the universe. It is more convenient for us to go to the soldier star. It only takes 2 teleports to reach the soldier star. Sha Qianqiu said the route he had already thought of. The orchestra was originally a relatively prosperous planet. Since the Qiyu Temple, which can be teleported to the soldiers, has been discovered, more and more people have teleported to the orchestrastras recently. The Star Master of the Gen Star had to manage the Qiyu Temple to make it possible for the powerful men of all races to teleport over to cause chaos in the Gen Star. People of all ethnic groups who wanted to teleport weapons were lined up in front of the small temple. The long queue had been lined up for several miles, and there were still several rows. This is still the case where Goat Star is the mainstream limit, otherwise there will only be more people coming. Many people teleport to the soldiers, either to open up the land or hunt any creatures, or to see what skills they are best at and where they can rank in the universe. Of course, the most important thing is to get the talent for mastery. When Sha Qianqiu and Sha Qianpa appeared, they were immediately recognized. The Tiger Tribe itself is a powerful cosmic clan, and its ranking is actually above the Celestial Tribe. The evil spirits are also people with bad reputations. Although his reputation is not as legendary as Dai's, if one of them had to choose a life and death duel from the 2 of them, it is estimated that more people who chose Dai's would be more than those who chose Sha Qianpa. Sha Qianpa was born into the Tej royal family and was born as an assassinator. He had already succeeded in Nirvana at the age of only 4, and he was using the Nirvana level base change. It can be said that Sha Qianpa has been soaked in the land of Nirvana since he was a child. No one knows how many times he has passed away. What really made the world famous was the battle for hegemony 7 years ago. A founding master of the Tiger Clan created a tiger spirit sword and set up a ring to allow young people who practice swords in all races in the universe to fight and grab the sword. Hundreds of large clans under the Tiger Clan all have strong sword skills to fight. After all, the Tiger Clan is a race that is good at using swords, and there are many strong people who practice swords. No one would have thought that the arena battle would turn into a wheel battle between the hundreds of clans. Sha Qianpa was the first to go on stage to accept the challenge. He was the first and last champion. The one who started to challenge him was the powerful swordsman of the Tej clan. In the end, the swordsmen of other cosmic strong clans also came one after another, but no one could defeat Sha Qianpa. Until Feng Tianling, the swordsman of the Phoenix clan, was defeated, no one dared to challenge the Qianpa, and the Tiger Pa sword was eventually obtained by him. Before the Qianpa, Feng Tianling was known as the first sword of immortality, but Feng Tianling was defeated in that battle. Although he was only half a piece of chess, he was still defeated in the end. In this defeat, even his head was cut off, and from then on, there was one first sword of immortality missing in the world. So when someone recognizes Sha Qianpa, they become excited. There is 1,000 souls, and the position of the Sword King is finally about to change hands. Finally, there are real top-level players coming to the list, and the rankings on the list will probably become more and more intense in the future. I don't know who that fist god is. He can stay in the position of the King of Swords for so long. However, once the Sha Qianpa comes, 3.5 points are definitely not enough to see. How is the rating? It's obviously a percentage system, but why is the highest rating now only 3.5? This is too strange. Although there is no top-level strongman yet, among the techniques that accept the rating, there are many secret skills of major families. How can it be so low, right? I don't know how many points the sword technique of Sha Qianpa can be evaluated. I think it must be at least 10, right? I don't know how many points I can rate, it will definitely be higher than 3.5. Sha Qianpa lined up expressionlessly, but Sha Qianqiu listened to the discussion around him, but his heart was filled with joy. Big Brother is the eldest brother. Everyone in the universe knows how powerful he is. When Shachencho was just proud of his heart, he heard a disharmonious voice. There are so many strong people in the universe, none of them can exceed 3.5 points. It is still unknown whether Shachenpa can exceed this score. Shachencho looked over and found that the person who was speaking was the evil Dragon Clan's evil Qianchun. Chapter 646 Scared Sword Technique. Shachencho naturally recognized as Qianchun. He has been to the Chonggao Academy before. As a result, Qianchun passed the exam, but he failed. However, the failure of Shachencho did not pass the exam, which does not mean that his ability is not good, but that he is really unlucky and is also looking for trouble if he has nothing to do. He was obviously going to take the test, but Shachencho refused to be honest. The day before the test started, he teleported a resource planet on the Supreme Star to hunt alien creatures, but was injured. He failed to perform well during the test and was directly eliminated. Qianchun and Shachencho are both enemies and friends. They met through fighting before. Although they didn't fight much later, they still had to compare everything. The two made an appointment to take the exam for the Chonggao Academy, but as a result, the two failed and were ridiculed by Qianchun for this. When Shachencho turned around and saw that it was him, he knew that the guy was deliberately disgusting him. There are many strong people in the universe, and Chonggao Academy is the top among the top. Why can no one exceed 3.5 points? Oh, I remembered that the strongest person in the academy, who was called Dies, was abused, and he didn't even stop him. Shachencho pretended to be regretful and said, "Oh, the first person in the academy lost so badly, so he should be the actor? Chonggao Academy still teaches acting skills now?" The rumors are like this, and as they spread, they changed their flavor. Now the news that came from the Supreme Academy has become many versions, one of which is Lin Shen who frightened Dies with one finger. Shachencho also knew that these rumors were not credible. He deliberately chose one of them, which was to disgust Qianchun. Qianchun surprisingly did not refute Shachencho, but said lightly, "Lin Shen is the head of the Tianren tribe, an extraordinary person, it is not embarrassing to lose to him." Some people want to lose to Lin Shen, but there is no chance yet. We don't have the habit of losing. People from the Chonggao Academy like to lose, so just lose, we will only win. Shachencho was full of confidence in Shachenpa, and never thought that Shachenpa's swordsmanship score would be lower than 3.5. Then let's wait and see. Qianchun curled his lips and said. Evil Qianchun was in front, and entered the Qiyu temple first and teleported to the Soldier Star. There are many large Qiyu temples on the Soldier Star. Different small temples correspond to different Qiyu temples. Those who are teleported from the same small temple will be in the same Qiyu temple. After choosing weapons talent, Qianchun did not rush to compete for rankings, but waited for Qiancho and Qianpa to come in. After waiting for a long time, the two of them who lined up late came over. The ones that Shachencho and Shachenpa chose both sword weapon talents. After choosing the talent, Shachenpa directly chose to ask the statue to give him the sword technique. Everyone in front of him already knew that Shachenpa was going to challenge the ranking, so no one competed with him. They were all waiting to see how many ratings he could get and whether he could surpass the ratings of 3.5 of Fist God. Shachenpa took a knife handed over by Shachencho and began to demonstrate his sword technique. Just a gesture made the onlookers feel evil spirits coming towards them, as if they had the illusion of the sword in the hand of the evil Qianpa, which was the illusion of slashing at them. Some weak-willed people actually began to retreat unconsciously. When Shachenpa's sword technique was unfolded, the powerful aura became stronger. Each of his swords made people feel like they were going to kill someone. Purely when demonstrating the sword technique, it actually made people feel like there was a bloody smell coming to their faces. Although Qianchun was not in dealing with Shachencho, he couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw that Shachenpa's sword technique was so powerful, but this murderous aura could make ordinary people's fighting spirit collapse. No wonder Shachenpa was able to withstand so many sword techniques with his own strength back then. If I had been a few years earlier, I would probably not be his opponent when I went to the ring. Damn, it seems that the grandson of Shachencho was really pretending. There is no way, who made him have such a powerful elder brother, and such a sword technique should have exceeded 3.5 points. After demonstrating the sword technique of Shachanpa, people were so jealous that many people felt that such a terrifying sword technique would probably win the first place. But when the rankings were rated, everyone was stunned. The name of Shachanpa appeared in the second place in the sword list. The score behind was 2.9, but it didn't even reach 3 points, let alone surpassing the number 1 fist god. Impossible, this kind of knife technique actually has a rating of 2.9? I'll go, such a terrifying sword technique, I only evaluated 2.9. How powerful is the sword technique of fist god 3.5? I really want to see the sword technique of the fist god with my own eyes. Have you ever thought about something? The name of this boxing god must be fake. But since he is named as the boxing god, it can be seen that he must be very confident in his boxing skills and must be extremely strong. If this is true, then this knife skill should not be what he is best at. Even so, he can still occupy the position of the Sword King, which is outrageous. This statement makes sense, but unfortunately there is no ranking of boxing and kicks in the ranking list of hundreds of soldiers. Otherwise, you can know how strong the boxing god's boxing skills are. Even Shachanpa's sword technique is less than 3 points. What kind of sword technique is that 100th point sword technique? Listening to others' discussions, Eki Qianshun was surprisingly not ridiculed, and didn't even say anything. Only those who truly understand will know how terrifying the sword technique of Shachanpa is. He feels that he is not qualified to mock the sword technique of Shachanpa, so he didn't speak. Brother! Shachancho looked at Shachanpa and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shachanpa waved his hand. Then Shachanpa chose to demonstrate the sword technique again and asked the statue to rate him. But this time, Shachancho threw away the knife in his hand, held the tiger soul sword he carried with him, and his eyes became serious. Look at it, this is my elder brother's real strength. Although Yi Qianshun didn't say anything, Yi Qianshou still felt that he had been slapped in the face just now, and at this time he couldn't help but say to Yi Qianshun, "Your brother has a more powerful sword technique?" Yi Qianshun said in surprise. To be honest, he was already amazed by the sword technique of Shachanpa just now, but he didn't expect that it was not the strongest sword technique of Shachanpa. Shachancho said proudly, "That killing power sword technique is just the sword technique that my elder brother used, and what he now shows is the sword technique he uses now." Hearing what Shachancho said, Yi Qianshun became even more curious and stared at Shachanpa in a hurry, afraid that he had missed something. Shachanpa stood there holding the scabbard. Before the scabbard was unsheathed, the murderous aura emitted from his entire body was already scared. The moment when Shachanpa drew his sword, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. The terrifying aura that rushed into the night was enough to move. Everyone felt like a bloody tiger was rushing towards him, and he wanted to kill himself alive. The sword was so powerful that it was terrifying. Ah, puff. A person watching the game suddenly took a few steps back and hit the person behind, spitting blood on his mouth, his face turned blue, and he fell to the ground, his eyes widened to the limit, and he looked straight at the sky. This man was dead, was scared out of fear. Everyone was shocked. The strong sword force of Shachanpa had reached such a position. Chapter 647, Unsurpassed 3.5. Just relying on the sword force alone can scare people to death. The sword technique of Shachanpa is too fierce. It's too strong. Not to mention comparing with him, if you can stand in front of him, your legs will become weak. I'm afraid that this kind of sword technique can be one of the best in the world. People were all shocked and admired, and the evil Qianshun couldn't help but exclaim, "The sword has a gall, and the tiger has a tiger's spirit. It is already a fierce god in the world. It is not an exaggeration to call him the domineering sword." Ha, evil Qianshun, you finally said something humanly, my elder brother deserves the title of domineer in the sword. Shachancho laughed, feeling extremely happy. He had a very good relationship with Shachanpa. Seeing that Shachanpa had achieved such success, he was really happier than he had mastered his own peerless sword technique. But his smile suddenly froze on his face, because new ratings have appeared on the rankings. The name of Shachanpa is still ranked behind the fist god and cannot take away the position of King of Swords. The score behind the name has changed from 2.9 to 3.4. Although it has increased a lot, it is already the second highest score on the 100 soldiers list. But he still did not exceed the 3.5 points of the Fist God, and he could only rank second. When Sha Qianpa saw his rating, he couldn't help but frown slightly, staring at the top Fist God and his rating behind him. It's impossible. Such a scary sword technique only got a rating of 3.4? Or is it not able to surpass the 3.5 of the Fist God? Can you make a mistake? This is not a percentage system at all. 3.5 is the cap score, right? This list is fake. How could such a knife technique be only 3.4 points? This is simply unreasonable. This is the strongest sword technique I have ever seen. Tell me that this sword technique can only be rated at 3.4 points? Are you blind? What's the point of breaking the scoring mechanism? You should ask the guy who was scared to death just now, is this sword technique only worth 3.4 points? Those who have seen the Sha Qianpa sword technique are all talking about him. No one can only give this kind of knife skills 3.4 points. Looking at the entire universe, there are not many sword techniques that can be stronger than this sword technique. The immortal sword skills are stronger than Sha Qianpa, but that kind of swordsman is only because of their high level and strong power. If they really have sword skills and artistic conception, they may not be able to find a few that are stronger than Sha Qianpa. If such a knife technique is only rated by 3.4 points, they really can't think of any knife technique in the universe worth rating of more than 10. Impossible. There is something wrong with this score. Sha Qianqiu finally reacted and pointed at the nose of the statue and cursed, "Are you blind? Why do you only give 3.4 points for such a knife technique? Because this sword technique is a 3.4-point sword technique." The statue had no emotional answer. This sword technique is only worth 3.4 points, so tell me what kind of sword technique is worth 100 points. Sha Qianqiu said angrily. No. The statue replied. Without a 100-point sword technique, what percentage system do you evaluate? This answer made Sha Qianqiu angry and annoyed. Because there is a 99-point sword technique. The statue continued. Okay, then tell me, what kind of sword technique can be rated at 99 points? Sha Qianqiu couldn't bear this tone and continued to question. Others also looked at the statue of God, and they were also suspicious of the score of the statue. They really couldn't imagine what kind of sword technique they could be more than 90 points higher than the sword technique of Sha Qianpa. Killing people and killing the heart. The statue replied. Everyone was stunned by the name of this sword technique because no one had ever heard of the name of this sword technique. Everyone looked at each other, and soon someone realized that no one had ever heard of this sword technique. If you just say the name of the sword technique, you just say it has 99 points, then you can say whatever you want. I also said that my brother's sword technique is 100 points. What's the point of being verbally speaking, said Sha Qianqiu. A year later, in the battle between the kings of soldiers, the final winner can choose the killing sword technique as a reward, and you will know it when the time comes. The statue of God continued without any emotion. The king of warriors also has sword techniques as a reward? Everyone was stunned. They didn't know about this news before. I can't wait for a year, you have to give me an explanation now. Sha Qianqiu refused to give up. I am only responsible for rating. If you are not convinced, you can go and find the people in front of you, and you will know the level of the battle, said the statue of God. Sha Qianqiu was slightly stunned, and everyone felt that the words of God were justified. Since you think the score of the statue is wrong, then go to the person who is in the front. As long as you defeat the person who is in the front, it will naturally prove that the score is wrong. Okay, then tell me who is this Fist God, said Sha Qianqiu. The Fist God is the Fist God, this is the name he left behind. The statue said. Sha Qianqiu was depressed, but the name of Fist God was obviously fake. No one would have chosen such a name. It was impossible to find someone by relying on this name. Let's go. Sha Qianqiu wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Sha Qianpa. There were 1,000 people in Sha Qianqiu who were dissatisfied with him and said unfairly to the elder brother, but it was useless to not find the Fist God. The news that Sha Qianpa's sword technique only scored 3.4 points was quickly spread throughout the universe. Many people think this score is a bit outrageous. It's a rating of Qianpa. His sword skills can only be rated 3.4. So is there any sword skills in this world that exceeds 10 points? What people are even more curious about is the Fist God, who scored 3.5, and the killing sword technique, which is known as 99 points. Someone else has specifically asked about the statue of the gods. If someone from other systems wins the title of King of 100 Soldiers, besides the killing sword technique, there are other rewards to choose from. The answers of the statue are very devastating, such as killing the heart-killing sword, killing the heart-killing gun, killing the heart-killing claw. Anyway, they all sound like a technique, but they are just like a skin change. Because of the appearance of Sha Qianpa, there are real top-level strong men starting to participate in the rankings, and many flying upgrades and Nirvana-level strong men left their own rankings on the rankings. More and more people have scored more than 3, but no one has scored more than 3.5, and even 3.4 is only 1. In this way, people know that the rating is relatively fair. Some people with similar fame as Sha Qianpa did not even have a rating of 3. Many geniuses with amazing talents have only scored more than 3 points. Therefore, more people are curious about who the Fist God who got a 3.5 rating is. Some people suspect that the Fist God is simply an immortal-level strongman, so he has such a high score. No matter what, no one suspected Lin Shen, and few people knew that he could sword skills. Tianqin was watching the news while eating with relish. Then he looked at Lin Shen, who was eating opposite him, and curled his lips and said, "It's the same thing to practice swords. You see, the martial arts are all known to everyone in the world. What kind of thing is you practicing? I have never seen someone who only practices defense but not attack. If you like defense, isn't it good for you to practice shields?" Chapter 648, Both Life and Foundation are Perfect. Have you heard a saying called, "nothing wrong"? Lin Shen said while having breakfast. I read more books than you, of course I have heard of them. Does this have anything to do with your swordsmanship? Wu Xin said. It seems that you only want to study too much but not how good you are. You don't even know what the meaning of Wu Xin's fault is. Lin Shen wiped the porridge at the corner of his mouth and said leisurely. I am not good at studying, but you are good at studying, so what do you mean? Tianqin snorted coldly. As an elder, I will teach you today. The so-called unintentional mistake means that I actually didn't want to kill you, but you were too useless. I just affected the defensive force, and you will lose Xiao Tianqin. That's not my fault. I can only blame you for not being useful. This is called unintentional mistake. Lin Shen said with a smile. What an unintentional mistake. Let's try it. Let's see how you let me lose it. Tian Xian stood up angrily and wanted to fight Lin Shen. Why are you so excited? You scared your little divine beast. Are you still steel level now? Lin Shen said as he looked at Tianqin put on the table and was afraid of raising steel poisonous bee. What's the rush? Such a divine beast must be very slow to be promoted. Tianqin sat down. He didn't really want to fight Lin Shen, so he couldn't bear to worry about his face. Does Lao Tai know about this divine beast? Lin Shen lashed indirectly. If Lao Tai was really the king of the ancient realm who failed to reincarnate and rebuild, he should know what was in the treasure chest. Even if he forgot, he might have some impression of this. The second brother is much more reliable than you. He will not talk nonsense. He could see the extraordinariness of this divine beast at a glance, so I will raise it well. Tian Xian said proudly. Maintain it well. Lin Shen stood up and prepared to leave after dinner. Do you want to use the double Nirvana Dharma Nirvana? Tianqin called out to him. Yes, I have this plan. Lin Shen stopped. My father is not something that anyone can see. If you want to see him, you have to wait. Tianqin said proudly. I can wait, any time. Lin Shen smiled. Then you just wait. When my father has time to see you, I will notify you. Lin Shen's attitude made Tianqin feel bored. After Lin Shen walked out of the heavenly palace, he returned to his room, took out his mechanical watch, and chose to teleport to the mysterious planet. He wanted to go to the Golden Buddha Temple and use the pool there to get the double life foundation to double 10 turns to make the final preparations for Nirvana. When Lin Shen teleported to the mysterious planet, he calculated the time and arrived here in the daytime. Unfortunately, his location is not the place he has been to before, so he can only take the chance to find the Golden Buddha Temple. Fortunately, he was lucky. After flying for a few hours, he saw a familiar temple. Only then did he figure out the direction of the Golden Buddha Temple and rush towards the Golden Buddha Temple. Lin Shen arrived at the Golden Buddha Temple. Master Chowdu seemed to know that he would come back, but he was not surprised at all and welcomed him into the temple. Lin Shen explained his purpose and handed him some of the daily necessities he brought. Master Shuda was not polite, so he took Lin Shen's things and asked him to practice in the yard where the Buddha's fruit tree was located. Lin Shen did not go into the water, but stayed in the yard. The pure energy emitted from the pool could be promoted to his life base 10 times in less than a long time. Anyway, he was idle, so Lin Shen took the go he brought to play chess with the Master of Patriarch. The Master of Patriarch did not understand the rules of Go. After Lin Shen told him the rules, he only played a few games and Lin Shen was no longer his opponent. "You can't stop, you're too strong." Lin Shen was completely abused by the Master of Salvation again, and Lin Shen was really not in the mood to continue playing. The Master of Shuda smiled and said, "I have some small things here, please see if you are interested." "What kind of gadget?" Lin Shen suddenly became excited. "Wait, I'll get it." Master Chowdu left the yard and didn't just use a wooden plate to come back with something. "Is this what you carved?" Lin Shen saw many wood-carved portraits of different shapes placed on the plate. Those wood carvings are all a little monk, with different shapes, some reading books, some sweeping the floor, some carrying water, and some chanting scriptures. They all appear vividly and look very cute. In your spare time, it is carved with branches of Buddha fruit trees. Master Chowdu picked up an unfinished puppet and slowly carved it with a thin piece of wooden branches. "This carved little monk was when you were young, right?" Lin Shen looked at the puppet's appearance and then at the Master of Patriarch, feeling that it looked a bit similar. "I have never seen anyone else before, so I can only carve myself," said Master Shudu. "It's so good to carve." Lin Shen suddenly felt a little anxious and asked, "Master, can the two people you have met before carve their appearance?" "You talk about them." "I have carved them before. If you want to see them, I will give them to you." The words of Master Chowdu made Lin Shen overjoyed. "Then I'll trouble the master." Lin Shen didn't expect that there would be such gains. Master Chowdu smiled, said nothing, turned around and left the yard, and soon he brought back 2 wood-carved portraits. Lin Shen took it and saw that one of them was indeed Lao Tai. The sculpture skills of Master Chowdu are not only excellent. The carvings of Lao Tai are almost the same as those of real people, and even his cold temperament is vivid. Lin Shen looked at another puppet, and this puppet made Lin Shen feel a little unfamiliar. Just like what Master should have said, this person has a tall and majestic figure, which is not much worse than Lao Tai. But unlike Lao Tai, this person is full of energy and free and easy temperament, which is completely different from Lao Tai's somewhat gloomy and cold temperament. Lin Shen looked at the man's face and it looked familiar. He took a look at himself with a communicator, and then looked at the wood carving's face. It was indeed a bit similar. No wonder Master Chowdu said that they were a bit similar. Although this person is not as similar to Lin Shangdong, he is closer to their facial features than the third brother, and there is a 3 or 4 point appearance between his eyebrows and eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Shen really couldn't remember what his second brother looked like, and he didn't know if this person was his second brother. He took a photo of the puppet's appearance with a communicator and took it to his elder sister when he went back. He always felt that Lao Tai's appearance was so different from them, and it was unlikely that he was really a second brother. In contrast, the people carved by this wood carving are more likely. Lin Shen stayed in the Golden Buddha Temple for more than 2 days, and the 2 life bases were promoted 10 times, achieving double perfection. Apart from the increase in attributes, there is no other change. The fan dance of the inheritance fan has 10 styles. The 9th style fall and the 10th style fan are also auxiliary skills. Chapter 649 Sword/Immortal. The drop style and the shock style are very similar, and the effect is even somewhat repetitive. The shocking style can be banned from flying, and the falling style can also make people fall down. Lin Shen didn't understand for a while, what is the difference between these two skills? The final fan style gave Lin Shen some surprises. Although it is still an auxiliary skill, the ability of this fan style is actually doubled by the ability of the inheritance fan itself. Double all refers not only to attributes, but to doubling the effect of skills. The effect of this skill is almost equivalent to the effect of the combined Lin Shen of the Desperate. Of course, the two are completely different directions, but the combat power of the inheritance fan has increased by more than twice as much as this skill. After all, the effect of weakening skills is enhanced, coupled with the improvement of its own combat. It is not a simple doubled attribute. It is worthy of being the foundation of the later stage. The effect of this skill is much stronger than the previous 9-style fan dance skills. Should I practice the fan technique? Lin Shen saw that the inheritance fan was so powerful, he wanted to practice the fan technique. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a powerful fan technique for a while. Not many people use this unpopular weapon in the universe, and I have never heard of any powerful fan technique. Lin Shen searched on Skynet and found that there were several more famous fan techniques before, but those fan techniques have long been lost because they have no inheritors. At present, the most famous fan techniques in the universe are not considered the top ones. One of them is the Peacock clan's Peacock opening screen fan method. Lin Shen, who was originally just a whim, was delighted when he found that the peacock spread his tail was the secret fan technique of the Peacock clan. He was worried that there was no reason to get closer to Tianfei. Maybe this was a good excuse. After thinking about it again, Lin Shen felt a little worried again. Everything else was easy to say, but he was afraid that Emperor Tianshu would cause trouble for him. Emperor Tianshu is now his boss, and he is moody and an old man. Lin Shen really dares not act rashly. He angered Emperor Tianshu, and his current ability cannot bear it. Forget it, don't cause trouble. Let's think of other fire seeds first. Lin Shen thought of Lu Ran from Chonggao Academy again. Although her status is also very high, fortunately she doesn't have a husband, so she can think of some solutions. Do you want to find the Demon Master Demon Gun and tell him Lu Ran's answer? Lin Shen knew that Demon Gun was not a kind person, so he was afraid that he would bring the answer with him, so he turned his back on his face. Lin Shen was almost in trouble in the universe for the past 2 days after being in the Golden Buddha Temple. In the past 2 days, powerful figures have been constantly hitting the ranking of hundreds of soldiers, but none of them can reach 3.5 points, and they have scored a few 3.4 points. Now everyone is guessing who the fist god is, and what kind of sword technique is that of the 3.5 sword technique. Although everyone knows that the rating does not represent actual combat power, according to the people who are already on the list, the rating of the knife technique is generally fair. As long as the knife skills themselves are excellent enough and the user practices them well enough, even if the level is relatively low, you can still get a relatively high score. The top secret sword techniques of major races can usually reach about 3 points as long as the user is not too bad. After 3 points, it is not that easy to rush up. Young people today can't even understand how to practice the techniques. The percentage system cannot even break through with 3.5 points. It seems that I need to motivate young people together. Moore is in a bad mood now. As the only immortal of the male clan, he originally wanted to make a higher ranking for the male clan. Who knew that the final race ranking war had just begun, and he was unfortunately seriously injured and did not dare to continue participating in the war, so he had to abstain. With his abstention, the ranking of the male tribe will never be possible. Moore's depression can be imagined. After healing his injuries, Moore was watching the battle of the race rankings, and the more he watched, the more he became more depressed. If he hadn't been so unlucky, he would have met a guy who was willing to die for the rankings. As a result, both sides suffered losses. The male clan would not lose the opportunity to rank, and he could rank within 70 to 80 million. Moore, who was in a very unhappy mood, planned to have some fun and make himself feel better. Just now, news came that Chiyu Temple was discovered on Male's home planet. Moore planned to take advantage of the fact that no one had used the Chiyu Temple here and then go to the rankings first. More first blocked the news and prevented others from knowing that my Lexing also discovered Chiyo's small temple, and then he came to Chiyo's small temple as soon as possible. After teleporting into the Soldier Star, More directly chose the sword talent. However, More did not use his real name, but used the pseudonym of God King. On the one hand, the immortals are indeed a bit bullying on the list. On the other hand, he used the false name of the God King to tell everyone that the Fist God is a scumbag. If the Fist God is a god, then he is the god among the gods. More summoned his sword foundation and then used a set of my circle sword technique in front of the statue. This was one of the sword techniques he created and was widely circulated among the Myla clan and was almost one of the techniques that the Myla clan must learn. More originally thought that with his own strength and swordsmanship, he would have no problem using this wheat circle sword technique and just getting more than 10. But after he finished demonstrating the sword technique of the My Circle, the statue actually gave him a score of 2.8. Not to mention rushing to the position of Sword King, he beat the boxing god with 3.5 points, and even the top 10 in the sword system were unable to rush in. More's face suddenly turned green, and he can only be glad that he did not use his real name. Otherwise, if this ranking was seen, he would be laughed to death by those old guys and would not even be able to lift his head in the future. More quickly challenged the ranking again. This time, More did not use swordsmanship at will, but instead took a 12-point spirit and used the strange Tan Tende sword technique that he was best at. The strange Tan Tende sword technique is what he obtained from a wanted criminal in the universe when he was young. It was through this set of sword techniques that he was able to become an immortal with a small race. The power of this sword technique can be imagined. After being promoted to immortality, More wanted to modify and perfect this sword technique, but found that even the immortal's knowledge and ability was difficult to modify even any move. Until now, this set of sword techniques is still his biggest reliance in the immortal level. More felt that the sword technique he used for the first time was too casual. This time the score would definitely be far higher than the first time. He would definitely win the position of Sword King and beat the boxing god 3.5 points. But after he finished demonstrating the sword technique of Shishiri, he only got a 3.3 rating, ranking 4th in the sword system, and there were 3 people with 3.4 points ahead. The ranking of the sword system is so fierce, and there are too many masters using swords. What a bullshit ranking. Are you trying to beat me, right? More was furious and slashed directly at the statue with a sword. He was forced to eat in the race ranking battle, but now he doesn't even want to face it. He even lost in competition with some juniors. The anger in his heart is conceivable. His sword contained the power of immortal laws, and even if it was Shinue, it would be cut in half by this sword like a tofu. However, his sword slashed on the statue, but the statue did not move at all, without any reaction, and could not even leave a trace. Are you challenging me? Then it's as you wish. The divine light burst out in the statue's eyes, and it rose up loudly. One step left the altar, and thousands of divine lights condensed in his hands, turned into a divine sword, and slashed towards More. The sword broke, the person died, a head rolled before the statue of the god. The immortal-level powerful man fell silently in the temple without even catching a sword. Chapter 650 Tian Xiao Xiao. Although the male tribe had tried its best to block the news that More died in the Chiyu temple spread, which shocked the entire universe. Someone investigated the time of More's death and the changes at that point in the rankings, and found an unacceptable speculation. More was the God King who was on the list twice in a short period of time and then disappeared from the list due to death. Although the God King has been on the list for a short time, because there are so many people who have focused on the list recently, and there are still people who have broadcast the changes in the live list, it is easy to find the God King's ratings twice. Is More really the God King? Is it unlikely? Will the immortal swordsmanship score such a low? How is it impossible? The temple's rating is fair. The immortals are just strong in strength, and their skills may not necessarily be stronger than others. How did More die? Could it be that he was so angry that he attacked the statue because of his low score? The immortal swordsmanship score is not even 3.5. What kind of swordsmanship is the Fist God? The immortal's rating cannot be that low. More should not be the God King. People have various speculations, but these speculations have nothing to do with the male tribe. As soon as the news of Moore's death spread, the male tribe had already announced that it had joined the Emperor Barbarian tribe. Rather than joining, it is a choice made to preserve the wheat family. Without the immortals, the male tribe is no longer able to maintain everything they have now. If they cannot find a backer as soon as possible, it is very likely that the entire race will be enslaved by their opponents. Of course, joining the Imperial Barbarian tribe also costs a huge price, and the big clan has never been a philanthropist. Lin Shen has been paying attention to the changes in the race rankings. Lin Shangdong's ranking is more than 90 million, which means he is barely entering the race rankings. If Lin Shangdong can persevere until the end, human beings will enter the cosmic race rankings for the first time. Lin Shen studied the people who were ranked near Lin Shangdong. Most of them were Nirvana from small clans, and some were Nirvana from large clans. However, the threat to Lin Shangdong is not very great, and there is still a high possibility that humans will be on the race rankings. Tian Xuan came back, and at the same time brought back a message. Tian Jue agreed to Lin Shen, and Tian Xin would take Lin Shen to see Tian Jue. Lin Shen, Wei Wufu and Tian Xin returned to the Zenith Star together. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu to go home first, and he followed Tian Xin to the Tian Jue family. Tian Xin said as he walked, "After you get home, you should talk less and act according to my eyes." Okay. Lin Shen agreed. The Qi family and An family each have 4 prefectures, but the Tian family does not have so many prefectures. Each family takes care of its own affairs and feels like it is sweeping the snow in front of its own doors. The Tianjui branch is considered to be one of the more influential branches of the Tian family in the clan, but its influence is far less than that of the An family's first mansion. But in terms of single combat power, I am afraid no one in the Tianrun tribe can say that he can win the Tianjue with confidence. Tianjue mansion is as big as a manor. As soon as Tianqin and Lin Shen entered the mansion, they saw a young man standing in the yard, holding a sword in his arms, staring at them coldly. "Brother 7, my father is going to see Lin Shen, I'll bring him." Tianqin was very proud outside, but when he spoke now, Lin Shen felt a little cautious. "Do you want to take the road of double nirvana?" Tian Xiaoqiao looked at Lin Shen coldly and said, ignoring Tianqin at all. "Since there is such a way, I want to see it." Lin Shen replied. "The true Dharma is not passed on to incompetent people. If you want to see it, you can prove that you are qualified to see it first." Tian Xiaoqiao said with a cold face. "Brother 7, it was his father who asked him to come." Tianqin wanted to get angry, but was a little timid. "When you have the ability to defeat me, come and talk to me." Tian Xiaoqiao's words made Tianqin lose his temper. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't say it. Tianqin's life is not easy at home. Lin Shen sighed in his heart, looked at Tian Xiaoqiao and asked, "How to prove it?" "I have a sword. If you can understand it, you have passed my level." Tian Xiaoqiao said with a cold face. "I don't look at you very well, I can't see clearly." "Don't let me see it. I will take you 10 swords. How about I have passed this level?" Lin Shen said with a smile. As soon as this said, Tianqin suddenly changed color and grabbed Lin Shen and said, "Don't do anything randomly. My 7th brother is born with a sword. 1 sword can kill 7 lives. If you are in nirvana, you may take his sword. You are just ascending now and cannot take his sword." Lin Shen asked calmly, "Have you taken the path of double nirvana?" "No." Tianqin shook his head. "Since he has not taken the double nirvana path, I want to take that path and he can't even pass this level, so there is no need to look at this path again." Lin Shen said, taking off the scum knife at his waist, holding the scabbard and walking towards Tian Xiaoqiao. "I am worthy of being a person who dares to take the path of double nirvana. I have enough hearts." Tian Xiaoqiao said coldly, "It's just that your heart is useless. It depends on whether your people are good. You don't need to take my 10 swords. I can only know 1 sword. If you can take my sword, just go in. Then come on." Lin Shen was in the mood to talk nonsense to him and stood in front of Tian Xiaoqiao. Tian Xiaoqiao slowly lowered his hand holding the sword, holding the scabbard in one hand, placing the sword across the person, and holding the hilt in the other hand, but not pulling the sword out. His eyes stared at Lin Shen like a sharp blade. Tianxin looked at the two of them anxiously. He knew Lin Shen's ability, and it was indeed very strong, but Tianxin also knew Tian Xiaocao's ability. If Lin Shen is at the Nirvana level, he should have the ability to fight Tian Xiaocao. Unfortunately, Lin Shen is still ascending now. He is afraid that Tian Xiaocao will really kill Lin Shen with one sword. Tianxin was a little afraid of seeing Tian Xiaocao set out his sword, but he wanted to have a result as soon as possible, and he felt extremely distressed inside. I originally thought that the outcome would be done with one sword, but Tianxin waited for a long time, but Tian Xiaocao didn't draw his sword. The two of them kept in that posture and stood there motionless. Tianxin was just anxious. He calmed down and found that although Lin Shen's posture was a defensive force, it also contained a counterattack. If Tian Xiaocao failed to succeed in one strike, he would be subjected to his thunderous counterattack. Tian Xiaocao has never set out his sword. I am afraid he is not sure that he can break Lin Shen's defense and kill him with one sword. This guy actually let him practice the defensive right, and he can actually make Brother Qi unable to find any flaws. However, no matter how perfect the defensive is, there will be flaws over time. If the stalemate continues like this, Lin Shen will always be the passive side. Tian Xin looked strange. Chapter 651 Don't Dare to Draw the Sword? In the tower of Tanjue Mansion, three young celestial women stood on the windowsill, their eyes passing through the manor, looking at Lin Shen and Tian Xiaocao who were stalemate. These three girls are Tianju's three daughters, namely Tian Xiaofeng, Tian Xiaoya and Tian Xiaosong. Lin Shen, can you pass the level of Xiaocao, brother? Tian Xiaoya's eyes were blurred, as if she could attract people's souls, and her whole body exuded a lazy temperament. Brother Xiaocao's sword technique is too murderous. He kills 7 lives with one sword, and the top nirvana cannot be blocked. Lin Shen is not aware of life or death, and he actually speaks wildly that if he wants to block Xiaocao's sword, he is afraid that he will be killed with one sword. Feng Xiaosong said. If he saw the sword, he was looking for death. He was such a troublemaker who would cause trouble. If he was really killed by Xiaocao brother, how could he explain to his sister-in-law when he turned around? Tian Xiaofeng sighed. Don't worry, Xiaoqi's sword technique has been taken to the next level. Killing Qixing with one sword can be as good as he wants. It will not take his life, otherwise he would not be allowed to block Lin Shen. Tian Xiaosong said. Has it actually made a breakthrough again so quickly? Brother Xiaocao is worthy of being a natural sword. Feng Xiaoya said lazily. Although what he said seemed to be praising Tian Xiaocao, no matter how he heard it, it made people feel uncomfortable. Hey, Lin Shen really has something. It's been a minute since Xiaoqi hasn't found his flaw yet. Feng Xiaosong said in surprise. This is a bit strange. I have seen his performance in the Ascension rankings during the war. His body skills are weird and his moves are amazing, but it can be seen that his foundation is very poor, his skills are not systematic, and it is still okay to fight with others. If he really competes with the technical background, he will still be worse in the end. How come he suddenly has such delicate techniques? This is not something that can be achieved overnight. Did he hide his clumsiness before? Tian Xiaofeng frowned and said. Tian Xiaoya looked at it carefully for a while and suddenly smiled. You are all deceived by him. He has no background or delicate skills at all. He just practiced a pure defensive sword technique. After Tian Xiaoya said this, Tian Xiaofeng and Tian Xiaosong also saw the clues. Tian Xiaofeng frowned and said, Is that the knife of greed for life and fear of death? It must have been modified to fill the original flaws. Tian Xiaoya said, The original sword of greedy life and fear of death should be used in conjunction with the sword of Duanzi Ju Sunday. There is only the sword of greedy life and fear of death used for defense in the library, and there is no sword of downs of death used for attack. Lin Shen's sword technique is obviously the modified sword of greedy life and fear of death. However, the people who modified lack knowledge and ability, but they only strengthened their defense and still have no attack. Now it is a purely defensive sword technique. Tian Xiaosong smiled and said, With pure defensive sword technique, there will be someone in the world who practices such sword technique, which is also a wonderful person. However, defense is always passive and actively in the hands of others. As long as he reveals a trace of flaws, he may be defeated by Shochi. That's true. No one can keep a perfect defense all the time. Flaws will be revealed over time. So when he uses this defensive sword technique, he has already lost. It seems that the backup we prepared is useless. Brother Xiaoqiao can drive him away alone. Tian Xiaoya smiled. Tian Xiaofeng sighed, if my father's condition was not getting worse and worse, it would not matter if he saw him because of his sister-in-law's love. But now his father's condition is already like this. If he showed him the method of double nirvana, the situation would probably be worse. I don't know what Tian Sun and Xiaoxin are thinking. Is it necessary for an outsider? Tian Xiaosong snorted coldly. Maybe my sister-in-law thinks he can walk that path. If he really makes it through, he might really become a support in the future. Tian Xiaofeng said. Why can he walk that path? There are so many amazing people in my Tianren clan, and only the director of the Tianren Academy can truly walk through it. Even the peerless talent like his father cannot truly walk through it. Why is he a low-level race? Tian Xiaosong snorted coldly. It should be something special about being able to be noticed by someone like my sister and appreciated by the Emperor of Heaven. Tian Xiaoya said lazily. After so many years, are there few special people who want to walk that path? Is there anyone who succeeded? Tian Xiaosong said. Okay, stop talking. He can't pass Xiao Cao's level anyway, so let's stop this. Tian Xiaofeng said. The three women watched Lin Shen and Tian Xiaoqiao stalemate, and originally thought there would be a result soon. But as time passed by minute, the expressions on the three women's faces gradually changed. It's almost half an hour. Has Xiaoqiao been able to find his flaws yet? Tian Xiaoya said in surprise. This man's defensive swordsmanship is a bit powerful. No matter how powerful the defense is, there will definitely be flaws, a matter of time. The three of them waited for another half an hour, but Tian Xiaoqiao still did not set off his sword, and the two were still in a stalemate. Lin Shen's defensive defense was somewhat beyond their expectations. But at this time, they still firmly believe that the defense side cannot always show flaws. Time passed slowly, and the expressions of those who were secretly paying attention to this battle gradually changed. Tian Xiaocao's swordsmanship was so powerful that he could not find the opportunity to draw a sword for such a long time. This is not something that ordinary people can do. This person's patience is a bit terrible. Tian Xiaofeng said with a complicated expression, if you have such patience, it is easy to achieve anything you do. No wonder my sister-in-law can look down on him, it is really rare. With patience, which woman doesn't like it? Tian Xiaoya smiled and said. It's about serious business. Tian Xiaofeng glared at Tian Xiaoya. Tian Xiaosong said anxiously, it is not a solution to continue this stalemate. After a long time, if my father asks someone to come and they are here again, it would be awful. Who knew that Lin Shen is so patient? It's been more than 2 hours, but there hasn't been any flaws yet. Tian Xiaofeng said helplessly. When the three of them were a little worried, Lin Shen suddenly let go of the hand holding the hilt, and the hand holding the scabbard also relaxed and hung on one side of his body. His sudden action made the person who was peeping in the dark stunned, and Tian Xiaoqiao also frowned, wondering what Lin Shen meant. If you can't hold on, are you going to give up? Tian Xiaofeng felt relieved in his heart. Others also thought like Tian Xiaofeng, thinking that Lin Shen would give up if he couldn't hold on. I hold the knife, don't you dare to draw the sword? Do you dare to draw the sword like this? Lin Shen stood there casually, looking at Tian Xiaoqiao and said. As soon as these words were spoken, Tian Xiaocao's eyes suddenly became cold. The three sisters Tian Xiaofeng were all shocked. They had seen those who were trying to commit suicide, but never to commit suicide like this. Has this guy got into his mind? Or did he fall into the cesspool when he was a child? Tianqin felt a little numb. He never thought that Lin Shen would provoke Tian Xiaoqiao like this. Chapter 652, A Life-Threatening Strike. Tianqin originally thought that Lin Shen had to hold on. As long as he had to hold on for a while, his father might send someone to find him. who knew that Lin Shen suddenly had such a move, and he was simply jumping into the diva in front of the gate of hell, as if he was afraid that the king of hell would not see him. Not to mention Tianxin, the people who were secretly paying attention to this place were shocked by Lin Shen. I really couldn't understand what he was doing. Provoke Tian Xiaoqiao and give up the defensive. If this move is used by a high-level strongman against a low-level strongman, it is quite reasonable. But Lin Shen is just an ascensioner, facing the top nirvana Tian Xiaoqiao. How different is his actions like being killed? Who gave him the courage? Tian Xiaofeng looked at Lin Shen's eyes as if he was looking at a fool. This person is so interesting. Tian Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Feng Xiaosong touched his forehead and said, I'm afraid this is not a fool, right? I just thought he still had some ability. He must have waited for too long and was dizzy. Even if Lin Shen defended his swordsmanship with all his strength, he might not be able to stop him. Now, no one seems to be trying to death with his actions. Lin Shen himself did not think he was trying to die, nor was he really arrogant to think that he could block Tian Xiaocao's sword technique at will. During the more than 2 hours of confronting Tian Xiaoqiao, Lin Shen had already deeply felt that Tian Xiaocao's swordsmanship was very powerful and his realm was very high. If we only look at the realm, among the people Lin Shen has seen, those who are better than Tian Xiaoqiao can count with one hand. The reason he did this was because he knew that it would be difficult for him to see the world today. Someone in the Tian family didn't want him to see Tianju. Tian Xiaoqiao had already understood what he said at the beginning. Even if Lin Shen won, he had only passed his level. The implication is that there must be someone waiting for Lin Shen later. Lin Shen didn't know whether their behavior was due to Tianjue's instruction or someone else's actions. I think the possibility of Tianjue's instruction is not very high. If Tianjue didn't want to see him, he wouldn't have agreed to Tian's son. However, it cannot be ruled out that what happened after Tianju agreed, and Tianju regretted it. No matter which possibility it is, Lin Shen knows that it may be difficult for him to see the world today. After thinking about it, Lin Shen felt that if he wanted to see Tianjue, he could not passively pass through this. Even if he can beat Tian Xiaoqiao, he knows what difficulties the Tian family has arranged to wait for him later. If he really doesn't want him to see Tianju, he may even arrange for the immortals to stop him. Tianju's family is not without immortals. Are you sure? Tian Xiaoqiao stared at Lin Shen, his eyes like a knife. Since you don't dare to draw the sword, you have to do this. Lin Shen said lightly. The provocation method is useless to me. Whether you guard or not, I will draw my sword. Tian Xiaoqiao said. I don't have to defend, just stand here and take your sword. Can you see Tianju? Lin Shen asked, staring at Tian Xiaoqiao. Lin Shen's words were like a sharp sword that penetrated into the heart of Tian Xiaoqiao. Oh no. Tian Xiaofeng suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem and said calmly, this forest is so deep that it is a bit cunning scheming. If Xiaoqiao says it can, then the difficulties we set later cannot be used anymore, otherwise Xiaoqiao will have to come forward to help him solve the problem. But if Xiaoqiao says it can't, Xiaocao's Taoist heart will be broken. The opponent is an ascensioner and has given up on the defensive. I can't say it can't do it. That's really a big defense. Tian Xiaosong sighed, with the character of Xiaoqiao, it's even more impossible to say it can't do it. This person is becoming more and more interesting. He seems reckless, but in fact he is very cunning. Tian Xiaoya said with a smile, but he ignored the most important issue. He has a level disadvantage and has given up the defensive. Can he really take over Xiaoqi's sword? Of course not. Tian Xiaosong snorted coldly, he didn't know how terrible Xiaocao's sword was to kill Qixing. If it weren't for not wanting to hurt his life, Xiaoqiao could attack with force. No matter how perfect his defense was, he could not block Xiaoqi's sword. Tian Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and said, he was really wrong. He thought Xiaoqiao and him were in a stalemate because they couldn't do anything to him. In fact, Xiaoqiao just couldn't hurt his life with all his might, otherwise he would have died long ago. His words might make him lose his life. I'm in trouble now. How can I explain to my sister-in-law when I look back? Lin Shen, don't talk nonsense. Tianjin saw Tian Xiaocao's expression change, and knew that the seventh brother was really angry. Tianjin stepped forward and pulled Lin Shen away. Nothing is life important. If Tian Xiaocao is angry, it will be life-threatening. Tianjin pulled for a moment, but Lin Shen didn't move at all. He still looked at Tian Xiaocao and said, "Can you or can't?" "Yes." A smile appeared on Tian Xiaocao's cold face. But there was no friendliness or happiness in his smile, but there was a chill that penetrated deep into his bones. After Tian Xiaocao answered, he slowly handed the sword in his left hand into his right hand. "It's over." Seeing Tian Xiaocao change to his right hand holding the scabbard, Tian Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Everyone in Tianjua's family knows a saying, "Get a sword with your right hand, kill Qixing with your sword, and use a sword with your left hand, and no grass will grow." If Tian Xiaocao uses his right hand to draw his sword, there is still a glimmer of hope. If it is replaced by a left hand to draw his sword, it means that Tian Xiaocao has committed murderous intent and there is absolutely no possibility of survival. Tian Xiaocao held the hilt of the sword in his left hand, looked at him coldly and said, "If you can take my sword without death, I will take you to see your father." "Okay, come on, come on." Lin Shen stood there casually with the unsheathed slag knife in his left hand. Tian Xiaocao's swordsmanship is very strong and his realm is very high, but so what? In terms of skills and realm, Wei Wufu was no worse than Tian Xiaocao, and Lao Tai is far better than Tian Xiaocao. Lin Shen's sword technique was practiced under their oppression, and he was not afraid of such a powerful swordsman. Tianjin wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say anything, let alone go to Lin Shen. Because Tian Xiaocao is about to draw his sword, what he does now will only distract Lin Shen and will only make him die even worse. Finally, Tian Xiaocao set out his sword. His sword was fast enough, but not the fastest, exquisite enough, and not the most perfect. But his sword seemed to be an antelope hanging on its horns without traces, and it seemed to come from the sky, making it difficult to understand. He clearly saw his sword, but it made people feel that he didn't know how to resist. Lin Shen did not resist, and he didn't even look at the sword stabbed by Tian Xiaocao. The moment Tian Xiaocao set out his sword, he also pulled out the scum knife and slashed at Tian Xiaocao with one sword. Use blood to exchange blood, fight life with life, and the blood-life sword technique. Chapter 653 Unbearable Consequences. Everyone saw that Lin Shen wanted to fight Tian Xiaocao with his life, and they thought he was crazy. Tian Xiaocao is a nirvana, Lin Shen only has ascendant, and the attribute gap is too big. Even if Tian Xiaocao does not use the attribute to crush Lin Shen, the speed of his sword is not comparable to Lin Shen. If you want to fight for your life, you are afraid that Tian Xiaocao's sword will pierce Lin Shen's body, and Lin Shen's sword has not touched Tian Xiaocao's body yet. These thoughts were just a matter of moments. Tian Xiaocao's sword was about to stab Lin Shen's body, but Lin Shen's sword was still a short distance away from Tian Xiaocao. It was such an inconspicuous distance that was enough for Tian Xiaocao to kill Lin Shen several times. But in the next moment, Tian Xiaocao, who was about to stab Lin Shen, actually waved his sword to change direction. The sword in his hand met Lin Shen's sword, and a white sword light burst out from the sword at the same time. When the swords intersected, Tian Xiaofeng and others were still wondering why Tian Xiaocao did this, but they saw that Tian Xiaocao's sword light was actually split directly by Lin Shen's sword. When the swords intersected, the sword in Tian Xiaocao's hand was cut into pieces. Impossible. Tian Xiaosong widened his eyes, unable to believe everything he saw. Although the sword in Tian Xiaocao's hand is not a spiritual foundation, it is also cast from top nirvana materials and is also one of the representative works of a sword-making master of the Tianren race. The strength of the sword itself is no longer comparable to that of ordinary nirvana spiritual base, not to mention that Tian Xiaocao also used the power of nirvana to turn it into a sword light. No matter how you think about it, it should be Lin Shen's knife that was cut off. But the fact is just the opposite. Not only was the sword light cut off, but even the sword was cut off. Lin Shen's sword looked unscathed, which completely subverted their cognition. How did he do it? Tian Xiaofeng was stunned. Tian Xiaocao looked at the broken sword in his hand and frowned without saying a word. Is this sword considered the next step? Lin Shen slowly inserted the scum knife back into the sheath and asked at Tian Xiaocao. Of course not, there is something wrong with that knife. Tian Xiaosong gritted his teeth, but unfortunately Lin Shen couldn't hear her words. Tian Xiaofeng and Tian Xiaoyao also had the same idea as her. It must be that there was a problem with the sword. Otherwise, why could Lin Shen cut through Tian Xiaocao's sword light and sword? That would be impossible. Tian Xiaocao looked up at Lin Shen and nodded. You won, I will take you to see your father. After saying that, Tian Xiaocao threw away the broken sword in his hand, turned around and left. Lin Shen followed Tian Xiaocao to the backyard. Not long after walking, he saw 3 young female gods blocking their way. Sister, I lost, I have to admit it. Tian Xiaocao looked at Tian Xiaofeng and the other 2 and said. No, you didn't lose. It was because of his sword. It must be an immortal level weapon. It has been deliberately transformed, and it is not his power at all. Feng Xiaosong was interrupted by Feng Xiaochao before he finished speaking. It's not the problem of knife, I lost. Tian Xiaocao's words made Tian Xiaosong, Tian Xiaoya and Tian Xiaofeng stunned. They could not believe that an assassinator could cut off the sword light and weapons of the Nirvana. But Tian Xiaocao could not lie, nor could it help Lin Shen. For a moment, the 3 girls were stunned. The words they had prepared before were not used. Sister, I'm sorry. Tian Xiaocao said as he walked over to them. Lin Shen and Tianxin also followed him around the 3 girls and continued to go to the backyard. Is it really possible to cut off Nirvana power and Nirvana-level weapons with the power of ascension? Tian Xiaosong still couldn't believe it until now. Although it's hard to believe, Xiaochao will not lie to us. Tian Xiaofeng looked at Lin Shen's departure back and said with a strange expression, we should have thought that people like Xiaojiao and the Emperor of Heaven must have their reasons for being like him. Lin Shen and Tian Xian followed Tian Xiaochao through numerous courtyards and came to a small courtyard. Come in. Before Tian Xiaochao knocked on the door, he heard a horseman's voice coming from inside. Tian Xiaochao opened the door and Lin Shen saw that although the yard was not big, there were a lot of flowers and plants planted inside, either those mutated plants or the most ordinary flowers and plants. Father. While Lin Shen was still looking at the courtyard, Tian Xiaochao and Tian Xian saluted in the same direction at the same time. Lin Shen looked in the direction where they saluted. There was a wooden house there. There was no door and there was only a bamboo curtain hanging on it. The situation inside the house could not be seen. You guys go out first. The horseman's voice came from inside the house again. Tian Xiaochao and Tianxin looked at each other. Although they were reluctant, they still left the courtyard and closed the door outside. When Lin Shen was thinking about how to say hello, he heard the man in the room say, "Your knife is very good, Tianxuan has not seen the wrong person." "Sorry, I shouldn't have disturbed you, but that road is too difficult." Lin Shen said. "It's okay, I'd like to see you a long time ago and see what kind of person my arrogant girl chose." Tianju said slowly, "You are very good, but if you want to take the path of double nirvana, you should give up this idea. With your ability, even if you don't follow that path, you will definitely be immortal in the future and you don't need to take your life to go to that dead end." "Is double nirvana really not possible?" Lin Shen asked in confusion. "Neither a person like you and me will change his mind easily. Come in, you can tell whether it is dead or not." Tianju's voice came from the wooden house again. Lin Shen had nothing to hesitate. After taking off his shoes, he opened the curtain and walked in. His eyes fell into the house and saw that there was an ice cube larger than the bed in the wooden house, and a person sat on it. Lin Shen didn't know if he was a person or not. It was more like a human-shaped ice sculpture than a person. His whole body is transparent ice crystals, and the internal organs, bones and blood vessels in his body can be seen clearly. Apart from a little more color, his whole body looks like a carved of ice crystals. Although I knew that Tianju had completely dehumanized, I didn't expect that it would be like this, and it looked really weird. "If you don't want to be like me, then don't go that way." The Bingman's voice sounded in Lin Shen's ears, but Lin Shen didn't see his lips moving, and he didn't even move his eyes. As if seeing through Lin Shen's thoughts, Tianju continued, "My body has been completely dehumanized, no different from an ice sculpture. He does not need to eat or drink or move. Although he can't die, he has to endure this inhuman torment day and night. Lin Shen finally understood why the people of the Tian family didn't want him to see Tianju. No one would have thought that Tianju, who is famous outside, would look like this. The pain in the body is so unbearable. What is really unbearable is that in an absolutely static body, there is a living soul. Moreover, your soul will endure the erosion of the inhuman consciousness at all times. If you slacken in a slight way, your soul will be completely lost, and even the last bit of human nature will disappear. Can you bear such consequences? Chapter 654, Choosing the Land of Nirvana. Lin Shen looked a little heavy when he left Tianjue Mansion. After seeing Tianjue, Lin Shen understood a little. Tianjue asked him to see Tianjue, but in fact he wanted to let him dispel the idea of taking the road of double nirvana. Double nirvana is indeed very tempting, but the consequences of failure may be more terrifying than death. Tianjue did not reserve it, and told Lin Shen in detail everything he experienced during his double nirvana. The strange changes in it made Lin Shen feel frightened. Tianju made many preparations than Lin Shen, but he still couldn't hold on. Lin Shen is now a little doubtful that his methods can be able to support the transformation of the body through both internal and external forces. If he became Tianju's current appearance, he would rather be more happy and die directly. Do you still want to take that road? Tianxin asked Lin Shen on the way back. I must admit that I hesitated. Lin Shen sighed. With your ability, there is no need to take such risks. Tianxin actually said something human today. It's really not necessary, but I still want to give it a try. Lin Shen said in a deep thought. Tianxin widened her eyes. Are you crazy? No, crazy. Lin Shen shook his head and said, I now know what the real problem of double nirvana is, and I think I may be able to solve this problem. What problem? How to solve it? Tianxin looked at Lin Shen and asked in disbelief. The real danger of double nirvana is actually not nirvana itself, but how to completely integrate the two nirvana powers. Lin Shen explained, if the nirvana egg and nirvana land have the same attributes, then when nirvana is too strong, the power of nirvana will directly turn the body into dehumanization, just like your father. His preparation is sufficient and he is strong enough, so he can still maintain his own consciousness. If he is replaced by any other person, he will not even be able to retain consciousness. It's good that you know. Tianxin snorted coldly. So, there is another way to go, using the nirvana egg and the nirvana land with different attributes. Lin Shen pondered. Then don't think about it, that path is even more difficult, otherwise my father would not choose the nirvana egg and nirvana land of the same attributes. Tianxin said. Yes, the attributes of the nirvana egg and the nirvana land are different, and it is more likely to cause problems. It is even possible that nirvana failure due to the conflict between the nirvana egg and the nirvana land, and there is no chance of becoming an inhuman, the situation will be more complicated. Lin Shen took a deep breath and continued, but as long as the control is properly and successful, you can obtain two nirvana attributes, the power of the dual attributes, which can solve more problems than the power of the single attributes of nirvana. How can you be sure that you will succeed? Tianxin curled his lips and said. I can't be sure, so I didn't plan to take this path. What I want to take is your father's path. Lin Shen said with a smile. You are saying this as if you are cursing. Tianxin glared at Lin Shen fiercely. It doesn't mean that. Lin Shen smiled and said, double nirvana egg and nirvana land with the same attribute can enhance nirvana attribute. The same flame attribute, the flame attribute of the double nirvana is stronger than the flame attribute of the single nirvana. Your father said this very clearly. His ice-type attribute is much stronger than others. After all the time, you are just talking about how strong you are after success, but you don't say how to succeed. Tianxin said with some dissatisfaction. I have some ideas, but I haven't tried it and don't know if it can be done, so it's useless to say it now. If my ideas can be realized, you can also try this method next time you are reborn. Lin Shen said. Thank you, can you try this kind of thing? If you are wrong, it will be over. Tianxin turned his eyes and said, we can find an ascensioner to come over and let him try it first. If your method is really useful, it will not be too late for us to use your method to rebirth. I can only use this method, and it's useless to find other assonators. Lin Shen shook his head. After listening to what Tianju said, Lin Shen already knew that the main reason for Tianju's failure was that his nirvana attribute was too strong, and his own power could not compete with it, and his body was ultimately completely dehumanized. Tianjue was able to drag his inhuman body to complete immortality. He has not died until today and has not completely lost consciousness. This is an extremely amazing achievement in itself. But he still cannot be considered a success. Sooner or later, it will become completely inhuman, it is just a matter of time. However, Lin Shen has a superbase form. He does not need to fight against the nirvana attribute. He can fully integrate the nirvana attribute with the body. After success, he will remove the superbase form and restore the flesh and blood body. Because a single attribute is easier to control, Lin Shen thinks this method is feasible. However, if it is a dual attribute nirvana, Lin Shen doesn't know what problems will happen. Lin Shen is not sure whether the superbase form can cope with various situations. After all, no one knows what will happen in the dual attribute nirvana, and Tianjue has no relevant experience. Unless Lin Shen goes to find an E and an E is willing to tell his experience of nirvana, Lin Shen dares to try the dual attribute nirvana. An E is really too strong. Without any experience or theoretical support, he succeeded in the two attributes. This person is so strong that he is boundless. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. He dared not take the risk of playing like that. Now Lin Shen is preparing for single attribute nirvana, and then he only needs to determine which base change land to use. Then go to the base change place to get a nirvana egg, and you can start nirvana. This has a problem. There is no nirvana egg in the low-level base change land, so Lin Shen must choose a nirvana-level base change land in order to get a nirvana egg that is the same origin as the base change land. The base change that Tianchuan found for him before, now he can only give up. Lin Shen also thought about using the brazier from the mysterious planet to complete nirvana, but it was even more difficult to succeed there. There is an immortal land itself, and the creatures born are all immortal creatures. If you want to have the same origin and sect, you can only use immortal eggs to match the immortal land. I have never heard of this success. The king of the ancient realm just used the immortal land nirvana there, and did not use the immortal egg, but failed. He is more difficult than the king of the ancient realm, and the concept of success is even smaller than buying a lottery. It seems that we have to choose a new place of nirvana. The supreme land of the supreme clan is a good choice. It is relatively safe and the attributes obtained are also quite good. After the strengthening of double nirvana, Lin Shen wanted to use nirvana, the supreme land, but after checking the information of the supreme land, he found that it was not easy to get the nirvana egg from there. Because after the transformation of the supreme clan, the energy of the supreme clan was constantly drawn away, and it has not been nurtured by nirvana creatures for many years, let alone nirvana eggs. Where are you going to be nirvana? Lin Shen had a headache. Chapter 655 Fan Technique. Lin Shen went to the library again, wanting to see if there are any suitable places for him in the nirvana of the heavenly man race. Among these many nirvana lands, there are also many places with extremely strong attributes, and it is good to use nirvana. It is just a place of nirvana with rare attributes. It is not easy to get nirvana eggs with the same attributes. I don't know which one to choose for a while. Lin Shen roughly chose and there were dozens of nirvana lands that matched his wishes. Looking back, he could see if he could collect a nirvana egg that was used. After all, Lin Shen went to the technique room to take a look, planning to practice this fan technique first. After finding the category of fan, I found that there are many types of fan techniques. Lin Shen found the category of folding fans and opened them one by one. The technology of the Tianren tribe is so developed, why don't we make electronic versions? This kind of review is not intelligently screened, and I don't know when I will pick it. Lin Shen had nothing to do anyway, so he just read it slowly. Although the fan techniques are niche, the universe is too big. The folding fan techniques collected here are still scary. After Lin Shen looked at some, when he went to see them, he found that by just looking through the first few moves, he could know what these techniques are. There was no need to finish them all. Lin Shen read one after another. Although there are some more distinctive fan techniques, most of them are repetitive techniques and have no great value. After reading hundreds of books, no single method could surprise Lin Shen. The collection techniques in the second floor of the Tianren clan are not very good. Lin Shen complained in his heart. In fact, the techniques he practiced were too top-notch, and the techniques his opponents practiced were also rare top-notch techniques in the universe. If you see too many good things, it will naturally be difficult to see if you are a little worse. If these techniques are released, they will also be the magical skills that many small tribes dream of. Why is the peacock's screen opening fan method not here? Lin Shen looked at it, but he didn't see the fan skill he had in mind. Then I thought, even if there was, Emperor Tianshu would not be able to put the techniques of the Tianfei family here and let others observe them at will. After reading more than 100 books, I still couldn't find a book that I could see. Lin Shen was too lazy to read. Anyway, he doesn't rely on fans to kill the enemy. He has sword techniques to defend and fist fingers to kill the enemy. The fan technique is just to practice it casually, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't. As we were about to walk out of the second floor door, we happened to see a familiar figure leaving the administrator's counter. It cannot be said that the figure is familiar. If you only look at the mosaics in the body, you should have no one else in this kind of place except Tianfei. What are the concubine Tian here for? Borrowing or returning books? Lin Shen's heart moved, and he turned around and took a fan method, before heading towards the counter. Because there are very few people who can come to the second floor, not many people borrow books and return books, there are only 2 books on the counter. One book is The Heart of Heaven, and the other book is The Legend of 9 Heavens fan method. The Heart of Heaven is the version of the Tianren tribe. It is not the kind of mass products. If it can be collected on this level, there will be no mass products. However, when Lin Shen saw that fan method, he knew that the book Tianfei should have borrowed this book. After all, no matter how strong the Tianxinju is, Tianfei, who is from the Peacock clan, should not practice Tianxinju. It is very likely that the fan method is enough. After all, the Peacock clan is still relatively good at fan method. I said, why didn't I find this 9 Heavens Xian fan method? How could it be here? Lin Shen picked up the fan method and said in surprise. The librarian looked at it and said, it's not long since I returned it. Do you want to borrow it together? Then let's borrow it together. Lin Shen registered and borrowed both fan methods back. When he returned home, Lin Shen threw another butterfly fan method he had picked up casually and started reading it with the Jiutian Xian fan method that Tianfei had borrowed. After seeing this, it was indeed a very powerful fan technique, unlike the ones he had looked through before. There are 9 fan techniques in total, each of which is magical, especially the use of fan, which can be said to be unique. Lin Shen was overjoyed and just practiced this fan method. As a result, after practicing, he found that the 9 Heavens Xian fan method was really difficult. The various changes are too complicated. Although there are only 9 styles, each style has thousands of changes. Just remembering these changes made Lin Shen go a long way. Before he could finish his writing, Lin Shen gave up. He originally planned to practice the fan method casually, so he didn't have the time and energy to devote himself to it. If you have this time and energy, it is better to practice your fingering again. After all, fingering that can point acupoints is his biggest reliance. As for the fan method, even if he doesn't know how to fan method, there is no big problem with relying on the 10-style fan dance to fight the enemy. Lin Shen put the Jiutian Xian fan technique aside. Seeing the butterfly fan technique thrown aside, Lin Shen picked it up and looked around. It is indeed a relatively ordinary fan method. Just looking at the previous few moves, you will know that this method is similar to many fan methods and does not have much characteristics. However, Lin Shen still resisted the urge to let go and continued to look around. He borrowed the book that Tianfei returned to him. If this matter fell into the ears of Emperor Tianshu, it might arouse Emperor Tianshu's suspicion. Maybe Lin Shen thought about it more, but he would rather think about it more. If Emperor Shu found out one day, he would not even read the books he borrowed, but only read the 9 Heavenly Xian fan that concubine returned to him. No matter how much he explained it, Emperor Shu would probably have some doubts in his heart. He did the whole set of acting, so Lin Shen not only planned to finish reading this butterfly sword technique, but also prepared to practice it. At first, Lin Shen just looked at it with a purpose, and there was really nothing particularly outstanding in the previous part. But when he saw it behind, Lin Shen was surprised to find that the butterfly sword technique he took out casually actually had a wonderful technique that surprised him. Compared with the front part, the butterfly sword technique in the second half can be called a magical skill. I'll go, who created the fan technique? The front is so mediocre, why did it suddenly become magical afterwards? Lin Shen felt that the person who created the butterfly fan technique must have a dual personality. The front is created by one personality and the back is created by another personality. The front and back are not the same level of technique at all. If Lin Shen hadn't brought it back casually and read it for special reasons, he would probably have looked at it again after looking through the previous few pages. Lin Shen became more and more surprised the more he read. The butterfly fan technique in the second half was simply a work of genius. I don't know who created such a fan technique. In this book, there is no information from the author, and there is not even a signature. Chapter 656 Butterfly Fan Method. Not long after Lin Shen left the library, the director came to the counter. What book did Dean Tian borrow? Dean Tian borrowed 2 books, Jiutian Xin Fan Technique and Butterfly Fan Technique. The administrator checked it and said. The director didn't feel anything wrong after hearing this. He knew that Lin Shen's life foundation was a folding fan, and it was normal to borrow the fan method. When the director was about to leave, the administrator said again, the Jiutian Xin fan technique has just returned, and he borrowed it. I just returned it? Who came back? The director asked subconsciously. It's the Empress of Concubine Tian. The administrator replied. The 9 heavenly profound fan that Tianfei returned? The director reached out and took the borrowing record. After looking through it, he saw that it was the 9 heavenly profound fan method borrowed by Tianfei. He had just returned it today. In a few minutes, he was borrowed by Lin Shen. A coincidence? The director returned to his office, thought about it, and contacted Njaha. Young master, do you think this is a coincidence? Said the director. No matter whether it is a coincidence or not, it can be a coincidence. Njaha said lightly, you don't know anything about this matter, and you don't have to worry about anything. I have my own arrangements. Putting down the communicator, Njaha smiled on her face. This is a chance to come to the door, and it can solve 2 problems at once. Lin Shen didn't know that someone was already arranging the script, so he had already started practicing the butterfly fan technique at home. The butterfly fan method is not as complicated as the 9 heavens Xin fan method, the key point is just a word. Lin Shen directly removed the first half and only practiced the second half. He threw the folding fan out like a boomerang. Using the technique and the use of strength, the folding fan could fly back by itself. In fact, flying back is not the point, it is just practicing the technique of controlling the folding fan and the use of strength. The real thing about the butterfly fan technique is that after throwing the fan out, the special structure and techniques of the fan itself can make the folding fan fly in the air with an unpredictable trajectory. The folding fan is up and down, left and right, like a butterfly dancing wildly in the wind, making it difficult to guess where it will fly to the next moment. What made Lin Shen feel most incredible is that the person who created this butterfly fan method didn't even know where the final landing of the folding fan was when he threw it out. This is a technique that even those who use this method cannot fully control it. Lin Shen was really interested in this technique. After practicing for a while, he was able to control the folding fan he threw out and flew back. This is a pure use of skills, not a way to let the inheritance fan fly back on its own. But being able to fly back is just an introduction to the butterfly fan technique. What is really amazing is the ultimate uncontrollable. Lin Shen even had a guess, is it possible, if the butterfly fan technique is really practiced, can he control the prediction techniques of Tian Buluo and Lao Tai? After all, even Lin Shen himself didn't know where the fan he threw out would fly to. No matter how much the other party could predict, it would be impossible to predict such an inexplicable strange thing. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more excited he became, and he became more motivated to practice. He kept practicing trying to control the flight trajectory of the folding fan. Disorder without order is useless. Only when order comes first can disorder work. If it can be done simply by throwing it randomly, then the butterfly fan method will not be placed in the second layer. Lin Shen must first have strong control over the folding fan before he can truly use the disorderly butterfly fan method. After throwing out the folding fan again and again, the flight trajectory of the inherited fan became more and more bizarre, sometimes up and down, sometimes left and right, like a butterfly dancing around the forest. The battle of race rankings continues, but it has almost nothing to do with ordinary people. Assassinators like Lin Shen, even Nirvana-level people, have no ability to watch the battles between immortals. The battle basically starts with a terrifying light explosion, and then ends with a terrifying light explosion. Some meteorite planets were blown up from time to time in the middle. When the immortals moved, they couldn't even see their figures. It was too fast. In addition to those low-ranking Nirvana battles, there is also a bit of ornamentality. The battle between the immortals can only be seen by the ranking changes. The ranking in front of the universe is too far away for Lin Shen, and even for the entire human race, it is a distance as far as a dream. Lin Shen was not in the mood to care about who was the best in the universe. He just practiced the butterfly fan on his own. The folding fan became more and more agile in his hands, like a butterfly flapping his wings and about to fly. "Where did you see this statue?" The communicator vibrated, which was a voice message sent by elder sister Lin Miao. After Lin Shen came out of the golden Buddha temple, he sent the wooden sculpture image he had taken to his elder sister, wanting her to identify whether the other puppet carved was his second brother. Maybe my elder sister was busy with work before and did not reply to his message, and finally returned the message now. Is the second brother carved that statue? Lin Shen felt that there might be a chance in this matter. It looks a bit like, where did you get this wood carving? Xiao Yin is carved on it. It should be like he is about 20 years old. You should have never seen it before. Lin Miao's voice came over quickly. Lin Shen quickly told him about his trip to the golden Buddha temple and sent the other wood carvings of Lao Tai to his elder sister. Sister, it seems that I should not be the second brother. Lin Shen said. Not necessarily. Lin Miao sent a series of voice messages. According to the Master of Path, he saw your second brother first. After many years, he saw Lao Tai. Maybe it was something happened in the middle that your second brother's appearance changed, so that the Master of Path recognized them as two people. In fact, they were both your second brothers, but one was your second brother 20 years ago and the other was your second brother more than 20 years later. It seems that there is no problem to say so. Lin Shen thought it was possible. But in this way, it would be even more difficult for him to prove that Lao Tai was not his second brother. Xiao Wu, don't be so suspicious. Recently, I have talked a lot with your second brother. There are many things that only your second brother knows. He must be your second brother, and he will not be wrong. The eldest sister said with certainty. I know, sister. Lin Shen was a little helpless. He also hoped that Lao Tai was the second brother and that he hoped that his second brother would still be alive, but the gap between the two was too big. He had to figure out the matter clearly. He couldn't just recognize his brother in a confused manner. What if Lao Tai is not the second brother? If he gives up looking for his second brother now, wouldn't that be unfair to the real second brother? What's more, the third brother and the fourth brother are still trying to avenge their second brother. Lin Shen wants to contact them, but without their contact information, it is difficult to contact them. Lin Shen really wanted to go to the Emperor Barbarians and find the third brother to explain this matter clearly. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Man and the Emperor Barbarians are as powerful as water and fire, and he and the Emperor Barbarians have a deep hatred. No matter what identity they have, he will not survive. Chapter 657 Lao Tai's Secret Method. Your second brother asked me to ask you, should you go to Nirvana? The eldest sister sent another message. Old Tai is by your side? Lin Shen was speechless. If Old Tai was by the eldest sister, wouldn't the ones they were talking about just now be seen by Old Tai? Do you think your sister is mentally retarded? The eldest sister replied with a message, and Lin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. I have the plan to Nirvana, but I haven't decided where to go to Nirvana. Lin Shen replied. Your second brother said, let you go to the ancient temple to rebirth. The eldest sister's message came again. It is an immortal place, and the risk is too great. Lin Shen was a little surprised that Lao Tai would recommend him to go there to Nirvana. Lin Shen suspected that Lao Tai was the king of the ancient realm who failed to reincarnate and rebuild. Even he himself failed, so how could he let himself go there? The eldest sister sent a video message directly. Lin Shen chose to accept it, and the communicator immediately cast a holographic image, and the eldest sister and Lao Tai appeared opposite Lin Shen. Xiao Wu, you have been to the ancient temple and you should know the power of the ancient temple. Where Nirvana, the Nirvana attribute you obtain will be unique and extremely powerful attributes. Lao Tai said directly. Did you complete Nirvana there? Lin Shen took this opportunity and asked the question he wanted to know. Yes. Lao Tai said directly, I completed Nirvana there, just before I went to the alien star to find you, and when I passed there. Lin Shen calculated and thought to himself, that's right. When Lao Tai first came out of the tree, he should be just an ascensioner. Later, when he went to the alien from Hulu Mountain, he was promoted to Nirvana level. However, this has a problem. Lin Shen always thought that Lao Tai's body became a half-human and half-iron because of too much Nirvana. But now I know that this is what he was like when he was flying and upgrading, so it was not because of Nirvana that made him look like this. What Lin Shen even more puzzled was that if Lao Tai was really the reincarnation and recultivation of the king of the ancient realm, since he could easily succeed in Nirvana, how could there be a problem with the king of the ancient realm? Are they the same person? Or am I really too careful? Lao Tai is not the reincarnation body of the king of the ancient realm. He is the second brother? Lin Shen thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. The power of the immortal land is too strong. I am afraid that I can't hold on and will become inhuman. To be honest, Lin Shen was a little moved. Since Lao Tai can succeed in Nirvana, he should also have a chance to succeed, but he doesn't want to take risks. I have a secret method that can help you succeed in Nirvana there. Lao Tai said. Secret method? What secret method? Lin Shen asked suspiciously. A secret method to exercise the power of consciousness. When the ancient temple is reborn, the most important thing is your power of consciousness. As long as the consciousness is not lost, it is almost impossible to fail. Lao Tai said. Where did you learn this secret technique? Lin Shen asked with a strange expression. It's always in my mind. I only remember that there is such a secret method, but I can't remember where I got it. Lao Tai shook his head. Lin Shen was a little suspicious just now, whether he had made a mistake in his judgment. Maybe Lao Tai was really just his second brother, not the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. But hearing that Lao Tai has such a secret method makes him feel that Lao Tai is the king of the ancient world is even more likely. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Lao Tai knew that there was such a secret method on the way to the ancient temple. No matter how you think about it, it seemed like it was specially prepared. Lao Tai told Lin Shen the secret method of training consciousness power. After Lin Shen finished listening, he felt that his whole head was getting bigger. This secret method to exercise the power of consciousness is too inhumane. He beat it first and then froze it, and then burned it. Lin Shen saw that it didn't seem like a secret method of practicing, but it looked like the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Lao Tai told him that if you want to make the power of consciousness stronger, you must go through all kinds of hardships, otherwise you will never be able to become stronger. Oh, this secret technique doesn't sound suitable for me. Lin Shen was not forced to do anything, and he was unwilling to endure hardships. Only you can become the best person if you endure hardships. If you want to rebirth in the ancient temple, you must practice the secret method to make your consciousness stronger. Lao Tai said. Try it. After finishing the communication with Lao Tai, Lin Shen's mood was a little complicated. Now Lao Tai is getting closer and closer to them. If he finds that Lao Tai is not his second brother in the future, how will it end? Hope is right. Lin Shen sighed and went to find Wei Wufu. He has to try it out. Whether he can practice Lao Tai's secret method. If he can really rebirth in the immortal land, it is undoubtedly the best choice. I was afraid that there would be something wrong with the risk before, so I didn't dare to think about it. Now that he knew that Lao Tai could do it, his mind became active. Lin Wan has been very depressed recently. She thought that after she became the assistant to the dean, she would have many opportunities to approach Lin Shen. Who knew that since she became an assistant, she had never seen Lin Shen several times. The president Lin Shen has not been to Tianchi Normal University several times a month, and he has never seen any leader in an institution, like Lin Shen. Every time Lin Shen sees her, he will ask her to be a training partner. However, other people from the Tianchi Academy like this dean very much, because Lin Shen almost always pays money every time he comes to the hospital. Although they all made up for their previous salary and benefits, they were already touched enough. After so many years, I finally saw what the salary looks like. Only Lin Wan, the assistant, seemed extremely embarrassed. She was not here to get her salary by stumble. Is this how the assistant used? Lin Wan felt that his understanding of the assistant seemed to be different from Lin Shen. Lin Wan felt that she could not continue like this. She had to think of some ways to get close to Lin Shen. Otherwise, she was wasting time at Tianchi Academy, and her time was not used to waste. When he first chose an assistant, he thought he was a lewd man. Why did he lose his movement after becoming his assistant? Lin Wan was a little worried before, would Lin Shen have some excessive demands on her and whether to turn against her at that time. But the result was completely different from what she thought. Lin Shen didn't treat her at all, and he couldn't even see her recently. No, I have to take the initiative to find an opportunity. Lin Wan thought for a while and decided to go to Lin Shen's place to find him. Lin Wan came to Lin Shen's residence. She knew that Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu were also living here. When she was about to knock on the door, she suddenly felt a move in her heart. Let's hear what they are doing first. Lin Wan's ears moved slightly, and his hearing increased, and he suddenly heard some strange sounds coming from inside. Don't try so hard, I can't stand it anymore, Chapter 658 It's done. Lin Wan's hand that wanted to knock on the door suddenly solidified in the air, and his face became extremely strange. She could hear that the sound belonged to Lin Shen. Many unsightly scenes appeared in Lin Wan's mind, but he felt that it should be unlikely, so he quickly listened carefully. Just what she heard made her heart beat faster. Lin Wan thought of Lin Shen's indifferent attitude towards her, and suddenly felt a little enlightened. Lin Wan put down his hand and left silently. This discovery made the speech she had prepared seem so inappropriate and disrupted her plan. She had to go back and think about it carefully and think about it again. In the backyard, Wei Wufu held a mace and hit Lin Shen's body one by one, smashing Lin Shen's skin and flesh into pieces. Lin Shen did not feel the heart-wrenching pain in the secret method of peeling off consciousness and physical pain. Don't, stop beating. Lin Shen couldn't stand the pain and retreated to stop Wei Wufu from continuing to smash him. Old Wei, this method is not good. If I continue to fight, if I don't practice the secret method, I will almost be tortured into a mental illness. Lin Shen's super basic recast was recast to repair the injured body. Lao Tai's secret technique is too perverted. It's not enough to be beaten just. You must be able to feel the ultimate pain. Lin Shen could only be beaten with his body, but the result was that he had not practiced the secret technique and he was afraid of being beaten first. This is just the most basic step in the secret technique. After practicing until the pain of being beaten can no longer shake Lin Shen's will, you have to go to the extreme low temperature to experience the mental state of infinitely close to death. There were even more terrifying pain and stimulations such as burning and scraping of bones, and Lin Shen felt that he could not hold on at all. Be patient. Lao Wei only said one word, and raised his mace and continued to smash it. It's not that I don't want to endure, it's because there is no need to endure. Lin Shen said quickly, think about it, even if I can persist, when the freezing step is at the point of freezing, my body's resistance will be able to adapt to the extreme low temperature. Freezing will not cause me to fall into a state of near death, so I can't practice the secret method at all, there is really no need. Lao Wei thought about it and felt that what Lin Shen said made sense, so he put down the mace spirit foundation. Lin Shen pulled a chair and sat down, and the injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that I can't walk this road, so I can only think of another way. Lin Shen said. Switch, try. Lao Wei handed the Mace Spirit Foundation to Lin Shen, meaning that Lin Shen beat him and he would try to see if he could practice this secret method. Lin Shen took Lingji and saw that Lao Wei had taken off his shirt, revealing his steel-like muscles and broad chest. Old Wei, hold it back. Lin Shen held the mace in both hands and swept the sulfonium across the chest. Lao Wei did not use his strength to resist, and the spike of the mace pierced directly into it, and dense wounds suddenly appeared on the muscles. After Lin Wan walked for a while, he felt that he had misunderstood Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked quite normal, and Wei Wufu was even more masculine. Even if Lin Shen had problems, Wei Wufu would definitely not have problems. Thinking of this, Lin Wan pricked up her ears and listened again. Even though she was far away from Lin Shen's residence, with her ability and using her skills, she could still hear clearly. Use force. This time, Lin Wan heard Wei Wufu's voice, and then there was a muffled groan that made people feel endlessly imaginative. Lin Wan stopped his skills, his face turned extremely ugly, and he muttered as he walked, "What's wrong with this world? I've been sleeping for too long. This world has become something I can't understand." Lin Wan no longer doubted and left quickly. She even had the urge to leave the Tianchi Academy immediately and never see Lin Shen and Wei Wufu again. She felt that she was already perverted enough, but she didn't expect that there were people who were more perverted than her, which made her feel perverted. Lin Shen looked at Lao Wei's already bloody chest and back, and could only admire Lao Wei for being able to tolerate it. The mace hit the bloody back directly on Lin Shen. It hurts when he just looked at it, but Lao Wei just groaned and made Lin Shen work harder. The person who beat people felt weak when they looked at the rotten flesh, but Wei Wufu seemed to be fine. However, judging from his bloodless face, it was probably not as relaxed as he said. When Lao Wei said that he could feel the feeling of consciousness and body peeling off as mentioned in the secret method, Lin Shen was not jealous at all. This kind of pain is not something that humans can tolerate at all, and it deserves to be achieved by Lao Wei. Lao Wei, this thing is suitable for you, so you should practice it. Lin Shen thought it would be great if Lao Wei could rebirth in the ancient temple. It can allow Lao Wei to have a powerful nirvana attribute, and also complete what Wei Changqing told him, so that Lao Wei can be reborn outside his mother star. Useless, practice. Lao Wei shook his head. Lin Shen understood what he meant, and he still wanted to go back to his mother star nirvana and would not choose to go to the ancient temple. Lin Shen knew that he could not persuade him, so he said, "You practice first. After you practice, tell me if there is any quick way to achieve it. I can't bear the pain. Please help me find a simpler path." Okay. Wei Wufu responded readily this time. Even if you are able to separate your consciousness from the pain of your body, you will enter the second step of freezing. Lin Shen found an ultra-low temperature planet and took Wei Wufu over. Wei Wufu did not use any power to resist the terrifying low temperature and fell asleep directly into the ice pit. The temperature inside his body was quickly taken away. At first, he felt very cold, but later he didn't seem to feel cold anymore, and he seemed very hot. Lin Shen was watching from the side. He was wearing a shell to resist the freezing, and he still felt very cold. Fortunately, the theory of evolution was running wildly, which made him gradually adapt to the extreme cold here. Looking at Wei Wufu who was about to fall asleep, Lin Shen knew that if he really fell asleep, he would be dead. He wanted to pull Wei Wufu out, but Wei Wufu only said one word: wait. Every time Lin Shen wanted to pull him out, Wei Wufu would ask him to wait, but the voice became weaker and weaker, as if he could not open his eyes at all, and was about to fall asleep. Until Lin Shen could no longer hear Wei Wufu say that he would wait, Lin Shen hurried down to call Wei Wufu, but Wei Wufu did not move and did not answer him. Old Wei. Lin Shen was afraid that Wei Wufu would really freeze to death, so he quickly got him out. The heartbeat and breathing were gone, which made Lin Shen's scalp numb, fearing that he would not be able to wake up. Fortunately, after Lin Shen's rescue, Wei Wufu's heart beat again and he gradually woke up. The spirit has come out. The first sentence of Lao Wei woke up made Lin Shen stunned, and then you realized that Lao Wei felt the step of the soul leaving the body mentioned in the secret technique. Chapter 659, Favorite or Not? Wei Wufu challenged the limit of life again and again, but Lin Shen, who was watching from the side, felt that his heart was about to be blocked. This secret method is too perverted and will force people to the brink of life and death every time. Wei Wufu actually survived again and again. Lin Shen felt frightened without trying it himself, but Wei Wufu continued again and again. The key is that Lin Shen knew that Wei Wufu was not practicing for himself. In Wei Wufu's opinion, this was helping him. Lin Shen. How could there be such a person in the world? It must be that God forgot to give him selfish power before letting him come to this world. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu's attempts again and again with a complicated expression. Fortunately, Wei Wufu's talent is good enough, and Lin Shen's discouraged secret technique was actually practiced by Wei Wufu. Wait, to study, to quickly accomplish. Wei Wufu, who had practiced the secret technique, plunged into the study and wanted to develop a method that could practice the secret technique without suffering so much. Lin Shen smiled bitterly and could only let Wei Wufu go. He was thinking about what way to convince Wei Wufu to go to the ancient temple to rebirth. I couldn't think of any solution for a while. Lin Shen was idle recently and had almost practiced the butterfly fan technique. Lin Shen finally knew why the highest level of the butterfly fan technique was uncontrollable, because he could already absolutely control the flight trajectory of the folding fan. But what can really be used to fold the folding fan is not only its power and skills, but also the influence of this world on the folding fan. General techniques will reduce the influence of external factors. For example, if you want to increase the movement speed, in addition to your own strength and speed, the most important thing you need to overcome is the obstacles of airflow. Almost 90% of the techniques have to overcome this problem, but the butterfly fan method turns the airflow into a part of it. There are unexpected situations in the sky. Even the celestial race with extremely high-tech capabilities cannot accurately predict the arrival of wind, rain, snow, and frost. This is because the principle of the chaotic pendulum is like the butterfly effect. A small change may produce unexpected changes, and the world is not that easy to predict. This is the case with the butterfly fan. When Lin Shen threw the folding fan out, everything was already handed over to God's will and no longer belonged to Lin Shen's control. That's why Lin Shen believed that the butterfly fan method could break the unity of man and nature that never falls. The unity of man and nature can predict all Lin Shen's behavior, but once the butterfly fan is released and the folding fan is thrown out, it has nothing to do with Lin Shen. No matter how powerful the art of unity between man and nature is, it can only predict Lin Shen's behavior, and it is impossible to predict all changes in the entire world. Of course, it is not ruled out that the unity of man and nature is really powerful enough to predict all changes in the entire world. Therefore, Lin Shen planned to find Tian Buluo to try his butterfly fan method to see if he could break his unity of man and nature. After contacting Tian Buluo asked him to wait. He wanted to compete for the ranking of the weapons rankings and asked Lin Shen if he wanted to go together. Lin Shen is not interested in the rankings. His level is too low. Even if he is on the list, he will not be able to win the position of king. Telling Tian Buluo that he was waiting for him in Buyuju, Lin Shen was bored and swung the fan to pass the time. He already has a strong control over the fan. The folding fan is like a real butterfly in his hands, flying around him, and eventually returning to his hands, with pure skill control. When Tian Buluo came to Buyuju to look for him, his face was not very good looking. "What's wrong?" Lin Shen asked in confusion. "What's that breaking the scoring mechanism?" With such a powerful swordsmanship, he actually only scored me 3.1 points, and he couldn't even squeeze in the top 100. Tian Buluo said depressedly. "I also think the score on the weapon rankings is a bit too unrestrained." Lin Shen empathized with it. He also felt that his bloodlife sword technique should not be only 3.5 points. His sword energy is so strong, how could it be only 3.5 points? Oh, there is no one in the entire universe that can break through 3.5 points. I don't know what kind of sword technique the fist god is, and he can actually get a 3.5 rating. I really want to see it. Tian Buluo said in a daze. "Let's see if you want to see my fan method first." Lin Shen said a little, but unfortunately Tian Buluo didn't hear it. Okay. Tian Buluo nodded slightly. He also wanted to see what kind of fan skills Lin Shen had mastered. You use the unity of man and nature. Lin Shen summoned the inheritance fan and said. Tian Buluo smiled and said, I have seen the technique of using the fan. It can be said that there is no technique, and it depends purely on the skills and strength of the basic body of life. How long have you been practicing? How strong can you be? I don't need to use the unity of man and nature. It's okay. Lin Shen didn't say anything nonsense, and directly opened the folding fan, shook his wrist, and threw it towards the sky. Tian Buluo didn't care at first, but when he saw the folding fan rising and falling in the air, left and right, he had no idea where it was going to attack. He was shocked and quickly entered the state of unity between man and nature. What surprised Tian Buluo even more happened. The unity of man and nature was wrong. When the mysterious force pulled his hand to grab the folding fan slanted and slashed through his waist, leaving a crack on his clothes. Your fan is a bit weird. Tian Buluo said in a daze at the inheritance fan that was pulled back by Lin Shen. It's not my fan monster, it's my fan technique that is powerful. Lin Shen laughed and was in a good mood. As he guessed, the butterfly fan technique can restrain the unity of man and nature, and at least it can restrain the unity of man and nature that does not fall in the sky. Do it again. Tian Buluo did not believe in evil, so Lin Shen tried again. As a result, this time the unity of man and nature made Tian Buluo make mistakes in predictions, and he still couldn't catch the folding fan flying in the air. The folding fan flew around, and Lin Shen could not control its trajectory, but only controlled the approximate direction. Although these two attacks hit Tian Buluo, they did not cause too much damage to him. They just slid past him and broke his clothes. There is no way to do this. If Lin Shen can completely control the trajectory of the folding fan, then the unity of man and nature can also determine the trajectory of the folding fan. Promotions and disadvantages are naturally beneficial. Using the butterfly fan method is like buying a lottery ticket. Once Lin Shen does his best and releases the control of the folding fan, everything will be God's will. After practicing with Tian Buluo for a whole morning, Lin Shen discovered a major problem with the butterfly fan method. The destructive power of this fan is too poor. Even with the skills of the inherited fan itself, the destructive power is pitifully weak. Because it requires external factors to influence, this influence itself will also weaken the power of the folding fan, so the destructive power is seriously insufficient. Tian Buluo does not use the Tian and Divine Man technique. You only need to use a large-scale attack skill to blow the folding fan away, and you don't need to judge its trajectory and landing point. Only then did Lin Shen understand why such a powerful fan technique was actually on the second level, and the defects were as obvious as its advantages. Such destructive power is better to bully people who are weaker than Lin Shen. If you meet someone who is stronger than Lin Shen, this move is useless. Ha, brother A Tian, you are not good at this technique. Tian Buluo laughed. Forget it, I won't practice anymore. Lin Shen was very depressed. It would be meaningless to practice anymore. If you don't solve this problem, the butterfly fan method will not have much practical value after all. Tian Buluo was depressed when he saw Lin Shen, so he didn't make fun of him anymore and said goodbye and left. I practiced for a long time and was originally a thing that was not good at using. It was a waste of time. Lin Shen shook a few times, but it was still difficult to increase the destructive power of the folding fan. Lin Shen caught the folding fan that Fei came back and closed it directly, no longer wanting to practice. Suddenly, Lin Shen's heart moved. The butterfly fan swing technique is actually a bit similar to my technique of using the slag knife. If the top of the fan bone is regarded as serrated, can we use the folding fan to use the slag knife technique? Chapter 660 Fan System Ranking. It is obviously not easy to integrate the scum knife technique into the butterfly fan technique. Lin Shen tried it a few times and found that either he did not use the sawing effect or there was no way to make the butterfly fan technique produce unpredictable effects. After practicing for a while, I felt that it should work, but it was a bit difficult to actually use it. Lin Shen had a sudden inspiration and used a mechanical watch to teleport to Chiyu Temple, and then found the ranking list of the fan system. After all, there are a few people who use fans. If the score is not high, maybe I have the chance to impact the ranking of the fan system. If I can get the Fan King's talent and the fan skill bonus, it should be easier to practice. Lin Shen checked and found that the Fan King's score in the fan system was only 2.9, but he didn't even break 3 points. I can only say that the fan system is really unpopular. The popular types of swords, guns, etc. are now not in the top 100 points. Try it, maybe it can work. Lin Shen chose to challenge the fan rankings and showed the butterfly fan technique in front of the statue. He had no idea how many points the butterfly fan technique can be rated. If he couldn't get the position of Fan King, he could only practice it slowly by himself. Lin Shen used up his butterfly fan technique, and the score given on the ranking list was 3.1, and he almost reached the position of Fan King. The disadvantages of the butterfly fan method are too obvious, otherwise it would not be only 3.1 points. Lin Shen regained the blessing of the Fan King's talent, and when he used the fan, he felt like a divine help. Taking advantage of the talent of the Fan King, Lin Shen continued to practice integrating the sawing technique into the butterfly fan technique. After practicing for a while, there were indeed some results. When the folding fan flew in the air, the violent rotation made it look like a circular saw, which could easily saw the things blocking it, and its destructive power suddenly increased. Lin Shen kept practicing and modifying some techniques of the butterfly fan method, trying to retain the part of the butterfly effect, and then better integrate the scrap knife skills. I don't know how many times I practiced, but Lin Shen threw out the folding fan again. The folding fan is rising and falling in the air, rising and falling. While flying strangely, it also has a strong cutting force like a circular saw. Click. The metal pile opposite Lin Shen was cut in rotation by the folding fan. The folding fan seemed to be unaffected, and flew back in rotation and landed in Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen held the folding fan in his hand and shook it gently on his chest, which felt very good. My life foundation is finally no longer a decoration. Lin Shen was in a good mood and felt that the butterfly fan technique still had room to improve. When he was about to strike while the iron was hot, he suddenly felt that his body was weak and the talent of the Fan King had disappeared. Lin Shen frowned slightly and teleported to Chiyu Temple to see that the position of the Fan King had indeed been replaced. His name as the Fist God has fallen at second place. The first place is the person who ranked first with 2.9 points. The name on the list is Jiyu. The score of Shoyu is now 3.2, which is 0.1 higher than Lin Shen, and once again occupies the position of Fan King. If Lin Shen is usually too lazy to compete with him, but this time Lin Shen needs to use the talent of the Fan King, so he can't just give up this first place. Lin Shen once again chose to challenge the rankings and used the butterfly fan method on the statue. The butterfly fan method, which already has the cutting effect, made up for the previous defects, and the score directly soared to 3.5, winning the ranking of the Fan King again. I should be able to practice for a while this time. Lin Shen saw that his fan score reached 3.5, and felt that this time it should be relatively stable. There are few people practicing fans, not as popular as swords. His sword technique is 3.5, and he can still occupy the position of the King of Swords for so long in such a popular category. The fan type 3.5 should be able to maintain it for a period of time. Lin Shen left Chiyu Temple and continued to go back to study and practice his butterfly fan method. Because the fan category is too niche, not many people are following this ranking, and yet few people have found that the fan category also has a rating of 3.5. In the Imperial Palace, Tianfei felt something missing in her body and frowned slightly. The Fan King's talent is gone again, and someone has taken away the Fan King's talent? Tianfei hesitated for a moment, and chose to go to the small temple. After a look, she found that the Fan King's position had changed hands. The person who took away the position of Fan King is still the Fist God. When Tianfei saw the score behind the Fist God, she found that it was 3.5 points, and she was slightly stunned. This Fist God has 3.5 points in swordsmanship and 3.5 points in fan skills. It should not be possible to practice both weapons to such a state overnight. I wonder which immortal one is it? While Tianfei was thinking, someone also discovered the abnormality of the fan ranking. Once someone discovered it, it spread quickly. The Fist God exerted his strength again to regain the position of Fan King. The second 3.5 rating was revealed in the ranking list, and it turned out to be him. Is the 3.5 rating already the ceiling of the rating? Fake 100 ratings, real ratings 3.5. The Sword Fan is both the best, and the Fist God is both the king. There is a true person to the Fist God. Originally, the title of the Fan-type king was not a big deal, but because of the name of the Fist God and the 3.5 rating, it quickly spread throughout the universe. People are talking about who the boxing god is, and they actually got a 3.5 rating, and it is different in different fields. Others can't achieve a 3.5 rating when others practice a weapon. The Fist God actually practiced both of them and had a 3.5 rating, which is too strong. Now most people have already determined that the Fist God must be some immortal level old monster. In addition to the immortal level, who has so much time and energy to practice different weapons in different systems, who can practice two completely irrelevant techniques. A guy who claims to be a Fist God is not worthy of having the title of the King of Knife. A man from the Tianren came to Chiyu Temple and looked at the word Fist God on the sword rankings, showing disdain. And Jiahe actually came to Chiyu Temple, and the one he chose was also a knife system. After choosing the challenge knife ranking, and Jiahe pulled out the knife from his waist and slashed it out with one knife. This knife was too fast, so fast that the person could not see the trajectory of the knife at all. When he saw the light of the knife had already returned to the sheath. And Jiahe's sword technique is called die when you see the light. When you see his sword light, the person is already dead, so this title is given. However, this is the name Jiahe gave to the sword technique himself. No one can nickname his sword technique, because those who have seen him are basically dead. With one sword completed, and Jiahe looked at the ranking list, estimating how many ratings his sword skills could have. Seeing the rankings clearly, and Jiahe smiled faintly. Although it is lower than expected, it is enough. The ranking of the knife system rankings has changed. The Fist God, who had always occupied the first position, fell to the second position. The name of the Knife King has become Tianhe, with a rating of 3.7. Chapter 661, The Battle of Fight. The appearance of the 3.7 score immediately caused a sensation. Originally, many people thought that a 3.5 rating may have been the limit of the real rating, but now a 3.7 rating suddenly appears, which immediately made everyone realize that 3.5 is not the limit of the rating. The name of Tianhe also spread throughout the universe in a short period of time. People are speculating about who this Tianhe is, whether it is true or false or false. If it is a real name, the surname Tian has the most common ones in the Tianren clan. But I think it is a pseudonym with a high possibility. The word Tianhe is obviously taken from the right time, place, and people. Tianhe, what a big tone, I take all the good things in the world. They do have this capital, the unique 3.7 rating of the universe. 3.7, how did he do it? Even the Tiger Soul sword technique of the 1,000 posses is not as high as 3.5. Does the Fist God still have a chance to overtake? It should be unlikely. The Fist God can practice both techniques to 3.5 points, which is already strong enough. It is impossible for him to have hidden strength anymore. I see that the 3.7 score cannot be surpassed in a short period of time. And Jiahe looked at the news online, his eyes full of contempt. The ignorant low race, the so-called ceiling is just the floor. And Jiahe was reading all the praises and comments about him online, but suddenly found that the comments suddenly changed the direction of the wind. Someone got a rating of 3.8? And Jiahe frowned slightly and went to read the news as stated in the comments. Sure enough, I saw the latest news, and it was all about a guy named Shoyu. On the fan rankings, he defeated the Fist God and won the position of Fan King. The score was 1 point higher than his 3.7, reaching an astonishing 3.8 points. Who is it? Is this challenging me if I choose to give this score at this time? And Jiahe's eyes were a little cold. He naturally knew that the real top powerhouses in the universe have not yet made it on the list, and most of them are participating in the race rankings battle. The current ranking is far from the real ranking. At this time, those on the list are basically small-scale fights, and the real ranking will not really begin until the race ranking battle ends. But at this time someone was going to compete with him, and Njaha didn't plan to spoil him. Njaha went to Chiyu Temple again, chose to challenge, and once again used the die at the light sword technique. The same sword technique seemed to have not changed much, but this time his score reached 3.9, which was 0.1 more than asking for fish. This 0.1 is not the limit of Njaha, but it further illustrates his horror. He can obviously be stronger, but he is controlled to a level of 0.1 more than asking for fish. The connection scores have repeatedly hit new highs, which has made the entire universe boil. Many people have seen that the sky seems to be competing with begging for fish. Just when people were speculating whether they would respond to fishing, they found that the fishing score had changed, and it came directly to 4.0. It turns out that there are not only more than 3.5 techniques in the universe, but also far away. The percentage system won't be true, right? What is the 100th technique like? Can Tianha still turn the tables? 4.0 is already high enough, it's impossible to be higher. Here is 4.1. The ratings of Qiuyu and Tianha are constantly rising, which is obviously more exciting, and the entire universe has begun to have a carnival. The 3.5 rating in the name of the fist god have been left behind. Tianha and the begging for fish are the focus of the entire universe now. People are speculating who will win in this battle of scores. Lin Shen didn't care who would win in the end, and his position as the king of fan was taken away again, which made him very upset. Originally, he wanted to regain the ranking, but seeing that Qiuyu's rating continued to rise, he was not sure that he could regain it, so he had to give up temporarily. I will practice again and kill you. In the end, the two kings of talent were gone. Lin Shen was a little depressed and could only give up the blessing of talent and practice honestly by himself. Without the blessing of talent, Lin Shen was not so easy to practice, but he also discovered some problems that he had not discovered before. Lin Shen modified it little by little, and realized that the bloodline sword technique may not necessarily require a knife to be used, and it is also possible to use a fan. It's just that the moves require some modifications to make them more in line with the characteristics of the fan. The combination of bloodline sword technique and butterfly fan technique is very awkward at first, but the effect is surprisingly good. When Lin Shen went back to use the knife, he thought that he could actually use the skills and theories of the butterfly fan method. Lin Shen was studying techniques here, and the battle between begging for you and Tianha was still continuing. Their scores had soared to 4.3, and then they stopped moving. I don't know if they had reached the limit or had no plans to fight anymore. There are not many experts who use fans. Is this fishing woman Tianfei the woman? Njaha's face was gloomy. His sword technique of seeing the light had reached its limit, and the 4.3 score was no longer available to improve. The rating of Qiuyu is also 4.3, which makes him a little unacceptable. If you are an immortal, you won't feel that there is any problem with Angehi. But he suspected that this Qiuyu was a concubine, so he couldn't accept it. He suspected that the begging for the fish was Tianfei, and Tianfei also suspected that Tianha was Njaha. They have been fighting in the Tianran tribe for many years. Tianfei knows Njaha's character very well. Tianha's name is very consistent with Njaha's personality, so she is also suspicious. It was because of this suspicion that Tianfei wanted to suppress the other party's score, but in the end she couldn't win, but she didn't lose. The rating of 4.3 side by side is now the ceiling of the rating. The ratings of the two people have become carnivals in the news media, one news, another report, and various speculations and analysis, which makes people dazzled. The carnival continued until the two people's ratings were 4.3. Now no one cares who the fist god is, and everyone just wants to know who the person Gunyu and Tianha is. Lin Shen was in a bad mood to understand who got the rating. He was fighting with himself now. Lin Shen was practicing and found that the butterfly fan method actually didn't need him to control it. Anyway, after he threw out the folding fan would change in the air by itself. So Lin Shen came up with an idea. After he threw out the folding fan, he used his bloodlight sword technique to defend against various unpredictable changes in the folding fan. The butterfly fan technique changes at any time, and the changes are almost endless, just in time to exercise the defensive ability of the blood life sword technique. The defense of the bloodlife sword technique can in turn let Lin Shen know how to better use the butterfly fan technique. Chapter 662 Return to the Peak. Lin Shen fought with himself, but his fan and knife skills were constantly improving, and he was constantly modifying the details. His defensive posture is becoming more and more rigorous, and he is becoming more and more proficient in dealing with various emergencies. The changes in the folding fan in the air are becoming more and more strange and unpredictable. This is not the result of Lin Shen's control, but the result of becoming increasingly out of control. When Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen, he found that Lin Shen was holding a scallion knife and scabbard, fighting a folding fan that was flying like a butterfly in the air. The folding fan actually brought a rotating cutting energy. Although it was not as good as the slag knife, it was already very scary. So quickly, it's done. Wei Wufu said when Lin Shen stopped. You have really developed a quick method? Lin Shen widened his eyes. He was just looking for an excuse to let Wei Wufu practice that secret method. Who knew that Wei Wufu actually succeeded? Wei Wufu nodded and slowly told Lin Shen what he thought of. Lin Shen talked to him too hard, so he found paper and pen and asked Wei Wufu to write down his ideas. Wei Wufu was writing and painting on the paper. Lin Shen looked at it for a while and understood what Wei Wufu meant. The old secret method is essentially to allow the spirit to transcend the constraints of the body and not be affected by physical changes and pain. But to achieve that level, one needs to go through repeated painful training, or even hug death again and again, so that one can ignore the pain of the body and no longer fear death, as if one looks at everything the body bears from a third-party perspective. In other words, if you don't want to become inhuman, then you should not regard yourself as a human being. Not to mention Lin Shen, there are not many people in the universe who can be practiced. Wei Wufu has been thinking for so long these days, and finally he thought of a quick method, which is particularly simple. Anesthetization. Most people cannot bear the pain of scraping the bones, but if the body is anesthetized, everyone can bear the pain of scraping the bones. Of course, during nirvana, ordinary anesthetics are useless. Wei Wufu didn't really ask Lin Shen to inject anesthetic. His idea was to directly cut off Lin Shen's nerves, so that Lin Shen would not feel the pain, just like a vegetative person. The mind is still there, but the body cannot be felt. In this case, if the body completes nirvana, it will not have an impact on his consciousness, and the power of nirvana can reshape his body. After nirvana is completed, his cut-off nerve will be restored. Lin Shen was stunned when he saw it, and then directly denied Wei Wufu's idea. Lao Wei, you should be very clear that the process of nirvana is a process of combining nirvana-attributed particles and their own particles. If I cannot control my own power, then the process of combining is uncontrollable. Then it is possible that nirvana-attributed particles will become dominant and completely dehumanize my body, just like Tianju. Lin Shen patiently explained why he denied Lao Wei's idea. The body loses perception and can still control its strength. Wei Wufu wrote words on paper, and it seemed that he had thought about this problem. Lin Shen had to continue watching. Although Wei Wufu's method seemed very risky, if it was really as he had imagined, it would be a way to go. But how can we cut off the nerves, lose the ability to perceive the body, but control the strength in the body? Lin Shen was still a little puzzled. I'll do it and cut off the nerves in your spine with one stroke. Wei Wufu wrote. Yeah, it sounds very reliable. But I have not planned to be Nirvana recently. I haven't decided whether to go to the ancient temple to Nirvana, so let me consider it. By the way, I'm going to challenge the weapons rankings. Let's not talk about it for now. I'll leave first. Lin Shen left as if he ran away. It's not that he doesn't believe in Wei Wufu's sword skills and control ability. The key is that anyone who hears this operation is scared. Lin Shen is just an ordinary person, and he is also scared. However, what Wei Wufu said made Lin Shen feel that he should be able to survive the process of nirvana in a super basic form. In the super basic form, his body completely crystallized and basically no pain was felt, so he should be able to achieve the same effect. Maybe I can really be able to pass through nirvana in the ancient temple. Should I go through the double nirvana path? Lin Shen teleported to Chi Yu Temple. After taking a look at the rankings, I found that the rankings of the knife and fan systems have reached 4.3, which is much higher than his previous 3.5 points. It seems to be much higher, but in fact it is only 0.8 points higher, but it is not much. It's just because the scores at this time are very low that the scores are very high. I don't know how many ratings I can get now. Lin Shen feels that his sword technique and saber method have made considerable progress. The rating should be higher than before, but Lin Shen is not sure whether it can reach a 4.3 rating. Then give it a try. Lin Shen chose to challenge the sword system rankings first. His bloodline sword technique has been tempered by the unpredictable butterfly fan technique, and his defensive posture has become more and more perfect. Just standing there with a knife, it gives people a feeling of being as motionless as a mountain, as if they can adapt to changes with the unchanging. When Lin Shen's score came out, the rankings changed again. Tianhe, who was 4.3 points, was kicked off from the position of the Knife King and fell to the second position. The first position returned to the name of the Fist God again, and the score directly reached 5.0. Lin Shen didn't expect that his swordsmanship score would improve so much. With the urine properties of the Qiyu statue, he thought he could add a few points at most. Try the butterfly fan method again. Lin Shen chose to challenge the fan system rankings again. In the Imperial Palace, Emperor Tianshu was playing chess with an old man in heaven. Emperor Tianshu looked at the holographic projection while playing chess, and said with a smile, "Tianhe should be the child of Jaha. He is good at sword skills. Young children's things, you should not be praised by the emperor so much." And he said modestly, but his eyes could not hide his father's pride. "You are my master, don't be humble for your son." Emperor Tianshu said with a smile, "Jia he is talented, eager for success and righteousness, and likes to help others. He has achieved such achievements. When you and I get old, we have to rely on young people like him to support the sky for our heavenly race." And he was about to say something, but suddenly he saw that the news in the projection had changed again. The Fist God. The Fist God has returned to the peak, and has regained the position of the King of Swords again. His rating, 5.0. The news anchor shouted out loud. Chapter 663 The Dark Domain Lotus. The Fist God directly widened the gap with Tianhe with a score of 5.0. The Fist God, who originally had only a 3.5 rating, suddenly increased his rating by 1.5, which is 0.7 more than Tianhe, who has increased his rating several times in a row. What? Tianhe and Shou Yu were just pecking at each other. They fought desperately for 0.1 points for a long time, but the Fist God jumped directly and easily won a 5.0 score. The Fist God is a little terrifying, and his strength is unfathomable. When Jaha saw this news, his pupils involuntarily contracted. He has used his swordsmanship to the extreme, with the highest score of 4.3, and he can't improve it anymore. The Fist God easily entered the 5-point mark, and the gap was obviously not a little bit. The opponent's swordsmanship was much stronger than his, so there could be such a big difference in scores. The Fist God is indeed an immortal-level old monster. And Jaha does not believe that among the younger generation, there are people who have as many sword techniques as he is better than him, so he naturally believes that the Fist God is an immortal-level old monster. Fist God, it's a bit interesting. Emperor Tianshu said with a smile, "Laoyi, guess is this Fist God an immortal-level old guy or a new young man? I haven't seen him, so it's inconvenient to judge." And said expressionlessly, "Just guess it casually." Emperor Tianshu said while making a move. "I am stupid, I can't guess." And he still had no change in expression. "I think this is a young man. Those old guys are more human than the world. They will not have a name like the Fist God." Emperor Tianshu said to himself. What the Lord said is reasonable. An said, "Young people are amazing nowadays. They are all talented and have much better skills than we did at that time. Do you still remember when you and I were upgraded? They were like two fools, who knew nothing and suffered a lot of losses?" Emperor Tianshu recalled the past, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The emperor is very wise and stupid, but only the ministers are really stupid. And he seemed to be a little moved. "It's all the same. I still remember that we went to the Dark Domain Star together. I heard that the Dark Domain blood there can strengthen the body and obtain the Dark Domain physique. As a result, we drank several bowls of bowls by ourselves, vomiting from top to bottom, and almost lost our souls. Emperor Tianshu said with a smile, if I remember correctly, I drank 7 bowls at that time, and you drank 6 bowls, but I was fine the next day, and you still couldn't get out of bed. God, you remember wrongly. I drank 8 bowls, 1 more bowl than you, so it's more serious. N.E. corrected. No matter how many bowls I drank, we were almost sent away that time. Fortunately, we later discovered the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Not only did it cure the body, but it also turned into a blessing in disguise. He used the Dark Domain Lotus Seed to complete the double nirvana. Emperor Tianshu slapped his head, as if he had remembered something. By the way, I remember that there is still one left in the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, right? 3 Lotus Seeds, one is one for me and the Emperor, and there is still one left. An nodded. That thing has been left for many years. Now there are many strong people in the universe and have entered a prosperous era. There are endless geniuses among all races. Our celestial race should also cultivate the younger generation. It is useless to put that lotus seed on it. Why not take it out and use it for young people, said Emperor Tianshu. Who is the Emperor going to give it to? And he held his hand slightly, and then he returned to normal. After he landed the piece on the chessboard, he looked up at Emperor Tianshu. In terms of talent, that boy Jaha is one of the best among our clan, and the Dark Domain Lotus Seed is his. Emperor Tianshu said. God, you dote on him too much. And shook his head. He is your only son, and I have so many sons. To be honest, I think he is heavier than his own son. But as you said, if I give him the Dark Domain Lotus Seed like this, it will inevitably be criticized by others. How will the people of the Tian and Enshi families think of him in their hearts? The wind will destroy it in the forest of wood, and the wind must be prevented. Emperor Tianshu patted Yi's arm, his eyes full of emotions, and he looked like an old father who was considering his son. What the Emperor is concerned about is that, and Kahei is already at the Nirvana level, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed is of little use to him. The Emperor should find another candidate. And Yi returned to his expressionless state. No obstacle, just recultivate. Emperor Tianshu waved his hand and said, the evolutionary technique that Jaha practiced is the angel reincarnation technique you modified? Recultivation is only a matter of time. After he is reincarnated, he will use the double nirvana of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed to obtain the attributes of the double nirvana, and then walk the immortal path, which is not comparable to ordinary immortality. Let me do this. If I give it to him directly, it will inevitably cause controversy. Then arrange a game. Any young talented person under my Tianran tribe can participate in the competition. The first person can receive a mysterious gift reward. With Jaha's ability, he will definitely be the first. What do you think? Emperor Tianshu looked at an Yi and asked. The Lord is thinking carefully. An Yi nodded slightly, unable to see any emotional changes. Then let it go, let the matter be left to the Tianshur Academy. Emperor Tianshu decided on the matter. While they were talking, the universe news ushered in a new climax. Not long after the Fist God returned to the position of King of Knife with a 5.0 score, he actually kicked Shoyu with a 5.0 score and continued to become the king of the double list. With the title of King of 100 Warriors, the Fist God is now ranked first in the third list. This Fist God is really powerful. Who is the immortal boss, and I won't leave my real name. This list should also leave the name of the sword technique. Although it is rated as the sword technique, it doesn't even know what the sword technique is called. It's not good. You don't understand. Sword techniques are all used by people. For the same sword technique, if the Fist God uses, you can get the title of the King of Swords. If you use them, you may even go up the rankings. Sword techniques are dead, people are alive, and people are powerful. Only when people are powerful can they be powerful, so just know people. It is useless to know the name of the sword technique. Now everyone has agreed that the Fist God must be an immortal boss, and the younger generation has never thought of competing with the fist god again. Many young geniuses are still hitting the 3.5-point threshold. Tianfei sensed that the Fan King's talent had disappeared again, and she was slightly stunned. She quickly turned on the communicator, read the news, and then saw that the fist god returned to the top of the double list with a crushing momentum of 5.0. Looking at the 5.0 rating, Tianfei didn't even have the idea of fighting for it. If she forced herself to fight, she might be able to improve the rating of 0.1 or 0.2, but it was impossible to reach 5.0. It would be meaningless to fight any longer. When I am immortal, I will definitely regain the position of Fan King. Tianfei also felt that the fist god should be an immortal monster. She has no capital to compete with her now, so she can only wait until she is promoted to immortality in the future, and then compete with the fist god to regain the position of Fan King. Chapter 664 The Referee Who Ended in Person. Lin Shen regained the position of the Double Kings, and practiced swordsmanship and fan skills, and achieved twice the result with half the effort. The sword technique and the fan technique were also constantly improving in his own confrontation. However, over time, the improvement was very limited, not as fast as he made it at the beginning. Dean Tian, the Emperor is back. I will ask you to go to the Imperial Palace to pay my respects. Tian Songyun came to find Lin Shen and asked him to enter the palace to meet the Emperor Tian. Lin Shen did not dare to neglect and followed Tian Songyun into the Imperial Palace again. But this time, the Emperor of Heaven did not summon him in Huakai Palace as before, but instead summoned Lin Shen in his bedroom and bookstore. Lin Shen stood outside and glanced at him. There was a curtain between them, so he couldn't see what the Emperor Tianshu looked like. It's broad daylight, and there is no concubine from the Imperial Palace here. Why are you pulling a curtain? Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart that he had been here in the Zenstar for so long and served as the dean of the Tianshi Academy. Others think that he is the confidant of Emperor Tianshu, but Lin Shen thought about it carefully and found that he had never seen what Emperor Tianshu looks like with his own eyes. After Lin Shen came in, Emperor Tianshu waved his hand and everyone retreated, including Tian Songyun who brought him in. For a moment, only Emperor Tianshu and Lin Shen were left in the study. Dean Tian. The majestic voice of Emperor Tianshu came from inside, and Lin Shen responded. I heard that you are very motivated recently and often go to the library to study. I wonder what you have learned. What Emperor Tianshu said made Lin Shen sweat in an instant. It's true. Lin Shen was secretly grateful in his heart, and calmed down and said, I have learned swordsmanship and fan skills recently. Oh, what sword and fan techniques have you learned? Emperor Tianshu continued to ask. I learned the sword technique by greed for life and fear of death, and I learned the butterfly fan technique by fan technique. Lin Shen said. Butterfly fan method? Isn't it the 9 heavenly Xian fan method? Emperor Tianshu's voice was a little cold. I can't hide anything from the Emperor. The Jiutian Xian fan method is famous. I originally wanted to learn it, but I did borrow it. But after reading it, I felt that the fan method was not suitable for me. Instead, the butterfly fan method was very suitable for me, so I chose to practice the butterfly fan method. The Jiutian Xian fan method was thrown aside and wanted to return it when I had time. Lin Shen's palm was covered in cold sweat. When he went to borrow the Jiutian Xian fan method before, although he thought of this, he was not as deep as he thought. Emperor Tianshu was moody, because it was not impossible to get rid of him. After all, just because they didn't like a few stars, they wiped them out from the starry sky. What's the point of killing someone? So that's it. Emperor Tianshu's voice still made people feel a little cold. The name butterfly sword technique is a bit unfamiliar. How have you practiced it? Lin Shen was a little confused, but when he thought of what Enlu said before, he immediately lowered his head and said, I have achieved some success. I went to Chiyu Temple to try it and got 5.0 points. I am currently ranked first in the fan system. So you are the god of fist. I didn't expect that the person I chose was still a versatile talent in the 3 categories of fist, knife and fan. The sword technique on the list is the knife that is greedy for life and fear of death, right? Emperor Tianshu said mockingly, but it was less cold. Lin Shen was secretly afraid in his heart. It was estimated that Emperor Tianshu would have suspected that he was a fist god. If he had not given the advice on his own initiative just now, he would have been unable to gain the trust of Emperor Tianshu. Maybe Emperor Tianshu would have given him a chance because he borrowed the 9 heavenly Xianfan method that the Tianfei returned to. Yes, I have made some modifications, and the defense intensity is higher than before. I luckily won a 5.0 rating. Lin Shen said. At a young age, you can tell what is right and wrong, know what is suitable for you and what is not suitable for you, which is very good. Emperor Tianshu said lightly, I recently wanted to hold a competition at the Tianchu Academy. Young talents in the Zen Star can participate in any race. The final reward is a Dark Domain Lotus Seed. I will leave this matter to you. No matter what method you use, you must make this competition complete. I must do my best. I don't know what kind of treasure the Dark Domain Lotus Seed is? Lin Shen asked. It's not about doing your best, but you must do it well. If you can't even do this little thing well, you, the Dean of the Tianchu Academy, don't have to do it. Emperor Tianshu snorted coldly. Yes, it must be done well. Lin Shen thought about what the Emperor of Heavenly Art means. The Tianchu Academy is only responsible for holding this competition. Just arrange the competition. What can be done well or not? The Dark Domain Lotus Seed is a product produced by a Nirvana-level base plant. It is between Nirvana Egg and the Ember of Reincarnation. It has very special characteristics. Using the Dark Domain Lotus Seed as a medium can eliminate the hidden dangers of double Nirvana. Dean and E was able to succeed in the double Nirvana because he used a Dark Domain Lotus Seed. When Lin Shen heard this, he felt that his brain was about to explode, and he was still a little dizzy when he left. Dean and E was able to succeed in double Nirvana because of a Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Emperor Tianshu actually took out such a treasure as a reward for the competition. Lin Shen thought that Emperor Tianshu was taken over by someone, otherwise how could he be so generous? Lin Shen thought about it again and knew that this matter was not that simple. He remembered that Emperor Tianshu just said that the mysterious prize of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed will be the first place, and it will never be disclosed before the award is presented. Contact Emperor Tianshu before, let him make this game complete in a complete way no matter what. Lin Shen suddenly realized. What this Emperor of Heaven should mean is to ask me to get the Dark Lotus Seeds back no matter what, right? But how do I do it? Will I use the privileges of the organizing committee to create a dark curtain on the hidden rules? Lin Shen felt that this path might not work. Although the Tianchu Academy organized this competition, the Tianchu Academy's strength is still too weak now and there is no way to compare with the Tianchu Academy. If he had a shady scene on the field, I'm afraid that the old guys in the Heavenly Man Academy would dare to take action in the Heavenly Man Academy in order to seize the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds from their own children and expose his old secrets. No, as a mysterious reward, no one knows that it is the first prize. Who will compete for it? Lin Shen pondered for a moment and knew that the Dark Domain Lotus Seed was definitely not owned by Emperor Tianshu himself, and he must have taken it out. In addition, there are people competing with Emperor Tianshu to compete for this Dark Domain Lotus Seed. The person who can compete with Emperor Tianshu cannot be Dean and E. Lin Shen suddenly became a little overwhelmed. It is like pulling teeth from the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds from Dean and E. The only good news is that the game that Emperor Tianshu wants to hold stipulates youth and level, and the highest level is only Nirvana level to participate in the battle. No matter how powerful Dean and E is, he can't get out by himself. So, I am also within the scope of the competition. Just now, Emperor Tianshu also emphasized that all ethnic groups can participate. He didn't want me to participate in the competition by myself, right? Isn't this a referee and a contestant? Even if I win, can others convince me? Lin Shen thought to himself. Chapter 665 I will decide my game. Lin Shen racked his brains and couldn't think of a way to achieve the best of both worlds, so he had to contact Tian for help. After listening to this, Tianchuan only asked Lin Shen one question, are you sure there is no bloodline of heaven and man in your bloodline? No, pure human, why are you asking this? Lin Shen asked in confusion. Impossible, you must have the bloodline of heaven and man. No, our family must be pure-blood humans. You don't have the bloodline of heaven and man, and you are not the illegitimate son of Emperor Tian Shu. Why should he give you such great benefits? Tian Sun said. What's the great benefit? Isn't this a hard worker? Lin Shen was stunned. He thought that the Emperor of Heaven wanted to get the lotus seeds in the dark domain, so he didn't think about it any other way. Don't you understand? The Emperor of Heavenly Art will hold this competition to let you take away the dark domain lotus seeds, which is a great benefit for free. I'm even afraid that you can't beat them, so I will give you the right to referee. In this way, you can't get the dark domain lotus seeds, so you can only blame yourself. Tian Xuan said. Is that so? Don't I have to hand it over to him after I took the dark domain lotus seed? Lin Shen couldn't believe that there would be such a good thing as a pie falling from the sky. When this made such a big noise, no one knew at first that the final reward was the dark domain lotus seed. It still had to be announced when the final prize was won. Everyone knew who got the reward. Do you think Emperor Tian Shu would go back? Besides, what's the use of him with this thing? Tian Sun said. For his children. Lin Shen still didn't believe that there would be such a good thing. That's why I said, would you be the illegitimate son of Emperor Tian Shu? Otherwise, why would you give it to you? But it's certain that he can't give the dark domain lotus seeds to his children directly, and he doesn't think his children can get them, otherwise it wouldn't be your turn. Tian Sun paused and continued, according to this logical reasoning, among the competitors of the dark domain lotus seed, there must be someone who is afraid of even the Emperor of Heaven and his children cannot win. Although there are several people in the heavenly human clan who can make Emperor of Heaven and Heavenly Art afraid of, but those who can really compete with Emperor of Heaven and Heavenly Art and have to participate, then only in Yi's son and Jiahe. If my speculation is correct, your main opponent this time is in Jiahe. He is a person who is not easy to deal with. His talent is one of the top people among the Tianrun tribe. His martial arts realm is extremely high, and the means are endless. In addition, it is also Nirvana level, and you have not yet Nirvana, so it is too difficult to win him. Tian Xuan laughed at this point. This is the right thing. Emperor Tian Shu lets you be the referee, just to let you find a way yourself. Whether it is using the rules or using any means, you can't let Jiahe take away the dark domain lotus seed. I see, the dark domain lotus seed is not the Emperor of Heavenly Art at all. Originally, Jiahe should be able to take away the dark domain lotus seed naturally. Emperor Tian Shu has done so many things, but he just doesn't want Jiahe to get the dark domain lotus seed. After all the time, I am still a tool man. Lin Shen sighed. You don't want to be a tool for people who can take away treasures like the dark domain lotus seed. Some people want to be a person. Emperor Tian Shu is good to you. Tian Sun asked with a smile, are you really not the illegitimate son of Emperor Tian Shu? Do you think I have wings? Lin Shen said helplessly. And Jiahe is very powerful. If you are already at Nirvana level, you should have a great chance of winning him. Now, you have to think of more solutions. This way, I will ask Yi Xing and the others to help you, and you can only think of a way yourself. Tian Sun said. After hanging up the communication, Lin Shen felt energetic. Just like what Tian Xuan said, if you can keep the lotus seeds in the dark domain for yourself, then the problem of Nirvana will be really solved, and Lao Wei will not need to give him another knife. Can you customize a rule and directly kick Jiahe out? Lin Shen really wanted to change the rule directly to Nirvana who cannot participate, and only Ascensioners are allowed to participate. Thinking about it, I know that this matter will definitely not work. If he changes this way, his opponent will no longer be Jiahe, but that president in Yi. You can't kick Jiahe away, so it's better for me to change. You can lead a band when you play, so there should be no problem. Lin Shen thought for a while, and then put his ideas on the game venue. This kind of competition must not be held in the city of Zenstar. Lin Shen plans to find a planet with a harsh environment so that his skills can be maximized. No, you have to prohibit the use of spiritual foundations in pets, otherwise it will be a loss for flying upgrades. Lin Shen was thinking about how to weaken the advantages of Nirvana level so that he could defeat Angehi. The schedule also needs to be arranged. First find a few Nirvana people to consume in Jaha, and then explore his bottom and see how capable he is. Lin Shen suddenly felt that it was so good to be a referee and a player. No wonder so many people want to be a relationship account. Lin Shen came to the Tianchi Academy and told her that the Emperor of Heaven was going to hold the competition, and asked her to get a copy of the competition rules first according to her own requirements. After listening to this, Unsai gave Lin Shen a suggestion. Dean, if there is no resurrection competition system, if there is any accident, there will be a second chance. Fair, the competitions we hold must be fair. Don't do such a competition system that seriously affects fairness. Lin Shen said this, but he really wanted to create this resurrection competition system. If he missed, he would have a second chance. Unfortunately, the other party was also protected by Dean and E, so it was definitely impossible for him to do this. Maybe he would be used by the other party at that time. And Sai started to work on the competition rules according to Lin Shen's requirements. After she finished it, Lin Shen would have to read it first. There must be no problem before it will start issuing an announcement to start registration. The registration time must be short to prevent too many people from registering. If too many Nirvana-strong people sign up, it will be troublesome for Lin Shen. While Lin Shen was thinking about how to target Jaha was making tea for an E. Father, you and the Emperor of Heaven had an agreement that shouldn't that Dark Domain Lotus Seed belong to you? Why did such a competition happen again? And Jaha sent the brewed tea to an E. You won the first place in the competition, and the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are still yours. And E said lightly. That's right. Without the Immortals participating in the competition, and E did not think that anyone among the younger generation could take the first place from him. And no one knows that the reward for the competition is the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Even if we know that the reward is the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, we don't know what the use of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed is. The name of Dark Domain Lotus Seed was originally the name given by Emperor Tianshu and an E casually. Outsiders don't know what this thing is. You must be careful of the new dean of the Tianchi Academy. And he put down his teacup and looked at Jaha and said. Chapter 666 Modify the rules. Isn't the competition held by the Tianchi Academy? Can he still participate? And Jaha was slightly stunned. The Tianchi Academy is responsible for the competition, so they naturally have the final say in the rules. And he said lightly. This is very bad for us. And Jaha pondered, do you want to find a way to take the right to hold the competition into our own hands? We hold the competition. Do you think the Emperor of Heaven can agree? And he said while tasting tea. Then let's arrange our people to enter the game and clear out the obstacles. And Jaha thought for a while and said, that Lin Shen, I have tried his background. He is indeed capable and has great skills. However, his skills are not systematic. Faced with a real master, this is a fatal weakness. Moreover, he is just flying to upgrade and has no capital to compete with me, so he is afraid that he will attack the rules of the game. Don't underestimate any opponent. The Emperor of Heaven doesn't want you to get the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. He can use Lin Shen, so he must think that Lin Shen has the ability to steal the Dark Domain Lotus Seed from you. An-yi said. And Jaha nodded and said, my father is concerned that since this is the case, he must beware of his secret methods. There are many Nirvana people in my academy who already have outstanding talents, and their identities are also extraordinary. If I ask them to participate in the competition, he will never be able to hack everyone in public, right? If he really dares to do that, those nobles from the Tianchi and in families will not let him go. If he is angry with the public, even if the Emperor of Heaven protects him, it will be difficult to gain a foothold in the Zen Star. Lin Shen got the rules of the competition set by the A-Sports, and after reading it, he felt very satisfied. The rules limit the maximum extent to Nirvana, and cannot use spiritual foundations or pets. Although the Ascensioners are also limited, if the Nirvana person can use the Nirvana pet and the Nirvana spiritual foundation, it will be even more difficult for the Ascensioners to win. Lin Shen looked at it and felt it was fine, so he asked Onsai to publish the registration for the competition. Suddenly, something like a red beef tendon rope crawled out of Lin Shen's pocket. The dead fans have completed their second Nirvana. Lin Shen was happy, then thought of something again, and quickly contacted Ansai again. Fortunately, Ansai has not released the rules of the event, so Lin Shen asked her to modify it. He is not allowed to use Lingji, but can use pets. Ansai asked several times and confirmed that pets could be used. Then he made changes and issued a competition announcement. The registration time was only given for 3 days. The competition award is only the first place reward, and there is not even a consolation prize. The final reward is still a hidden mysterious prize. In this case, Lin Shen thought that there would not be too many people to sign up. At that time, he will arrange the 4 girls of Yixing to explore the reality of Njaha in front, and finally he will eliminate Njaha. With the dead fans of the second Nirvana, Lin Shen felt that it was not difficult to eliminate Njaha. Lin Shen looked at the attributes of the dead fans and found that the 4-dimensional attributes of the dead fans had not changed, and it was still the same as before. The only thing that changes is the Nirvana attribute. The previous attribute of the death fan was called Jinji Zhuxia Deathlight, but now it has become Jinji Zhuxia Deconstructed Deathlight, and the name has changed even longer. Lin Shen found a place to try it out and found that the power of Nirvana of Dead Fan has become stronger. Not only has it retained its previous powerful destructive power, but it also has the ability to decompose the same as everlasting hate Donli. It's so strong. In terms of destructive power alone, the power of Nirvana of Dead Fans should be considered top-notch. Lin Shen waved the dead fans, and felt that it was still a dead fans easy to use. Although his swordsmanship and fan skills are pretty good now, it is still not enough to compare with dead fans. The real and extreme deconstruction of the evil destructive light alone is not something that can be solved by those 2 techniques. Lin Shen's skill of using a scum knife to cut the sword was unable to cut the true and evil deconstruct the deadlight. Instead, the knife energy was eliminated by the deadlight. The body of the scabbard and scabbard barely blocked the deadlight, but it was just blocked, and it was unable to cut the deadlight. Instead, he was shocked and retreated far away, and the scabbard in his hand was out of hand. Lin Shen's skills are fully opened. After combining with the destiny, he will use the scum knife to cut the deadlight. It must be the physical cooperation of the scum knife and the scumbag. The sword energy is useless at all. The single slag knife skill cannot be used to kill the deathlight at all, and the upgraded deathlight is really a bit terrifying. When Lin Shen was studying the ability of dead fans, Ansai sent a communication request. Ansai, what happened? Lin Shen looked at Ansai's expression and seemed to be a little wrong. Director, there are many people who sign up. Many noble children from the Tian and Enchi families have come to sign up, and several emperors have also come to sign up. Ansai said with a complicated expression. This is completely different from what they thought at first. It is not that easy for them to control the game if so many strong people sign up. Lin Shen immediately understood what was going on and asked in a deep voice, did those who signed up have all studied at the family college in Njiahe? Ansai was slightly stunned, and after reacting, he said, wait for me. After looking through the registration form, Ansai quickly said, Director, let you be right, what should I do now? Lin Shen was even more sure that his opponent this time should be Njaha. Everyone can participate in the competition. If they want to participate, let them participate. The more the better. You can remove Yixing and the others' registration form. They will not participate. Find some mercenaries to sign up for the competition. Lin Shen ordered. Ansai understood Lin Shen's meaning and immediately became busy. Lin Shen knew that he could not stop the registration of the noble children of the 3 families. Njaha's move was ruthless enough. If he dared to cause shady situations in the game, he would offend all the people of the 3 families. In the future, it would be difficult to move on the Zen Star. This Njaha has a great ambition. The family academy he runs may want to take the path of the noble academy and gather all the talents of the heavenly man race and even the foreign tribes under him. No wonder Emperor Tianshu can't tolerate him with such ambition. Lin Shen sneered in his heart. Njaha thought that if there were many people and many powerful people, he was wrong. Although the registration time is only 3 days, more and more people are signing up, and there are many famous Nirvana people in the heavenly man race. Many top Nirvana who did not even participate in the race ranking battle actually participated in this competition where they didn't even know what the prize was. Now the entire Tianren tribe is talking about the competition held by the Tianchi Academy. Many people are very confused. The Tianchi Academy is no longer the Tianchi Academy of the past, and the prizes are so shabby. How could it have such great appeal? So many famous young men went to participate in the competition. Chapter 667 The Little Emperor Goes to Fight. After 3 days, Lin Shen and all the bigwigs from the Tianchi Academy studied the registration form together. There are many powerful Nirvana people above, and none of them are weak. The most powerful person is naturally Angehi. Minister of Logistics, design a battle group, arrange all the powerful Nirvana people to Angehi, and arrange all the assassinators to me, so that I can advance to the final smoothly. Lin Shen said. I'm good at this, so leave it to me. The logistics minister said with a smile, but I have to ask Sister Sai to do me a favor. I have to figure out the connections of these people first before I can arrange them. Aunt Sai. Lin Shen looked at Aunt Sai. No problem. Aunt Sai nodded. Vice President and frowned and said, Director, can those families be willing to do this when we do this? A fair lottery grouping, can I be lucky? Lin Shen looked at Qi Xinhua and said, Old Hua, the lottery task is handed over to you. We must ensure that all my opponents are assassinaries, and those powerful guys will be given to Njaha. Don't worry, Dean, it's absolutely right to leave it to me. Qi Xinhua smiled. Director, do you want me to help you solve Njaha? Vice President Xiao suddenly spoke. Can you get Njaha? Lin Shen looked at Vice President Xiao in surprise. Director, don't get me wrong. I won't participate in the competition. Vice President Xiao explained with a smile, I have some friendship with several aunts of Njaha. You can think of some ways to prevent him from going out. Lin Shen gave a thumbs up to Vice President Xiao. Old Xiao, you are really a little arrogant, but don't mess with him this time. You still have to let him play when you appear. If he doesn't appear, the game will not continue. If you have something to do, please speak. Vice President Xiao said very gentlemanly. Even if you can clear those obstacles, you still have to face Njaha in the end. Dean, you have to be careful. That person is not easy to deal with. There are not many people who can beat him among the Nirvana clans, said Vice President N. So, can anyone beat him? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He originally thought that Njaha was already number 1 in the Heavenly Man race. I can think of only one little emperor under the sky. Vice President N said with his eyes narrowed, Director, you have a good relationship with the little emperor, and the relationship between the little emperor and the first mansion of the Yin family is not very good. If you can ask him to help you, it will be foolproof. Yes, why didn't I expect it? Lin Shen slapped his thigh, and Vice President N really reminded him. He had been thinking about how to deal with Njaha before, but there was no one around him who could win Njaha firmly. Although Yixing and the others have good abilities, they definitely have no chance of winning if they face Njaha alone. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu have not yet been promoted to Nirvana, so they cannot count on it for the time being. He kept thinking about how he would win Njaha, but he forgot about the world. If the world is willing to help, he doesn't need to take action himself, he will be a referee and a player, and his reputation will not be very good after all. After the meeting, Lin Shen contacted Tianzixia, explained the matter clearly, and asked him if he could help. Tianzixia and Yin family had a bad relationship, and he also said that he owed Lin Shen a favor, so he readily agreed after hearing this. Lin Shen had seen the strength under the sky, and with the 10 directions of ghosts and gods in his hand, he should be an invincible existence in Nirvana. With Lin Shen's current strength and his dead fans, he may not be able to beat the world. A young man like Angehi is still far from fighting with the world. In this way, Lin Shen doesn't need to take action by himself. Lin Shen asked Ansai to get in registration form for Tianzixia, and Tianzixia's grouping was naturally his previous grouping. In order not to do it so obviously, Lin Shen asked the Minister of Logistics to change the grouping and casually assigned a few not-so-powerful Nirvana people to warm up to avoid excessive consumption in the world. It is best to clean up Njaha in the peak state. After Tianzixia won the game, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed could safely fall into Lin Shen's hands. On the day of the game, Jiahe and others watched the competition group list. Others didn't think there was anything, but Jiahe couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because he didn't see Lin Shen's name on the list. What's going on? Why didn't Lin Shen participate in the competition? Jiahe was full of doubts and immediately looked at the list again. When he saw the name under the sky, his color suddenly changed. Is the little emperor actually participating in the competition? Jiahe's face was gloomy and clear. Because Lin Shen himself did not plan to participate in the competition, the originally scheduled competition venue was also changed and arranged on a picture-like planet with suitable temperatures, so it was not that hard to make a decision. The sky was clear, with only a few white clouds floating. In one of the white clouds, there is actually a small island hidden. On the artificial seaside, Emperor Tianshu and an Yi were sitting on the pier, holding a fishing rod and fishing. Emperor Tianshu was fishing while looking at the group list. After seeing the name of Tianjixia, he couldn't help but scolded. The Tianjixia has also participated in the competition. Isn't this a nonsense? I'll catch him back now. He said it was amazing, but his butt didn't move at all. The young emperor meets the competition standards, and he should participate. The emperor does not need to be angry. And he said slowly. How could it meet the standards? How old is he? Emperor Tianshu looked at the competition rules again and found that the age limit rules were missing, only stipulating that the immortal level could not participate. What did this Tian do? It doesn't limit its age. We want to train new people, not to train an old man. Emperor Tianshu was furious. I was only angry for a long time, but I didn't see him asking him to call the sky back. The Lord calms down. Rules are rules. If the uncle meets the rules, he naturally has the right to participate. An-Yi said. Old Yi, I am not careful about this matter. No matter who wins, I will ask him to hand over the Dark Domain Lotus Seed to Jiahe. Don't worry, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed must be Jiahe. Emperor Tianshu said. The emperor's words are made of gold, but how can he go back on his word? The winner will take the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, and the rules cannot be abandoned. If a dog cannot get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, it is because he has no ability. No one is wrong. The emperor does not need to do this. An-Yi said lightly. Emperor Tianshu seemed to be completely unable to understand the sarcasm in An-Yi's words, and said with a smile, Jiahe has excellent talent, and it is not impossible to defeat Xiao Wang uncle. The Dark Domain Lotus Seed is still his. An-Yi didn't say anything, half squinted his eyes, as if he was about to fall asleep. At the beginning of the game, the opponents in Tianzixia basically admitted defeat directly. Even if they were not arranged by Lin Shen, they did not dare to confront the opponent. And Jiahe felt very unfriendly. Most of the famous Nirvana people he arranged to participate in the competition were divided into his group. And Jiahe could only defeat him one by one with his own hands. Although he encouraged these people and had a good relationship with him, it was obviously not realistic to ask them to admit defeat directly. Even if others are willing to give in or know that they are not the opponent, they still have to play a few moves with him before giving in. The problem is that the few who were assigned to him in his group. Although he studied in his academy, his status was not much worse than that of him. They were all arrogant and not only did not want to admit defeat, but also fought with Jiahe back and forth, which made Jiahe's teeth itchy. Do you want your face? Give me a group like this? Jiahe kept a smile on his face, but he wanted to slap Lin Shen, who was sitting on the stage to watch the game. But he couldn't say anything. He would draw lots again at the end of each round of the game, but draws the lots every time he happened to draw the group of him and those famous Nirvana from the family academy. If there is no secret operation, he would not believe that Jiahe would be killed. Chapter 668 Injuring Your Left Shoulder. Originally, he wanted to mess with Lin Shen, but Jiahe fought all the way and eliminated all the famous young masters. That is, Jiahe's identity is there, and no one else can do anything to him. If someone else replaces him, these famous young men would not be so casual. He also passed the hurdles and killed the generals in the sky, but he became much more relaxed. Most of his opponents were ascenders. Occasionally, a Nirvana came up and claimed that he had admired him for a long time, just to see the style of the little emperor. After fighting along the way, it is almost the same as the fan meeting held. When Njaha saw this, he didn't know that this was all Lin Shen's arrangement. Now he felt a little regretful. He didn't expect Lin Shen to cheat so blatantly. He shouldn't have encouraged so many famous young men to participate in the competition. Now it's a difficult situation. Let's accuse Lin Shen of cheating. Lin Shen did not participate in the competition at all. How can he blame him? Say he cheated on the little emperor? Unless Njaha is crazy, he will do such a brainless thing. Njaha made a lot of calculations, but he didn't think about the opponent, but he actually changed from Lin Shen to Xiao Wan's uncle. All the previous plans are no longer useful now. What you can do now is to win the first place and get the Dark Domain seed, otherwise this time it would be a complete defeat. But it is not so easy to defeat Xiao Wangshu, but Njaha has no way out, he must win, and double Nirvana is really too important for him. Both of them defeated their respective opponents and successfully met in the finals. The winner between Angahe and the Underworld is the champion of this competition and can win the mysterious grand prize. In the eyes of discerning people, the previous game is a farce, and only this last game is serious. The famous young men were also watching Njaha's performance. They knew very well in their hearts that Njaha brought them over. They originally wanted to make things difficult for the new dean of the Tianchi Academy, but they suffered a loss. They all wanted to know how Njaha would fight back against the Heavenly Master Academy, and it was not easy to defeat the world. Little Emperor, I offended you. Njaha closed his mouth and bowed first. Each person can use your ability to show off your full strength. Tianxia carried a long box on his back, which contained the 10 Directions Ghost and God-slashing Spirit Blade. As he fought along the way, he had no chance to use the ghosts and gods in the 10 directions to kill the spirits, and he didn't even use the big hammer in his hand. At this time, the sky raised the big hammer in her hand and smashed it directly at Njaha. His hammer's power could break the mountain. Although Njaha had a long sheath knife hanging around his waist, he had never used it. His body movements were like illusions and dreams. Under the hammer technique that opened and closed under the sky, he wandered like a ghost. The sledgehammer like a storm could not touch the corner of his clothes. The sky was not impatient, and suddenly a hammer hit the ground, and a terrifying flame rose from the sledgehammer, and the flames exploded like a bomb. A huge round pit was directly blown up on the ground, and Njaha's body was pushed into the air by the explosion force, and his white jade-like shell wrapped around his body. You can fight seriously now, right? Said Njaha, carrying a giant hammer on his shoulder and looking at Njaha in the sky. I will be able to fight with the little emperor today, and I will have no regrets in this life. Njaha took off the sword from his waist and slowly pulled it out. The knife was as green as water, the blade looked like a faint spring, and the blade was shining with a cold light. Good knife. Tianxia looked at the knife in Njaha's hand and praised, if I read it correctly, the knife in your hand should be the announcement of the famous sword god cast by Master Zhong Jichuan, right? The little emperor has good eyesight and insight. Yes, this knife is the declaration of death created by Master Zonziquan. Njaha said, but threw the declaration of death in his hand aside and held the scabbard in his hand. Everyone was a little surprised. I wonder what Njachuan meant. Why did he throw the famous sword and only hold the scabbard? Did he throw it wrongly? What do you mean? The sky looked at Njaha coldly. Njaha smiled and explained, you and I are both the leaders of the Heavenly Man clan. We shouldn't have fought each other. If you and I hurt anyone, it will only make the kissing of the enemy and the loss of our clan. However, my swordsmanship is too sharp, and I will hurt people when I take action, so I only use the scabbard as a battle to avoid accidents. Njaha said beautifully, and even Lin Shen had to admit that even as Njaha's opponent, it would be difficult to feel bad about him. Unfortunately, these words from Njaha were used in the sky but had no effect. I have seen too many people in the world, and it is impossible for Njaha to impress him with just a few words. The giant hammer in Tianxia hit the ground, and the god of death inserted on the ground was shocked and flew up in front of Njaha. You are a junior, and you don't have the ability to hurt me. If you have the ability, just use it, so as not to make excuses if you lose. I'm so troublesome. Tian Zhixia said impatiently. Seeing that the sky was not taking this trick, and Jiahe had to catch the announcement of the god of death and said seriously to the sky, since the little emperor insisted on doing this, I had to obey. Please pay attention to the little emperor. I will hurt your left shoulder with this knife. Come on. The sky didn't accept his words at all, making Jiahe unable to continue pretending. Be careful. And Jiahe flapped his wings and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the sky. He stood there under the sky like a pillar of the sky, looking at him coldly, without moving. The moment Jiahe and the sky intersected, everyone saw the sky suddenly lifting the giant hammer in their hands, but they did not see Jiahe's knife. When? A strange sound suddenly broke out, and everyone saw blood blooming like flowers on their left shoulders below the sky, and the carapace was pierced with a deep bone-visible hole. What a quick knife! The people watching the game changed slightly. They were also at Nirvana level, and most of them did not see clearly that Jiahe used the knife. Teacher Jiahe is indeed extraordinary. This sword is probably hard to find an opponent in the world. If he could participate in the weapon rankings, he would be afraid that the score would surpass the fist god. Many young masters who have studied in the academy couldn't help but admire. The Emperor of Heavenly Art, who was watching the battle, was also slightly surprised. The sword of Jiahe just now was so fast, but why have you never seen such a sword technique? This is his sword technique he practiced and he couldn't get to the eyes of the Emperor. An-Yi said. At such an age, he can create such a sword technique. The talent of his nephew is probably the most outstanding figure that my celestial race has rarely seen in 1,000 years. Sure enough, he is the most suitable candidate for the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Emperor Tian Shu looked relieved. What a quick knife! Tian Zixia looked at Jiahe and also exclaimed. Uncle Xiao Wang, the battle between you and me has ended here. How about shaking hands and talking? And Jiahe said this very appropriately. If the sky admits defeat at this time, it can be considered as a way to save some face, but the final reward will definitely be that there is no face to compete with Jiahe again. Chapter 669, Relax. Shake hands with me. Such a knife is still far from being able to do it. You have to show some skills. The sky said lightly. Little Emperor, you and I are all pillars of the heavenly man race, why bother fighting with each other with your life? And Jiahe sighed. The sky ignored him, threw the sledgehammer in his hand, took off the long box on his back, and inserted it directly on the ground. He lifted the top of the long box with one hand, and reached into the long box with the other hand, pulling out the 10 directions of Ghost and God Slashing Spirit Sword. As soon as this knife was released, everyone was in danger. The murderous aura of soaring into the sky seemed to cut the person into 2 pieces, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even the Emperor of Heaven and An-Yi in the clouds showed surprise. That knife, how does it feel familiar? That knife intent, is it the Sanjing sword technique of the peerless swordsman of the Xian clan? An-Yi's face changed slightly, and he instantly returned to normal. I didn't expect that my uncle actually made such a knife. Emperor Tian Shu was a little surprised. He didn't know that the 10 directions of ghosts and gods were actually cast in the sky. Just standing there with a knife in one hand under the sky gives people a sense of loneliness that ghosts and gods in all directions are inaccessible, like a demon among the demons in the abyss. And Jiahe looked at the sky and his face became solemn. The famous sword in his hand declared that under the fierce flames of the ghost and gods in the 10 directions, the brilliance of the blade seemed to be much dimmed. Get out the sword. The demonic flames in the sky were surging, and the ghost slashing swords in the 10 directions hung on the ground, constantly flashing with terrifying magic light. And Jiahe's eyes narrowed, and the person moved like a stunning rainbow. In an instant, he arrived in front of the sky, and the god of death announced that he pulled it out in the incredible way. When the 10 directions ghost and god slashing spirit sword was lifted up from the sky, blocking Jiahe's almost difficult to see sword. When The moment the god of death declared that it was blocked, Anjaha transformed into thousands of ghost shadows, and sword lights crisscrossed, like lightning bolts born from nothingness, covering the sky. The 10 directions ghost in God slashing spirit sword in Tianzixia only moved slightly and slightly. The tip of the sword was always facing down, without showing any attacking posture, but blocked all the crisscrossing sword lights. The sound of the collision between the swords has been connected in a line. I can't tell how many times it has hit, and I can't hear the sound of the interval between the swords. Everyone was dazzled by the sight, and Anjaha's body was already flowing, blending with the sword light. I saw sword lights flashing in the sky, but no figures appeared. The sword light sometimes looks like thunder in thunder, sometimes it is like a flood pouring out, sometimes it is like flowers falling all over the sky, sometimes it is like love threads entangled and lingering. People who see it are frightened. Even those who are both nirvana are still inexplicably shocked. This Anjaha is indeed not comparable to an ordinary nirvana person. This sword technique is really like a demon or a ghost, and I can't even see clearly. Lin Shen was glad to find the sky. If he had faced Anjaha himself and did not know the details of Anjaha, he would probably have been hit by the first sword. Anjaha would not be as particular to him as he was to the world, and maybe the first sword would ruin him. We used to really underestimate the strong people in the world. They are both nirvana people. We are afraid that we can't even catch a single sword. His sword is too fast. Yekong said terrified. His sword is not just fast. Ouyang Yudo sighed, if we don't enter nirvana, we will only stand outside the door. It seems that we should start nirvana. Everyone was dazzled by the sight, and for a moment, Anjaha had no idea how many sword techniques he had used. Moreover, he had integrated all the sword techniques into his own sword techniques, just like the Wanlu returning to the sect, which had already seen the atmosphere of a generation of swordsman masters. However, no matter how his sword technique changes, it is blocked by the spirit-slashing sword of the ghosts and gods in the 10 directions. The 10 directions ghost in God slashing spirit sword seemed to have spirituality. Its sword tip was floating in front of the sky, but it moved slightly, blocking Anjaha's sword techniques. In the general opinion, Anjaha has controlled the entire situation, but the real strong people understand that Anjaha has been defeated. The sky did not take action at all, and Anjaha could no longer do anything to him, and even his sword could not be broken. It's enough. The sky lost its patience, and reached out to hold the ghost in God's slashing sword in the 10 directions, and directly slashed out with one sword against the sky. The sword danced wildly, and the demon flames surged. The moment the sword light rose, it was like the Li Guang who killed billions of demon gods, instantly shattering the sword light in the sky. The terrifying sword light was like a demon with infinite magic power, roaring and rushing towards Anjaha. Anjaha's pupils contracted, and the holy light rose all over his body, and 4 pairs of crystal angel wings rose from behind. The 6 wings spread out together, and the infinite energy in the space condensed towards his body, turning his body into a 6-winged angel of light, blooming with dazzling light like the sun. Anjaha held the knife in both hands. The light on the knife was originally wholly white, but because the white light condensed too deeply, it turned into black like a black hole. The long sword slashed down, facing the terrifying power that was slashing against the sky. In just a moment, the famous sword god in Anjaha's hand announced, and the black hole-like sword light condensed by him were shattered by the spirit-slashing sword of the ghosts and gods in the 10 directions. The bursting shockwave blew Anjaha's body into the sky. Anjaha's face was full of horror, and she forcibly condensed a beam of light between her hands, trying to resist the terrifying sword aura. However, even his strongest sword could not block the power of a slash under the sky, so he could not block it at this time. The power of the ghost in gods in the 10 directions was still unstoppable, and it continued to pounce on Anjaha like a roaring demon, trying to swallow him completely. Suddenly, the other hand under the sky pressed the back of the knife and pressed the ghost in God slashing sword in the 10 directions. The terrifying sword measure like an evil ghost also deviated from the trajectory with the press under the sky, rushed over from Anjaha's feet, rushed directly into the clouds, and directly cut the sea of clouds in the sky into a middle part. Boom! While people were stunned, they saw the beam of light burst out between Anjaha's hands bombarding the sky under the knife, and flew backwards from the sky, which had been subjected to the backlash of the ghost and god spirit swords in the 10 directions, and hit the ground heavily, and the earth was cracked. Angehi, like a six-winged angel of light, flew down from the sky, and rushed into the sky again like an angel descending. Enough, the winner has been decided, and there is no need to continue. While Lin Shen scolded angrily, the man rushed out. I'm not dead, he's not dead, the winner is not decided, the battle will continue. And Jaha seemed to have lost control, and turned into a white rainbow again, piercing towards the injured sky. Lin Shen had already reached the injured Tianxia and grabbed Tianxia's body and bounced back, avoiding Jaha's terrifying attack. Jaha's power blasted the earth into a huge pit, and the rocks in the pit were crystallized, like a hydrogen bomb exploded. Fortunately, Lin Shen retreated quickly enough, otherwise the seriously injured Tianxia would have suffered this blow, and even if he didn't die, he would have to lose half of his life. Rareless, don't you take me, the dean of the Tianchi Academy, seriously? Lin Shen looked at Jaha in the sky coldly, who looked like a seraphim. Chapter 670 Disqualification. Others only saw that the sky was injured, but they didn't know that he was injured by Jaha because of the backlash from the power of the ghost-in gods in the 10 directions. So what if you don't take you seriously? Jaha was determined to take away the dark domain lotus seeds today. Such an opportunity is hard to find forever, and it is impossible to miss it again. Your qualification for participation has been cancelled, so get out now. Lin Shen left no room and forced Jaha to the edge of the cliff. Cancel my qualification? You don't have that qualification. Jaha said contemptuously. The competition is organized by our Tianchi Normal College. If I say you will be cancelled, you will be cancelled. Even if the Heavenly King comes today, you will still get out of here. Lin Shen said. Then let's see who will get out of here today. Jaha's eyes were cold, and he stared at Lin Shen tightly. The sword light burst out on his body, and his whole body seemed to be an unparalleled demon sword, emitting a thrilling sword light. Please step back, please let me deal with him. Cixin Huo blocked Lin Shen. Get back, the Japanese dean will let him get out with his own hands. Lin Shen shouted and removed the scallion knife hanging around his waist, and walked step by step towards Jaha. At the same time, a brilliant carapace appeared on his body. Everyone who watched the game was a little surprised. Although Lin Shen was the head of the first hospital and had strong abilities, he was just flying to upgrade after all. He should be far from fighting with a top nirvana such as Jaha. If he took action himself, he might not only not be able to drive Jaha away, but also his life was in danger. It has already reached this point, and Jaha cannot show mercy to his subordinates. In their opinion, Lin Shen's behavior is no different from suicide. In the clouds, Emperor Tianxu and Yi both watched the development of the following things. No one spoke, and drank tea on their own as if nothing had happened. Jia clasped his palms and swung out like a knife, like lightning. The sword light came in an instant, so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. Screaming, Lin Shen pulled out the scum knife and directly faced Jaha's sword light. Many people shook their heads when they saw it, ascending to fight against Nirvana, but they actually fought head-on. What's the difference between seeking death? But in the next moment, many people widened their eyes, and the scum knife in Lin Shen's hand actually cut open Jaha's sword light. How is this possible? Unbelievable, Jaha's sword light is not an ordinary sword light, it is formed by the power of Nirvana, and it is qualitatively different from the power of phase upgrade. Lin Shen, with the power of the Ascensioner, actually cut open the sword light condensed by the power of Nirvana, and it was also the sword light condensed by the power of Nirvana like Jaha. This was simply horrifying. Jaha's eyes narrowed, and the sword energy on his body burst out wildly. His hands moved together, and sword lights slashed towards Lin Shen from different angles. Lin Shen held the knife in one hand and the sheath in the other hand. He waved his hands firmly, splitting the sword lights cut by Jaha one by one, but his steps still did not stop, and he walked towards Jaha step by step. The sword lights flashed all over the sky and were shattered one by one. Lin Shen was like a god of killing the battlefield who was walking against the sky, shattering the divine punishments of God one by one. Everyone was shocked to see it. Jaha's terrifying sword attack was blocked, and no sword light could touch Lin Shen. What kind of sword technique is that? Why is it so powerful? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Ascension to fight against Nirvana. The sword light transformed by the power of Nirvana was not only not repelled, but was moving forward step by step, like an unstoppable god of war. This is simply a miracle. It is impossible to cut off Njaha's Nirvana power with no sword technique. You should know that Njaha practices the angel reincarnation technique, and the Nirvana power he achieved must be top level, and it is definitely not comparable to the power and sword technique of the Assassinator. The famous young master who knew Njaha had a little bit of knowledge had a look of surprise on his face. They knew better how difficult and terrifying what Lin Shen is doing now. Those who ascend to challenge Nirvana not only have to face the tenfold gap in attributes, but also the qualitative gap in power. All of this makes it almost impossible to achieve higher level challenges, and people as strong as Dais will not easily challenge higher level challenges. Njaha waved his hands faster and faster, and the sword light became stronger and stronger, and the sword lights were shrouded like lightning in the sky. Lin Shen's steps were still extremely firm. He waved his hands quickly, and the knife and scabbard in his hand actually defeated the lightning in the sky. Njaha's eyes became colder and colder. He never thought that Lin Shen could actually take his attack head-on. Since he learned about Lin Shen, he has never regarded Lin Shen as an opponent, but is just guarding against Lin Shen using the rules to criticize him. But now Njaha was surprised to find that this person seemed to be more difficult to deal with than he thought. If you want to die, then let's do it for you. Njaha's killing heart secretly aroused, and he reached out to grab it. The light of the sword condensed in his hand and turned into a black light knife. The 6 wings behind Njaha moved together, and the human turned into a rainbow. They passed Lin Shen in an instant, and the light knife also swung out in that moment. This knife was so fast that the eyes could not see it at all. It was Njaha's death sword technique of seeing the light. People's hearts were thundering sharply, and Njaha's sword technique was unable to defend even under the sky at the beginning. Can Lin Shen, an ascendant, defend this sword? When? People widened their eyes because the black light knife in Njaha's hand was actually shattered by the slag knife in Lin Shen's hand. The power of the slag knife was still unstoppable, and it slashed on Njaha's chest and slashed Njaha directly out. It's really unbelievable. Tian Buluo, who watched the battle with Tian Xingyu, widened his eyes. He asked himself that he could not do that at the same level as Lin Shen. Although his unity of man and nature can predict the enemy's moves, if the enemy's power is too strong, even if he knows what moves the other party uses, he will not be able to stop it. Njaha is the kind of person he can't stop, but Lin Shen not only blocked it, but also injured Njaha. Njaha looked down at the shallow marks on the carapace, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. Njaha has always regarded himself as the #1 master of the young generation of the Heavenly Man race, and even opened academies to teach the skills of the same generation. He didn't even take his class seriously. Lin Shen, an ascendant, was able to fight with him to this extent, and blocked his sword technique to see the light, which completely stimulated Njaha's murderous intention. This person must die. Njaha condensed a black light knife with both hands, and flashed into Lin Shen like a terrifying fog, and the black light knife slashed out like a ghost. The light on Njaha's body became stronger and stronger, and he was like a sun that made people unable to look directly at. A ring of angels appeared above his head, and the ring of angels was constantly emitting terrifying energy, giving Njaha blessing, making his sword change faster. Chapter 671, Knife. 3 minutes, a full 3 minutes. Everyone was hard controlled for 3 minutes as if they had been lit. Within these 3 minutes, Njaha launched a suffocating attack, flashing around the forest like a ghost, appearing and disappearing from time to time, and slashing out the knife that ordinary people cannot see from various incredible angles. Such a thrilling attack still failed to break through Lin Shen's defense. All the black light swords that slashed towards Lin Shen were blocked by Lin Shen and directly shattered. Lin Shen is like a mountain that will never collapse, allowing the huge waves to slap, and in the end they will only break. The sword and scabbard seem to have some magic power, forming a fortress that will never be broken. The Dean's sword technique is about to enter the Tao. Vice President Xiao exclaimed. This sword technique is good, the only disadvantage is that it seems that there is only a defensive and no offensive. Shi Xinhuo muttered. Can you block Njaha's offensive with the power of ascension? Can you do it when you fly and upgrade? vice president, and said while drinking tea. Of course it can't be done. Qi Xinhua shook his head. Well, there will be gains and losses. If there is an offensive in the Dean's sword technique, maybe he will not be able to support the present at all. Deputy Dean said slowly, the younger generation in my family has been to Hujia Academy to study. I have heard that boy mention Injaha a lot before. He said that Injaha is a natural posture, and can pick up any technique at will. He has reached the level of a master who can return to the sect and integrate the talents of 100 schools of thought. He can see through his opponent's weaknesses at a glance and predict his behavior, just like a god. I thought that little guy was a bit exaggerated before, but after seeing the battle between him and the little emperor, although he did not really reach the level of a master, it was not far from that. If the dean took the initiative to attack him, he might be predicted by his behavior and found his weakness, it would be difficult to stop it. But if you keep being beaten passively, you will always make mistakes over time, right? No one can always defend perfectly. Qi Xinhua said again. That's not necessarily the case. Our Dean's sword technique looks very stable. The logistics minister said with a chuckle. Stable? How to be stable? I have never heard of a defense that is 100% without any flaws. Qi Xinhua said. I don't know if there is a defense that is 100% unblocked, but based on my experience in doing accounting, our dean is very good at settling accounts. The logistics minister said with a smile. What does this have to do with settlement? Cixinhuo was puzzled. Of course it's related. If people in the universe save 0.1 day coins for you, can you imagine how rich you will be, said the Minister of Logistics. You should understand the principle of accumulating less and becoming more numerous, right? The dean is waiting for his work and consumes Injaha's power at the lowest cost. Injaha seems fierce, but the consumption is much greater than our dean. Whoever consumes his physical strength faster, once he loses his physical strength, who will reveal his flaws first, so I said that our dean is very stable. Even if he reveals his flaws, Injaha will reveal his flaws before him. While several people were discussing, they suddenly saw Injaha flashing away. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at Tianzixia, who was receiving treatment. Everyone was shocked and thought Injaha was so crazy that he really dared to kill the sky. Who knew that Injaha grabbed the 10 directions of ghosts and gods who were put aside, and then returned to the battlefield in an instant? There is a problem with the knife in your hand, so that is fair. Injaha held the ghost and god-slashing sword in the 10 directions and pointed at Lin Shen and said. Everyone was shocked. They had already seen how terrifying the spirit-slashing sword of the ghosts and gods in the 10 directions were. Like Injaha, they had long suspected that there was a problem with the sword in Lin Shen's hand. Now Injaha actually took the 10 directions ghost and god-slashing spirit sword. No matter how good the sword in Lin Shen's hand is, can it be better than the 10 directions ghost and god-slashing spirit sword? Lin Shen looked at the 10 directions of ghosts and gods in Injaha's hand, but his heart was a little strange. Speaking of which, the spirit sword and the scum knife of the 10 directions of ghosts and gods are actually 2 swords made of one furnace. The 10 directions ghost and god-slashing spirit sword is made of essence, while the slag knife is made of refined impurities. Theoretically, the spirit-slashing sword of the 10 directions is naturally much stronger than the scum knife. However, Lin Shen has used the scum knife for so long and found that this knife may not be worse than the 10 directions of ghosts and gods who cut the spirit sword. It's just that it is not as unique as the 10 directions ghost and god-slashing spirit sword, nor is it as powerful as the 10 directions ghost and god-slashing spirit sword. It looks ordinary, and it may be stronger than any knife if you can use it correctly. The 10 directions ghost and god-slashing spirit sword itself is very powerful, but the slag sword requires a strong master to demonstrate its strength. Injaha held the spirit-slashing sword in the 10 directions, as if he had mastered the blade of the world. He looked down from a high position, slowly raised the spirit-slashing sword in his hand and slashed Lin Shen with a knife. The terrifying sword light turned into a roaring evil spirit and fell from the sky, as if to tear and destroy everything. The spirit-slashing sword combined with Injaha's sword technique and power became even more weird and fierce. The spirit-slaying sword has the artistic conception and power of the 3 respect sword technique, which is invincible power like the true and evil killing divine light. and Jaha's knife and knifelight were shattered by a blow, and it was completely unstoppable. When everyone thought Lin Shen would avoid this sword, they saw Lin Shen wave the sword in his hand again, and it was still the fierce defensive sword. Others may think that the spirit-cutting sword is very powerful, but Lin Shen is not afraid at all. The dead fan's true Ji Zhuxia deconstructs the deathlight is stronger, but the slag knife can still saw it open. Unless it is suppressed by absolute force, the slag knife's function is infinite. And Jaha obviously can't do it if he wants to suppress Lin Shen with absolute power. When Lin Shen's various skills are fully opened, and Jaha's attributes are not much stronger than him and cannot reach the level of crushing. The knife in Lin Shen's hand crossed the scabbard in front of him, and he had to use the technique of cutting the slag knife to block the attack of the spirit-cutting sword. But when the power of the spirit-slaying sword rushed over, Lin Shen was a little stunned. The power of the spirit-slashing sword actually rushed into the slag knife, causing purple-black flames to burn on the platinum-colored slag knife. Lin Shen did not feel the power of the 10 Directions Ghost and God slashing spirit sword to cause damage to the slag knife. Instead, he felt that the slag knife, which originally had no power, was actually filled with a powerful force. Lin Shen thought about it and waved the knife with his backhand. The terrifying power inside the knife suddenly turned into the roaring power of the evil ghost and rushed towards Jaha. And Jaha was shocked and wondered. He wanted to swing the knife to resist, but found that the spirit-slashing sword in his hand seemed to be fixed in the air, and he couldn't lift it up. And Jaha only abandoned the sword and dodged Lin Shen's sword. The terrifying sword aura rushed into the sky, broke through the clouds, and rushed over to the artificial hanging island in the clouds. And Jaha looked ugly, but saw Lin Shen had already arrived next to the spirit-slaying sword, reached out to hold the spirit-slaying sword, and lifted the spirit-slaying sword at will. Chapter 672, Those with Virtue Live in. Only those with virtue can use magic weapons in weapons. With your character and virtue, you are not worthy of using this knife. Lin Shen held the handle of the spirit-cutting sword and stroked the body of the spirit-cutting sword. The spirit-cutting knife seemed to respond to his stroke, making a trembling sound of the knife. Suddenly, Lin Shen threw the spirit-slaying sword in front of Jaha, and said lightly, "Don't you want to use this knife? You don't need to grab it. If you have the ability, just use it." And Jaha's eyes flashed with a strange color, but at this time he was already in a hurry to get off the tiger, so he had to reach out and hold the 10 Directions Ghost and God slashing spirit sword floating in front of him. At the same time, terrifying light energy burst out on his body, trying to forcibly control the 10 Directions Ghost and God slashing spirit sword in his hands. However, no matter how his power exploded, it was difficult for the 10 Directions of Ghosts and Gods to slash the spirit sword to move at all. The spirit sword seemed to be fixed in the air and could not move at all. Everyone was surprised. Unexpectedly, such a knife had such power, and even Jaha had no choice but to use it. How could they know how terrifying the power contained in the 10 Directions Ghost and God slashing spirit sword is? It was created based on the peerless swordsman of the Xian clan. The Sanjing sword technique is one of the few existences who can compete with the kings of the ancient world. And Jiahe is just a nirvana, how can he make the ghosts and gods in the 10 Directions surrender? Looking at Jaha, who could not shake the spirit sword of the 10 Directions Ghost and Gods, no matter how hard he used, a mocking smile appeared on Lin Shen's mouth. He stretched out his palm and whispered, "Come here." The Ghost and Gods in the 10 Directions suddenly emitted a shocking sound of the sword, and the terrifying sword aura soared into the sky, holding his Jaha back. The carapace on Jaha's palm was shattered by the knife air, his palm was injured, and blood flowed. But Jaha ignored the injured palm and stared at the 10 Directions of Ghosts and Gods who were automatically flying towards Lin Shen. He could not believe that the spirit-slashing sword that he could not control would actually obey Lin Shen's orders like a dog. At this moment, Jaha felt like a clown. The others also looked at Lin Shen, who had already held the spirit-slashing sword with complicated expressions, and a strange thought came to his mind, can they really have spirits and virtues in it? Even Jaha's actions and others dislike him for a knife? If this were not the case, how could it be explained? Jaha could not even hold the sword under the sky, but Lin Shen could use it at will. How could they know that the spirit sword of Ghosts and Gods in the 10 Directions was originally cast by Lin Shen, and Lin Shen also realized the true and extreme evil killing light? In addition, the slag knife and the 10 directions ghost in God slashing spirit sword were originally produced together, and Lin Shen carried the slag knife with him, and he had the aura of the slag knife on his body. If there is anyone in this world who can use the spirit slashing sword besides the sky, then only Lin Shen is the only one. Lin Shen did not use the spirit slashing sword, but threw the spirit slashing sword at will, causing it to fly back to the sky. And Jaha, let's stop here. The winner has long been decided. If the heavenly subordinates had not shown mercy, you had been killed. If you were the heavenly subordinates, you would have been no longer qualified to continue the competition. Lin Shen said lightly. Lin Shen said before that Jaha was not qualified to participate in the competition, and most people actually disagree. The celestial race is warlike and good at fighting. And Jaha refuses to admit defeat and continues to fight. It can be said that he has the courage to fight to the death. However, after the incident of the spirit-slaying sword just now, many people's eyes became a little strange when they saw Jaha. Even those famous young men who had studied in the Hajja Academy now looked at Jaha with some contempt. A person who even dislikes a knife, how bad is his moral character? Although no one explicitly stated, there were cracks in the character that Jaha had established before. And Jaha naturally knew this, and he knew it better than anyone else. But compared to the opportunity of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, he would rather not have these reputations. The opportunity for double nirvana is hard to find throughout the ages, and it is related to whether he can stand at the top of the pyramid of the universe in the future. In comparison, a little bit of fame can be counted. When he becomes immortal and overwhelms all the heroes in the future, who will care about what he has done before? Everyone will only say, those who achieve great things will not care about the trivialities. The competition is a competition. Success or failure is determined by winning or losing. According to the rules, I did not admit defeat. Then the competition must continue. If you don't accept it, then defeat me by your ability. I allow you to fight on behalf of the little emperor. Do you dare? And Jaha said with a cold face. No matter what today, he will get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. Just now, he saw that Tian Zixia had already stood up and reached out to hold the knife. He didn't want to continue fighting with Tian Zixia anymore. The 10 Directions Ghost in God slashing spirit sword is too powerful. He is not sure to defeat the sword-holding sky, so he in turn inspires Lin Shen to take action. I'll give you shamelessness, then I'll give you my best. Lin Shen knew in his heart that the Dark Lotus Seeds were too precious. He would never give up if he didn't drive Jaha out completely. Lin Shen pulled out the scum knife again and wanted to continue fighting with Jaha. And Jaha did not take action immediately. He looked at Lin Shen, and a sarcastic look appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Shen, according to the rules of the game, you can use pets, right? Not bad. Of course, he knew very well about the rules set by Lin Shen. Then let you see the real difference between the Ascensioner and the Nirvana. And Jaha took out a pet gun from somewhere and fired a series of shots into the sky. One by one, the terrifying Nirvana pets flew out. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen Nirvana pets appeared around Jaha. The one that emits cold air is the Nirvana-level Frost Beast? I remember that it is a rare Nirvana creature of Ice Lin Star, and the Frost attribute can freeze everything. That's the terrifying existence of the 9-headed demon insect, the Hell Cave insect. Abyss Demon Walker. Heavenly Armored Divine Weapon. Thunder Destroyer. One by one, the names of Jaha were called out, and all of these pets were top-notch Nirvana creatures. Any pet that can fight against top Nirvana. Now more than a dozen Nirvana-level pets appear on the battlefield at the same time. I am afraid that the top Nirvana people can only escape. What's more, Lin Shen is just an Ascensioner. Even if he uses pets, he can only summon Ascension pets at most, and it is impossible to compete with these pets of Jaha. Oh no, Lin Shen is still an Ascensioner. He cannot use Nirvana pets. This is a big loss. Tian Buluo secretly complained that something was wrong. Xiao Luo, you are too naive. Tian Qingyu seemed to have different opinions. Where am I naive? Tian Buluo said in confusion. Lin Shen is the rulemaker of this game. Do you think he may be so careless and leave such a loophole? Tian Qingyu said lightly. He is indeed not such a careless person, but I really can't think of how to solve this situation now. What do you think? Tian Buluo pondered. Who knows, he is always so unexpected. Before today, who could have imagined that he could actually block Njaha? Tian Qingyu looked at Lin Shen on the battlefield and said with a strange expression, I always feel that he seems to be able to solve all problems. Chapter 673 Red represents danger. The problem is that this problem cannot be solved. Tian Buluo still didn't understand how Lin Shen could solve Njaha and more than a dozen Nirvana creatures ascended. Although the abilities of those Nirvana creatures are relatively single, without the adaptability and various techniques of Angahi, their strength and skills are the top in Nirvana. Anyone pulls it out is the kind of existence that can kill a group of Ascensioners. Everyone in the Tianchi Academy was shocked when they saw that Njaha had summoned so many Nirvana creatures and was ready to help. Lin Shen waved his hand and told them not to go to the scene. He put the scum knife back on the sheath and hung it back on his waist, looking at Njaha's pets. Dean Tian, who should get out now? Njaha did not immediately let these top-quality pets attack Lin Shen, and mocked him with a sneer. I said, you have to get out of here. Who comes today? Lin Shen said, reaching out to grab the dead powder wrapped around him like a rope was pulled out by him. After the dead pink left Lin Shen's body, it immediately became straight, like a javelin carved and polished by ruby, held by Lin Shen in his hand. The people watching the game were stunned. They originally thought Lin Shen would have some killer move, but they saw that he actually made another strange weapon that looked like a gun but a spear. No matter how powerful the weapons are, can they still block more than a dozen top-quality Nirvana creatures? I'm afraid that if those Nirvana creatures sprayed a ray of Nirvana power, they could blow Lin Shen into a slag. No matter how powerful the technique is, it would be useless. You are summoning some pets, even if you are flying and upgrading, it's fine. Although you are definitely not the opponent of Njaha's top Nirvana pets, as long as there are enough numbers, you can distract yourself. Stand and let them kill, and they have to kill for a while, no. Someone was anxious for Lin Shen when he saw Lin Shen's movements were gone. You can still use a gun? Njaha looked at the dead fans in Lin Shen's hand, squinted his eyes and smiled. Now it doesn't matter what technique Lin Shen knows. Under the siege of more than a dozen top-quality Nirvana pets, a Ascensioner will die no matter how strong his skills are. No. Lin Shen held the dead pink in his backhand, as if he was throwing a javelin. He looked at Njaha and a group of top pets in the sky, and said lightly, you don't need to use marksmanship, just one can do it. As he said that, Lin Shen took a big step back with his right leg, and stretched his arm with death pink back to the extreme, making the move to throw a javelin. The competition is to compete with the goal of winning. No matter who you are, since you are already standing here, you have to bear the result you should bear. Njaha's eyes turned cold, and more than a dozen terrifying Nirvana creatures were emitting various colors of light, like monsters devouring the world, looking down at the deep forest in the sky. The terrifying power fluctuations, even those who watched the battle from afar felt a little scary. In contrast, Lin Shen, who was shot by one man and shot, seemed so small. Those terrifying Nirvana creatures were like demon beasts that destroyed the world, descending from all directions with a terrifying light, as if they were going to destroy Lin Shen and the entire planet. Finally, Lin Shen, whose arms and waist had already reached their limit, threw out the red crystal javelin in his hand. Many people feel a little confused. What's the use of throwing a javelin? Even if it is a magic gun, it will definitely kill a Nirvana creature if it is thrown out. Isn't there still more than a dozen terrifying Nirvana creatures? It doesn't matter at all. What's more, they have never heard of any weapon that allows an Ascensioner to kill Nirvana creature with one blow. The moment the dead pink was thrown out by Lin Shen, it was like a red javelin, rushing straight towards one of the Nirvana creatures. The javelin is very fast, faster than a bullet, but for Nirvana creatures, this speed is far from enough. The Abyss Demon Walker, whose black light was burning all over his body, looked like a demon god, and reached out to grab the dead pink flying in front of him. The other terrifying creatures ignored the dead fans and were still swaying their teeth and claws, like demons dancing around, rushing towards the deep forest with terrifying light, and the power of Nirvana nurtured on the minions was about to bombard it. When everyone was disappointed when they saw that the Abyss Demon Walker was about to catch the dead fan, they suddenly saw a bright red light on the dead fan. The whole body of the dead pink lit up a bright red light, as if the acceleration mode was instantly turned on. Seeing that the Abyss Demon Walker who was about to grab the dead pink, his palm was empty. A red lightning flash emerged, shocking the whole world in an instant. The red ray of lightning was like winding lightning in the sky, traveling through the sky at an incredible speed, instantly piercing through the head of the Abyss Demon Walker and the burning black light. Quick! It's incredible! What's even more incredible is that after the red stream of light penetrated the body of the Abyss Demon Walker, its speed did not decrease at all, twisting its body, like winding lightning, strung all the Nirvana creatures in the sky like bracelets. The red light was too fast, and the remaining brilliance formed a red ring of lines in the sky, strung together the dozen Nirvana creatures, like a demon necklace in the sky. Looking at the red light flashing in the sky, some people's minds suddenly didn't react, and they stared at the sky in a daze, wondering what was going on. Why did the javelin thrown by Lin Shen turn by itself? Is that gun a spiritual foundation? Even if it is a spiritual foundation, it cannot be that fast at once. Ascenders can only use the spiritual foundation that is upgraded, right? And it seems to penetrate the heads of more than a dozen Nirvana creatures. How did this be done? How could those top Nirvana creatures easily penetrate the Nirvana power and Nirvana level physical strength on their bodies? Even if the top Nirvana level powerhouse takes action, it is impossible to penetrate the Nirvana power and body of more than a dozen top Nirvana creatures in an instant. Looking at the Nirvana creatures in the sky that seemed to be in a string, everyone's mind seemed to be unable to turn. All of this happened too quickly and too unreal. It was not until the dead pink's true body was suspended in the air and the red light and shadow it left behind disappeared, and blood holes appeared on the heads of more than a dozen Nirvana creatures, and they fell from the air one after another, that people realized what was going on. More than a dozen top-level Nirvana pets were killed by the weird javelin in an instant. When they realized this, everyone felt their hair standing up and their goosebumps were rising. They had only heard of the names of those Nirvana creatures, and they were all well known, but they never thought that these terrifying beings would be killed in one blow. Looking at the dead pink with red light flashing in the sky, everyone seemed to suddenly realize for the first time that red represents danger. Chapter 674 I Can Do It. And Jaha's eyes widened to the limit, and he looked at the dead fans in the sky, as if he had seen a ghost. Those pets are the best in Nirvana. Even he spent a lot of money to collect them one by one, but why were they killed in such an instant? This made Jaha have a moment of doubting whether Lin Shen is an immortal in disguise. No assassinator can kill his Nirvana creatures, and it is even more impossible to kill them in an instant. Unless. And Jaha seemed to realize something, stared at Lin Shen with a gloomy face and said, "You cheat. The rules of the competition do not allow the use of spiritual foundation." And Jaha's words were suddenly swallowed because he had seen dead powder floating in the sky like a javelin. His body expanded in an instant and turned into an extremely huge monster. He was like a giant ruby insect, and he opened his weird mouth and swung down, swallowing the pet corpses that fell to the ground one by one into his stomach. Fear, unspeakable fear spreads in everyone's brain. When the dead fans killed these Nirvana creatures, they were too fast and not too bloody. Although most people felt that the dead fans were very strong, they did not have a clear concept of its horror. It was not until the dead fans entered a huge state and slapped the Nirvana creatures that they thought were extremely powerful into pieces one by one that they truly felt the fear. People always have a sense of innate fear of huge things. The huge dead powder, like a dragon, twisted through the sky, swallowing all the pet corpses into the belly. Then he turned into normal conditions and flew back to Lin Shen's hand. It still looked like a weapon that looked like a gun, a spear, and a javelin, and had no change from the beginning. But now everyone's eyes look at it are completely different from what they just now. That's the pets, Nirvana-level pets. Someone was full of doubts, but still couldn't believe their eyes. How can an Ascensioner in Lin Shen use a Nirvana-level pet? Even if it is a Nirvana-level pet, how could it be that it could kill more than a dozen top Nirvana creatures at once? Some people even suspect that dead fans are not Nirvana pets at all, but immortal pets. Don't you want to use a pet? Keep going. Lin Shen pointed at Jaha in the sky with a dead pink. In an instant, Anjaha felt fear coming like a tide, and subconsciously retreated, avoiding the point of dead fans. The horror of the dead fan's blow is really impressive. Anjaha looked at Lin Shen and felt uncomfortable in his dry throat, as if it had been cracked, and it was difficult to say another word. He is very confident and will not lose to anyone of the same level, nor will he be afraid of any nirvana. However, the weird pet in Lin Shen's hand made Anjaha realize for the first time that he was not really invincible at the same level, nor was he really fearless. Everyone knew that the battle was over, and the battle was over when the red necklace appeared in the sky. Anjaha lost miserably, lost character and lost the game. However, the most discussed Zen star is not Anjaha's failure. The celestial race is a race that does not like failure. The losers will be forgotten soon, and they are more discussing the winner. Many people are speculating what kind of pet the pet in Lin Shen's hand was. There is no doubt that it should be a nirvana creature, but they have never seen or heard of such a strange nirvana creature. The key is that pet actually killed more than a dozen top-quality nirvana pets instantly, which is a bit too perverted. Some people have called Dead Fan the most powerful favorite under immortality, but they don't know the name of Dead Fan, so someone gave it a nickname Red Warning. Red represents danger. When you see that touch of red, you should know to stay away from it. Why can Lin Shen, an Ascensioner, become the head of the Tianchi Academy, be an ordinary person? I have known for a long time that he must be extraordinary. Come on, didn't you say before that Lin Shen is just a garbage, and he is the dean of the Tianchi Academy? Can you do it if you get on the table? I still say that now. Lin Shen is just a trash. Give me his knife and red warning, and I can do it. Tisk. The person at the same table curled his lips. I can say that, I can do it. I don't even want a knife. Warn me the red one, I can do anything. The red warning is so strong. It is undoubtedly the most powerful pet under immortality. You didn't see how scared Anjaha was at that time. He didn't even dare to say a tough word. Fortunately, the first man came out to take him away, otherwise I really don't know how he stepped down. The red warning is strong, but don't underestimate Lin Shen. His sword technique can make Anjaha want to win with his pet. Except Lin Shen, who else can do it among the Asinators? You all just heard that I was present at that time. I saw with my own eyes that Lin Shen's sword technique was really magical. He was absolutely reincarnated by the sword god. You didn't see it. Anjaha wanted to take the sword of the little emperor, but he couldn't even pick it up. Lin Shen had to do it with just a random move, and the sword flew into his hand. What do you think, this is not the sword god? Lin Shen's battle with Anjaha was a sensation in the Zenstars. This battle is not only Lin Shen's famous, but his fans are even more famous than Lin Shen. Unfortunately, after eating so many top-quality nirvana creatures, this goods entered the nirvana state again and began the third nirvana. This guy is upgraded too fast. He can upgrade as long as he eats it. This is so good. If he continues to develop at this speed, he may not be able to be immortal in a long time. Lin Shen thought about it. If the dead fan is really immortal and can still be used by him, then he can really leave sideways in the future. Lin Wan sat at his assistant's desk today, with no focus on his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. She also watched the battle between Lin Shen and Anjaha yesterday. Lin Wan just thinks it's interesting to the dead fans and doesn't care much about them. In her long life, I have seen many powerful creatures like dead fans, and I don't think it's strange. What she really cared about was the sword technique Lin Shen used. Others don't know it, but Lin Wan knows it even more. Lin Shen's use of knife skills was derived from her fore and backhand. But Lin Shen actually practiced the sword technique to the point where she didn't even recognize it, even more weird than her forehands. Why is this person so strange? Lin Wan couldn't help but look at Lin Shen, who came to Tianchi Academy today and was working in the dean's office. Some things at home these days may have to be updated in a few days, and the update time is not stable, so I'm sorry. Chapter 675 Want? Take it yourself. Lin Shen came to Tianchi Academy today not for work, but for the Emperor of Heavenly Art to send the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. The competition has been completed, and the prizes are still missing, so who wouldn't be upset? The Emperor of Heavenly Art will not be greedy for the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds by himself, right? Lin Shen was worried, and he was immediately overjoyed when he saw Tian Songyun coming, thinking that Tian Songyun was coming to deliver the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. Who knew that Tian Songyun asked Lin Shen to go to the Imperial Palace to meet Emperor Tian Shu, and I don't know what demon Emperor Tian Shu wanted to be. Lin Shen thought again and again, it was normal that it was not allowed to give it to others, such a precious thing, and Emperor Tian Shu should have to hand it over to him in person. In order to get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, and Jaha didn't even want his face. If he really asked someone to bring them over, he might snatch them halfway. This kind of thing is really not impossible. Following Tian Songyun to the Imperial Palace, Lin Shen is now familiar with the road and comes to the study of the bedroom. Director Tian, the matter is done well and the sword skills are good. Emperor Tian Shu praised Lin Shen for rare. If you do your best to do your best to do your business for the Lord. Lin Shen bowed slightly and said. The matter is done. Do you want the Dark Domain Lotus Seed or not? Emperor Tian Shu suddenly said this. Lin Shen was depressed and wanted to curse, this old fox, can't he want to blackmail my Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, right? I just said, how can such a good thing be like this? Will he give me such a treasure that is hard to find in the ages? It seems that Tianchuan treasure was wrong this time. The old guy didn't plan to give me the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. This kind of question is simply a proposition. He said he wanted it, but Emperor Tian Shu didn't plan to give him the things. I said I didn't want it. After so much effort, even the dead fans were exposed. I was so unwilling to accept it. After thinking about it, Lin Shen said, I want it. It's not that Lin Shen didn't want to say something pleasing, but he still didn't say anything extra. Just want it, then you go to the first mansion of An to get it. Emperor Tian Shu's words made Lin Shen's eyes widen. God, can you let the An family work hard, send the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds? Lin Shen didn't dare to go to the first mansion of An's family. He secretly complained in his heart, I knew that the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds is not the old guy's thing, he just made others compliments. After a long time, the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are all at other people's house. I'm going to An's house now. Can An Jiaha let me go? Can An E give me the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds? It's a hell to be able to get to the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. This pit is really big. If they can be sent here, why do you need to pick it up? Emperor Tian Shu said with a smile, the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are natural foreign objects. They grow on a planet that is completely different from the normal planet. The growth conditions are very harsh. After being picked, they also need special methods to preserve them. On the Zenith Star, the only place where the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds can be preserved is Gully Nest, the first mansion of An's family. If you want to get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, you can only go to Gully's Nest to take it yourself. After taking out the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, you need to swallow them on the spot in Gully's Nest, otherwise the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds will disappear between heaven and earth by themselves. God, will you immediately reborn after swallowing the Lotus Seeds in the Dark Domain? Lin Shen asked in confusion. The Dark Domain Lotus Seeds cannot make you nirvana. They will only slowly change your physique and let your body have the characteristics of the Dark Domain. Seeing Lin Shen's confused look on his face, Emperor Tianshu continued to explain, the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds themselves have a very special attribute. How to describe this characteristic? You should have heard many speculations about dark matter. You can regard the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds as a kind of dark matter. It is completely different from ordinary material properties. When you use the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, it will change your body's characteristics and let your body also have the characteristics of the Dark Domain. Under this characteristic, you can choose two completely different attributes of Nirvana power to perform dual Nirvana without being affected. This is the key to the double Nirvana. So that's it. Lin Shen quietly realized. However, the characteristics of the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are not tolerated in the ordinary world. After you use the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, the Dark Domain characteristics that the body has transformed will disappear with the passage of time. According to previous experience, about 1 month after swallowing the Dark Domain Seeds is the time period with the strongest Dark Domain characteristics. After more than 1 month, the dark domain characteristics of the body will gradually disappear. About 1 year, the dark domain characteristics will completely disappear. Therefore, it is best for you to complete nirvana after swallowing the dark domain lotus seeds for about 1 month. It is not enough, and the success rate will become lower and lower if it is late. After Lin Shen left the imperial palace, he was thinking about how to go to the first mansion oven to get the lotus seeds of the dark domain. Now the first mansion oven may have regarded him as a thorn in his eyes. Now that he goes to the first mansion oven, he will definitely not let him take away the lotus seeds of the dark domain. But if you don't go, you can't get the lotus seeds in the dark domain, so there is no hope for double nirvana. The Emperor of Heavenly Art shouldn't let me die, right? Lin Shen gritted his teeth and decided to go to the first mansion of An's family to get the lotus seeds in the dark domain. Before going, Lin Shen asked Tianxuan for his opinion. Tianxuan said that An would not do anything to An's first mansion, but he would probably be embarrassed when he went to get the dark domain lotus seeds. As long as your life is not lost, then go there. Lin Shen originally planned to bring the people from the Tianxia Academy and the 4 girls of Yixing with him. Even if they were asked to wait outside the gate, others knew that he had entered the first mansion of An's family. If the people of the An family wanted to do anything to him, they would have to be a little worried. However, Lin Shen's idea was denied by Tianxuan. Tianxuan said, "Do you know that An went directly to the Tianxia Academy and cut off the head of the former president of the Tianxia Academy in front of everyone? At that time, the president of the Tianxia Academy was much more powerful than you are now. For such a person, An would kill him as soon as he said he would kill him. Do you think the little people you brought could affect? It would be counterproductive. If you ask for something like this, the people from the first mansion of An will give you, and others will learn from you in the future. How can an Ishur Academy establish a foothold in this zenith star?" Lin Shen thought about it and it was right. And he really wanted to kill him, and no matter how many people he brought, it would be useless. After thinking about this, Lin Shen understood that he didn't plan to take people there, so he prepared a gift and then went to visit An alone. Lin Shen came to the gate of the first mansion of An. The An family guarding the gate naturally had no good expression when they saw that it was him. Lin Shen was not angry, and gave gifts and greetings, and secretly stuffed a little gift to the An family guarding the gate. The An family originally wanted to refuse, and even wanted to sarcastically say a few words, but when they saw clearly what Lin Shen was secretly stuffed into his hand, their face became a little strange and complicated. "You are waiting here. Whether my master wants to see you depends on your luck." The guard said loudly and turned around and entered the door, then closed the door heavily, as if he was afraid that others would not know his neglect of Lin Shen. Chapter 676 Goli Nest. As Tianxuan expected, An did not refuse to see him, but he really did not see him. And Jishue's family member, named An Jishue, received Lin Shen. And Jishue was polite and had a gentlemanly demeanor. When talking to Lin Shen, people would not feel negligent or hostile, just like receiving ordinary guests. And Jishue told Lin Shen that Dean An was busy with official duties and could not take time to receive Lin Shen. However, President An already knew about Lin Shen's purpose, so he asked An Jishue to take Lin Shen to Guli's nest and let him pick up the dark domain lotus seeds by himself. Lin Shen couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Guli's nest was able to store the dark domain lotus seeds because its body was an extremely special place. According to Emperor Tianxu, the location built by the first palace of An was originally a nest of immortal creatures. The Guli nest was originally the place where the immortal creatures gave birth to their offspring, and there was a special energy surge inside. When people enter the Guli nest, they are easily eroded by that special energy, and their bodies will suffer from a strange disease. People who are infected with that kind of strange disease will have abnormally increased bone hardness in their bodies, but their toughness will be reduced. The result is that the patient's bones will become hard and brittle like glass. If you fall, the bones on your body will be shattered, and it will be almost difficult to fight with others in the future. Not to mention fighting, you must be careful when walking. If you accidentally fall on it, you may be gone. The closer you get to the storage location of the dark domain lotus seeds, the stronger the special energy will be, and the more severe the body will be eroded. Unless you have the ability to resist special energy, when you retrieve the dark domain lotus seed, you may become a glass man. Emperor Tianshu warned Lin Shen that the special energy is very special, and the general nirvana power does not work for it. Among the various known attributes, only an Ishar's nirvana attribute can resist the erosion of that special energy. In other words, there are only one person who can enter Go Lin Yen to take out the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. Now An Yi doesn't say that he won't give him the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, but he wants Lin Shen to go to Go Li's nest by himself. This is no different from not giving him. An Yi's attitude is already very obvious. If you have the ability, you can take it. If you don't have the ability, you have to stay in the first house of An's family. Brother An, can I let me meet Dean An Yi? Lin Shen looked at An Zixuan. Director Tian just calls me my name. I am just a housekeeper and I cannot call him such a dean. And Jishua said in a dilemma, now is a troublesome time. Many planets in the border areas of our tribe are constantly in conflict with all tribes. In order to solve these problems, my master has not returned home for many days. It is really difficult to come to see you, Dean Tian. Please forgive me. The so-called no-slap person with a smile. Even though he knew that An family was making things difficult for him, Lin Shen had no choice but to be angry even if he had a temper. He would rather meet someone like An Jiahe, and he would have to deal with him when he came up, so Lin Shen would raise his hand and slap him in the face. People like An Jishua feel powerless. Lin Shen's heart moved. Director Tianyi is busy with official duties, so I don't want to disturb you, but you still need to know this important matter. I wonder if I can meet Mr. An. Director Tian, I'm really sorry for you. My young master was seriously injured and never improved. He went to the alien star to treat his injuries. I'm afraid it's difficult to come back in recent days, so I was unable to receive you in person. And Jishua blocked Lin Shen's road with just one sentence. Lin Shen sighed lightly, since that's the case, I'll come and visit you another day. And Jishua smiled bitterly and said, Director Tian, it must not be. My master has given me the instructions. We really dare not stay in the mansion if there is any mistake. If there is anything wrong, no one can bear this responsibility. The master repeatedly reminds me that if you come, you must ask Dean Tian to take away the things. Our mansion really does not have the ability to continue to keep it. If Dean Tian is really inconvenient to take away the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds and want to store them here, he must write a disclaimer. If something goes wrong with the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, we really can't afford it. Please understand the discomfort of us servants. Lin Shen thought to himself, isn't this mean that if I don't take away the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds today, they will swallow the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds themselves? Lead the way. Lin Shen knew that since he was here today, he might not be able to take away the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. And he wanted to make things difficult for him, but Lin Shen couldn't do as he wanted. If An Yi had an immortal creature to guard there, Lin Shen would really have no choice, but that special energy could make people get infected, which sounds somewhat similar to viruses. Theory of evolution is the most effective against this kind of thing. And Jishua brought Lin Shen to a courtyard in the backyard of the An family's first mansion, where there was a large tomb more than 10 feet tall. Is this Go Li's Wa? Lin Shen thought that this was a big grave. That's right. And Jishua smiled and nodded. Are you sure this is not a grave? Lin Shen even saw a huge stone tablet several meters high on the side of Go Li's side. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a tombstone. How could it be a grave? This is Go Li's nest. If you don't believe it, look at the monument. And Jishua pointed to the monument and said. Lin Shen looked at the stone tablet and saw that the two largest characters on it were the two words Go Li, and there were many smaller characters behind it. Lin Shen looked carefully and found an article that encouraged learning. The general meaning is that you should study as early as possible, not slack off, etc., are all cliches and it doesn't matter if you see it. And Jishua explained on the side, Go Li was the first master of the first An family mansion, the name of the first son he gave birth to. Go Li's child was very playful and naughty, almost to the point where people hated ghosts hated him. At that time, the owner of An Ifu engraved this article to encourage learning in Go Li's name here to remind the descendants of An Ifu to study hard and not to play with him. Is it useful to persuade students to learn this way? Lin Shen thought this was nonsense. If you persuade me like this, I will write down the text of persuasion and learn. Will the child listen? It's useful, very useful. And Jishua's answer was beyond Lin Shen's expectations. And Jishua said seriously, the owner of an E-mansion threw Goli into Goli's nest and took Goli out a few days later. At that time, Goli had become a glass man. Any collision would cause him to have a shattered fracture. He was already lame and disabled in less than a few days. The children next to him became very obedient when they saw Goli's appearance, and they all liked to study very much. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this, and after a while, he said, the master of an E-mansion is really a person who understands education. With such an education method, no other child dares to disobey. That may not be true. There will always be some mavericks who ignore the lessons of their predecessors. And Jishua said lightly. Is Jishua talking about me? Lin Shen heard in Jishua's implication, but remained silent. Chapter 677 The Dark Domain Lotus. If President Tian is willing to listen, I really have a few heartfelt words to say to you. And Jishua did not deny it, but did not admit it, and instead said, I'm willing to listen or not. Haven't you said it? Since you have said it, then let's finish it. Lin Shen said calmly. If I were the dean, I would not have entered Goli's nest. And Jishua continued, even if it is a treasure, it is just an outside thing. How can it be compared with your own body? The body and hair are so precious that it is taken by your parents. How precious can you use it to bet on your life? It doesn't matter whether you take it or not. What matters is whether you can enjoy the things you take out. What he said makes sense, so please ask Jishua to invite you to the dean, let him go into Goli's nest, and help me take out the things. Lin Shen said. And Jishua suddenly burst into laughter. Director Tian was joking. My master worked day and night for major issues in the clan. He didn't have time to deal with these things. You should take it yourself. What he said just now is just my own heartfelt words. Since you can't listen, I won't say it. Lin Shen didn't say anything else and looked at the entrance of Goli's wrinkle. The grave-like Goli nest is right behind the stone tablet, and there is an arched passage. The passage has no doors, and only the stone steps lead down, and it is impossible to see how deep it is below. Lin Shen came to the passage and looked at it as dark as the entrance to hell. The wind blowing from it was a little cold, which made Lin Shen shudder. And Jishua stood sideways, not as straight as Lin Shen, and said, after Dean Tian enters, he walks along the passage and you can see what you were looking for. Lin Shen seemed to have not heard it, standing in front of the passage, staring straight into the passage. He could feel that something was wrong with the wind blowing from the passage, and the cold wind seemed to blow into the cracks of his bones, making his bones tremble coldly. Lin Shen guessed that the wind should contain the special energy in Goli's nest, but the amount was relatively small. He leaned his body and stood aside, waiting for the changes in evolution theory. If evolution theory cannot work, he will definitely not go in again. When Jishua saw Lin Shen's actions, he thought he was afraid and did not dare to enter Goli's nest. He couldn't help but smile. Who knew that Lin Shen stood for a while, suddenly used the base-transformed carapace, and then walked towards the passage. And Jishua was slightly stunned. He originally thought Lin Shen was about to retreat, but why did he suddenly become so decisive again? Director Tian, listen to my last sentence. And Jishua called Lin Shen and said again, Goli's father, the first master of an E-mansion, was also dying in this Goli nest. He was an immortal-level powerful man. Lin Shen understood what he meant, but had no intention of retreating. Without saying a word, he walked along the steps into the darkness. And Jishua didn't dare to get close to the passage, so he stood on the side and looked, but he could no longer see Lin Shen's figure. He really went in. And Jaha walked out of nowhere and came to Jishua's side. He looked at the black passage and said coldly, it's really a thing that doesn't know how to live or die. From now on, he will become a glass man, and he will be a useless man. Can Emperor Tianshu still care about his life or death? And Jishua smiled bitterly and said, young master, although he is abolished, the lotus seeds in the dark domain will be taken away. We did not win. Lin Shen lost, we lost, the only one who won was the Lord Tiandi. I really don't want him to take this path, but I didn't expect him to be so decisive. He didn't get anything I couldn't get, and he had to save his life. That's enough. And Jiahe was able to say this, which shows that he had hated Lin Shen to the core. If it weren't for Lin Shen, and Jiahe would still be the admired young master Jiahe and the dean of the academy. After experiencing the battle with Lin Shen, his reputation was no longer as good as before. Some famous young masters had even quietly dropped out of school and stopped going to academy. Lin Shen walked down the passage and felt as if there was a wind blowing into his body like a knife. The shell that had been fully opened could not stop the light and strange wind. Fortunately, the theory of evolution has begun to run wildly, and the warmth in his body gradually arises, allowing him to gradually adapt to this strange cold wind. Walking and stopping along the way, Lin Shen found that there were many statues of heaven and man carved on the stone walls on both sides of the passage. Each celestial figure has a different posture, but looking at the faces of those celestial figures, they are the same person. The light on Lin Shen's shell could illuminate the nearby area. Lin Shen looked at it and found that these celestial figures should be painted by a celestial being performing some kind of sacrificial ritual. The further you go, the stronger the feeling of coldness, but it is not as frozen as the real cold, it is just the feeling of coldness entering the bone marrow. There was no freezing or frost in the cave, and it was a little damp. And Jishue's theory is right. He just needs to walk along the steps. There is no fork in the road here. Although the steps turn to a bend, there is only one road that goes down. After walking for a while, Lin Shen began to feel his body getting hotter and hotter. He was so hot that he was sweating profusely, wishing he could peel off a layer of skin to dissipate the heat in his body. Of course, Lin Shen could not take off his clothes in such a place, and he didn't even take off his carapace, so he continued to walk down. On the stone walls on both sides, the movements of the celestial beings became more and more strange, as if the sacrifice had reached its critical moment. Lin Shen walked all the way, and when he saw the celestial beings slaughtering his life and sacrificed his life, the steps had come to an end. Damn! I also said this is not a grave. Lin Shen saw a cave at the end of the steps, and there was a sarcophagus in it. The lid of the sarcophagus was opened and pushed down aside. Lin Shen took out the luminous flowers and looked at the entire cave. There was nothing worth noting except the sarcophagus, and no trace of the dark domain lotus seed was found. Where is the place where the dark domain lotus seeds are placed? It's just inside the sarcophagus, right? Lin Shen's sweat was getting more and more, and he was almost dehydrated. He didn't dare to waste time anymore, so he quickly walked towards the sarcophagus, lowered his head and looked into the sarcophagus, and was shocked. In the sarcophagus, there was a corpse without facial features. Its strange appearance almost scared Lin Shen to draw his sword. But when you look closely, it was not a corpse of a faceless person at all, but a stone statue without carved facial features. On the forehead of this stone statue, a mysterious crystal-like gem was inlaid with red light appearing inside. Lin Shen looked carefully and found that it was a black crystal lotus seed, which should be the dark domain lotus seed. Chapter 678 Stone Man Changes. Emperor Tianshu said that he had to eat the dark domain lotus seeds when he got it, otherwise the dark domain lotus seeds would be affected by the environment and slowly dissipated. Lin Shen reached out and snatched the dark domain lotus seed like a black gem from the forehead of the faceless stone man. Half of the dark domain lotus seeds were embedded in the stone, but they were not fixed in firmly. Lin Shen pulled out the whole thing with light force. Its shape is the shape of a lotus seed. It looks like an elliptical, about 2 centimeters long and less than 1 centimeter wide. Although it is a black crystal, you can see the vertical direction of the crystal. There is a crystal column emitting white fluorescence in the middle of the inner part, and white light is flowing inside the crystal column. If you look at it from the top of the ellipse, it is like a black eye with a white pupil emitting fluorescent light. It was obviously a crystal, but Lin Shen held it in his hand, but he couldn't feel any weight like air. If you close your eyes and don't even feel its presence, it is lighter than air. This is a very wonderful experience, and you don't even know whether it really exists in this world, as if its existence itself is dreamy and unreal. There was nothing to hesitate about. Lin Shen put the dark domain lotus seeds into his mouth and wanted to swallow it. But Lin Shen only felt as if he had swallowed a ball of air, and then a gust of air was surging in his body. Lin Shen endured it for a while, but in the end he couldn't help it. He made a series of farts, one after another, just like a cannon. Lin Shen even had some doubts about whether his clothes would be broken. Fortunately, he came here today and was wearing more formal clothes. He wore the combat uniform given to him by Emperor Tianshu, which was not so easy to be torn apart. Lin Shen's stomach was getting more and more gas, and the loud farts were connected. As the gas was discharged, Lin Shen didn't know if he had an illusion. He felt that his weight was getting lighter and lighter, as if he was about to float up, and he actually felt a weak breeze. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Shen looked at the sarcophagus again, but found that there were dense black and red lines on the faceless stone man in the sarcophagus. The black and red lines are like arteriovenous vascular diagrams throughout the body, but their direction is obviously different from the direction of blood vessels. What's this? Lin Shen lowered his head and observed it carefully for a while, but he couldn't see what these black and red lines were. However, it can be seen that these black and red lines extend from the place where the dark domain lotus seeds were just inlaid. Black and red are like the roots of plants, gradually spreading on the faceless stone man, and it is almost spreading all over the stone man's body. The black lines and the red lines are intertwined, but they do not affect each other. After they fill the entire body of the stone man, two completely different systems are formed, as if some kind of force is circulating and flowing between the black lines and the red lines. The original position of the lotus seeds is in the small circular groove, which is both red and black, just like the shape of Tai Chi yin and yang fish. What's even more strange is that the black and red yin and yang fish are actually rotating slowly. As the yin and yang fish rotates, the black and red lines are constantly changing. Some black lines will gradually change into red lines, and some red lines will also transform into black lines. Lin Shen could clearly feel that the abnormal energy in the cave had become stronger. Fortunately, the theory of evolution has gradually adapted to the impact of this energy on the body. Lin Shen only felt that the two energy of hot and cold were constantly changing and not being affected too much. This made Lin Shen think of the two fish on the top of Fei Shenqi mountain, one of which was even spitting saliva at him. Lin Shen looked at it and suddenly saw that there were small red dots on the stone man's body. Ha! How can there be acupuncture points on the stone man? Could it be that it is not something carved by humans, but a stone man creature? Lin Shen was shocked. But I immediately found something was wrong, because there were many red dots on this stone man, which was unimaginable. If this stone man is really a living creature, then there are too many acupuncture points and weaknesses on its body, and there are even a few red dots on its face and feet. What's even more strange is that the red dots of those acupoints are distributed on the red and black lines, like nodes. What is this stone man? Lin Shen was more surprised, hesitated for a moment, and reached out to touch one of the red dots. The red dots of the acupoints he pointed were on a red line on his arm. With this point, they actually really worked. After he pointed the red line behind the red dot gradually dried up and disappeared like a broken stream. Lin Shen clicked the red dot again, lifting the restrictions on the acupoints, and the disappearing red line slowly recovered and emerged. I tried it several times in a row and pointed it on different red and black line acupoints, which would result in the black and red lines at different positions disappearing. Some acupoints have fewer red and black lines, and after some acupoints are clicked, the red and black lines will disappear a lot, and even the red and black lines on half of the stone man's body will disappear. This thing, it's not acupoint map. Lin Shen studied it for a while and found that it seemed that this was the case. Can it be said that acupuncture points are real, not the illusory power of the fire seed? Lin Shen felt strange the more he looked at it. Each acupuncture point seemed to have different functions. But Lin Shen has not yet been able to understand what these acupoints are useful. If you don't understand, it seems that this thing is related to acupoints, so Lin Shen wants to write them down. So I took out a small notebook, drew all the acupoints, then clicked on those acupoints, and recorded the pattern of the red and black lines disappearing. What will happen if all the acupoints are sealed? After remembering all the acupoints and the red and black lines they control, Lin Shen pointed out roughing and pointed all the acupoints in the direction of the flow of the black and red lines. There were fewer and fewer black lines and red lines, until in the end, all the black lines and red lines on the stone man's body disappeared completely. The black and red colors in the groove on the stone man's forehead became thicker and thicker, as if they were about to overflow. Click! The stone man's face without facial features suddenly cracked from it, opening to both sides like a robot's face armor, revealing a space as big as a fist under his face. There was something stuffed inside. It seemed like a silk product. Lin Shen pulled out the slag knife, stood far away, carefully with the tip of the slag knife, and picked out the things inside. Chapter 679. Is the world we see the same? The thing that was picked out was a very thin piece of silk product, which was already transparent, and even thinner than plastic wrap. It was just a small ball of things that were as big as a fist, picked out and spread out, and it was as big as dozens of square meters, with dense handwriting embroidered on it. Is the world in your eyes the same world as the world in my eyes? Lin Shen felt a little confused when he saw the first sentence of the beginning. If you can see these words, I think the world in your eyes should be a little different from that of ordinary people. Lin Shen continued to read. I don't know what the world is like in other people's eyes. Everyone around me since I was a child told me what this world is like, but the world I see is not the same as what they say. I once suspected that something was wrong with my mind. I am the alien who is different from others, and an incurable patient. In the end, I chose to live in the imaginary world and live in the world they said. The more Lin Shen read it, the more he felt that this was like a mentally ill autobiography. The sentences inside were very messy, and some parts were even inconsistent. The person who left these words kept saying that the world he saw was different from the world others saw. Although he knew that the other party might be sick, Lin Shen was still curious and couldn't help but continue to look at it, wanting to know what the difference is between the world in this person's eyes and the world in the eyes of normal people. Until one day when I came here, I suddenly realized that maybe this world is not as they said, maybe the world I see is the real world. When the text came here, the handwriting changed very sloppy, and it seemed that the other person was very excited when embroidering these words. From then on, I firmly believe that everything I see is real, but in order not to be regarded as an alien, people around me will not be allowed to look at me with the eyes of monsters, so I chose to perform in my life to play a normal person in their eyes. I succeeded. They all think that my illness has been cured and I can live like a normal person, but only I know that they are all wrong. They are abnormal. The sick person is them. I spent my whole life looking for a real normal person like me, but until I was about to reach the end of my life, I didn't find a normal person like me. This world is sick, everyone is sick, but they don't know they are sick, and I am the only person who is not sick. The world is so absurd. When everyone is wrong and only you are right, then what is originally right becomes wrong. Although the text is very simple and does not contain too much emotional description, Lin Shen can still feel a strong sense of unwillingness and loneliness between the lines. Lin Shen remembered that he had read a book, and it seemed like there was a sentence like this: I stood in the sea of people, looking around at a loss. Why can't my eyes reflect a figure of the same kind? Are my eyes sick? I wrote my true understanding of this world in the form that the world can understand, and wrote it as a so-called technique. If someone can practice this technique, maybe he can see the world I see. But I was disappointed again. No one could practice my technique, just like they couldn't see the world I saw. They thought this technique was just a mess of random making and couldn't practice it at all. Even though I tried my best to find some so-called geniuses to practice my techniques, they couldn't even get started. Could it be that I was wrong? Am I sick? No, I am not sick. I know I am not sick, it is them who are sick. They cannot see the real world, which does not mean that the real world does not exist. Since I can see the real world, then there must be people like me who can see the real world. The content below is getting more and more messy, and even a little incoherent. I repeat that he is not sick, but the world is sick. My life is almost over, and I don't have time to find the same kind anymore, so I created this stone statue of the living dead. If a person who is not sick can come here, open the stone statue of the living dead, and see what I left behind, then please be sure to believe that you are not sick, and you are not wrong. The world is sick, and the patients are wrong. Lin Shen tried hard to summarize the messy content below. In addition to the crazy words he said, the following content was the technique he created. You are talking about it, what kind of world have you seen? Lin Shen was anxious, but this person said nothing. Based on his concept, being able to find something in the stone statue of the living dead means that the visitor is a normal person like him and he doesn't need him to say anything more. As for the technique he left behind, he has been studying it, hoping that patients can use it to treat the condition and finally see clearly the true appearance of the world. It seems that this is really a psychopath. Lin Shen felt that this person was talking nonsense, and there was nothing substantial at all. If it weren't a mental illness, what could it be? But Lin Shen was shocked after seeing his treatment techniques. This technique that has no name and is randomly called a treatment method. The first sentence of the beginning is man is not a human, but a stitching monster, a convergence of many lives. This stitching is not a simple piece together, but a more complex structure. You only need to find the connection points of the structure to easily control or even split them. Lin Shen felt that although what he said before was a bit bizarre, it was not impossible to understand it with scientific concepts. But the more you look back, the more strange it feels. The patient cannot see the connection point, so I used the stone statue of the living dead and used the energy here to create a suture circuit diagram that ordinary people can see, so that the patient can understand it. In fact, the suture circuit diagram does not really represent the suture structure, but in order to make the patient understand it, there is no way to do it. Just like drawing three-dimensional creatures into two-dimensional, this is the expression of dimensional reduction, but this is all I can do. Lin Shen continued to look down, and his expression became strange, because the connection points that this person wanted others to understand were actually the acupoints he saw. The human body diagram below is even clearly marked with all the acupoints on it, which is exactly the same as what Lin Shen saw. No way. Lin Shen was frightened. He originally thought that this was a psychopath, but now he actually saw what a psychopath could see. Could it be that he was also a psychopath? Chapter 680 collapsed. Fuck, I'm not a lunatic. Lin Shen cursed softly and continued to read the following content. The neurotic can only imagine that he can really click acupoints, which is definitely different. Now Lin Shen wants to know whether this person can use the techniques he created. If he can't use them himself, he will definitely be mentally ill. Unfortunately, no one can give Lin Shen an answer. The following are basically explaining the function of that technique, allowing people to understand the real world through this technique. Lin Shen discovered that the effect of this technique is becoming more and more similar to the function of acupoints. It is not the acupoints in reality, but the acupoints in the image works, which can make people stay still, make people cry and laugh, and make people's body undergo various incredible changes. According to this person's theory, pointing acupoints temporarily block the connection between the organisms that make up a certain part of the body and the entire body's life system, making those organisms temporarily unable to react, and the part of the body functions they represent will naturally no longer have any effect. In the eyes of ordinary people, the world is what it should be. People are people, houses are houses, mountains are mountains, trees are trees. In my world, there are only endless monsters in this world, they are looking at me, looking at me. Same kind, remember my name. Although this name does not belong to me, but to the countless lives that make up my body, but that is the only proof of my existence. My name is Goalie. The last paragraph made Lin Shen finally know who the person who wrote these things was. He originally thought it was Goalie's father, the first generation in E, but he did not expect that Goalie would be thrown into Goalie's nest and turned into a glass man. No wonder this place is named after Goalie. Lin Shen looked at it several times, and after confirming that there was nothing missing, he folded the thin silk and put it away, then turned around and left. He wanted to try whether the method mentioned by Goalie is useful. In addition to controlling the human body, does it have these strange effects? Lin Shen hopes that this technique is really useful, but he is afraid that it is really useful. If it is really useful, then wouldn't it mean that the world Goalie saw is what the world should have been like? Lin Shen thought again, maybe Goalie is just a talented person who was born to see the microscopic world. He can see the microscopic world, so he feels that this world is different from the world that ordinary people see. After returning from the same path, after walking out of Guliwo, Lin Shen saw Njahat and Njishue standing outside. When Njahat and Njishue saw Lin Shen coming out, they did not feel away from each other. The energy of Guli's nest does not kill people, but can cause changes in people's body. It is normal for Lin Shen to come out. But when they saw Lin Shen's appearance, they couldn't help but be stunned. Although the glass man does not really turn into glass, it is just a description. However, people whose body changes in the Guli nest will have an abnormal luster on their skin, which is easy to identify and can be seen at a glance. But Lin Shen didn't have that luster, at least they didn't see it. Is Lin Shen not reaching the deepest part of Guli's nest, so his body was not affected too much? And Jaha was happy in his heart. If that was the case, he would not take away the dark lotus seeds and his body was also affected. That kind of impact was still irreversible, and he would be a useless person in the future. And Jishue had the same idea. He looked at Njaha and saw the surprise in the other person's eyes. At this moment, I suddenly heard a rumbling sound. The Guli nest, which looked like a big grave, rumbling sounded like an earthquake, and collapsed directly. The originally raised grave suddenly fell into pieces, filling the passages and caves inside, and the grave turned into flat ground. And Jishue and Njaha were both stunned and stared at the collapsed Goliwa blankly. For a moment, my mind was a little bit unsteady. Why did Goliwa collapse? The mound of soil in Guliwo, which looks like a grave, looks like soil, but is actually a special material that cannot be blown up with a nuclear bomb. Lin Shen was stunned when he saw Goli's nest collapse behind him. His intuitive reaction was to speed up and leave this place quickly. "Stop it, you, what did you do?" And Jaha roared and rushed towards Lin Shen, trying to stop him. "I did nothing, but I suggest that we should leave here immediately now." Lin Shen pointed to the collapsed Goliwa and said. And Jaha and Njishue, who rushed over in anger, were stunned. They immediately realized what had happened and looked in horror in Goli's nest. They saw that the collapsed place was a white fog like cold air slowly emerged from the gap. The two of them shivered suddenly, and they didn't even bother to settle the score with Lin Shen. They turned around and ran away, shouting while running, asking everyone in an E-mansion to withdraw from an E-mansion immediately. The strange energy in Guli's nest was leaked. If it was not retreated in time, everyone here would have to turn into a brittle bone glass man. It is no longer the most important thing to deal with Lin Shen. There are so many elderly people and children in Ani Mansion that must be transferred out as soon as possible. An Ifu was suddenly in chaos, and Lin Shen took the opportunity to leave an Ifu. He did not return to the Tianchu mansion, but went to the imperial palace to meet Emperor Tianchu as soon as possible. Although he was not determined to destroy Goli's nest, can an E listen to his explanation? Only Emperor Tianchu can help him suppress this matter. A strange thing happened to the Zen Star people today. The people from an E-mansion, as if they were escaped from an E-mansion, and some people didn't even have time to put on their clothes. Some were wearing pajamas, some were thrown away from shoes, some were holding babies, and some were carrying elderly people on their backs. For a time, the street outside Ani Mansion was filled with decent men who usually dressed well and seemed to be tall and above. When people nearby saw this scene, they were secretly surprised and wondered whether an Ifu had caught fire. However, with the ability of those people in Ani Mansion, no matter how big the fire is, it can be extinguished at will. There is no need to be so panic. Is an E dead, and Yi's mansion going to collapse, and all the people in the Yin family were driven out? People couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. Apart from this possibility, they really couldn't think of why the people from an Ifu left an Ifu as if they were escaping, gathered outside an Ifu, and looked at the mansion they once lived in. Their eyes were clearly filled with panic, confusion, fear, anger, and unwillingness. Can the Yin family really collapse? Everyone has never seen the people in an E mansion be so embarrassed. Chapter 681 almost destroyed the clan. An E, who received the news, rushed back to An's house immediately and did not come out for a long time after entering An's mansion. It is obviously not easy to suppress the strange energy in Guli's nest. Fortunately, An E came back in time. If it was a little later, not only An Ifu, but also the residents around him would be affected and had to move out of here. When Njaha and Njishue went to find Lin Shen again, they could no longer find his shadow, and their hatred was about to break. Lin Shen must die. Njaha's words were almost squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. Lin Shen asked to see Emperor Tianchu, but fortunately Emperor Tianshu seemed to have known that he would come for a long time, and Tian Songyun was waiting in the palace gate. Tian Songyun brought Lin Shen to the study again. Lin Shen came up and begged to Emperor Tianshu with a bitter face, "God, you ought to help me. I haven't got the lotus seeds in the dark domain?" Emperor Tianshu said leisurely while drinking tea. He had already expected that it was not easy for Lin Shen to get the dark domain lotus seeds from an Ifu. "I got the lotus seed in the dark domain." Lin Shen's answer made Emperor Tianshu slightly stunned. Emperor Tianshu looked up and down at Lin Shen, but did not find any vitrification on Lin Shen's body. His skin was normal and he did not shine. "It seems that you are not stupid yet. Who is taking out the dark domain lotus seeds for you?" Emperor Tianshu thought Lin Shen was asking someone to go down to the dark domain deep in Guli's nest instead and obtain the dark domain lotus seeds. But as soon as he said that, Emperor Tianshu felt something was wrong, stared at Lin Shen and frowned and said, "Since you have obtained the dark domain lotus seed, why do you want me to help you?" "God. I took the lotus seed, but something went wrong." Lin Shen didn't know how to say this. "You fight with the people of the Yin family and hurt them?" Emperor Tianshu pondered, "That's what you are wrong. You should not fight back if you scold them, and then I can help you stand up." "No action." Lin Shen shook his head. "Then what did you do?" Emperor Tianshu didn't do anything, so he felt halfway down, picked up the teacup and took another sip of tea. Guli's nest collapsed. Lin Shen said helplessly. Puff. The Emperor of Heaven's tea just drank a sip of tea in his mouth and sprayed it out. He widened his eyes and stared at Lin Shen in disbelief and said, "What did you say?" "You say it again?" "Guli's nest collapsed, but it was really not what I wanted to collapse." Lin Shen defended himself. However, Emperor Tianshu was not in the mood to listen to his defense. He immediately took out the communicator, opened the entire button, and then saw the holographic image of an Ifu, which was from the same aerial perspective. Seeing the Yin family in a mess outside an mansion, Emperor Tianshu breathed a sigh of relief at first, and then laughed. "An mansion actually has today." After he finished laughing, he looked at Lin Shen again and said, "Boy, do you know how much trouble you caused? Guli's nest collapsed and the energy inside leaked out. If he failed to evacuate in time, the Yin family will be destroyed in your hands for several generations. Even if I am, I will not be able to stop an E from going crazy. God, I really didn't collapse the Guli nether." Lin Shen quickly said what happened after he entered Guli nether. Except for not saying that he could see acupoints on the stone man, he basically said whatever he said and had almost no concealed it. In the end, Lin Shen presented the Guli silk he got to Emperor Tianshu. "You are going deep into Guli's nest, and you didn't go on your behalf?" Emperor Tianshu was a little surprised. "At that time, I didn't think that the Yin family could let me go down by myself, so I didn't take anyone there, just an Ifu, who went to him alone." Lin Shen said with a bitter face, "Fortunately, I have a talent that can withstand the erosion of that special energy on my body, otherwise the dark domain lotus seed would definitely not be able to get it. Your innate ability can resist the special energy of Guli's nest, which is a bit of a blessing." Emperor Tianshu looked at the content on Guli's silk and said, "I have also heard of Guli's nest. Guli's nest is named after him. Guli has been different from ordinary people since he was a child. Legend has it that he was incomplete in mind and had a brain disease, and was particularly naughty. I didn't expect that there were these reasons in this. I see what he said is not entirely crazy. Maybe his eyesight is naturally different from ordinary people and can see all kinds of things in the microscopic world, so it is different from normal people." Emperor Tianshu Emperor's guess coincided with Lin Shen. Emperor Tianshu looked at the technical part behind and said with a smile, "But his psychological tolerance is too poor, because he has already had delusions. The technique he developed is simply pure imagination, and does not conform to the laws of the law. It is an imaginary false technique. No matter how he searches for it, he will never find someone who can practice this technique." After saying that, Emperor Tianshu asked someone to return Guli's silk to Lin Shen. "You can take the things first. This matter is a bit troublesome. You almost destroyed the entire clan of the family." If you want to protect you, I am afraid I have to give up this old face. God, save me. Lin Shen lamented. Forget it, you can wait here first. I'll go to Ani Mansion to take a look. If I don't come back, you can't leave the study half a step. No matter who told you, don't go out. Emperor Tianshu asked Lin Shen to wait here, and he left by himself. Lin Shen had no choice but to wait here. And he dared to come to the door and kill the ruthless man who was the dean of the Tianxia Academy. If this matter was not resolved, his life would probably not be saved. The president of Tianxia Academy is a top immortal powerhouse, and he is just a small assassinator, which is really not enough to kill. It was not until midnight that Emperor Tianshu returned late. In order to save you, boy, I have to personally help in Yishij Guli's nest, which will make your life short. Emperor Tianshu's voice seemed a little false. The great kindness of the Lord is indebted to repay. Tian vows to be loyal to the Lord to the death. Lin Shen bowed and said, You can cause me some trouble, it's better than anything else. Emperor Tianshu seemed to be a little tired, and waved his hand and said, Go back. And he himself has a problem with this matter. With this emperor here, he will not do anything to you because of this matter, but your grudge against an mansion has been completely formed. You and the Tianxia Academy will not have a good life in the future. Just take care of yourself and try to go out as little as possible. Lin Shen left the imperial palace and did not go home. He went directly to the Tianxia Academy and summoned everyone, and told them to be careful in doing things in the future and never be caught. Director, did you do it? Ansai and others were shocked. The entire Zenith Star had already known about an mansion's escape today. But they never expected that Lin Shen was responsible for this matter. Chapter 682 Tinder Upgrade. Lin Shen didn't explain so much, but just gave them a batch of money to ask them to go home on vacation first. If the people from Anifu come to Tianxia Academy to cause trouble, let them like to smash and move, and don't have any conflicts with them. After the meeting, Lin Shen took Wei Wufu to Giant Huanqing overnight. Originally, he wanted to take Ouyang Yuda back with him, but Ouyang Yuda wanted to stay and continue to maintain the normal operation of the Secret Service Department, so he refused to leave with Lin Shen and the others. Don't worry, even if Ani wants to settle the score with someone, he will settle the score with you. He will not affect a little person like me. Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen advised him a few times, and saw that Ouyang Yu was determined to stay, so he had to let him go. When Ani killed the previous president of Tianxia Academy, he only killed the president and did not affect others. I think it would be impossible for everyone from the Tianxia Academy to be killed because of this incident. What's more, Emperor Tianshu has come forward, and there shouldn't be much problem with the Tianxia Academy recently. After coming to Giant Huanqing, he told Tianshuan in detail the whole story. After hearing this, Tianshuan shook his head and said, And he will not attack you in the Tianxia Academy because of this matter, but you must be careful in the future. And he did not take you seriously before, but after this matter, although you are still not worthy of his personal action, he will not let you and the Tianxia Academy continue to develop. You must be careful in your future actions. I won't implicate you, will I? Lin Shen said worriedly. Not to it, just live here with peace of mind. Tian Sun said with a smile. Lin Shen lived on Paradise Island. Now this giant ring star is basically the final say of Tianshuan. Unless the Yin family directly sends the immortals over, there is no need to worry. Even so, Lin Shen stayed in simplicity and did not dare to leave Paradise Island, so as not to be plotted by the people of Anifu. I was bored even when I was idle. Lin Shen studied and practiced the techniques left by Goli. Even Emperor Tianshu said this thing was just a delusional false technique and could not be practiced at all. But after Lin Shen practiced it for a while, he found that this was different from what Emperor Tianshu said. After practicing this technique, he found that the acupoints that could be seen in his eyes had increased. In the past, Lin Shen could only see one red dot on her acupoint for a strong man like Tianshuan, but after practicing the technique for a while, he actually saw the second red dot on Tianshuan. There are 2 to 3 more red dots of acupuncture points seen on others. As Lin Shen practiced in depth, he saw more and more red dots in others. This technique can actually enhance the ability of fire. Lin Shen felt more and more incredible, and was also shocked. If this technique is true, it means that Goli is not just a delusion. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu to test it. In the past, he could see a red dot on Wei Wufu, but now he could see 4 red dots on him. He used the method of pointing acupoints and clicked the corresponding red dots of the acupoints according to Goli's technique. With Goli's logo, the corresponding point should be the Xiao acupoint. After he clicked it, Wei Wufu actually laughed wildly. With Wei Wufu's ability to control himself, he could not control himself. It was not until Lin Shen lifted his control of Xiaokuai that Wei Wufu finally stopped laughing wildly. Really, they are all real. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. The ability to point acupoints has become stronger, which makes Lin Shen very happy, but he is afraid that he will become a lunatic like Goli. Lin Shen could not have put such a technique without practicing, so he gave this technique a name, called Guli Dafa, and then continued to practice. When practicing other techniques, Lin Shen felt struggling, but practicing this Goli Dafa almost made it easy. After practicing for less than a few days, Lin Shen could see more and more acupoints. He suspected that if he continued to practice, he would be able to see all the acupoints on others. It won't be like Goli said. When I practice Goli's Dafa to the end, I can see the world in his eyes like Goli? Lin Shen suddenly felt a little scared. He didn't want to see that world full of monsters. Although he also knew that bacteria and viruses were everywhere around him, it didn't mean he wanted to see those things. When I was intimate with Tianxuan, what I saw was not Tianxuan's beautiful face, but the mites in the pores crawling around twisted and crawling. Lin Shen felt that he would go crazy. He didn't think his consciousness would be stronger than Goli. If he really saw such a world, maybe he would be crazy faster than Goli. Thinking of this, Lin Shen didn't dare to practice anymore. He planned to stop first and wait for him to think about it carefully. It would not be too late to practice after he figured it out. However, after Lin Shen stopped practicing Goli Dafa, the acupuncture points that he could see in his eyes were still increasing. It seems that Goli Dafa is strengthening itself, and he can't stop at all. Now as long as Lin Shen focuses on looking at someone, it only takes a while to see many red dots appear on the other party, ranging from a dozen to dozens of them. As time goes by, Lin Shen can see more and more red dots, and he does nothing at all. Your sister, this is okay. I won't really become a lunatic like Goli. Lin Shen was frightened. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. Although he could see more and more red dots of acupuncture points, there were no other changes other than that. He did not see all the monsters in Goli all over the world. The battle for the race rankings is over, and the Supremes unexpectedly did not continue to occupy the top spot. The number 1 is Feng Lu, which represents the Phoenix clan. In the end, the Phoenix clan rushed to the position of the first race in the universe. The Supreme clan has come to the second place, and the third place is occupied by the Emperor Barbarians. The immortal who helped the Emperor Barbarians get the third place was a man named Boar of the Emperor Barbarians. This name is a bit strange and is not one of the 3 surviving Emperor Barbarians. The 4th is the Tiger clan, and the 5th is the Snow clan. Lin Shen took a look at it and found that the Tianrun clan did not even enter the top 10, and only ranked 13th. Due to Lin Shangdong's participation, humans ranked in more than 99 million, and finally entered the ranking of the billion races. The moment the ranking list finally took shape, Lin Shen felt that his body seemed to have changed a little, but he couldn't explain clearly where the change occurred. The reason why he pays attention to the race rankings is not because he cares about the race rankings, but because he wants to see the top immortals who participated in the war. He actually saw many red dots on the acupuncture points on those top immortals, and the red dots on the acupuncture points on their bodies did not decrease accordingly because they were immortals. Lin Shen found that he saw more and more red dots every day, until one day, he saw all the red dots on a person's body. At that moment, Lin Shen suddenly had some information in his brain, and the ability to point acupoints and fire changed. Chapter 683 Imperfect Acupoint. Imperfect Superbase Evolutionary Fire Acupoints. By hitting the acupoints on the organism, it will affect the state of the organism. One of the 10 must be 1. Lin Shen remembered that the previous acupuncture pointing was a failed super basic evolutionary fire, but the current acupuncture pointing has become the same imperfect fire as the sacrifices of the sky in the war songs. This shows that the ability of the acupuncture pointing fire has indeed become stronger. The detailed explanation is also a bit different from before, and there is an explanation that one must win 1 in 10. Literally speaking, it should be that 10 points of acupoints will inevitably have one effect. It sounds like the probability is relatively low, but if the 10 must win 1, it means that no matter what kind of opponent it is, no matter how strong the opponent is, even if the immortal level comes, 10 times will definitely play a role. That's different. When I was fighting with Yi Crow before, the acupoints were unable to be broken and their role was extremely limited. If I could definitely hold Yi Crow once 10 times, he would not have to fight as hard as he would. Lin Shen planned to find someone to give it a try, but he was determined to find Wei Wufu. In order to be able to test the real effect of winning one of the 10 must-win results, Lin Shen almost didn't try hard to point Wei Wufu's acupoints. The first 9 times were of course useless. The power of Lin Shen's fingers was not enough to affect Wei Wufu's acupoints. But when Lin Shen took action for the 10th time, he suddenly felt a little different, and the scene he saw in front of him also changed strangely. It was like the artistic conception that Jinji Zhuxie Godlight brought him into. Lin Shen's eyes seemed to have entered the microscopic world, but it was a little different from the microscopic world that Jinji Zhuxie Godlight entered, and it seemed that it was not just the microscopic world. The scene just flashed by, and Lin Shen's finger had already touched Wei Wufu, and Wei Wufu stopped moving. Lin Shen was surprised. This time, like the previous 9 times, he didn't use much force, and Wei Wufu was wearing a shell. In theory, pointing acupoints should not work, but this finger stopped Wei Wufu. In this way, the rule of winning one of the 10th points is that as long as you hit the point, it will definitely work, completely ignoring the enemy's defense. Lin Shen thought again and said, "Is there another possibility? If you win one of the 10 points, you will definitely win?" After Lin Shen solved Wei Wufu, he tried again. The facts proved that he thought too much. He won one of the 10 goals, but it was definitely effective. Even so, it is already very amazing. This must-see point that ignores all defenses means that Lin Shen can ignore the gap in level and strength, and can pose a threat to anyone. But when he used the 10th time to point acupoint, he still cared about the scene he saw in his eyes. I tried it a few more times, and sure enough, every time I hit this finger, his eyes could see the microscopic world. The air is full of dust and bacteria, and there are all kinds of things on human skin and various parasites in the water. There were some undescribable scenes flashing by, and Lin Shen was not sure what he was seeing. He seemed to see a creature with a ghost, but it was not as simple as a ghost. It seemed to see a person's skin and bones separate, forming 2 strange independent individuals. But that situation just flashed by. Lin Shen was not sure if it was because his eyes could suddenly see the microscopic world, so he had some abnormal states. Anyway, that is not a beautiful picture. Fortunately, this situation will only occur when the 10th finger is on, and it is only for a moment. If he could always see the microscopic world and those things, he felt that he would definitely go crazy. Stop changing, it's enough now. Lin Shen was really scared and didn't want to see those things every moment. Lin Shen tried to use the sand between his fingers again, but the result was still the same. He must hit one of the 10 points again and repeatedly hit a point 10 times, and he will definitely be able to successfully click the acupoint. No longer practicing acupointing techniques, Lin Shen waited for time to pass day by day, and his body changed every day, as if it was getting lighter and lighter. After just over a dozen days, under the gravity conditions of the giant ring star, Lin Shen's body was like walking on the moon. With a little force, he could float far away. Lin Shen didn't know if his weight had dropped, and there was no equipment to weigh him now. The Dark Domain Lotus Seed is playing its role. It seems that I should go to Nirvana. Lin Shen has firmly decided to take the path of double Nirvana. Moreover, the place of Nirvana has been selected, and it is necessary to be Nirvana in the ancient temple of the mysterious planet. But the Nirvana egg has not been selected yet. Tianquan gave him some choices and found some top-quality Nirvana eggs, but Lin Shen felt that the attributes of those Nirvana eggs were not particularly suitable for him. It's a pity that the dead fans are still in Nirvana. Otherwise, they could go to the spaceship on the mother planet to see it. Maybe they could find the original eggs that can be used for nirvana. Lin Shen did not have the dead fans, so he dared not go to the spaceship alone to explore. What's more, his current body is almost floating like a hydrogen balloon due to the dark domain lotus seeds, which is a bit inconvenient. Now, no matter where Lin Shen goes, he must carry a load on his body, otherwise he may really float up. In fact, it wasn't really floating. Lin Shen's body is in a very wonderful state now. His weight seems to be infinitely close to zero, and his body seems to be floating or not, and a gust of wind can be blown away. When Lin Shen was worried about how to choose, Wei Wufu came to Lin Shen and told Lin Shen that he wanted to go back to his mother star. I'm almost at the critical moment of nirvana now. Let's go back after I'm nirvana. Lin Shen wanted to persuade Wei Wufu not to go back. You. Nirvana egg, no spaceship, look. I've. Nirvana, ready. Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen didn't expect that Wei Wufu also wanted to go to the spaceship to find the original eggs. He thought it was okay. Chanyan Dongli had been killed by them, and there might not be any living creatures on the spaceship. If he can find the original egg of nirvana level, he can use the original egg and the ancient temple brazier to perform double nirvana. The two returned to their home planet together and passed the relay of several planets on the way. Lin Shen felt something was wrong. The gravity of each planet was different, but on each planet, his body was in a state where the weight was infinitely close to zero, without any change, as if gravity did not work for him at all. The dark domain lotus seeds are indeed a bit different. I haven't heard from Emperor Tian Shu before, so there will be such an effect. Lin Shishan didn't care much, thinking that this was a normal reaction after using the dark domain lotus seeds. After returning to the mother planet, the two rushed back to Tianchang and told Wei Changqing and the others that they wanted to go to the spaceship to find the original eggs. The outer shell of the spacecraft is too hard, and we can't destroy it at all. If we want to enter, we can only go from the disconnected place. There are many pipes there, and the pipes are always seeping with blue liquid. Those blue liquids are the root of basic transformation, and they will have a great impact on the body. Wei Changqing persuaded, hoping that they can give up this plan. My body can withstand the blue liquid and let Wei Wufu wait for me outside. I will go in and take a look. Lin Shen saw that the old Wei was very disappointed. He did not dare to refute Wei Changqing, so Lin Shen had to stand up and say. Chapter 684 Explore the Spacecraft. Wei Changqing finally agreed to Lin Shen enter the spaceship to search, and sent his old acquaintances Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shouxin to go with them. However, their main task was to watch Wei Wufu and prevent him from venturing into the spacecraft. When I came to the underground world again, no matter how many times I saw it, Lin Shen still felt extremely shocked. No one expected that there would be such a huge space underground. Where they came down was above the Blue River polluted by the spacecraft, which was broken into two pieces and crashed into the river. Some of them were exposed above the river water, and the part that was trapped under the river was unknown how big it was. The river water there is turned into a strange blue color, looking like a river water that is seriously polluted by chemicals, and no one dares to go into the water there. When ordinary people are contaminated with these blue liquids, their flesh and blood easily changes like those basic creatures and eventually become inhuman forms. The part of the spacecraft exposed to the water surface is a honeycomb-shaped tube at the fracture, and blue liquid flows out from the tube. There is a viscous blue liquid on the wall of the tube, and the pollution ability of that thing is stronger than that of river water. The Wei family had already conducted experiments before. When ordinary poultry and livestock encounter the blue liquid, it will only take a few minutes to completely mutate into a body of steel. Of course, this mutation is irreversible, and the drastic mutation has a serious impact on the brain. Even trained hunting dogs will become crazy and bloodthirsty after mutation, completely ignoring the master's orders. Lin squatted by the river and entered the super basic form. His flesh and blood suddenly turned into silver crystals. His fingers were placed in the river water, and the blue river water could not contaminate his body at all. Lin Shen directly poured the river water on himself, and the blue river water still flowed down his carapace, leaving no trace. Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shouxin were both surprised and happy when they saw this. Lin Shen said to them, "You are here to wait for me, I'll go in and take a look. Then he stepped on the river and headed towards the spaceship's severance. Those honeycomb-shaped tubes look quite small from a distance, but when they are really close, their diameter can exceed 2 meters. Lin Shen chose to go to the front of the spacecraft. Generally speaking, the cockpit should be in a relatively high position. Watching Lin Shen step into one of the tubes with blue slime, Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shouxin stared at there nervously. Wei Wufu sat on the shore, not as nervous as them. Lin Shen didn't know where the pipe could lead to, so he can only choose a pipe that seemed to be more likely to lead to the depths and walked inside along the pipe. He carried a scum knife and an evil ghost blade on his back, which would add some weight to him so that he would not walk like a spacewalk. The front of the tube is hexagonal, but after walking for a while, it becomes a circle inside. On the blue transistor wall, circles of halos are flickering from time to time, like a damaged light strip. Not long after walking, the front was at the end, and the hexagonal wall blocked the way. Lin Shen looked at the wall like a hatch door, but he did not see any hatch door handles, nor did he see anything like a password lock. He reached out to try to push, but before his hand touched the hatch, the hexagonal crystals retracted in, revealing the passage behind. The induction system can actually operate normally. Lin Shen was even more surprised. He looked at the passage behind and found that the passage behind was much larger than the pipe he came over. There is a 4-lane road inside, which is wide. There are many blue spheres with bases on both sides. Each blue sphere looks like blue crystal. You can see the inside of the blue sphere through the crystal-like shell. Lin Shen walked in, looked inside with a close look at the blue sphere, and was stunned. The inside of the blue crystal sphere is obviously hollow, but it is filled with liquid. In the liquid, there is actually a pet egg the size of a human head. The blue crystal fiber-like things are connected to the pet egg, densely packed with many roots, and I don't know what it is for. This shouldn't be the original egg, right? Lin Shen looked at the pet egg so huge, completely different from the original egg he had seen before. I went to see the other blue spheres. Some of them contained some base creatures that Lin Shen had never seen before, and many blue fibers were also connected to their bodies. It seems that they have no life characteristics, and they don't know whether they die naturally or they were specimens. Some blue spheres are empty and have nothing in them except liquid. There are also some blue spheres that are open, revealing a circular opening that can enter the interior of the blue sphere through the opening. Lin Shen didn't try to go in. He felt that the creatures and pet eggs in the blue sphere were like biological samples soaked in formalin, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Several blue spheres were broken, but no liquid was seen on the ground, nor did they see biological specimens inside. After passing through rows of blue spheres, there was another hexagonal hatch in front of it. However, this time, when Lin Shen approached it, it did not open itself. Lin Shen pushed it, but there was no reaction. He explored around again, but could not find a switch that could open the hatch door. With no choice but to take out the scum knife and try to pry this thing open. Obviously, Lin Shen underestimated the hardness of the hatch door. The slag knife combined with the slag knife skills only left a shallow scratch on it. According to the thickness of the previous hatch door, it would definitely be impossible to saw open the hatch door in just a few days. Check the configurable device. Will it be configured immediately? Lin Shen's mechanical watch on his wrist vibrated. Is the mechanical watch actually related to this spaceship? Lin Shen was slightly surprised. He had thought that Hulu Mountain should not have fallen with the spaceship, but he did not expect that the two really had something to do. Lin Shen chose the configuration, and the mechanical watch immediately became apparent. After a while, a message appeared on the mechanical watch. Due to the system damage, the configuration cannot be completed, the connection has been successfully made, and the function is missing. Lin Shen didn't know whether the system was damaged, which means whether the mechanical watch itself was damaged, the spacecraft was damaged, or whether there were problems with both. No matter which possibility it is just not useful. Lin Shen was about to turn around and go back, and then go through another pipe to see if he could enter the inside of the hull. Who knew that the cabin door in front of him suddenly opened itself? Lin Shen looked inside and his eyes widened. I saw that the space inside the hatch seemed to be a storage room, with rows of crystal cabinets radiating inside. There were various mini-eggs, several of which were very similar to the original eggs Lin Shen had seen before. There are also some original eggs that emit various brilliances on their bodies, which are obviously original eggs with nirvana attributes. Are these original eggs? I had known that there were so many original eggs here, so I would have come to take them long ago. It was useless to lose the opportunity to use the original eggs to ascend and obtain a double life base. Lin Shen's first reaction was very upset when he saw so many original eggs. Chapter 685 The Strange God-Making Egg. Lin Shen did not expect that his luck would be so good, so he found the place where the spaceship stored its original eggs so easily. He entered it and saw that the label was written on each crystal shelf. Number 0018 God-Making Egg. The blueprint is the mutated ascending creature Red Demon King, the mutated ascending creature Evil Luo God General, the mutated ascending person of the Snow Clan. Lin Shen saw that the previous creatures were still basic creatures, but the name of the Snow Clan appeared in the end, which surprised Lin Shen. The materials used to create divine eggs are not simply basic creatures, but also large universe races? Lin Shen had just read the name of the Snow Clan on the universe rankings before. They are serious cosmic human races. Unexpectedly, the God Clan actually regarded the Snow Clan as a material to create divine eggs. Lin Shen continued to look at each label and saw that each original egg was modeled from at least two or more basic creatures, and there must be a cosmic human race as the material. Lin Shen saw many famous cosmic races on these divine egg-making labels, including the celestial races and the imperial barbarian races. Most of the god-making eggs here are basic transformation levels, with a small number of flying upgrades, and there are more than a dozen god-making eggs at nirvana level, and there is also a god-making egg label that is marked based on immortal level creatures. The Nightmare Demon King of the Mirror Realm of Mutant Immortality. The Mutated Immortals of the Ancient Clan. The name and origin of unknown. Although this divine egg was based on only two creatures, it surprised Lin Shen even more. After the king of the ancient realm disappeared, the ancient dynasty fell apart, and the ancient clan almost destroyed it later. Now there has been no one from the ancient clan. The god-creating clan actually found a mutated immortal from the ancient clan as the material and made the god-creating egg. Its magical powers are so vast that it is unimaginable. Many crystal cabinets have been damaged, and there are no divine eggs inside. In one corner of this warehouse, a big hole was rotten, and the blue river water was below it. It seemed that many sacred eggs had fallen out of here before. Lin Shen opened the cabinet and collected all the remaining sacred eggs inside, preparing to take them all back. With so many god-creating eggs, his nirvana is no longer a problem, and he can even choose at will. I don't know if Lao Wei can recultivate it. With so many god-making eggs, it's not a problem for him to recultivate the double life foundation. Lin Shen thought about where to find a recultivated method for Lao Wei to let him do it again and ascend again in the most perfect state. With Lao Wei's talent, if he can cultivate a double life foundation and cooperate with the method of double nirvana, he will definitely be the pillar of the human race in the future. However, without the dark domain lotus seeds, it is still a bit difficult to achieve double nirvana. You can use the immortal nirvana of the ancient temple. Although there is no dual attributes of double nirvana, it is already a top-level nirvana method. Lin Shen collected the sacred eggs. When passing through the cabin door behind, the cabin door opened automatically very sensitively, which scared Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at the space behind the hatch door vigilantly and found that there were devices similar to the dormant cabin inside. The covers on those devices are transparent, but from the perspective of Lin Shen, you can't see if there are anyone in the dormant compartment. He carefully collected all the sacred eggs, packed them into the space, and then walked into the space where the dormant cabins were parked. When he stretched his head, Lin Shen's expression suddenly became strange. In the dormant compartment, like those blue spheres, it was filled with liquid, and there were many blue fiber tubes connected. But this time the blue fiber tube is not connected to those specimen-like organisms and pet eggs, but a small magic-making egg. Unlike the magic eggs in the crystal cabinets in front of them, this magic egg actually looks like the eggs of an ordinary poultry. There is a faint flow of liquid in its white shell, and even a faint sound similar to a heartbeat can be heard. Unfortunately, there is no label here, and I don't know what level of divine egg is, but its appearance is different from the previous divine egg. It is a bit like the original egg given to him by Wei Wufu at the beginning. Lin Shen looked at the remaining dormant compartment again, and there were no creatures inside, but he did not see the God-creating eggs again, most of which were empty. It was not until Lin Shen walked to the last dormant compartment that he saw another sacred egg here. However, the shell of the egg-making egg had broken, revealing a creature that looked like a fetus inside. Blue fiber tubes were connected to the creature, as if to improve nutrition for him. The thing looked a bit like a mouse who had just been born and had no skin. Its eyelids were still closed and there was a rosy redskin tail on its butt. What is this? Lin Shen was even more surprised when he saw that this thing turned out to be a flesh and blood body, not a basic biological steel or crystal body. Suddenly, Lin Shen's zipper seemed to be automatically pulled open, and the fat boy jumped out of it and landed directly on the dormant pole. Its claws suddenly shattered the lid of the dormant compartment, and flew in like a hawk. It grabbed the things inside, grabbed it directly, pulled off the blue fiber connected to the body, then threw it into the air, opened its mouth and swallowed it. The fat boy's movement was done in one go, and in the blink of an eye, he swallowed the thing, then hovered around in the air, and then rushed towards another dormant cabin containing a divine egg. Seeing the fat boy slashing the lid of the dormant compartment, his claws clamped the magic egg, and broke the blue fiber thread connected to it, and he was about to throw it into the air and swallow it. Lin Shen rushed up quickly, grabbed the fat boy, pulled it into his arms, and caught the divine egg with his other hand. Don't worry, let me study what this thing is. If you don't have any use, you can eat it. Lin Shen took out an original egg and fed it to the fat boy who was struggling in his arms, which made the fat boy calm down. But it still stared at the divine egg in Lin Shen's hand, unwilling to do so, as if it was eager to try. As long as Lin Shen didn't pay attention, it would rush over and swallow it into its belly. Seeing this, Lin Shen had to put it back into his backpack first, then pinched the divine egg with a pigeon egg that looked like a pigeon egg, and there was a divine egg that looked weak in the heart. He looked around, hoping to find useful information to find out what happened to this divine egg and what was different from those outside. Is the device not damaged found? Is it enabled? The mechanical watch popped up again. Enable. Lin Shen, who was worried about not finding it, looked at a workbench in front of him. It was only after he approached the workbench that the mechanical watch responded. Chapter 686 Degenerative Agent. As the pointer in the mechanical watch rotates, a circular area in the middle of the workbench slowly rises, and it quickly rises into a 1-meter-high cylinder. A syringe is fixed in the middle of the cylinder. Through the transparent part of the syringe, you can see that it contains blue liquid. Lin Shen thought it was a device like a smart brain, at least a projector, and could obtain some information, but he didn't expect it to be just a hidden space with a syringe. Lin Shen reached out and took out the syringe. The space inside the cylinder was set to store the syringe. It was shaped to put down this syringe. There was nothing else, not even a manual. I took the syringe and found that there was a steel stamp on the metal shell of the syringe with a few words on it. Degenerative agent. I have only heard of evolutionary agents. What is the use of degenerative agents? Is it degenerative for people's bodies? Lin Shen carefully put away the degenerative agent. Fortunately, the syringe itself has a locking setting, so there is no need to worry about accidentally touching it. The cylinders on the workbench slowly descended and finally fitted closely with the workbench, and there was no gap at all, as if they were originally a hole. At this time, the countertop of the workbench suddenly lit up. It originally looked like metal, but now it has become a display screen. The backup plan has been started. Will it be transmitted immediately? Transmission will automatically start in 10 seconds. A text prompt appears on the monitor, as well as the yes and no options. Lin Shen chose decisively whether or not. What is wrong with this teleportation? If it is teleported to the old nest of the God-making clan, it would be bad. This thing is obviously an emergency plan in the spacecraft, and may be used for escape. I don't know why no one activated this thing when an accident occurred. The monitor dimmed and returned to its original metal state. Lin Shen didn't dare to stay here anymore and quickly left the spacecraft. There are too many strange things in this spacecraft, and he is a little worried that something will happen. Since he has obtained the God-making egg, there is no need to take risks. It is not too late to come back to explore after the dead fans recover. Wei Shoucheng and the others were relieved when they saw Lin Shen coming out of the pipeline, but when they saw Lin Shen's hands were empty, they thought Lin Shen had nothing to gain. We have got the original egg, let's go back first. Lin Shen shook off the blue liquid stained on his body and left the underground space with them. After returning to the town hall, Lin Shen took out the degenerative eggs and degenerative he had obtained, and then told Wei Changqing and others all the discoveries he found inside. Everyone was surprised and happy to see so many original eggs. With these original eggs, there were more Nirvana people on the mother planet, and the people who suppressed the underground space would not be so nervous. As for the degrading agent, they didn't know what it was for, and no one dared to use it. According to your opinion, all the materials used for the original eggs are mutated materials. No wonder they use the original eggs to promote, they are all mutated promotions. Wei Shoucheng said. Wei Changqing pointed to the immortal level original egg and said, "These original eggs do not need to be left behind, you can take them away." Everyone was stunned. Wei Changqing continued, "You are competing with others outside and need more help to cultivate more powerful humans. As long as you stand firm outside, you will naturally have the ability to feed back more help to the mother star." Lin Shen knew that Wei Changqing had not finished speaking. Now all the big families are developing towards the universe. Even if these original eggs are left behind, how many people are willing to rebirth on the mother star and stay on the mother star forever? The Wei family is almost gone, and Wei Changqing is willing to let Wei Wufu leave, which means he doesn't want to let the descendants of the Wei family stay trapped here anymore. That is not their destiny. Old Wei, do you want to consider recultivating? With these original eggs, you can recultivate and get the double life foundation. You don't have to worry about the method of recultivating. I'll find a way. Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu. No. Now, can. Wei Wufu shook his head and said. Wei Wufu has no intention of recultivating. Recultivating is indeed risky, because after recultivating, it may be difficult to obtain the same talent and ability, and his life base will also change. Wei Wufu is unwilling to lose his current talent, ability and life foundation, so he can only maintain his current state. Lin Shen did not leave his mother star, and he still planned to stay here for a while to see if the dead fans can complete Nirvana before the effect of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed reaches its strongest. He has to explore the spacecraft again. Taking advantage of this period, Lin Shen helped the Wei family clean up the basic creatures in the underground world, especially those Nirvana creatures. It is best to find the Nirvana place in the underground space to see if there is a way to make use of it. If there is really such a place, in the future, humans on the mother planet will no longer need to use the original egg. Lin Shen also plans to take a look at the area that was not explored last time in the underground space. Once he has completed Nirvana, it will not be so easy to return to his mother planet. Lao Tai only knows how to go out, and doesn't know how to return to his mother star by walking on Hulu Mountain. There are many Nirvana creatures in the underground space every once in a while. With Lin Shen's help, the Wei family cleared out another wave of Nirvana creatures and found 2 Nirvana eggs. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu came to the place where they killed Changhen Dongli again. After passing through that area, they found that the canyon in front was a ring. They circled around, killed several Nirvana creatures, and then circled back from the other side. The base change of the underground space is not here. Lin Shen was a little surprised. He thought that the base change of the base change must be in this area. There is no other way to go here, but fortunately Lin Shen has the ability to climb the ladder and took Wei Wufu to the top of the mountain together. The two of them stood on the top of the mountain and saw from a distance that there was a Red Sea outside the mountain range. The endless Red Sea, like blood, extends to the extreme distance, connected to the stone sky, and this sea of blood is nothing worse than the ocean on the surface. What's strange is that they actually saw something like the moon or the sun above that sea of blood. That pink sphere hung between the sea of blood and the stone dome, as if it was about to set, and as if it was just rising. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. How can there be a moon and a sun in the underground space? Lin Shen and Wei Wufu crossed the mountains together and came to the side of the sea of blood. The Wei family had never arrived here. The Sea of Blood was the same as the real ocean. The coastline was a white beach. The waves formed by the blood-red ocean were like ripples, rushing to the white beach and slowly retreating. The moon-like orb has been hanging far away in the sky, not falling or rising. Lin Shen didn't know how far that thing was from them. While he was hesitating whether to cross the Sea of Blood to see what it was, he suddenly saw waves surging in the distance. A giant monster broke out from the Sea of Blood and jumped out of the sea. That's what? Lin Shen's pupils contracted, and it seemed difficult to believe everything his eyes saw. Chapter 687 Little Star. Lin Shen couldn't describe what kind of creature it was, because he had never seen a similar species before, so he could not find any vocabulary to describe. The creature is not like any known species in the world. Its body is like smoke, fog, electricity, crystal, jade, demon, god, and immortal, but it seems like nothing is like. The colorful changes were unstable, and the indescribable form made it difficult for Lin Shen to describe what kind of existence it was, but he felt extremely shocked in his heart. It just jumped in the air and then fell back into the sea, and the sea water was beaten and surging with huge waves of blood. The two of them retreated again and again in shock until they retreated to the mountainside, and only then did they see the blood waves slamming against the mountain wall, like a doomsday tsunami that devoured the world. Half of the mountain peaks were submerged in blood. After waiting for a long time, the blood surging away. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu did not dare to stay by the sea, so they hurriedly returned the same way. The creature was unimaginable. The Nirvana creature that Lin Shen had seen could not be compared with it. If it was disturbed, ghosts knew what would happen. That thing, could it be an immortal creature? Lin Shen's face was not very good-looking. But the Sea of Blood did not seem to be contaminated by the things in the spacecraft, so how could such a terrifying creature exist? If there were such creatures in the underground space, then their previous speculations might have been wrong. Perhaps the base of underground space is not a nirvana level, but a more advanced existence. If this is true, their previous plans would probably be vain. If such an existence wants to break out of the underground space, the Wei family will not be able to stop it. While the two were running away, they suddenly saw a strange light appearing in front of them, illuminating the mountains in all colors. When I looked up, I saw that the sky was shrouded in the sky, like an aurora. The next second, both of them felt dizzy, and the power on their bodies continued to explode, but they could not control their bodies at all, rolling in the interruption of the aurora. When the two men stabilized, they found that they were already in the indescribable organism. They felt like they were in a transparent ball of water, or in a fluffy cloud like cotton, and the stream of light flowed around them. The illusory light even passed through their bodies without any obstacles, but it reflected their bodies into changing colors. They were clearly in the body of this creature, but they felt like they were in the clouds, as the creature rose and fell in the sea, like a fog flying in the clouds. "Old Wei, are you okay?" Lin Shen found that he could speak and communicate normally in this strange organism. "No." Wei Wufu shook his head. None of them felt any damage to their bodies, and they could even move freely in the organism, as if in water or in a pile of cotton. The body of the strange creature seems to be infinitely large. No matter how they move, it is difficult to reach the edge of the strange creature's body. The strange creature rides the wind and waves, rising and falling in the Sea of Blood, and actually heads towards the pink moon hanging in the sky. The two of them only felt that the scenery around them was quickly retreating, so fast that they felt like time was flowing. The pink moon was getting bigger and bigger in their eyes. They were shocked to find that it was really a huge sphere. But the sphere is far less huge than the real moon, but it is much larger than an ordinary island. As they got closer, they actually saw several small red and blue houses on the island, as well as some plants that looked like coconut trees. The houses and trees, some are under the sphere, look like planets and houses drawn by children on paper, with very exaggerated and unreal proportions. Lin Shen thought that such a picture could only be seen in comics, but today he actually saw the real thing. The strange creatures rushed directly to the strange sphere with them, and then dispersed like clouds and smoke. They also landed on the sphere, feeling down to the ground. But the position where the two people are standing is parallel to the Sea of Blood and the dome. It looks like the sea of blood and the top of blood are like high walls that extend infinitely on both sides, and finally they are connected in a distant place. The shattered bodies of strange creatures condensed together in the air, rushing into the sea of blood like flying. The huge waves that were startled by the sea of blood rose above their heads and fell behind in the sea of blood. This feeling made people feel very strange. "Welcome!" a voice interrupted the shocked two people. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked around in horror, but they did not find anyone talking. "I'm here." The voice sounded again, and the two looked down and saw that the owner of the sound turned out to be a fist-sized snail. The snail's shell was colorful, with a flash of rays of light, and its body was as crystal clear as jade. Two round eyes stood on the tentacles, looking at them curiously. The human expression and eyes were like creatures in the comics. "Who are you?" Lin Shen looked at the snail with a strange look. He didn't know what to call this thing. "My name is Xiao Xingxing." The snail twisted its body, showing its colorful snail. The brilliance on the shell is like countless tiny star sand, and it also seems like colorful stars in the sky. "What are your names?" Xiao Xingxing asked with his eyes blinking and looking at them. "My name is Tian." "His name is Fu," Lin Shen said. Little Xingxing seemed very happy, jumped up, jumped to a stone beside him, twisted his body and said, Tian. "Ah! Welcome your arrival. In order to welcome you, I decided to hold a carnival party. What do you think of this idea?" Before Lin Shen could speak, Xiao Xingxing continued to say to herself, "Oh, you must think this idea is great, you must be looking forward to it very much, right? Don't worry, you can wait for me first, the welcome party will start soon." As he said that, the little star jumped down from the stone and rushed towards a red room at an extremely fast speed. Lin Shen had never seen a snail able to climb so fast. It even ran out the afterimage, like a comet, with colorful light tails dragging behind it. The two saw it rushing into the room, and then a flash of light and shadow flashed. When it rushed out again, it moved quickly in the air like lightning. Light strips and various items flew out, and in just a moment, it seemed like a venue for a light exhibition in front of Lin Shen and the others. There were actually two speakers that were taller than people, and there was a microphone on the stone in the middle. Little Xingxing stood behind the microphone, with a small hat on the snail shell and a butterfly joint on his neck. The picture was obviously very strange, but it looked surprisingly harmonious. "In order to welcome my friends Tian and Fu, let me present a song for you first. I am your little star." The little star sang affectionately in front of the microphone like a singing superstar. The deep love he sang, he even threw a kiss to the two of them. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were both stunned. Wei Wufu, who had always been calm, was half open at this time, as if he had been acupunctured. What the hell is this? When they were caught by the strange creature just now, they thought about countless possibilities, and even thought about being eaten alive by the terrifying immortal creature, but they never thought that such a thing would happen. A snail is singing affectionately to him. As he sang, the snail's eyes stretched to the side and pressed the remote control that was larger than its body. The lights around suddenly changed, as if they had suddenly changed from the venue of the New Year's Lantern Festival to a disco. The lights flickered wildly, and the music coming from the sound became irritable. "My friends, get excited." Xiao Xingxing's voice also became excited, and then there was a rap that was so awkward that there were no friends. "You said I am your little star. You can't do it without me." Chapter 688 Damn Little Star. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu stared blankly at the rocks jumping, and even got a pair of mini sunglasses on their eyes. They were a little stupid. Until a song was over, Xiao Xingxing took off the hat on the snail with one of his eyes and made a curtain call. Lin Shen stared at Xiao Xingxing in a daze. Xiao Xingxing kept in that position and the scene stopped awkwardly for a moment. Xiao Xingxing's other eye raised slightly, looked at them secretly, and his body still maintained a curtain-off posture, whispering, "My friends, have you forgotten something? I know my performance is wonderful, which shocked you, but, should you?" Xiao Xingxing didn't finish speaking, but Lin Shen understood, and quickly clapped his hands and puffed his hands and hit Wei Wufu with his shoulders, asking Wei Wufu to clap his hands with him. "Thank you. Thank you, my friends." Xiao Xingxing then put his hat back on the snail shell and said happily, Tian, Afu, I'm very happy to know you. As friends, I have prepared a mysterious little gift for you, and I hope you can like it. No gifts are needed. Lin Shen thought to let them leave here, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Xiao Xingxing. Of course I want it, you are my friends. Xiao Xingxing pressed the remote control again, and the door opened automatically in the blue room next to it. A sweeping robot dragged a box out of it and slowly arrived next to Xiao Xingxing. My friend, guess what the gift I gave you? Xiao Xingxing jumped onto the box and said with a mysterious look on his face. Cake? Lin Shen couldn't figure out what this little star was, and he was unwilling to have a conflict with it, so he cooperated. No, use your imagination, no longer imprison your brain, don't worry, guess again. Xiao Xingxing winked and denied Lin Shen, feeling a little mean. Speaker? Lin Shen guessed again. Baby, your imagination is too scarce. You should be bolder and let your imagination fly higher. Xiao Xingxing said loudly. It's not a little star, right? Lin Shen was a little suspicious. It was not a little snail inside. He remembered that he had heard someone say that there were many stray dogs and stray cats. If you treat them well and get their approval, they would bring the little boy they gave to you. Although the little star is not a stray dog or a stray cat, it gives Lin Shen a little meaning. Congratulations, the answer was wrong again. It seems that my friend, you are not good at imagination, so let me reveal the answer to you. Xiao Xingxing said and stopped again, and said in a slutty manner, Are you very nervous? Are you looking forward to it? Lin Shen and Wei Wufu nodded trunkily together. They were looking forward to a ghost, and now they just want to leave here as soon as possible. Then come on, my friends, don't be too excited. Xiao Xingxing said as he jumped violently and bounced the lid on the box. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu subconsciously stretched their necks and looked into the box. To be honest, they were actually a little curious deep in their hearts. When they saw clearly what was inside the box, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The box was empty and nothing. While the two were confused, the box suddenly shone brightly, and Lin Shen and Wei Wufu suddenly felt that everything in front of them turned into a stream of light. My friends, enjoy the gift I gave you. Xiao Xingxing's voice sounded in Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's ears. Lin Shen is so familiar with this feeling. This is the feeling of using a conveying device to transmit. The box itself is a conveying device. Lin Shen just didn't know where the snail who called himself a little star was going to teleport them. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu disappeared on the planet. Little Xingxing took off his hat and used it to fan the wind at himself, as if he was relieved. Why did humans discover this place so soon? Fortunately, I was smart and teleported them there. It should be impossible for me to come back. If you want to blame, you shouldn't come here. Don't you know the reason why curiosity kills cats? It's a bit of a pity. These two humans are quite fun. After Lin Shen and Wei Wufu completed the teleportation, they were slightly stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. This is Ancient Temple Star. Lin Shen felt a little familiar when he saw the mountain god temple not far away, and immediately knew where it was. That little star didn't have a good intention and teleported us to the ancient temple star. This is to kill us. Lin Shen said hatefully. Luckily, I'm not afraid. Wei Wufu said. I don't know what the little star is from. Is that strange sphere from outside, or is it originally existed in the underground space? Lin Shen was full of doubts. But now no one can answer his doubts. If he could capture that little star and question it, he might be able to know all the secrets. But the creatures in the sea of blood were already weird, and the little star was also mysterious. This time it just teleported Lin Shen and the others to the ancient temple star. If he knew that they were not dead, God knew what other means would be. I think Xiao Xingxing's strength should not be too strong, otherwise why don't you kill us directly, but teleport us here? Wait until my level is promoted, and then find a way to go back and deal with that little star. Lin Shen was secretly ruthless in his heart. The two of them had been to this mountain temple before, and they could easily distinguish the location and passed many temples they were familiar with along the way. But when they arrived at the location of the Golden Buddha Temple, the two of them were stunned. Where is the Golden Buddha Temple? Why is the Golden Buddha Temple missing? Lin Shen stared blankly at the location where the Golden Buddha Temple should have been, but there was nothing there, just a bare place. Lin Shen ran over to look around and found that there was indeed nothing wrong with this place, but the Golden Buddha Temple disappeared. Old Wei, we didn't take the wrong path, right? Lin Shen actually knew that they couldn't take the wrong path. The temples on the road are all right and not wrong at all, but how could a temple as big as the Golden Buddha Temple disappear? That's right. Wei Wufu nodded. Where is the Golden Buddha Temple? Lin Shen asked again. It's gone. Wei Wufu said. Why didn't it? Have no idea. The two of them looked at me and I looked at you, and they had no idea for a moment. Chapter 689 The Immortal Court reappears. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu could only search around, hoping to find any clues. But they walked back and forth several times, and finally confirmed the fact that they did not take the wrong path, and it was indeed the Golden Buddha Temple that disappeared. This made Lin Shen's face look a little unfavorable. Without the Golden Buddha Temple, they would not have left this planet. That damn little star, don't let me see it again, otherwise I will peel off its shell. When Lin Shen was angry, it was already dark. Fortunately, Lin Shen had a sun shooting bow in his hand, and Lao Wei had the Jade Order in his hand. As night falls, light columns soar into the sky, and countless ghosts and gods' lights and shadows emerge in the sky. When those lights and shadows disappeared and the world fell into the darkness again, there was no more light than the fluorescent white light emitted by the bow and the reincarnation. In the darkness, countless pairs of eyes were staring at them, and even the sound of gasping like a beast could be heard. Lin Shen and the others must find a way out again, but Lin Shen still can't understand why the Golden Buddha Temple is gone. Even if the Golden Buddha Temple is gone, the pool there should not be and the ancient temple below is even more impossible to disappear. But all this was gone. Lin Shen checked it many times and even dug up the ground, but there was nothing there. In the silent night of dying, Lin Shen was talking to Wei Wufu in a mess. The feeling of this broken place was so depressing. When the two passed by a mountain temple, they found that the mountain temple was intact and looked quite new, with light inside. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other, and the two walked towards the mountain temple with a tacit understanding. When they opened the temple door, they saw that the door of the main hall was open, and the statue of the mountain god inside sat upright on the altar. On the offering table in front of the altar, there is an incense burner made of mud embryos, and 3 incense sticks are lit in the furnace. On both sides of the incense burner, there is a mud candlestick, and there are candles burning on it, and the light emits from the candle. When we came before, this mountain temple was not like this, right? Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu beside him and asked. The statues they saw before were hung on the beam, but the statues here were all on the altar. No. Wei Wufu affirmed Lin Shen's memory. Forget it, no matter how many gods you worship, there will be many gods, so we will come and worship them too. Lord Shan God has a large number, so let's take advantage of us for one night, and we will leave when dawn. Lin Shen saw that there was incense on the offering table, so he walked over, picked up the incense and lit it on the candle, and then put 3 incense sticks on the mountain god. In this temple, there is no feeling of being surrounded and watching. Lin Shen plans to stay here until dawn and then find a way out. As soon as Lin Shen inserted the incense into the incense burner, he saw the eyes of the clay statue lit up, like 2 searchlights, shining on Lin Shen. Your ability is not enough to climb to the altar. Are you sure you want to challenge the divine position? The void empty voice sounded in the temple. Unsure, no challenge. Lin Shen immediately shook his head and said. It's too late. A strange smile appeared on the corner of the mouth of the clay statue. Lin Shen had already retreated quickly, but it was still too late. He only felt a pain on his forehead, as if he was burned by a soldering iron. He subconsciously reached out to touch it, but he felt nothing. His forehead was wrapped in a carapace, which was not damaged. Boom! When Lin Shen turned to look again, he saw that the statue of the clay fetal god had broken open and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of clay pieces. Lin Shen didn't know what was going on, so he used a communicator to shine his forehead. The shell on his forehead was as bright as new and there was nothing. But Lin Shen still felt something was wrong and his forehead was obviously uncomfortable. After taking the carapace back, I took a photo with the communicator and saw a bloody mountain mark on my forehead. Sure enough, there is something. Lin Shen rubbed it, and the blood-colored mountain-shaped mark seemed to seep into the flesh and blood. The skin was broken and it was not possible to rub it off. Just as I was wondering what this thing was, I suddenly heard a sound like rolling thunder in the sky outside. The Supreme Emperor of Haotian Golden Palace is naturally wonderful. The Jade Emperor of Mira is ordered by God. The altar of the Immortal Court will be opened again today. All living beings in the world can climb to the altar by themselves and get the position of the Immortal Court. Lin Shen was shocked and walked to the gate of the main hall and looked into the sky. I saw a beautiful white jade door floating in the void in the night sky, like a dream. Since the nothingness of the white jade gate, jade steps have emerged out of thin air and extended to the dark planet, like a rainbow bridge connecting the heaven and earth. Old Wei. Do you hear the name mentioned in the voice just now? Lin Shen heard the name mentioned in the voice just now. It seemed that the name Jade Emperor told him when he went to the Immortal Court that day. Clear. Wei Wufu nodded. What's that name? Lin Shen was happy when he heard this and asked hurriedly. Haotian, the Golden Palace, the Supreme, the Natural, the Wonderful Existence, the Miracle, the Ultimate Truth, the Jade Emperor, the God. Wei Wufu jumped out in 2 words. Lin Shen was overjoyed after hearing this. Although Wei Wufu was not speaking smoothly, his memory was okay. He could remember such a complicated name just after listening to it once. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu to say it several times, and he silently wrote down the name of the Jade Emperor. At this time, in the dark night, a creature suddenly stepped onto the jade steps like a white rainbow. Lin Shen took a closer look and saw that the creature walking up the jade stairs was a white jade fox with a red body and 9 tails. Its whole body was crystal clear, and its body emitted a white light. The power of nirvana on its body was strong enough to overflow. So there is a nirvana creature on this planet? Lin Shen was a little surprised. After the 9-tailed jade fox stepped onto the jade steps, a flame suddenly burned in his body. The flame was not like external force, but seemed to burn out from its body. The 9-tailed jade fox climbed up desperately on the jade steps, but for some reason, it crawled very slowly, and its body seemed to be carrying a mountain on its back. It had only climbed more than a dozen jade steps, but its body had been burned to black and gray, and it screamed and fell on the jade steps. The 9-tailed jade fox opened his mouth and spewed out a bead-shaped life base, and white light radiated from the life base, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. But as soon as the life foundation came out, a ray of lightning suddenly appeared from the void, directly smashing the bead-shaped life foundation. The 9-tailed jade fox suddenly spitted out blood from his mouth, struggling to get up, but he couldn't stand up at all. In an instant, it was burned to ashes and dissipated into nothingness. The 9-tailed white fox just died when another huge dragon-like python climbed up the jade stairs. It swam up the white jade steps, and its body immediately burned with flames. As it swam, the flames on its body became more and more intense. Seeing its jade-like blue scales were about to be burned into black charcoal, it also opened its mouth and spit out its life foundation. A green jade sword flew out with a green light, but unfortunately, it was not able to play any role, and it was directly shattered by a lightning that came out of thin air. The life base was destroyed, and the blue-scaled snake could not hold on anymore. Its body was twisted in the flames and was burned to ashes in a short while. Chapter 690 The Immortal Golden Giant. Lin Shen watched nirvana creatures climbing the jade step one by one, and then burned to death one by one, not even one that could climb halfway. However, there are still many nirvana creatures who continue to climb up the jade stairs without fear of life and death. In less than an hour, dozens of nirvana creatures have died on the jade stairs. What did they do to climb up? Lin Shen didn't quite understand why these nirvana creatures had to climb up. In the universe, he rarely heard news about the Immortal Court. He only knew that there was such a place when he was practicing stepping on the Immortal Court, but he could not confirm whether the Immortal Court really existed. Later, after I went to the Immortal Court through 5 sacrificial robes, I realized that there was such a place as the Immortal Court. Even after being there, Lin Shen still didn't quite understand what was good about the place in the Immortal Court, which is worthy of these Nirvana creatures to fight for their lives to enter the Immortal Court. They are immortal? Wei Wufu also had the same doubt. He guessed whether the reason why these Nirvana creatures desperately wanted to enter the Immortal Court was to seize an immortal opportunity. It shouldn't be. Lin Shen shook his head and said, I have read some information about promotion to immortality in the library of the Heavenly Man race. It is more difficult to be promoted to immortality than Nirvana. Nirvana has a path to small Nirvana, but immortality does not have such a shortcut. It is impossible to promote immortality by swallowing an immortal egg. Only by understanding the law of immortality can one be promoted to immortality. What is needed is not only energy, but also understanding of the rules of the universe. These Nirvana creatures suffer from fire and electric shock, so what rules of the universe can they understand? While the two were talking, they saw another Nirvana creature walking up the jade stairs. This time, the creature who walked up to the jade stairs was a giant with a height of more than 10 meters and a body as big as gold. After he walked up to the jade stairs, a strange flame also burned on his body. The flames came out of his body, not caused by external forces. However, this golden giant is a little different from the Nirvana creatures before. The burning of flames not only failed to burn him into black charcoal, but instead made his golden body even more brilliant. This golden giant seems to have hoped to walk up. Lin Shen also wanted to know what would happen after these Nirvana creatures walked up. The golden giant walked upwards step by step. It's strange that those smaller Nirvana creatures can only cross one jade staircase at a time when walking above the jade staircase. The golden giant has such a huge body size that it can only cross one jade staircase at a time. The size of the jade staircase has not changed much, and the golden giant's body has not changed either. I don't know how it will have such an effect. When the golden giant walked through half the jade steps, his body was shining with golden light, as dazzling as the sun. But his steps seemed to be unable to lift, and his steps were getting slower and slower, and it was almost difficult to continue moving forward. At this time, the golden giant roared to the sky, and the golden light flashed on his body, and countless gold particles with golden light flew out, turning into a golden hammer life foundation in his hand. Boom! The moment the golden hammer appeared, lightning emerged in the void, bombarding the golden hammer. Under the bombardment of lightning, the golden hammer was not shattered like the life foundations of other Nirvana creatures. Thunder and lightning continued to shock the golden hammer, extending on the body of the golden giant through the transmission of the golden hammer. The lightning that continued to grow in the void, as if attracted by the golden hammer, was condensed. The body of the golden giant and the golden hammer were overflowing with lightning, almost becoming an electrician. In this state, the golden giant's pace became much lighter and faster, walking step by step towards the gate of the Immortal Court at the end of the jade stairs. The golden giant bathed in thunder and lightning was now like a god of thunder and lightning, and his whole body was submerged in thunder and lightning. Lin Shen was stunned. The power fluctuations emitted by the lightning were terrifying when he stood here. The golden giant could actually walk up with force, which was really a bit powerful. Finally, the golden giant walked through the jade steps and came to the gate of the Immortal Court. The lightning and flames on his body had disappeared. At this time, the body of the golden giant was obviously different from before. It seemed to be a little thinner than before, but the body, which looked like gold, seemed to be more textured than before. Every inch of his body was shining with pure golden light. I can't say that there is anything special about it from before, but I just feel that it's different. The golden giant pressed his hands on the gate of the Immortal Court, and the golden light on his body surged. He tried his best to push the gate open. But no matter how hard he tried, the gate of the Immortal Court remained motionless. In front of the magnificent gate of the Immortal Court, the huge golden giant also seemed much shorter, like an ant shaking a tree. It's obvious that you've walked up, but you don't even open the door. This Immortal Court is too stingy. Lin Shen muttered. Seeing that the golden giant could not open the immortal gate and was afraid that it would fail again, the space around the golden giant was distorted. Golden lights emerged from the void, condensed towards the back of the golden giant, and a strange golden symbol condensed on his back. That's the immortal seal, the the Golden Giant is about to be promoted to immortal. Lin Shen was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, he could actually be promoted to immortality by climbing to the immortal court. Wei Wufu had really guessed it correctly before. On the back of the Golden Giant, the immortal mark exudes some mysterious power, and the Golden Giant's body gradually changes in the light of the immortal mark. Under his ribs, 2 pairs of arms were born, and the head on his shoulders was divided into 3, turning into 3 heads and 6 arms, like a demon god. As the power of the immortal mark was unsealed, the body of the 3-headed and 6-armed Golden Giant also became taller, as if it was a golden demon who walked out of hell. His 6 golden palms pressed on the gate of the immortal court, and a terrifying force burst out. The space around him was distorted by the power he burst out, and it seemed to be extremely unreal. Boom! He finally slowly pushed open a gap in the gate of the immortal court. The 3 heads of the Golden Giant roared at the same time. The power burst out again, and pushed the door open and rushed in with a roar. So strong! Lin Shen praised in his heart. The power that the Golden Giant burst out after he was promoted to immortality was no longer understandable to him. There was a flash of golden light in front of him, and he could not see clearly for a long time. The immortal creature climbed to the altar and was granted the heavenly weapon. A voice came from the immortal court, just such a simple sentence, and then the gate of the immortal court that was pushed open closed with a bang. What the hell? The god of heavenly soldiers? Such a powerful creature is just a god of heavenly soldiers? Lin Shen was surprised. Chapter 691 Repeat. After the success of the Golden Giant, more Nirvana creatures rushed to the Jade level and wanted to rush into the gate of the immortal court. However, most of the Nirvana creatures died on the Jade level, and very few of them could survive until the second half. Only the Golden Giants were the ones who could truly push the door. Lin Shen understood that the process of climbing to the Jade level is actually a process of training itself. The burning of flames and the baptism of lightning are both strengthening the body and strength of the Nirvana creature. If you can survive, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to immortality. But most creatures couldn't hold on and died on the Jade stairs. The reason is that they are not strong enough. Lin Shen discovered that the purer the power of Nirvana of those creatures who climbed the Jade level, the higher the possibility that they can withstand the burning of flames and lightning bombardment. If the power of Nirvana is pure, you must have Nirvana again and again to make the fusion degree of one's own particles and Nirvana attribute particles higher. But in this case, it doesn't matter if the Nirvana creatures are gone. The chances of the human race becoming a non-human being are too high. Lin Shen thought that these Nirvana creatures were trying their best to rush into the immortal court just to be promoted to immortality. But when an immortal creature rushed to the Jade level, Lin Shen immediately knew that he was wrong. These creatures rushed into the immortal court, probably not just to promote immortality. It would be understandable if only 1 or 2 immortal creatures came to attack the gate of the immortal court, but then immortal creatures kept rushing into the gate of the immortal court. Their enthroned gods are basically the same, they are all the gods of heavenly weapons. It was not until dawn that the gate of the immortal court suddenly disappeared. It's gone. Wei Wufu pointed to Lin Shen's forehead and said. Lin Shen knew what Wei Wufu was talking about, so he took out the communicator and took a photo. Sure enough, he found that the mountain mark on his forehead was gone. The forehead skin is smooth and white, without any color. This mountain temple. Lin Shen saw the situation around him clearly, but was even more surprised. They stayed in this mountain temple all night yesterday, and only during the day discovered that the mountain temple was in ruins and was almost in ruins. Only the main hall was still intact. However, the incense burner and candlestick I saw yesterday were gone, the offerings were already in pieces, and the ground was full of fragments of mud embryos. On the contrary, the statue of the mud-wounded god that had been broken yesterday was restored to complete, but he was not on the altar, but was hung from the beam of the house by a black rope. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Old Wei, I think we should find our way out of this planet as soon as possible. Lin Shen said and slowly withdrew from the mountain temple. The two of them went to the location of the Golden Buddha temple again, but the result was the same, there was no Golden Buddha temple there. This situation was as expected by Lin Shen. Since the Golden Buddha Temple could not count on it, they could only find a new way. They accelerated their speed and looked for possible teleportation devices on the planet, passing by many familiar temples in the middle, and there was no change. Leaving the familiar area, they saw more temples. They just went in and took a look, not daring to move anything. When the night came again, they still couldn't find their way out. Familiar recipes and familiar tastes, in this dark night, they felt like they were peeped at by countless strange creatures. But this time, they did not choose to enter the temple and continued to rush in the dark. Strangely, the Immortal Court and the Jade Steps appeared again, exactly the same as when they appeared yesterday. Then Lin Shen and Wei Wufu saw an unbelievable scene. Another nine-tailed jade fox was the first to start climbing the jade stairs. Its way of death was exactly the same as yesterday. "Old Wei, this is not right," Lin Shen said with a frown. "No. Right," Wei Wufu repeated. "The next one is not the green-scaled snake, right?" Lin Shen looked at the jade stairs, and it turned out that a green-scaled snake rushed up the jade stairs. Next was an extremely magical scene. Lin Shen and the others looked at the creatures that hit the jade level yesterday. Until the golden giant appeared again, promoted to immortality, and opened the door to the Immortal Court, they could be sure that this was the scene they had seen yesterday. "Old Wei, have we traveled through time?" Lin Shen said with a strange expression. "No. You're hungry," Wei Wufu answered with certainty. "You're hungry and you're talking about it. I have ascending liquid here." Lin Shen took 2 ascending liquid from his backpack and gave it to Wei Wufu. Looking at the recurring performance of the Immortal Court in the sky, he thought, we were not caught in the illusion of that little star, right? Are we in the illusion now? Puff! Lin Shen only felt a pain in his arm, and saw the knife in Wei Wufu's hand piercing his arm directly, and blood was flowing down the blade. "What are you doing?" Lin Shen stared at Wei Wufu in a daze, and was even more sure that this must be an illusion, otherwise how could Wei Wufu attack him? "Does it hurt?" Wei Wufu asked. "It hurts." Lin Shen nodded in a daze. "Not illusion." Wei Wufu pulled out the knife and inserted it back into the sheath. Lin Shen was covered in black lines. "Why don't you thorn yourself?" "You, recover, quick," Wei Wufu said seriously. Lin Shen was speechless. Now he could be sure that this place was not an illusion. This Wei Wufu was too real. It was impossible for 2 people to enter the same illusion. It's not a time travel or an illusion. So what's going on now? Lin Shen looked at the scene in the sky, and it was difficult for a moment to guess what was going on. Until dawn, the 2 of them didn't come up with any reason. They had to continue to find a way to leave, but the planet was too big, and they all had no sign of the teleportation device along the way. It was dark time again, and they watched the creatures impact the Immortal Court again. Lin Shen was a little doubtful. Could this be projected by an image recorded by someone else, using the sky projection system? But when it comes to projection, when those creatures hit the jade level, the power and fluctuations they exploded really exist. They could clearly feel the terrifying power fluctuations that erupted by those immortal creatures, and they were definitely not an effect that could be achieved by projection.